Yeah, I'm ready for what? Yeah, I'm ready for.
Putting in the top grind, all my squad is pop gallant. No words are needed for trust, we got the confidence. See you flicking, slipping now, how you couldn't copy this. Never stop it, I'll be ready all the time. Get it now, take a breath. Yeah, my plate is colder than this, you gon' pay the price. Set the trap, got my bodies in the back, you better think it twice. Coming on, never. Casting off the shadows, yeah, I'm on my way. Stand against the fate, we won't be the same. Steeper and steeper, I'll step again. We're gonna dream it up high, to live in the sky. You can never stop me fighting on the edge. Every time we fall, we get back again. Chances we're taking.
Yeah, I'm ready for what? Yeah, I'm ready for.
Putting in the top grind, all my squad is pop gallant. No words are needed for trust, we got the confidence. Let us stop it, I'll be ready all the time. Get it now, take a breath. Yeah, my plate is colder than ice, you gon' pay the price. Set the trap, got my bodies in the back, you better think it twice. Coming on, never. Casting off the shadows, yeah, I'm on my way. Stand against the fate, we won't be the same. Steeper and steeper, I'll step again. We're gonna dream it up high, to live in the sky. You can never stop me fighting on the edge. Every time we fall, we get back again. Chances we're taking won't let us fade out. Now it's prime time, we're ready for the win. All the burning up the flame. A rebel, won't be tamed. I'm burning up a fight, I'm reaching for the sky. I'm a warrior, running for the game. Make it glorious, running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight, 'cause we kids will never die. To the sky, we gotta bring it on. Showtime.
Warning, warning, arrest the intruder immediately.
You should be thanking me for saving your lives! You must be confused. Why am I here? Here's a quick recap. I'm a mercenary. Not a lot of friends in this line of work. But sometimes, you gotta take on trouble. Here comes the trouble. To find the clues you need.
Marsh Solseer attacked the news agency.
Hey, Solseer! This undead dude is taking you down!
Huh. No one can stop me. Finally, I can see you again.
Over my undead body! Wait, is this my memory?
this all you've got?
What's your game exactly?
2 for the price of 1.
All crowns grow from a single seed.
The Nucleus Project was hard won. This is humanity's first chance to harness its power. We must achieve results first!
Subjects A, B, and C injecting nucleus extract. Progress at 75%, 87%. Wait!
Nucleus resonance rising. Abort experiment. Nucleus resonance rising. Abort experiment.
And truth is the seed most feared by those who rule.
The nucleus was the beginning of creation. Jinnies and soulseers, chosen by the gods. With us here, the waste shall endure forever.
If we lose the nucleus, will we turn back into beasts?
Then let those who were once human remain silent forever.
Mono traitors! You will atone for eternity with endless labor! Those who follow the Oracle shall gain immortality.
The nucleus gives us life!
The genies and soulseers are the chosen!
All traces of before the core explosion must be erased!
If they knew we were once mindless creatures.
To keep the secret is to keep our human form.
When the seed grows into a towering tree, the truth will resurface through the earth once more.
We're being abandoned by the nucleus! I saw the symbol behind the Council's wall. It's from the prehistory lab. The Nucleus Council might be lying. We have to do something.
The nucleus's power is growing unstable.
The undead are getting restless. What do we do?
Our power is fading too. We can't just sit and wait. Donghuang!
This is the latest prophecy. When the cage begins to crack, the bird will peck the keeper's hand. 2 birds, 1 stone.
It's that stupid but rich guy again. He's still a traitor to the undead.
Hey, is today's death delivery shipment in? How can an undead even die? Give me something useful this time. Don't just tell me to get more sun.
Mr. Byron, here's the last payment for your last mission.
Huh. Another piece of complete garbage.
Filthy undead. Ancient traitor!
Hey friend, lies are the original sin. Your breath stinks more than the mines.
Kill the traitor!
Please don't fight here!
This relic is from the dawn of creation. It holds so many truths. Huh?
Descendants of traitors,
repentance. Nucleus control. Privileges. Curse. All plain lies. They broke the pact.
The history of the Wastes has been rewritten. The nobles fear the truth. Aha! Immortality isn't a curse after all. These arrogant snakes think they can step on us? Your glory days are coming to an end!
This dangerous man snooping around again. He's becoming a problem.
No matter. He won't be a problem for much longer. I've got an urgent job. Here's the deposit.
No rush jobs. I'm fully booked. I need to study new ways to die. Unless 3 times the usual, plus 1 solid lead to break my immortality curse.
Done.
Perfect timing. She might have the clue I need. The Nucleus Council has a haunting and needs me to clean it up. This job's gonna be fun.
The show's about to begin.
Tidak ada kata menyerah di kamus kami. Magkakasama palagi. Kami ang PPL.
Já caminhamos uma longa jornada nos campos de batalha de Honor of Kings.
Semalam telah berlalu, hari ini kami buru kejuaraan.
The Soul Seer's glory, bound by lies and pacts.
She will destroy our pact with the gene the coven leader started. The one destined to end the pact.
They said my very birth was a mistake.
Monster! Stay away! See? The real scent of flowers is even braver!
There was only Kamel. She was my only friend.
Would a princess choose the sword or the rose?
Roses are just illusions. Only the thorns are real. And it would be the princess's job to cut them down with her sword.
This girl will end the marriage pact. Another must take her place.
And so, Kamel took my place and married into elven nobility.
Lady Kamel is with child! Lady Kamel is with child!
I wished she could find happiness, too.
The genie bloodline will endure!
That half-blood Soulseer won't last much longer.
Get rid of her.
Milady, you must free.
If it weren't for me, if it weren't for the Soulseer's cursed marriage pact, Kamel would never have died. I'll change everything. That's not enough! Only the nucleus can rend life and death apart. Here, only truth may dwell.
It's a miracle! Swamp Seer, protect us! We shall follow you forever!
The Swamp Seer must perish.
Time to get to work, Byron.
Wow! Look at that!
One token, purchase this!
Only one token, and you can get this skin.
Really? Just one token?
This skin for just one token?
Yes, purchase for only one token. Buy cheese, Starlight Prince, only one token.
Breaking news! Mystery Shop has been updated!
Legend skin, epic skin, up to 60% off.
Hellfire's son Wukong, Doomsday Mecha Sun Tzu.
Added to the mystery shop.
Putting in the top grind, almost fought as pop gallant. No words are needed for trips, we got the confidence. Better step it up, you're ready all the time. Now, take a breath. You're not biggest, go to the next, you don't pay the price. untitled. I'm a warrior. Running for the game. Make it glorious. Running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight. We think we never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior. Burning up the flame. What a story. Rebel, won't be tamed. I'm running up a fight. I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the time. We gonna get it. I'm a warrior. Running for the game. Make it glorious. Running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight. We think we never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior. Burning up the flame. What a story. Rebel, won't be tamed. I'm running up a fight. I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the time. We gonna get it. I'm a warrior. Running for the game. Make it glorious. Running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight. We think we never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior. Burning up the flame. What a story. Rebel, won't be tamed. I'm running up a fight. I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the time. We gonna get it. I'm a warrior. Running for the game. Make it glorious. Running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight. We think we never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior. Burning up the flame. What a story. Rebel, won't be tamed. I'm running up a fight. I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the time. We gonna get it. I'm a warrior. Running for the game. Make it glorious. Running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight. We think we never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior. Burning up the flame. What a story. Rebel, won't be tamed. I'm running up a fight. I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the time. We gonna get it. I'm a warrior. Running for the game. Make it glorious. Running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight. We think we never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior. Burning up the flame. What a story. Rebel, won't be tamed. I'm running up a fight. I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the time. We gonna get it. I'm a warrior. Running for the game. Make it glorious. Running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight. We think we never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior. Burning up the flame. What a story. Rebel, won't be tamed. I'm running up a fight. I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the time. We gonna get it. I'm a warrior. Running for the game. Make it glorious. Running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight. We think we never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior. Burning up the flame. What a story. Rebel, won't be tamed. I'm running up a fight. I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the time. We gonna get it. I'm a warrior. Running for the game. Make it glorious. Running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight. We think we never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior. Burning up the flame. What a story. Rebel, won't be tamed. I'm running up a fight. I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the time. We gonna get it. I'm a warrior. Running for the game. Make it glorious. Running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight. We think we never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior. Burning up the flame. What a story. Rebel, won't be tamed. I'm running up a fight. I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the time. We gonna get it. I'm a warrior. Running for the game. Make it glorious. Running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight. We think we never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior. Burning up the flame. What a story. Rebel, won't be tamed. I'm running up a fight. I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the time. We gonna get it. I'm a warrior. Running for the game. Make it glorious. Running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight. We think we never die. We keep rising high to the sky.
Tidak ada kata menyerah di kamus kami.
Putting in the top grind, all my squad is pop gallant. No words are needed for trust, we got the confidence. See you flicking, slipping now, how you couldn't confidence.
Magkakasama palagi. Kami ang PPL.
Can I play this colder than us? You don't pay the price.
Já caminhamos uma longa jornada nos campos de batalha de Honor of Kings.
Semalam telah berlalu, hari ini kami baru kejuaraan.
Congratulations!
It's time for the next quest to find our next kings of the world. Welcome everyone to KIC 2025, where kings from all over the world meet to become the best, the greatest, to become champions, to rise for honor. Make way for our teams in Group A. Their strength lies in their diversity, and their fire burns from the phoenix within. Set the stage ablaze. ACT Esports Club! Champions from the Philippines. The boys in black are here to take on a new mission. They've conquered PKL. Can they dominate on the international stage? It's time to break the code. Blacklist International! Making their return to the Philippines. Who can forget the greatest threat that dominated the stage swiftly on their first appearance? Welcome back, Nongshim RedForce! Fearless and unbreakable. The definition of a team that anyone can rise from the community to the world stage. Hailing from Indonesia, Vesakha Esports! And now, the fierce teams from Group D. This year, they conquered the Invitational S3 and blasted into the top 3 at KWC 2025. They've shown the world just how explosive a supernova can be. Respected by rivals, feared by many. This is Nova Esports! The back-to-back kings of Brazil, making their KIC debut and to show the world the strength of the West. Give it up for Loops! From this year's challengers to world contenders, they've proven themselves as one of the world's elite. Their championship dream is within reach. The kings that reigned in the major West, OG Esports! The masterminds from Italy, here to twist the game. Can they give us the plot twist of this year's KIC? Let us welcome Twisted Minds! From struggle to strength, they've climbed every step with relentless resolve. Forged by hardship, fueled by hard work. Now, they rise as the new kings of Indonesia. Bigetron by Vitality! They face the world's finest and never back down. Season after season, their legacy only grows stronger. The dazzling stars of the world, Alpha 7 Esports! Built under ambition and powered by perseverance, they rise higher With every challenge they face, they're ready to take their region to greater heights. It's time to rise with Elevate! The current Kings of Sea, relentless and dominating, with new faces and renewed fire, they're ready to rule again. The throne awaits for HomeBois Black Shrew Esports. Built on their ambition and powered by perseverance, they rise higher with every challenge they face. They're ready to take their region to greater heights. It's time to rise with Elevate! Making an introduction from Malaysia, fearless, they're ready to claim their spot among the world's best. Is it their turn to conquer? Lead the pack. Alpha Makers, here's Alpha Gaming! The kingdom stands renewed, prepared to conquer internationally. Powered by their community, they now stand poised for a chance at a world championship run. From Indonesia, Viva RRQ! Through struggles and triumphs, they've built their team stronger than ever. Their path of redemption and rebirth has shaped them into their current form. The sky for El Manuk is set. Soar high, KAGENDRA!
Casting off the shadows, yeah, I'm on my way. Stand against the fate, we won't be the same. Steeper and steeper, I'll step again. We're gonna dream it up high to live in the sky. You can never stop me fighting on the edge. Every time we fall, we get back again. Chances we're taking won't let us fade down.
Kings in their own right, they have proven themselves worthy to be the world contender. The pride of the Philippines will kick off this KIC. Fierce and unstoppable. Unleash the beast and let the hunt begin. Here's Boom Esports!
No, ain't nobody can stop us. We're chasing the glory and nada. Casting out the shadows, yeah, I'm on my way. Stand against the fate, we won't be the same. Steeper, step again. We're gonna dream it up high to live in the sky. time before we get back again. Chances we're taking won't let us fade out. Now it's prime time, we're ready for the win. Honor. I'm a warrior. Burning up the flame. Rebel, won't be tamed. I'm burning up a fight. I'm reaching for the sky.
This is the moment we've all been waiting for. To find the true kings of the world. For the crown. For the championship. For the throne. Welcome to the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. Rise from flame. Rise to victory. Rise for honor.
Sechzehn teams from across the globe. They are here. They earn your tickets to the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. And this is where they will forge and rise for honor. I am your guest host for today and for the upcoming 12 days. My name is Sagi. Alongside of me is none other than the casters for today. We have Blam and also Dash on the broadcast.
Oh man, it's going to be exciting. This day, this is the culmination of everything that has happened the whole half of the year, right? So this is going to be a good time for all of the players that have played. And I'm very excited what they're going to be bringing here.
Oh, they're going to be bringing all the flavors, right? I mean, it is going to be a best-of-5 format to begin with, but that's no stretch of the imagination, right? Like, we are going to be seeing the testing of a lot of these teams is composition and their drafts.
To add on to that as well, best-of-5 double elimination format, you lose 2 sets. You're out of the tournament here, so tournament lives. Every single best-of-5 is at stakes here. If you want to make it to playoffs, you want to make it to Manila base, you gotta put in the work for it.
Yeah, as you said, they have 2 chances here that they have to do. They have a lot of things that they could do. They have 1 more life if they lose. So at least now, on the first few days, they have some adapting to do for the first few days.
And you know what they're actually playing for? It is really about the prize pool. That lion's share of $1 billion for that first prize here. On your screen right now, ladies and gentlemen, look at a champion prize pool. $300,000.
Going to be $300,000 for the champion, $150,000 for the second place, $110,000 for the third place. Fourth place is going to be $80,000, $60,000 for 56, $40,000 for 7th to 8th place, $25,000 for 9th to 12th place, and even if you're at 13th to 6th place, you still take home $50,000.
Exactly that, like $50,000 obviously split between 5 people isn't great, obviously overall, but what you want to do is try to get further and further up into that bracket, right? So that the split is going to be even. It's going to mean there's going to be some life-changing money here.
Yeah, it's going to be life-changing money. They could buy a lot of things with it. So that's why everybody should be gunning for the championship and also the pride that comes with it.
And all these prizes that we talk about, it can only be accomplished with few things. You get out of your groups, you get a good seeding towards the playoffs here, and this is exactly your groupings here, all 4 groups here. Group A, we have IKL's 3rd seed Vesakha leading the pack, and Nongshim RedForce coming in from KME champs here, and Blacklist and ACT, the 1st and 4th seed coming in from PKL.
Oh yeah, and right now for the first game that we're going to be having, Group A, we do have a lot of this here, but Group B, let's talk about them. Elevate is going to be here as the 3rd placer, BSE on the 1st placer of the MKL, A7 and BTR is also here.
Yeah, Group C as well, APG, RRQ, KAGENDRA, Boom, and finally Group D, you have the Group of Death, Twisted Mind, OG, Loops, and Nova Esports here. Definitely Group D, all eyes on them. Definitely one of the most difficult groups that we have in this KIC 2025. But this will be today's matches coming in for the entire 4 series here. Upcoming for the first series of the day, KAGENDRA versus Boom Esports. You know this series is gonna be absolute fire because this is IKL's 2nd versus PKL's 2nd seed.
Oh man, this is gonna be crazy. IKL, PKL, they have been doing a lot of banter in social media. It's gonna be super fun to see them first on stage, these 2 teams.
So this is the thing, right? Like when we saw these groups being drafted in, I was really excited to see that KAGENDRA and Boom were in that same group. And the fact that it's the first match of KIC 2025, I'm super duper excited for that one. But that's not it. Like, there's so many other matches coming today as well.
Yeah, all the other matches here will be played after each other series here. It's a rolling schedule if I'm not mistaken here. But, man, KAGENDRA versus Boom. So the storyline is very similar here. So they started off the year 2025. They won IKL and PKL Spring. But going into the fall, they lost, even though they have the series lead against their opponents, which is who? Bigetron by Vitality, which is who? Blacklist International. And then they exited as the second seed of their tournament here. No back-to-back for either of these teams.
Yeah, a bit of a story for Boom Esports. The reason why they lost for a game number 6, we all thought it's going to be done. It's going to be Boom Esports is going to be crowned the champions of the PKL, but one great move from Blacklist turned the tides around, even though Boom was so ahead that day.
Exactly right. You look towards the lower third here. Different paths, same fate. What does different path mean? They come from different regions, but they suffer from the same fate here. Championship run, not the greatest of the KWC run, and then you're coming into fall. You had a magnificent regular group stage only to falter at that final few moments.
Yeah, and one thing that's great about that is both of them finished Ultimate Battle in the Grand Finals.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Ultimate Battles, obviously, they were the kind of like setting a milestone in the spring season.
Yeah.
But like we both said there, they are obviously on different paths, but the same fate, and they fell in the fall.
Yeah, the fall is one of the triggering challenges here. But that's the thing. If you don't fall at the if you don't fall at the region that you're coming from, when will you decide to fall? You can't be falling here because you fall twice, you're out of the tournament. You're potentially going to the airport or taking a bus if you're a local.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be hard though. They really need to put their best foot forward here, especially with the few weeks that they had after all their respective regions. They have some weeks to practice to research the teams that they're gonna be fighting, especially for the last few days. They knew who they're gonna be grouped with. So they definitely did their research.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that was really good as well, right? Like, on the social media, you saw all these teams in the same room reacting to who they were getting in the groups. That was, like, one of the best things. Like, all the great things with, obviously, Siang there. It's obviously from APG, very reactive. So, again, we're going to be looking at the first few teams that are coming through today. So, up is going to be KAGENDRA, represented by iHands into the Clash lane. Lu is going to be their support. Senko in mid. Lanfang as their farm. And then Weeraw, he's going to be what we're looking at, right? When it's going to be the matchup against Carl.
Yeah, from this matchup, though, we are looking at Weeraw and Senku from the side of KAGENDRA to match up against Tatsuki and Carl for the side of Boom Esports.
Yep, but you are from the PKL itself, so walk me through their opponents, the local favorites today, Boom Esports on the opposite end.
Yeah, honestly, let's talk about it. So, Boom Esports is the team's standard of the PH playstyle. If the side of Blacklist is going to be the standard of H-OK, but here, the team is composed of Tatsuri in the mid lane, Danny on the farm lane, Rome is going to be draw, Carl is going to be on the jungle, and Nikki on the Clash lane. As I'm saying a while ago, they're the standard of the PH playstyle. Team fights, that's what they're good at.
I have to agree with you, Dash. We watched the tape, we watched the replays here. PKL especially, Boom Esports, they like to bring the skirmishes and fights to your faces here. So for KAGENDRA, it's very similar to the MKL playstyle. They like to play macro, they like to play slow. Gameplay setups usually come from two players here, Senko and also Lu in that mid-roam synergy here, and then Weeraw comes in. He does the fancy stuff in that mid-game.
Oh yeah, and that's what we're going to be seeing there. I'm really expecting a lot coming in from the side of KAGENDRA, but Boom Esports, I do want to see some difference from their playstyle from PKL.
Oh yeah, absolutely. PKL, I mean, we look at these two regions, and they're very similar in their playstyle, right?
Yeah.
Very scrappy. There's a lot of team fights that are going to be taking place between both Boom and KAGENDRA, but the first decision that needs to be made here is who goes on red, who goes on blue. And it looks like there that we saw KAGENDRA going onto the red side, and Boom is going to be on blue. So we're going to be looking at that prior blue pick here for the side of Boom. Is it going to go to Carl? Is it going to go to Biggie getting that Mayin into the Clash lane?
So these come into for a few things, right? So when we think about blue side always comes with a few first picks in this meta. We have the Arlie, we have the Dharma, we have the likes of the Maestro Nui here, and then with the recent addition, you can even go for that Yangjian first pick, really break apart that Yangjian Doliao combo here. So there are a lot of options for you in this blue side here, but red side is the counter-active side. You always want to save the red side for one strong lane or potentially for roamers to make it big with those plays.
Yeah, one thing that I do see from a lot of the teams, though, is most of the time on the red side is when they pick the Young Gun in the Nubia, just because they can pick them both at the same time. But on the blue side, you can only pick one. So most of the time, for the side of Boom Esports, their tendency is to give Nikki the first pick.
And talking about drafting, right, we are under the influence of the global ban pick here. So, what does global ban pick mean, Blam? Run me through it.
global ban pick is the flavor that Honor Kings have been doing since obviously 2018, right?
Yeah.
So this has been something that we've introduced into this year within the global Honor Kings esports, but KPL have been doing it for quite some time. But the global ban pick, for those that are new to Honor Kings esports, means that if one team selects 5 heroes in game number 1, they can't pick those same 5 heroes in 2, 3, 4, or 5.
Yeah. So this makes it even difficult as we pace into game 3, game 4, and game 5, because those bans will be stacked onto you, and it will just put more pressure on two sides. Players and also coaching staff, because for the coaching staff, you have to be thinking like, man, game 5, what am I supposed to draft to make it make sense? Because that's 20 people bans.
Yeah, and especially if they want to counter or if they want to make a composition that has been run through by the team itself. So that's what I'm expecting here for both of our teams.
Yes, exactly. So, but they have to kind of pace themselves, as we've obviously been speaking about in that little moment in time, pacing themselves not only as the players, the coaches, and seeing, obviously, not taking too much synergy off of the ban picks as well, right? Like, obviously, we were alluded to the Yangjian and Dolia, but it does mean that the Dolia combo cannot be put with, obviously, the likes of the Dune and many other combos that can be within Honor of Kings as well.
Yeah, they can be picked by the Yuan, with the Dune, the Bloom that people have been going for. So that is honestly, that is the reason why Dolia has been quite a priority for some of the compositions that they have.
I agree with you, especially when Yang Jian, I think his stats are really strong in this patch itself. You can play it towards the Clash lane as a semi-assassin, play it towards the jungle, either as a bruiser or as a full tanker. So Yang Jian has a lot of flexibility here. Twilight, this hero, has so much room in that draft to really flex around to that final few picks.
Yeah, even though some of the regions here, PKL especially, they haven't really adapted to the Yangjian meta yet. So with a few weeks that they have, I believe they already adapted to the Twilight meta.
And especially Boom Esports, they went to the closed bootcamp back in China. So for them, the cultural and experience exchange through scrims itself, I do think they probably brought back a lot of experience and knowledge from the bootcamp itself.
Yeah, and my question is are they going to be still sticking to the Luna Jing classic for their side for Boom Esports, especially because that's what I want to see for Boom Esports.
Oh, absolutely. We don't want to see the, not, let's say, Snooze Fest as the tank meta into the jungle, right? We always say, if you can't play the Jing, if you can't play the Luna, it's going to really hinder your team, because those are 2 of the biggest carry jungle picks within Honor of Kings Esports.
And bringing up statistics as well, we compare the 2 junglers here, Wirral and also Carl. They're very 2 distinct playstyles here for Boom Esports Dash. We keep seeing like, hey, put Carl on the assassins, like the Jing, like the Luna here, like the Pei. For the side of Wirral here, he can play every single jungle in Honor of Kings, but he has yet to show us in IKL Fall that he is capable of playing Jing.
Oh, actually, he hasn't picked that up. And also, one of the things that I love about them at least is that they pick up the Flowborn tank, especially as a counter to, for example, an Arlie or the Jing Luna, if ever. So that could be a good counter for the side of Boom Esports.
Yes, exactly that. But we're going to get into the game B or P of game number 1. This is going to be a best of 5 between KAGENDRA and Boom Esports. Boom Esports are going to be on the blue side, KAGENDRA on that reactive red. So let's get into the ban phase here. The Dharma being the first ban for Boom, going against Ihans. Ihans has had some fantastic performance on this pick.
Yeah, especially for the Dharma. I think this is one of their most picked for the side of KAGENDRA during the playoffs, which is why Boom recognizes that, and banning it is going to be important. The Liang ban. I love that ban for Boom Esports.
Yeah, Boom Esports, if you see the Liang ban, you're going to be like, hey, is this opening routes for me to go for those assassins here? But it does give you a few options as well. So for Boom Esports, they do have to look over to those strong jungle invasions in the early game here. Maybe Boom Esports, they go for the Luna, they go for the Jing, and they get immediately countered by things like the Pei or like the Ogrins for that fast tempo.
You say the Luna being banned out here is going to be obviously a pretty of a kibosh on that pick, unfortunately, but it does mean that obviously the likes of the Maishiranai, the Ali being picked up here by the side of Boom, going over to Danny. Obviously, this is a player that's had a lot of pressure on him, right, within the PKL, and now it's his time to shine on the international stage.
Exactly. Like, to Blam's point, Danny is like a very recent introduction to the Boom Esports lineup here. They were saying that, hey, Danny, didn't really perform up to par to really replace all the previous farm lane players here, but you gotta give him props. He's handled so much pressure to put himself into PKL second seed here, but going back to the draft here, KAGENDRA, going back to basics here, drafting that Yang Jian Dolia that they lost to Bigetron Zanju in Game 7 of IKL Grand Finals.
Man, that is going to be crazy. This is one of the things that I love about this. when you go to the red side, you open that up. A lot of openings for the side of KAGENDRA. So now, even with the Maestro and we open, they're not going to be picking up for Tatsuri.
Nice.
But I do believe that's a good pickup against the Yangjian.
Oh, absolutely. That's going to be the anti-tank mage. Angela, right? Like, that is definitely going to rip through Yangjian. Weira is going to have to really look at his positioning with this one.
And talking about Angela, or also known as Torchette, so coming for this pick, why is this such a good anti-tank? It's because singular burst damage. If they drop this Yangjian as a singular tank for the side of KAGENDRA, you will be punished heavily if you get hit by those Blazing Brilliances.
Yeah, one thing the idea that I want to see here for KAGENDRA is find somebody that has a good engage in case they need somebody to go to the backline, go to the Angela, take out her shield so you can go for CC against her.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, right now, obviously, KAGENDRA have obviously drafted in the Hue-1, which is a great pick into the mid lane here against the Angela, because obviously that huge AoE circle that you have to try and tag her before she uses the Blazing Brilliance to use that CC immunity here. But we are going to be going into the second part of the ban phase, banning out the Mai Yin here, obviously. For themselves of Boom Esports, they don't want to give that over to Ihans, rather than sort of like, right, okay, let's keep this alive for Miji.
From what we're seeing here for the side of Boom Esports, they're going to be banning the Mai Yin, and even the Turn has been banned here by the side of KAGENDRA. They're kind of expecting of Boom Esports that they're going to be picking up a tank here for this side.
Exactly. You see the first few picks here coming in from Boom Esports. The early Diadea, very strong side lane going into that 4th minute mark. You have the Angela in those early to mid game plays. So, what does Boom Esports lack? They lack a solid frontliner here. That is exactly what KAGENDRA is trying to limit Boom Esports lineup. Potentially, we might see Carl go into that monkey sort of situation for that tank role.
Yeah, I think it's a good pickup, right? Like, I mean, especially banning out the D-Ranger there, obviously getting that that token off the board with the damage reduction from that ultimate as well is definitely a potential avenue that Boom could go for. But Ions is going for a little bit more late game, right? He's going for the Charlotte.
Yeah, there's an option for Boom Esports to go for the Agudo here if they want to just put distance between them against the side of KAGENDRA, because there's a lot of close range power here from the Charlotte, from the young kids. So Byron on the side of Boom Esports is honestly a good pick, but Charlotte is going to have a heyday on the Clash lane here.
At the very least, Boom Esports, their side lane are looking pretty consistent coming in towards the first game here. Their problem is, this is a zero tank lineup here coming in for the side of Boom Esports here, unless Miggy goes for a tank or sustain build on that Byron. Boom Esports, if they lose out the early game, things will look pretty difficult for this lineup.
Yeah, one thing that I'm scared of here for Boom Esports is 2 big combos that they picked up in the first game. So that's already out of the picture for the next game. So if ever they lose this, it's a big loss for them.
It's very expensive loss. Exactly as you said there, Dash. Like, it's the Ali, it's the Diadea, it's the Pay, it's the Byron. That's a big draft. The only one you can really sort of expend there is the Angela.
And if we were to look at both of these drafts, right? For the side of Boom Esports, yes, it's expensive, but what does it give? Strong early to mid-game tempo here. If Carl is able to play around that early rotation, get those go into the pockets of Dani and also Miggy, their mid-game, especially the 10-minute team fight, will be monstrous here, but that comes into a sacrifice. Their late game will be quite weak because they are, again, Lamfeng on that channel and also Senko with the combination of that Yuan Dolia here. So, for KAGENDRA, they have a solid lineup if they go into that late game.
Yeah, it's early to mid-game versus late game. Add to that the Charlotte that they have there, so it's going to be very strong on the late game. So goal here for Boom Esports, get them on the early to mid.
Oh, they have to. They have to. I mean, Boom Esports here, they need that great stride into the early to mid game. But I mean, we've seen it before, right? These two teams, they know how to scrap. They know how to take the match duration to quite some time. And if they do that in this one, it is all onto the court of KAGENDRA.
Correct. And especially when we talk about Boom Esports lineup, there is a few things that you need to take note of. If Carl is able to control all these neutral objectives, be it the Space Pride, be it the Tyrant, all these extra buffs from the enemy team, that is exactly the dream scenario here. And they cannot afford to lose the laning phase here, because those picks, if they lose the laning phase and their items gets delayed towards that mid-game, things could look really dangerous for the side of Boom Esports.
It's going to be very tough if ever they lose that early to mid-game. There's not really a comeback potential here. Yes, they have the Arlie, but it's only the Arlie.
Yeah, it's the Wolves against the Birds, right? This is KAGENDRA up against Boom Esports. we'll be soon getting into game number 1 here, but this is the finalized draft between these two teams. Obviously, in terms of the common skills here, common spells, they aren't looking like anything out of the ordinary.
That is exactly true here, Blam. And without further ado, this is the first game of Honor of Kings International Championship 2025 with Boom Esports on towards the blue side and KAGENDRA on towards the red side. I will leave the stage to you guys. Blam, Dash, take it away.
And this is going to be it, Blam. This is going to be a fun time. Boom versus KAGENDRA. This is going to be our first game. This is the time for Boom and KAGENDRA to prove to themselves who's better, PKL or IKL.
Exactly, but at the moment, Danny looking pretty low here. He's got to be careful. I mean, you are a slippery hero like the Ali, but that tip for 10 in the mid lane could be expensive for them.
That's going to be very tough, right? Because usually you put them on the mid lane, the RD into the idea, just for them to have that pressure, but losing that advantage on the HP is not going to be good for them, even if they rotate back to the bot lane.
Exactly. I mean, you even saw that, right? Senko was able to take away the boards as well. So not only did they lose that little bit of exchange into the mid lane, they're losing these minor camps.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for them. But from what we've seen a while ago, we've seen Carlin Miggy go to the top side of the map just to get some skill on those camps. The Firehawk has been stolen. So at least they got some resources out of it because of the distraction that was happening in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, right now, top side of the map here, tip for tat going on between both Ihans and Migi, but I think whoever gets his space right is really going to kind of like up the ante here in terms of the tempo in this early game. I mean, we were talking about, obviously, early game, mid game, going over to the favor of Boom. So really going for this space right would be really just enhancing that that tempo.
Yeah, let's talk about goals here. For the side of Boom Esports, Carl needs to find a way to get everything that he can here. Sun's going to be coming in. A lot of damage is going to be there, but Boom Esports is going to back off.
Yeah, I mean, the damage isn't going to come from Yang Jen just yet, right? Obviously, he's going to be there just to kind of put a lot of pressure onto the back line of Boom Esports. So in the early game, I don't think Carl has to worry too much about damage.
Yeah, I think Raw is going to be the sole tank here for the team. Ihans is going to be having a different MO. He's going to be going to the back line, taking down everybody, especially Tatsuri, whenever he's planted down using that Blazing Brilliance.
Yeah, like if we look at this obviously draft between Boom, Boom has a very much a dynamite punch in their face, right? Whereas the side of KAGENDRA, I mean, you're looking sort of towards the late game from Ihans to Lamfang as well to do that damage. So I think if Boom plays with that in mind, they could really kind of take advantage of these team fights.
Yeah. Boom is playing on a time bomb here. If ever KAGENDRA gets to past 12 minutes, past 15 minutes, that is when everybody's going to be exploding here. Going to be hitting critical mass to the side of KAGENDRA. But Boom Esports, as long as they get to their first item, that is when they're going to be starting like finding kills on them.
Oh yeah, there's quite a few power spikes here for the side of Boom, right? Obviously, especially looking towards that Ali, whether it goes for the Sparkforge Dagger, whether it goes for the Doom, they've got a 2v1 issue in here.
Top side is going to be there. Ihans going to be slowed, but he's not going to be killed. Still was able to dash away.
Yeah, not quite going to just kind of get that push through, right? Because obviously, again, for those watching at home, they didn't quite have that minion wave quite going into the favor of Boom, right? Like, there was still a little bit of neutralization there, but using the space sprite, looking to kind of come down to that bot side of the map, try and create that pressure as that neutral objective is going to be on the board in around about 50 seconds
You
time.
can see the idea here, what they're doing on the side of Boom Esports, right? Carl is prioritizing Miggy because he wants Miggy to get that early game. That's what you want when you have a Byron on your team. You want him to get as much early game advantage that he can in order for him to carry you on their first two objectives.
Yeah, it's like you said, obviously he is going to be the front line of this team, right? He is going to be the meat and potatoes going in, trying to get a catch onto either the likes of maybe Lamfang onto the channel, right? Using that flash, using the Storm Strike, just to get him sucked into place. But there's the Blazing Brilliance.
But not enough to actually get the kill. Half HP on this guy, but he's still going to be getting that healing too to get that HP back. 15 seconds on that objective.
Yeah, it's going to be a good pressure being put down here. Bot side now, obviously they have pushed the minion wave through into that T1 territory. I don't think they're going to take that one at this time as Destiny Counter has been used. They are obviously using the Sovereign Shot here as well, just driving them away. But there is a huge presence here from KAGENDRA down to the bot side of the map right now. Yeah,
this is kind of the thing here for Boom Esports. Whenever they have a pay on their composition, they usually give up the first Siren, go to the other side of the jungle, steal all their camps, so that at least we get their resources to fight back on the second objective.
Yeah, I mean, with the gold, obviously, lead being quite neutralized here as well, right? Like, yes, KAGENDRA is going to go and obviously sort for that Tyrant, because it is going to turn the tide of the team fights, because they do lack the damage, and obviously, in terms of movement speed as well, they've not got the greatest rotation just yet.
That's true, and also they used the Destiny Counter a while ago, but right now onto the bot lane. Putting some pressure here on two members right now. Draw is going to be coming in. Gets the knockback back off. Tower's going to be down. But they're going to be backing off. Not going to be hitting anything. They can even use the flash! First blood comes in for KAGENDRA. And now they're just going to back off. Danny doesn't have any dashes anymore. He's going to be dead too. 2 kills on the board for KAGENDRA.
That's an expensive team fight here for the side of Boom Esports. Down both Miggy and Danny Wright. Obviously, we're looking at the focus into the side lanes, but Carl maybe in a bit of a struggle here in this mid lane.
Sun's going to be coming in. Blazer's going to be coming out. Mid lane is going to be taken down. KAGENDRA, another tower on this side.
And not just any other tower. This is the T1 into the mid lane. This is really going to open up the jungle of Boom for the favor of KAGENDRA.
Yeah, that's going to be the jungle. All of the jungle. Look at where they are. They took down everything, and now let's take a look at the replay.
Yeah, I mean, we saw obviously Lu trying to go into there. We saw the attempt here from Midgy, but it was just too much CC, too much luck into place there that he got absolutely rinsed out. I have to give it over to KAGENDRA, right? We were talking about that they didn't have the damage, but they clearly showed that they still are packing the dynamite.
Yeah, I was so afraid of what they did there. Flash force field of pressure and then nothing else. It was like not everybody was on the same page here for Boom.
Yeah. It's like Miggy was like, you know what? I'm going to spearhead. Please follow me. And everyone was like, nah, bro, you've gone a little bit too far.
They were so far away after that. Now, because of that, another tower top side taken down. All the T1s are down on the side of KAGENDRA. So now this is going to be tough for them. Patsy went for that venomous staff for that first item, which is why I was kind of thinking, why doesn't he have any damage? It was because of that first item.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is going to utilize into team fights a lot better than the damage, because obviously they are going to have the damage from the likes of obviously the Arlie, the Pei as well. So it's going to be really nice here to have the anti-heal, especially for Yang Jian. Yuan, literally everyone. Chano.
Yeah, except for Chano. Yeah. And now with this, Boom Esports kind of looking for kills here, kind of looking for something.
Yeah.
Right now they're going to be discovered by iHands here on the sides. Even use the forceful suppression, but I think they're the ones who caught in the trap. Now they're going to have some problems here. Tatsu's not going to be able to back off. And another kill comes in. Miggy's going to be next. Forceful suppression. Has to use the flash, and now another mid lane tower is down.
Yeah, trading that T1 top side here for the side of Boom, for that T2 into the mid lane. That's not a trade I would be making here if you are a early to mid game composition that Boom is right now. I mean, yes, we're only at 7 minutes, but this is only going to get better for KAGENDRA.
Yeah, they're having a lot of problems here. KAGENDRA really just reeling in all the pressure here for the side of Boom Esports. They haven't been able to fight back, even though we were really selling it that they are the team that has early to mid game advantage. Right now it's looking like KAGENDRA is the one who has it.
Exactly. I mean, that's one way you can neutralize that early to mid game advantage, right? You go for the Tyrant, you then get those team fights, and as you can see here with the gold lead, they're looking around about that 2.8k gold lead here for the side of KAGENDRA, which around about 7.5 minutes is actually a decent lead to have.
Yeah, it's a big lead that they can have here. KAGENDRA really putting the pressure on the top side just because the mid lane is open. They could get away with just moving forward close to the second tier tower. Right now, Senku trying to get the stun. But right now, they're already far away, so this could be a potential push.
It could be, right? I mean, they're just pushing them away, getting them through. We're
going to be going in. They have the stun right now. They even use the ultimate right there. They're going to be backing up. Tatsumi's going to be down. They're going to be taking one. That's going to be good for Rouse in the tower, but he's still healing up a lot. Draw is going to be backing up, but it's still a 4v4. The T3 is in danger.
It is in danger. They've got 2 minions there as well, but Biggie going to be charging with the form strike.
Knockup's going to be coming in. They have the damage right there. They're going to follow through, but Draw is going to be backing off. Low HP. Carl has moved forward. They have a lot of things in their backs, and now they are going to be drawing. Hero got one onto the back line, and now they are going to go and take more people down. That's 3 on the board for the side of KAGENDRA.
Yeah, huge play here from KAGENDRA. A little bit of a blunder here from Boom Esports. They are still obviously trying to make sure they're not losing these T3s, right? Because we always say this within Under King competitive esports. As long as you have those T3s, there's a way back, baby.
Yeah, this is not yet over. As long as they got it, they even sacrificed 3 lives for that. I think that's worth it. But right now, Boom Esports can't even get close to their own jungle. They are having a lot of problems. Not even 10 minutes, they can't even contest those objectives.
No, can't contest these next wave of objectives here as well. I mean, we have to give obviously a little bit of hope over to Carl as well. Like, he was able to get back that the Crimson Golem back into his favor here, but at the same time losing his Azure Golem and losing all these little minor camps as well. It's just going to create a bigger fissure into this gold lead.
Yeah, right now they're looking. Anybody right here, we're all trying to use the wolves in order for them to check out whoever is in those brushes, because they're kind of thinking that Boom is going to do that. They're going to try to go for pickoffs and go from there, but right now they're going to be chasing one down. They even use the Howl right here from Lou, but they're going to be chasing Carl. The damage is going to be there, but not enough. That's an encounter, gets the heal, but they still get the takedown anyway.
They get the takedown onto Carl, which is going to be a great move for KAGENDRA, right? Like, they are around about 15 seconds away from these Shadow Tyrants and Shadow Overlords, which obviously pressure already be created top side of the map here.
Oh, T3 is going to be down. That's not going to be good for Boom Esports. 6 towers on the board. They're still looking for the second one. They don't have any way to defend this. Force field suppression was there, but this was not going to be suppressing anybody from the side of KAGENDRA.
No suppression, no reason here for KAGENDRA to go even further, right? Like, they're in a comfortable position. They have 2 T3s currently off the side of Boom Esports, and they're just looking to like, you know what? We've got a lot of damage. We've got so much going for us. Let's just go for the Tyrant, not the Overlord.
They're going to try for it. Biggie in front. That encounter was used already. They're going to be contesting this objective.
They're going to try.
Esports taking their time. 10k HP on the Tyrant. They're going to try to move forward, but they're not going to be stealing anything. Here it comes. Biggie falls down first, and now they have to back off. They don't have any dashes. Tatsumi has the flash, though. He could use it in order for him to get into safety, but another tower has fallen, and this last T3 is the last tower that they have.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much dead to rights here for this T3 in the bot side, unless we see Tatsuri get that Blazing Brilliance back up there, catches him, but is not going to be able to get him. Obviously, it's too tanky. It's going to be that Weeroff.
Last tower, or rather, last crystal is going to be here. They're going to try to go for it. Boom Esports going to try to defend it. They're taking the damage right now, but right there in front, Draw is going to be backing off, close to death, but this is going to be it. The crystal is in their eyes. They're not going to be taking down anything, but they're still living through it. But no, KAGENDRA will be taking first game.
KAGENDRA with that decisive victory. I mean, we said that it has to get to the late game. That it has to get to the late game for KAGENDRA to get that victory. And I mean, we got to the 10-minute mark. That was basically getting into the mid-game territory, and they were still looking very fierce. They had clear domination within that game.
KAGENDRA played the game pretty well, though. One of the things that I love about what they did there is that they knew how to play the early to mid-game, even though their composition was not built for that, but it still worked out.
Exactly. And it went back to our discussion, the pre-event phase, whereby KAGENDRA draft is very well-rounded, and they have strong points. You have the Yuan Dolian, you have the Yangjian Dolian, really supplement that early phase that your side laners need to go for that mid game, to go for that late game. But for Boom Esports, we talk about it. If you lose the laning phase, you lose the first team fight, things will be in a desperate situation for you. You can't win team fights, you can't win rotations, you have no front line. So it really boiled down to those early game few moments that KAGENDRA really broke apart against the likes of Boom Esports.
Yeah, and that's the reason why it was so hard for them to do anything here for the side of Boom Esports. They had a lot of challenges in that game. I was kind of expecting Byron and Pei to do something there, but this is they tried to go for it, but it was a nice try at least for Boom.
Oh, absolutely. It was definitely a nice try, a nice little attempt here, but at the same time, obviously, we were talking about this in the BP of game number 1, how expensive Boom's draft is, and they didn't win the game. So now, you got to potentially looking at the bans here. Is it going to be the Pei being banned out for the rest of the series?
I think it's really, like you mentioned, right? It's an expensive draft, but why didn't it work out? So we need to view it from 2 different places, right? So your first 3 picks from the side of Boom Esports, you have their Angela, Arlie, and Diadea. So you know for a fact that, okay, our job is to burst the front line here. So what do we need? We need setup, we need CC, we need tanks in the front line here. So supplementing the picks with the Pei, not the best of decisions here, even though Pei is one of the expensive picks in the BO5.
Yeah, I really get your idea, though. Angela needs somebody to help her out, and that is what they were lacking that whole game. Nobody was there to help CC, or at least a bigger CC. They have the Diadea, yes. They have the hold, but it was not enough to let everybody stoke on that Blazing Brilliance.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, yes, they have the Diadea, but who's Diadea really going to latch onto? Because, I mean, if she swoops in onto anybody but Lang Fang, she's going to be stuck in there and nobody to get her out other than Heartling.
That's why it's a very difficult draft for the side of Boom Esports to actually execute here. So in this game number 1, we've seen a few things here, whereby KAGENDRA has pretty good discipline in that early game. Laning phase was very comfortable for them, even though we saw on the hands of Ihans that Charlotte had a bit of shaky few moments here, but everything really fell in line for the side of KAGENDRA in this game.
Yeah, and from what we're seeing here, let's take a look at what happened here when it came to the items here for the teams. I saw Tatsuri having the Venom Staff to the Savant's Rod onto his side. I was kind of asking, where's the damage where's the damage whenever he used the Blazing Brilliance. But it was a nice try. I love the idea of the Venomous Staff, but they didn't have enough damage, or at least the crowd control, as we were talking about.
Yeah, none of the damage, none of crowd control, and to be honest, we saw how KAGENDRA are playing, right? Like, they were just sticking in their lanes. They didn't do as much rotation as we saw from Boom Esports, which is what we was really hoping was going to kind of bear the fruits of victory. But it just like, they were just that stubborn tree, that stump that you just can't move, and then KAGENDRA just knew when their time was up, they were able to strike, and just obviously, as you can see here, KDA-wise, from WeRaw, 516, Langfang as well, 417, not even having full itemization here.
That's the flexibility of the Yang Jian coming into the draft, whereby you pick this Yang Jian, you can either play the Yang Jian Dolia towards the Clash lane or the jungle, like we mentioned about. And in the jungle, you have two builds, either the Bruiser, either the full tank, which is exactly what WeRaw accomplished in this game number 1. You can see the stats, 58,000 damage now on WeRaw and 62,000 damage tank for the jungle of KAGENDRA.
Yeah, just to add to your point though, one thing that I love about the Yang Jian is that you're not gonna have any bad composition with him, because most of the time he's just gonna be in front, and he always fulfills that role, whatever happens to your other picks on that trap, and that's what I like about it. And also, just to add, first few seconds of the game, the early idea switching to the mid lane was not a good idea already, because they already got to half HP on the first fight.
Exactly. I have to agree with you. When you want to do the early mid rotation, you need to make sure wave clear is fast, immediately clear and dip out, and then rotate towards the side lanes, pick up resources, and use the teleportation portal. Get this early rolling for the first few moments here. So, losing out that early game tempo really stunts the early to mid game growth that they really need to get it going for those first few fights.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Ali wasn't solely dependent on being the damage dealer, right? Obviously, they had the likes of the Angelo, which obviously we alluded to by the Venomous Staff was really going to be a little bit of a hindrance there, and was just hoping to buy a little bit more time to get onto the board here, but it's going to be none other than Langfang. That's going to be the MVP of game number 1, with the KDA of that 417, being able to deal a lot of that damage at 80k damage, and actually surprisingly took quite a bit of damage as well, but it was just obviously just farming up, dealing the damage from afar, and just keeping safe.
Yeah, it was dealing so much damage during this game, so when the time that he switched out onto the bot, the RD idea switched down to the bot lane, he was dominating them, because he was the one doing the damage as early as they can. And also, to add to my point a while ago, they gave up the first Tyrant, right? I was kind of expecting that the second objective is going to be theirs, but because KAGENDRA was ballooning that lead, there was no chance for them to get the second objective.
And to add towards your point as well, after losing that first Tyrant, they simultaneously dropped all 3 towers onto the first tier 1 there, immediately leading to a landslide of a lead for the side of KAGENDRA here. It really goes back to our same point. If you drop an early to mid-game strong team composition, you cannot afford those early game losses, especially at a Tyrant.
Yeah, and from what we've seen there, they lost heavily on that early to mid game. I was kind of expecting a lot more, but you know what? It's cold here. Maybe they're having cold hands in this game, so it may be the first game jitters for Boom Esports, but KAGENDRA, they already have hot hands, so I'm kind of expecting this perfection from them this whole series.
I mean, it's still a long series, right? It's still a best of 5. It's not like if you're watching at home and you're a Boom Esports fan, if you're not at the stadium here with us, it's not like they could obviously just falter here. They can still keep going, and now it's just their point to prove going into the series.
Exactly here. So it will be very interesting, especially going into game number 2 here, but all this wouldn't be possible without our sponsor here. It won't be Media coming in with the Smart Control plus the AI Eco Master here. Smart Control anytime, anywhere with energy management and AI technology features, AI Eco Master. For this, do look into Media.
Yeah, that was what we were talking about a while ago. It's very cold here, so there you go, everybody. There you go. So, again, it was a nice time that we've seen them right here. First game ever of the KIC.
Yes.
We've seen KAGENDRA winning that. At least now they're taking off the jitters from that loss that Indonesia got from the Philippines during the KNC.
Yep.
So this is good start of that revenge.
That is very true, especially when we look back towards the Honor of Kings Nation clash back in Malaysia.
Yeah.
It was really not the best showing coming in for the side of IKL, but coming into the KIC, the main event of the year. KAGENDRA, IKL second seed, pulling off a rather dominant game number 1 against Boom Esports.
Yeah, one thing that I love about this is that for the side of Boom Esports, they're definitely looking for this because they were not able to get to KNC, right? So this could have been kind of their redemption, like, wow, we're seeing everybody playing on that KNC and we were not there, but now we want to show you this. So I think game number 2 is the tie.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's their time to shine, right? Like, they have to come back in this game, but see, because you don't want to be the team that's down 2-0 and then has to get all the way back up to that 3-2. Like, that's a heck of a climb, and it's something that on this stage and with the momentum that Boom may not have right now, it's going to be hard to achieve.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. I do think that Boom Esports got in a very expensive draft during that game, so I do hope they have something here for the next game.
And talking about expensive draft, let's put our focus back on the global ban picks here. So coming in towards the blue side here, expensive picks comes in the form of few picks here. The first 4 picks coming in for KAGENDRA, they are pretty damn expensive as well. You have the Yangjin, you have the Yuan, Chano, all these expensive. For the side of Boom Esports, however, they lost game 1 and they committed, paid, Arlie, and Byron here, not the cheapest of the picks here for a game 1 situation.
Man. Like, if you were seeing this as like one of those memes where it's like you have like so much money and you can choose like 5 people.
Yeah.
They've just gone like, you know what, forget your pool of money. It's completely hypothetical. I'm taking all the expensive picks and I'm going to make a super team, but then lose with it. So it's definitely something for Boom to recreate some momentum here.
Oh man, it's like they picked all the drafts there, but they only got one. At least the Angela is kind of decent, but there you go.
It brings back to the point that we talk about, right? Expensive doesn't mean good. You need to make sure that expensive comes in the form of all-rounder. It needs to be all-rounder like our media sponsor Media. So exactly, like shout out to them. So for the side of Boom Esports, yes, you drafted several expensive picks here, but you need to make it make sense here. So coming to game 2, draft will be exceptionally important to ease the players' gameplay in game 2.
Yeah, just to add to that though, I do hope they don't just think about the counters, because I think the Angela pick was because they wanted to counter somebody, and the Byron pick was just, let's pick this up, because they're good picks in this composition, but it didn't make sense on the composition overall.
Right. No, I mean, obviously, it made sense in a way, but it just wasn't executed in the way that it needed to make sense, right? Like, we needed the Byron to be in there with the front line, which we saw Midgy do quite a few times, but it just wasn't successful enough because of all that kind of, like, that disengage that KAGENDRA has, right? Obviously, you have the Wave Breaker, you have the large AoE CC from the Huan, so as soon as he dives in there, he's pretty much stuck in.
Yeah, especially the Unending Sorrow, they can't even finish their targets, which is really tough. So right now, they have to think about what they're going to do next here for their side. They need to do things. They need to do their assignment. I mean, it's going to be 20 seconds before it's going to be passing time for that assignment, so they have to be ready for this global ban pick.
Yeah, the global ban pick will slowly but surely start creeping onto them if they cannot find their marker in this pick and ban phase here. But the first things first, who goes on to the blue side, who goes over to the red side, that will be an interesting start going into this pick and ban phase.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to kind of already sort of set the tone of where these teams want to go within this draft. I mean, it's already paid dividends here for the side of KAGENDRA, obviously getting that first point onto the board, and that prior blue pick for the side of Boom. I mean, we got the pick come through of the Ali, but it just wasn't quite like normally it's a devastating pick, right? Like when a marksman or a farm lane player gets the Ali, it's pretty like sort of like dead to rights there.
Yeah, that's what we expect most of the time. Whenever you get the Ali, that's just gonna be a winning game. But most of the time, from what we've seen on the PKL at least, is that even with the Ali, some of the teams still lose. Because teams right now know how to play against the Arlie.
I think Arlie and Maestro suffers the same fate. It really relies on your player's micro mechanics, and it has very low room of error that really causes you to be like, hey, you make one small error, you make little no plays, it puts you at a very disadvantage. You don't have much of a voice or a presence in the gorge.
Yeah, she has short range, she has low HP, so she's very squishy and she has short range. I mean, she has a lot of dashes though, but she usually gets taken down pretty easily.
Oh, definitely. I mean, if you sort of commit too hard with the Diadea and you don't have anybody around you to get the Heart Link, you kind of just did a huge mutiny against your own teammate, right? It's like, hey, you made that silly decision, so you've got to commit to it and own that one. But obviously, Diadea for the side of Boom Esports is not going to come through, but can still come through for KAGENDRA here.
Now, with all those points being discussed and processed here, Dash, you're from the PKL itself. Explain to us, or let us know, or the viewers, how does Boom Esports retaliate from that game 1 loss?
Yeah, usually when this happens, what they do, let's find a way to get an assassin on the second game. Let's get a Luna, let's get a Jane play around that composition, and that is how they usually come back from it. And I hope it works out here, because remember, with the with what they did before, I don't know if it's going to work against KAGENDRA, but against the Philippine teams, it works.
It will definitely work here, especially as we go into game number 2 of the draft here, with Arlie being the first ban coming in for the side of Boom Esports. Things will start to see a bit of a change here, especially I want to see Boom. How do you formulate this game 2 draft? It is very important to start your way easy in the drafting phase.
It is, but this is going to be obviously the consequence of game number 1, right? Like, we saw the expensive picks come through. That's where these expensive now bans come through, right? Obviously, banning out the Arlie because you picked it, banning out the Dahlia because KAGENDRA's already had that one, so it's already denying a lot of synergy here, or even a payback from Boom.
Yeah, at this point, I think KAGENDRA could pick the Byron Pay themselves and show Boom how it's done with this picks that they're going to be having. But on the side of Boom Esports, they could go for that Lung. I do believe Danny is much more confident picking up this Lung compared to the Arlie.
Now, coming in for the side of KAGENDRA, you have a few strong picks that you can really pull up. You have the likes of the Mai Shiranui. You have the likes of the Diadea. All these are still up and available here. So for KAGENDRA, they do hover towards the Magin, on towards my iHans here. iHans, he had a pretty good presence in game number 1. So game number 2, defaulting into a much stronger laner and a playmaker here. And that's the Mai Shiranui here. Double bounce house for the side of KAGENDRA.
Oh, the Eminem combo, as I call it. The Mai Shiranui and the Magin.
Yeah, double M's.
Yeah, both of them are going to be going to the back line. It's a good thing that Boom Esports has the Lung at least on their side. The Zhangfei is just going to be there to help out if ever this two will dive that back line.
Exactly what you're saying there. Like, obviously, this is the Eminem combo. Yeah. And just like the peanut M&Ms, it's quite nutty when he gets onto the gorge, right? Like, you want to be able to get onto the back line, especially onto this Lung. Like, you really got to hope that Danny chooses the use of that infinite vastness, the ultimate here from Lung, at perfect timing.
Yeah, he needs to think about this. But on the other hand here, Tatsuri is going to be going on that Yixing for that pick. Having that passive really will help. And also, one of the things that I love about the Yixing Mai Shiranui matchup is that he doesn't get killed a lot by the Mai Shiranui, because most of the time, when Mai Shiranui wants to kill her, the passive is up.
And you talk about like having passive, having like survivability for the side of Boom Esports, sufficient peel coming in from Draw Zhangfei, and double bailout coming in from the Lung and also the Yixing here. But look at KAGENDRA. They're all in or nothing in this draft. Triple knockup from Lianpo, from Mai Shiranui, and Magin in that first 3 pick.
I was kind of expecting a Yu-1 for the side of Boom Esports. They pick up the Yu-1 for themselves, get the Dahlia, then they have at least an easy combo to pull off here, especially against that very aggressive composition that KAGENDRA has drafted.
Yeah, exactly. It's very aggressive, right? Like, especially access onto the backline, which when we're looking at what Boom has right now, is that's where your damage is lying, right? Like the Yixing as well as the Lung. If you have 3 heroes trying to get on top of you, that's going to be a hard kind of a matchup to try and basically deny. So really here from Boom, we need to see some more CC, maybe some kind of like single target CC from a front line.
Yeah, and I think they do need a lot more DPS here for the team, because they already have the crowd controls on their side. That's why from the side of KAGENDRA, I like the Charlotte ban, because that could actually fill up the gap in where the damage is going to come from the side of Boom.
Yep, Boom do have a lot of bursts in the form of Danny on that lone Aoyan that we talk about here. So those flaming powers will hit exceptionally hard if he can find the backline here, because we know Long as a hero, yes, high burst damage, but dealing with tanks, not the greatest suit here for Long.
Yeah, and that's why for now, KAGENDRA, the idea here, they could even go for a tank here on their side. I think an Ogren could actually come out here for the team, and it will still make sense because there's somebody helping him engage. Because there's 3 people. There you go. That's why I called it, because there's 3 people who's going to engage for him.
Oh, absolutely. You can use that Path of Passage, obviously, to just kind of glide your way into an already kind of like open door, right?
Yeah.
Like, you're going to have Bayin having a field day. You're going to have that Tremor Smash come from the Lianpo, and then that's it. Weeraw just gliding through with the Ogren just to do that damage, because yes, he is a raid boss, but when you see these post-game analytics, you'll see that obviously Weeraw can do a lot of damage as well on the Ogren.
Now, Boom Esports, do they go for their signature Jing Liu Bang combo here? It's still one of the things that they could go for, but this Yao, it usually goes towards the Miggy here, because I've seen Miggy pick this Yao clash name for himself on his streams.
He picks this whenever there's a Mayin on the other side.
Exactly.
Yeah, he always picks that up. I was kind of expecting the Agudo coming in from Boom Esports, but I was really thinking about a different marksman. Azirin J could actually have a better combo on that Agudo, but they're going to be pulling the guns here very early game number 2.
I think it makes a lot of sense, right? Whereby Boom Esports, you have a solid front line in the form of the Zhangfei, and pairing of double marksman here, Donnie does the burst damage, and the side of Carl on the Agudo. Recently, we've been seeing a different build on the Agudo. It's Sparks Forge Doomsday into the Daybreaker here. So he acts as a secondary carry in towards that early to mid phase.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be relying. I mean, will we see that kind of itemization come here from Boom, though? Because at the same time, like, they only really have the junk phase. So, in terms of their front line, if they are able to run that junk phase down, which obviously could be a bit of an issue here for the side of KAGENDRA, because obviously, in terms of the damage, you're really looking at kind of like committing heavily with the Mai Shiranui. In terms of range, you only have Bang on this console U to deal the damage onto the junk phase.
Yeah, the Concert G is also such a good counter against the Lung. Just one protecting wins, and almost if he drops a Flaming Palm at that timing, he will not have any damage anymore for Danny.
But I like how Blam mentioned regarding range, right? You can see towards the side of KAGENDRA, a lot of engage, but if the first engage doesn't make it big, I think their subsequent ones are going to be pretty difficult in those team fights here. For the side of Boom Esports, they have very consistent DPS, but once the Zhangfei goes down, that's going to be a bit of an issue here because that's their only front line coming into this game number 2.
Yeah, that's going to be the idea here for their composition, right? But what I'm thinking here for the side of Boom Esports, they're going to be sieging a lot more. They're not going to be taking those fights. I do believe KAGENDRA is going to be forcing those fights a lot more in this game.
They could be. I mean, they have to, right? Like, they have to make sure they either getting the pick up onto the Yixing, getting the pick up onto the Lung, and then just kind of just open that team fight for themselves. If not, if they start to lose a little bit of their front line, because we see that Danny got online a little bit early, gets that Eternity Blade pretty early on, that could be an issue here for the side of KAGENDRA as well.
And I'm very interested to see what Danny will be building on that Lung here. We've seen the trying crit build on the Lung, where you go Eternity, Shadow Ripper into the Daybreaker. That's the core build if there's a lot of tanks on the enemy team. Or you go for the traditional one with the Master Sword, Starbreaker, and also Eternity Blade. Really burst down the back line here. But that's all to answer in the game itself. This is game number 2 between Boom Esports and KAGENDRA. Will Boom Esports come back from that deficit of a 0-1, or will KAGENDRA push it towards series point? Boys, take it away.
That's definitely the question that needs answering here for Boom Esports. Will they be able to get this game number 2, or will KAGENDRA take it home and make it hard for Boom Esports?
I mean, it's going to be a difficult one if KAGENDRA get this to 2-0, right? We've already alluded to the fact that if they do get 2-0 here, the Boom have a big staircase to climb. But at the moment, that pressure being put onto the side of Boom, once again, taking away those boars. We saw the same thing from Senko in game number 1.
Yeah, and we have seen it. This is going to be the pressure that they want to do. Boom Esports did this against KAGENDRA a while ago when they had to pay Byron, taking out the Firehawk on the top side of the map. Right now, KAGENDRA is putting up the pressure.
At least he was able to steal away the Spike Tower, right? I mean, that's it. Danny got the last hit there, so giving that back. So trading the boards with that means that you can see here already that Boom are kind of already still cemented a little bit of a lead with that 400 gold.
Equalizing it again. And I love that Mickey has this pocket pick on his hands, right? The Yao against the Magin. Look at how he has advantage in the lane on that matchup, even though usually we see the Magin having no losing matchups, right?
Yeah. She's generally like one of those units that can kind of stand alone, but when you start to put pressure on there, which we're going to be seeing from obviously Carl and Miggy doing that kind of like 2v1 kind of gameplay to top side of the map, is potentially where the open door could be here for Boom.
Yeah. Will it be love? That is the question here for their side. KAGENDRA, they are going to be taking this. Right now, they're just taking out the mid lane here for Carl, just getting that extra XP, even for Reroll here for the side of KAGENDRA. So this is going to be what they're doing for now.
Yeah, just tip for tat into the mid lane, right? Just making sure they're trying to get some kind of pressure created here at the same time. But it is also ultimately going to go over to the side of Boom there with that gold lead once again. But there, obviously, first match of the day, Senko wants to beat Boom Esports so he can feel more confident going into this tournament. It's time for El Amaku to soar towards playoffs.
Yeah, and we are seeing it right now. They already got their first win, so maybe they're already halfway there on what they want to do here for the side of KAGENDRA. But right now, Boom Esports is not going to let them take this game number 2 that easily for sure, because they are just really just stabilizing the game, not really letting KAGENDRA have those engages at this early.
I mean, we have to wait till level 4, right?
Yeah.
Like, when level 4 comes around, it's going to be a completely different game for KAGENDRA. Like, they have so much other uses of the initiation.
Yeah, right now, I'm definitely predicting that on the first Tyrant, KAGENDRA is going to be winning that fight. If ever they take a fight there, Boom Esports is not going to win that.
Yeah, I think the only way they win that is if they create that early pressure on before the Tyrant even spawns, right? So they just kind of play to the timer. They get the minion wave wiped out first, and then they go for the Tyrant. Maybe even get like a pickup onto Lampang on the console U.
Yeah. Right now, onto level 4, we're waiting for Ihans and Senku to find those kills. Right now, Raw is just getting a help here from Senku on those objectives. 50 seconds on that first objective, and that is definitely where we're going to see our first fight.
Oh, yeah. It's the calm before the storm, right? But at the same time, you see this buddy system come through from Senko, Weeraw, as well as Lu. They're looking like a unit, man. Like, that's not something you want to be running into if you go into the wrong bush.
Yeah, when you run into them, they're definitely not going to survive that. No. And this is what they don't want to do. That's why Boom has been very cautious of moving into the brushes, because anybody could be there, and
just
whoever
like
is there, you're going to be dead.
Exactly. There's a lot of paranoia, a lot of anxiety onto the side of Boom Esports.
Yeah, we're seeing it right now, Boom Esports. They're definitely seeing Lu here. They're going to be getting the knockback onto the guy, but he's not going to be dying for sure.
Yeah, he's a Liam Poe, man. He can just literally, he can walk into any brush and be like, you know what, I can walk away, guys.
Yeah.
It's fine, don't worry about me.
Yeah, you won't be able to kill me.
Yeah, I mean, they were kind of hoping that Senko was going to come into that brush, right? You could see what Boom was doing, but at the same time, they're playing these side lanes very much to a equal footing between these two teams.
Yeah, and you can definitely see how fast iHands has been here on the lane already, onto the mid lane, just to put the pressure on the other team. Right now, they're trying to put space on both of the sides. They're kind of pushing back away the members of Boom Esports here, but Boom Esports has the space. Whoever takes this wave on the mid lane will get the space for that Tyrant.
It's a good point you made there. Obviously, the waves are crashing in naturally at the moment. The ball has been committed here. Catching, obviously, Lanfang into the back line there, but it's not going to be able to kind of guide in onto the back line access here. Obviously, we're using the Furball to drive away Weeraw on this Orgrid, and looks like it's going to be an easy Tyrant here for the side of Boom Esports.
Smart use of that pressure here for the side of Boom Esports, but KAGENDRA is already on this side in order for them to take the objectives here, but they are still going to be stealing it. But the topside tower, will it get taken down? Yes. So that is an Azure buff taken down, and also on the top side, a tower for that Tyrant.
It's a healthy trade, right? Like, if you take away a T1 top side of the map, if you take away that Azure Golem from a pick like Carl onto the Agudo as well, right? But if Boom doesn't do anything with his Tyrant buff, like, get some kind of kills onto the board, that's definitely going to be the trade of KAGENDRA in a little bit of a later understanding.
Yeah, that's a big loss for them if ever they won't be able to find the kills here. I think one of the good things about that, though, just thinking positively, optimistically about that, is that at least it's not on KAGENDRA's side. Because if KAGENDRA gets it, they're going to fight the kill for sure.
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've stolen away. Maybe they've delayed the inevitable a bit here by the side of Boom Esports. But they need to create some pressure, right? Obviously, they need to try and kind of like hit this pressure that KAGENDRA's obviously made in top side of the map. Boom maybe need to do it in the opposite side. Play the map at 50-50.
Yeah, you can see Venomous Staff already built here by Tatsuri, because he knows that Weeraw is going to be regenerating a lot in this fight. Right now on the top side, this is going to be what Miggy's going to be doing, right? Pressuring iHands, forcing the flash away. That's going to be one down, and now they have space to take down the tower top side, because everybody from Boom is already there, and KAGENDRA is going to take the bot side. At least a bit of a half-map trade.
Yeah, hopefully the Boom Esports know that obviously iHands is now a little bit more susceptible to a gank now, because obviously they don't have the flash there, but at the same time, Miggy goes down to the bot side of the map here, just trying to deny that T1 takedown.
That is a good reaction from them, though. The teleportation circle usage just to go to that bot lane. But I do think KAGENDRA is still going to be going there, and that tower is going to be taken down for sure. And with the pressure added, KAGENDRA is also on the bot side jungle here of Boom Esports.
They're kind of always keeping check of Digi as well, right? Like you saw there, Senko was just trying to kind of just use that.
That was close.
The Baisha Inui just to kind of just keep check of where Migi was going to be, because obviously if they don't know where he is, he could gain access onto that console U, which could be trouble here for the side of KAGENDRA.
Miggy has a lot of damage, though. That is very scary. Lanfang is in danger, but now Rao going to be knocked back. But no kills just yet.
No kills at all. I mean, this is a very different kind of game we're seeing here. Dash, like, no kills on the board, but there's been a great sense of macro gameplay here by the side of KAGENDRA.
Yeah, seeing them slowing down here for their side, this is going to be a struggle here for the team. Right now, KAGENDRA not finding those early to mid-game kills that we're kind of expecting. The game is still at a standstill, at a 0-0. I'm pretty surprised if this is happening this game.
I think KAGENDRA just waiting for that moment, right? They've got to level 4. They just need to make sure, like, right, okay, let's get everything that we need to get that team fight that's going to completely devastate Boom Esports.
Yeah, even though the jungle also has been going to the KAGENDRA side most of the time, it's still not enough for KAGENDRA to get the advantage when it comes to the gold, because right now the gold is still stabilized at this point.
50-50, absolutely. I mean, that's the problem though, right? Because if your gold is 50-50, all it takes is one bad team fight or one good team fight if you want to victor. But now we can see that Tremor Smash being committed into the back line, but Lu looking pretty low.
Yeah, they're going to be going for it. Lu, look at this. Boom Esports is going to be looking for the fight again, but this is still not going to be happening. 40 seconds on the clock, the Tyrant's going to be coming in.
I feel like I'm just being teased, man. Like, it's like, hey, just give me a kill, give me something to be excited about. Like, let's stop having this tit for tat.
Yeah, right now they're going to be using the board just to push away the members right here in order for them to get the space. T1 tower is going to get taken down.
Nice.
That's big for Boom.
Big for Boom, exactly. That's the first turret they've got to take down there, but obviously reciprocated down to the bot side, already creating much great pressure here.
Right now, power in the bot side has been taken down to at least now. The space on this objective is going to be on KAGENDRA's side because the minions are pushing to the side of Boom Esports here.
Yes, I mean, just creating, obviously, this flowing through, just making sure it's just continuous for the side of KAGENDRA. They're able to kind of just maybe try and edge their way in terms of a gold lead, but still, no first blood on the board.
Yeah, Hands, Biggie having his tussle on the bot lane. Still, nobody has been finding the skills, even though they're trying. But the plays here onto the objective Tyrant. 10k HP, and now they're trying to go for it. They already used the board. They have the board in this fight, and that's going to be going to Danny. They're going to be backing up. Draw is in place in order to use that unbridled outburst. That's why KAGENDRA didn't go for it.
They didn't go for it. They was able to use that as a zone mechanic there for the side of Boom Esports, really giving that Tyrant once again over to Boom. But the problem is, Boom's already had a Tyrant once before, but they did nothing with it.
Yeah, right now they still have the Tyrant. Will this be the time that they find things on the map? They already have their second items on most of their players here, so I think it's time.
I mean, I know when it's going to be time. So you can see that meteor being built here by the side of Danny on Boom. So once that Starbreaker comes through, I think that's going to be kind of a pain train here for the side of KAGENDRA.
Yeah, what's hard about this is that KAGENDRA, they're going to be the ones lagging behind. As you said, Starbreaker has been built. So this is going to be the time that they're going to be looking for those fights. Look at tower top side, nobody's going to defend that, right?
Yeah, that's a great pressure here from the side of Boom, right? Like, just like, hey, look guys, you've got a problem into the top side of the map. You've got a problem there because the neutral objectives are being spawned as well. Do you want to give over another Tyrant or give over the Shadow Overlord to the side of Boom Esports?
Look at the pressure here, Miggy. Going to be trying to take down onto the back line. Hands goes in for the drop pick, but it's still not enough to get the kill. First blood comes in, but the board is there in front of everybody. We're was able to get the blood rage in, and now everybody's low HP. Forward, and that's it that they're looking for. Boom Esports gets double kill, make that 4 on their side.
I mean, that was beautiful there by the side of Draw, right? Like, he was just waiting for two members of KAGENDRA to get together so we could stampede and give that time space for Danny to come through with the Flaming Palm. Senko is still not out of trouble.
Yeah, they have the Tyrant. Topside is what they're looking for. That's going to be the T3 on the side of Boom Esports, and that's big. Under the tower down, and Boom Esports gains advantage because of that team fight.
This is the beauty of Honor of Kings as well, right, Dash? The fact that, like, not much happened for the past 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And then we just get this huge burst of action within 59 seconds. But here's the instant replay. There's the unbridled air burst, keeping Funk into that back line, just not be able to create the damage. Use the Oak Bolt to just peel away at the hell of Boom.
Snappy was so great here for her first draw. Was able to get two people knocked up on their side, and now KAGENDRA. This is what we were talking about. This composition really relies on that early game kills. And if they don't get it, they're going to get outscaled here by Boom Esports.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be a problem as well, right? I mean, to be honest, the problem's already starting to surface into the top side of the map. Like, you're going to have super minions there, and that's going to kind of always mean that somebody on the side of KAGENDRA having to be pushed up to the top side.
The smartest thing that they did there was that they had a big wave on the top side before they started the Tyrant. That was such a smart play for Boom.
Very smart play. I mean, it's all about these little, like, little decisive factors that really kind of change the whole aspect of these teamfights. Because if they didn't have that dash, if we lived in a parallel universe, it would have been KAGENDRA with everything going in their favor.
And also they timed it at the last second of the teleportation circle. That's why Danny was in that fight.
Yeah, exactly. It's just playing to these timers very well. And you can kind of see with these kind of like nuances that we see from these global teams that they are starting to adapt into like how we see some great gameplay from obviously the likes of KPL.
Yeah, we're out already half HP. Even on that Overlord, they're going to try to go for it, but Rudal is going to be putting pressure. Still going to go to their side. The backline is going to be looking at it. The drop kick is going to be there, but the unbridled outburst gets 3 people. That's why they weren't able to go in for the fight right there. They're going to be backing off. A lot of people are half HP. Sanku's looking for the fight, but it's not going to happen because Boom says no.
Yeah, I think this is the best situation for both these two teams. For Boom, they got the Shadow Overlord, and they didn't lose a single member of their team. And whereas KAGENDRA, they lost everything, but they didn't lose anybody as well. So it's still been able to kind of create that great defense.
Yeah. Question is where they're going to be putting that shadow path. They're going to be taking their time waiting for that next wave. I definitely am looking at that bot lane. Okay, there you go. Shadowfang is going to be on that farm lane. 50 seconds on the objective, but KAGENDRA, look at what Boomy's doing. They're looking for a fight while the Shadow Vanguard is walking to the bot side.
Exactly. They're just walking their dog in the park, right? They'll say, hey, don't mind us. We're just kind of having a nice Sunday stroll here. Just make sure you don't leave your turret left alone in that mid lane, but okay.
Ford is going to be carrying 4 people right here on their side to take down on the back line. They got double kill already. Boomy's force, but here it comes. Senko tried, but that's a passive pop by Tatsuri, and that's such a big ultimate, and now this is going to be it. Game number 2 goes to Boomy's Sports.
What a beautiful way there. We was talking about it. We were just letting the Vanguards be that dog and just being what they needed to be to create that opportunity in the Crystal takedown there, but that was a great game number 2 from Boomy's Sports.
Very happy. I'm very happy that Boomy's Sports got
why.
this. I wonder why. Game number 2 went to Boomy's Sports. I think we're seeing a trend here, right? Whoever picks an early to mid-game comp is going to be losing that game, because that's what happened in game number 1 and 2.
It seems that way, right? It definitely seems that way because they were able to just, like we make that point, right? The fact is, nothing happened in that first 10 minutes, but then within like 59 seconds of that 11th minute, everything went down. It was like a huge boom. It was crazy.
And really, there was this one MVP player. I mean, not MVP. I cannot really guess what production really wants to give to. But Draw on that Zhangfei.
Yeah, man.
Crazy. That 10th minute mark looked so darn good coming in for the side of KAGENDRA until Draw found the 2-man stun. 2-man knockup, immediately follow up by both the marksmen coming in for the side of Boomy's Sports, getting those kills and getting that Shadow Tyrant into the top turret. That's exactly what got Boomy's Sports so ahead in that mid-game.
I love that they didn't hesitate. Once they saw the knockup, they were like, okay, let's go. Even though it was a 3v3, it could still be a 50-50, but once he got that knockup, let's go. And that's what the communication of Boomy's Sports is really good at, especially if they have compositions that have a lot of AoE. They know how to work on those AoEs pretty well.
Yeah, you make a good call there. Obviously, the fact is that they didn't hesitate, whereas we've seen teams fumble the bag many times on the global stage because they go for a huge engage. They were like, you know what, actually, we're not all going to commit as a 5-man. We're just going to kind of let you just go in and take your own demise there, like we saw in game number 1 with Miji on that Byron.
Yeah, and that's why they always have to stick around. And when they do that, you know what? The power of friendship is very important on those moments.
And the power of draft itself is also a very important factor coming into the success of the side of Boomy's Sports. Everyone's wondering, like, hey, what's the Yao's use in that game? You can see he was absorbing a lot of damage from the side of KAGENDRA, and then he was always the one to bait out that spell 2 coming in from none other than that constantly on the hands of Lanfeng. So Lanfeng didn't have the most comfortable of games because he was always man-marked by Migi in those team fights.
Oh yeah, and that's why it was really hard though. I mean, even Lanfeng, Hands even wasn't able to just move forward onto the backline because Migi was just putting pressure, get you to half HP so you don't commit.
Oh, absolutely. Just kind of, like, we keep shining light onto the Draw, and obviously Sagi's already kind of made it very vocal that he wants him to be MVP here with that 106 KDA. But I mean, it's definitely a beautiful KDA for a support player, but we really are starting to look at, obviously, Danny here as well. Wasn't able to get caught onto the Lung. We did say in the draft that he was going to have a much better playstyle on this Lung as well, right, in terms of being caught.
And it goes back to the same thing that we talk about during the draft. When you draft an early to mid-game composition and you don't get it going, you have the risk of your opponents outscaling you towards that late-game department. And it's exactly what we've seen. 10-minute mark and 0 plays committed by the Maestro and Lu. We've seen a few moments where Lu going on with his Tremor Smash Flash, but didn't really find those targets because the disengage coming from Boomy's Sports was just too darn fast.
Yeah, to add to that though, Boomy's Sports was very smart about just not taking fights. They were just moving away. If ever somebody wants to go in, they even don't hesitate to commit the flash and just get away. Because they know that once they get their items anyway, we can win the fights. Not right now, but on 10 minutes to 12 minutes, that is when we start.
Yeah, that's the whole point of KAGENDRA's obviously trapped there, right? Just trying to get into the meat and potatoes of the enemy team and then just kind of opening them up from that point on, right? Like you are eating them from within, but obviously, we'll look at these clash lanes with the head-to-head there as well. Obviously, just looking at those differentials. But it's going to be Danny here with the MVP. Not getting caught a single time. But I can imagine the damage he has been able to deal because of the amount of tanks that was on that team is pretty stellar here. And it is 56k damage here for the side of Boomy's Sports Danny.
Yeah, that's not a lot of fights. So
no, that's not a lot of fights.
203, 56k damage is really high for the amount of fights that they actually partook in. But here, from what we've seen here, this is a big redemption from that early game from game number 1.
I have to agree with you, especially when we talk about game number 1. It was looking so darn inconsistent coming in for side of Boom Esports. Draft was not really good. The first fight on a Tyrant was horrible. And coming into game 2, such a clean macro game, avoiding fights, knowing for the fact that they cannot allow Senko on the Maestro Nui to make those crazy plays, crazy pickoffs, which essentially led to that 10-minute fight, which is exactly this one that we want to talk about. So for Miggy, baiting out the spell 2 on the side of Landfall here, take a look at draw. Zoning everybody on towards the right side here. Carl and Danny.
Look at this knockup.
And this knockup catching on members for side of KAGENDRA. Immediately allowing Boom get that lead, 41 to 38k, 4,000 goalies for the side of Boom Esports.
This board was also massive. That was a 4-man board to end the game. And this is such a great commitment. And this is what I love about Tatsuri, right? Even though you put him on that utility mage on the mid lane, he's still going to be finding a way to perform pretty well in those moments.
I think that's the pressure coming in for the global ban pick system here. You can no longer only excel in one department, like the utility mage, like the assassins. You need to be able to play all of them. One player needs to be able to play at most 7 to 8 heroes minimum into a BO5 or BO7 setting.
Yeah, I think if you don't play 7 heroes, you're definitely gonna be target banned, and they're gonna be like, okay, what are you gonna pick now at this point?
Wait, you trying to tell me about my chances of being an esports player have been diminished because I can't play 7 heroes?
Man, I only play 2. No,
that's the problem, guys. That's why we are on the casting desk and they are on the stage itself. So definitely for those who are aspiring pros, do amp up your hero pool because it is much needed to go into tournament settings like this because global ban pick, very stressful setting, I gotta say.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough that we've seen here. As much as I want to say that the expensive composition from game number 1 from Boom Esports was really that good, but here on game number 2, at least they got something. They got a win.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they need to do, right? We was kind of painting the potential picture of KAGENDRA getting a 2-0, and then it would be even harder for Boom to get from that mental boom that would have been a case here to try and get that silver scrapes.
Yeah, and that's what I'm telling you a while ago, because right now maybe Boom Esports just had cold hands during that first game. Right now it's going to be very hot hands for both of our teams, so we're going to have a better game number 3 for sure.
And we're going back to a BO3 setting right now. Who gets 2 points first wins the series and sends the other 2 towards the lower bracket here. That is exactly the first day that we want to see here. Not a one-sided Avalanche, but a 50-50 matchup. From Boom Esports, PKL second. KAGENDRA, IKL second here. Different paths, same fate in this game 1, in this series number 1.
Yeah, and also we wanted to highlight the 2 players that we have here. We don't really see much of Senko and Tatsuri, except for that one play from Tatsuri though, from that last game. But we don't really see them just being the stars of the show for game 1 and game number 2. So I'm kind of expecting game number 3 is when they show themselves.
But to be honest though, I mean, Senko got his Maestro Nui. Like, that should have really been a good game here for the side of KAGENDRA. But we sort of saw in game number 1 where Boom got that kind of like an idealistic kind of draft there and did nothing with it. And you can kind of say the same thing here for Senko. We're getting the Maestro Nui and not doing anything with it.
It goes back to the same thing, right? Whereby you draft the Maestro Nui, yes, very fantastic pick. But if you're unable to carry out that pick, it doesn't really matter because you're working on a time bomb. That's why Maestro Nui, it's such a skill-heavy and tempo-heavy pick for the players.
Yes, absolutely. But here we're seeing a bit of a decision being made here from KAGENDRA. They want to go back onto the blue side here for themselves. And Boom going over to red. So it's going to be interesting one once again. Let's see, they've won 1 on blue. Can they get this win on red like they were not able to do last game?
Oh, yeah. That's going to be the question here, Boom Esports. I want to see the Ganenmo from Tatsuri in game number 3. I think it's time. I think it's time to show it.
Maybe that with the Dolia, maybe? Maybe try and get the Dolia through here.
Dolia to the Nongshim. Yeah, that's going to be a perfect here, if ever, for the team. And now we go for the ban and pick.
And the ban and pick does commence for game number 3 with KAGENDRA going on towards the blue side and Boom Esports getting the counter-active red here. So, for the side of KAGENDRA, they burned through the Maestro Nui, they burned through the Yangjian, Yuhuan, and Dolia here. So, what is the cause here for KAGENDRA? What do they first pick in this game number 3?
I love it. I love that they banned the Dolia first because the idea was there. Because if ever they get the Dolia, they can pick a lot of the compositions that Yuan is still open here for the side of Boom Esports, which is why they could have picked that. But Boom Esports reacting here. I kind of see an idea that KAGENDRA could go for the pay for the first pick.
Yep.
Not even first pick because it's not going to be stolen by Boom.
No, exactly. Boom, obviously, they chose it in game number 1.
Yeah.
But do they decide to ban it out here as well? Maybe give over the Arlie instead? I mean, that could be a cause of concern, because obviously, if Lanfang gets that Arlie, I mean, the Chana being banned out here is kind of making me think that they have to ban out the Arlie, right?
I think they will have to ban on the Arlie here. Lanfang is one of the best Arlies coming in from the IKL. He's been very consistent here. That's why KAGENDRA, back-to-back drafts, they will always funnel all those bans against the side of Lanfang to allow him to really get the Arlie going here. But KAGENDRA, they don't have to be hasty here, because Arlie under global ban pick, Boom Esports is unable to pick it again. So potentially put the focus on towards the Dharma here on the first pick.
Potentially, yes. Maybe you get the Dharma come through here for the side of KAGENDRA, or they give over the Arlie, goes over to there, and then obviously Boom playing a little bit of a 4D chess game. But it looks like KAGENDRA's caught them out, because there was a little bit of deliberation there, right? It wasn't like an instant like, boom, Arlie, go. They was like thinking, right, okay, maybe they want that Dharma.
Yeah, they could pick the Dharma, because they can still pick the Arlie anyway for the next pick. So it's still okay for KAGENDRA to just get that Dharma. Buy-in. That is the usual answer that I've seen from Miggy whenever he sees the Dharma on the other side. At least make the laning phase hell for that Dharma, so that he's not going to be able to confidently just swing by on the back line.
And I like this classmate matchup, especially when you talk about the Mayin. You're looking to really target down those backlines and make those fancy backline plays, similar to the Dharma as well. And I like the direction that's being brought up for the side of Boom Esports here. They go for the DRNG, which has one of the most stable and strong laning phases in the Dragon lane.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I can already see here the DRNG being drafted. Means that we're looking for a very sort of like frontline heavy comp, right? Like, they need the survivability of this DRNG. So what do they need? They need some frontline. So potentially the likes of the Liampo, but again, to just kind of like counter and actually implement that Lung, you get in the Lung range here from the Nua.
Yeah, I love that. I love that from the side of KAGENDRA, though, is that they picked up the Nua, which is usually the counter that some of the teams pick. Yeah, they picked it up so that nobody would be countering their Lung whenever they are on the other side.
Now, that puts a bit of a issue for the side of KAGENDRA. That's a lot of backliners you have to protect here. Yes, you have the infinite vastness here to bail out those sticky situations here, but check out Boom Esports here. They have the Liampo, they have the Mayin here, so that's a lot of backline access here. And for Boom Esports, you could probably think like, hey, Carl, you go for those backline assassins because you sure as hell could go for those picks that you fancy so much in this game tree.
They were kind of thinking that's the reason why they banned Da Xiao. They're thinking that KAGENDRA is going to go flow burn tank here for their game. Because they needed a front line for the team.
Yeah, it would have created a space here, what they needed, right? So obviously banning out the Da Xiao as well is going to be a huge one. Obviously also means that she cannot send the likes of either Lung back to base as well, especially to try and kind of like enhance that the laning phase here for Lung. But right now, banning out the Da Xiao, banning out the Musashi here by the side of KAGENDRA as well. They're not looking to try and have any more access into the backline. Because I mean, Musashi into the Liampo, into the Mayin would have been a lot of pressure.
Yeah, they're taking out also a frontline position here for the side of Boom Esports. The Tang Fei, just so that KAGENDRA doesn't really have any of those frontliners on their side, forcing them to maybe even go for the Tun, if ever, for the team, just so, or the Menki, just so they have a front line here.
That's a ton of roamers being banned out from both sides here. On the side of Boom Esports, just like what Dash mentioned, Zhang Fei, Da Xiao, Diadea, all these are removed. For the KAGENDRA, they do remove more of the jungle pull here against Carl in that jungle department here. So you gotta wonder here, Boom Esports, are you going for more of a jungle assassin like Jing Liubang? But okay, you have Miggy and also Draw Lock in their picks, so there won't be Jing Liubang. Potentially a solo Jing here. Do you think that's the case here? Because that's gonna be tearing up the combo that Boom Esports always brings out in their games.
Yeah, honestly, I was thinking the reason why they're really hindering the Flowborn tank is because they want to make, they're going to be going for the Menki, so that they force KAGENDRA to a different tank if ever they want a tank jungler.
Yeah, I mean, the Monkey's good, right? Monkey onto this draft of Boom Esports. What's one good way to get around that creation blocks that obviously the likes of Nua creates? Just dream roam around it, baby! Create your own path and then just dive it onto the back line. And we know that Monkey can soak up so much damage, but then kind of just like deal a lot of damage, especially if we start to see like the blazing cape being built in terms of itemization.
You can already see the idea of Boom Esports, right? Front to back. The composition is very much front to back because they have two beefy frontliners, one that could go to the back line, and the demon is just going to be throwing cards on the back line.
Yeah, those tokens are going to hit pretty darn hard here. And locking in good, I gotta say, for the side of Dani, it will come down to his ultimate, where if he hits it, it removes like what, 50% of like your armor and resistance coming in for the side of Lanfeng, and also like Weirall. So if you land that token, that tank is no tank. So the ultimate from this DRNJ is so darn crucial for Vesakha Boom Esports.
Yeah, I think Boom Esports could go for the lead turn for that last pick, because the turn has been picked on the other side. Pick up the Venomous Staff very early so that the Sakir is not going to be getting those heals a lot on this game. But run me through, why did they pick Sakir in this composition though?
Well, it's probably going to be, obviously, you have the Mulberry Power, right? So obviously you've not only got the Wind Slash, you've got the Mulberry Power, so that's going to be able to get that legal immunity from the likes of the DRNJ as well, right? But also in terms of sustainability, because really, if you're looking at this, the only real sustain you've got is the single targets. You've got your Dharma being able to sustain himself, you've got Doom being able to sustain himself, but your 2 damage carries here, if they get rinsed down, there's no healing from them.
And I'm a bit worried for Vesakha Boom Esports. From game 1, from game 2, we see a pattern. If you draft the early game composition and your execution is not really there, you put yourself into a slow but sure slow burn that puts you in a much more discomfort that you need to play towards that timer here. KAGENDRA, as long as it survives the laning phase, make sure the early game is intact. Danny doesn't get so much of these outer turrets, it's all smooth sailing for them. But for Boom Esports, they need to utilize this DRNJ combo and Lady Zun to maximum efficiency.
Yeah, long Noah late game, not going to be easy for the other team here. Boom Esports needs to get the early game in their favor in this composition. A bit of a fun fact though for the side of Boom Esports. Lady Zun, the only time that they picked this was during semifinals. The whole group stage, they didn't pick the Lady Zun on the side of Boom Esports.
There we go. Maybe it's a little bit of a trump card here for them. I mean, if you look at it, right, like, you're really going to be... A Destructive Deluge isn't going to be catching out the likes of a Lung or a Nua, right? Like, you're really going to be dropping down that ultimate just to kind of run down that Doom, right? Like, you're going to be doing a lot of damage, trying to get that sustainability from him, so maybe potentially even like a very early Venomous Staff being built here from the mid lane of Boom Esports.
They definitely need it, especially on Tatsuri. If you get that early Venomous Staff, you limit Lu, you limit Senko, and also Weera. So you don't have that sturdy and strong frontliner here. Exactly the dream scenario here for the side of Boom Esports. But hey, I'm no storyteller. That's your job here. You take the stage, boys, and it is all yours.
Game number 3. We are back right here. It's almost like a best of 3 again here, Flam. And what we're seeing here, 1-1 in both of our teams. Who is going to get the match point in this series?
Yeah, exactly. We still got potential another, maybe even, 2 games after this one, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, it depends on how KAGENDRA and how Boom Esports play this one and then go into this next game. But obviously, we have that great wave clear into the mid lane here from the Nua. And obviously, when we start to get to like level 3, level 2, and obviously into the level 4 territory of that Nua, we're going to be seeing a lot of rotations down to the bot side of the map just to put pressure onto Danny.
Yeah, one thing to point out here, both of our Clash laners got their signature picks on their hands. Biggie on that Mayin, definitely his favorite. Hands picked this so much during the playoffs here for the side of KAGENDRA, and he really was looking forward to this game. So all eyes are going to be on this too.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be looking into the Clash lane, looking into that jungle, obviously the tank v tank combo go off out here onto Carl and Weera.
Yeah.
Neither of them yet to obviously, yes, Carl had played the first game, but to have a carry jungle and actually perform with it, we've not seen Weera or Carl yet within the series do that.
I'm honestly waiting for them to go for it, especially for the next few games. We still have at least one more, so maybe we're going to see that. But again, here for Boom Esports, they want to get the early game. That's definitely their MO with this composition.
Yeah, and obviously trying to just deny any kind of like take that away from these small objectives that you saw there with the Fire Peak. Going back over to the side again there, they know that they have to try and make sure that they can't play a game with an equal footing here with that Goldie, because game number 2 proves the Boom.
Knock up, going to be coming in. Weera gets the shield, still survives in the end.
Yes, that's the beauty of the Unruly Blade, right? It just gets you out of those sticky situations that sometimes when you're a tank pick like doing, it's going to be hard to get that mobility.
Yeah, and right now for the side of Boom Esports, you can see Hands really looking for a Grapefruit Mantra here in order for them to get the kill. I think he saw Miggy, and they have an idea that Miggy is around here on the mid lane, which is why Senko and Weera back off.
They back up. I mean, we've seen here that obviously the Crimson Gold and the Azure Gold are both coming up from both of these teams right now. I mean, do we see a bit of a play here? Maybe a bit of a checkmate to find out where they are? But no, it looks like they're just going to go back and obviously just gear them up for themselves. But we are seeing a Boom Esports that is lacking that gold lead, right? Like, First Blood would definitely neutralize that.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting that they're going to be getting the gold lead here for the team. So I hope they find the kill before their first objective so that they have the advantage here on taking that first objective. compared to the last game, I do believe both of our teams has good sticking power on that Tyrant fight.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. The Tyrant fight is going to be a interesting conclusion to this very sort of, again, very snooze fest early game.
Yeah.
But like in game number 1, like game number 2, sorry, if any of these teams commit and lose like heroes now, it's going to be detrimental.
Yeah, right now it's going to be tough, especially if they get one of their key heroes. Right now they're going to go, Biggie going to try to go for the chase down. They didn't get it. They even committed the flash before the objectives.
Committed to 2 flashes into 1, and obviously restricted the luge as well. Like, that's a lot of expensive resources gone to the side of Boom Esports and not actually got the kill.
Nice way to get away for iHands, at least.
Yeah.
He was able to expend a lot of things from the side of Boom Esports before this even starts. But looking at the placement here of Boom, I think they're not going to be contesting that objective anymore. They're placing themselves at the top side of the map because they're just going to be giving it, or they're going to try again for iHands.
Maybe so, maybe so. Maybe try and get Senko out of the gorge before that 4-minute mark comes up. But I mean, it's that emergence that's really going to kind of like paint a light and also give intel over to the side of KAGENDRA as well, right?
They got the teleportation first, so they are in place here. They cleared the wave onto the mid lane, so KAGENDRA is going to be circling around in order to get here. Raw just pulling out a lot of the pressure here on their side. They're already here. They're going to try for it, but Boom Esports still takes it in the end. Objective's going to be there. Raw is going to be surviving. Truth back onto the back line. They're trying, but nothing. Boom just wins it.
Boom wins that Tyrant again and again and again. They're continuing that momentum from game number 2.
Yeah. Now it's going to be slowed down again from Boom Esports. I think this is what they want to do every time, right? They want to get the Tyrant, but at least this time, they need to find those skills with this Tyrant that they have in their hands.
Oh, they definitely need to make a team fight. I mean, it's the same kind of strategy we saw from the last game, right? Like, they took the Tyrant, didn't do anything with it, but it meant that KAGENDRA didn't have the Tyrant either, so they can't do anything with it.
Right now, Boom Esports looking for this placement on the map. Looking at Loader where jungler's Lanfang. We got the Imperial Order a while ago.
Yeah, he's got the infinite bastions to get out of there as well, right? Like, so even if he does get caught out, he can just turn into a dragon and just zip out of there, which is a blessing that most of the farm lane heroes don't have.
Yeah. Right now, they're going to be slowing down the game. They're looking for those objectives first, helping out their junglers before the objective. And again, for everybody watching, get the Limbo themed Flowborn outfits for free collect oral cards to claim a limited Flowborn skin.
I mean, that's been the great thing about Honor of Kings recently as well, right? I feel like I've been spoiled. Like, the amount of free stuff I've been having in game.
Yeah, but they're winning right now onto the fight. First blood comes in. Draw tried to save his life, but Danny still fell.
Danny falls, unfortunately, here for the side of Boom Esports. But I mean, they still have Tatsuri to do that damage. But now, a lot of creation blocks. Annihilation misses.
Yeah, Draw has to back off Rira. Have the pressure here on the team. Carl onto the back looking for Lanfang. One shot on the head could actually kill this guy. Extreme roaming is still available for him. Taking their time, but he actually went back. And they even used the emergence just to push away the members here of Boom Esports.
Yeah, they just obviously trying to create the space for that T1 down to the bottom side of the map, right? Obviously, that's what KAGENDRA came for. Ultimately, they got the first blood, which was just a little bit of a bonus. But that T1 opening up and creating some pressure is what we've known from KAGENDRA for the past 2 games.
Yeah. Right now to the top side, they want to take at least a trade here for the side of Boom Esports. They want to take that tower. KAGENDRA is just taking the jungle here. Got the Azure buff.
Yeah.
That's going to hurt.
It's going to hurt, especially for Carl being on this Monkey pick, right? Like, Monkey needs that kind of low cooldown to gain that passive, to stack that shield, and ultimately be actually the means of that team fight.
Yeah, but looking at the levels, though, Carl is so ahead with the levels that we're going to see. We're going to see him get to level 11 first before Rerol gets to level 10.
Yep.
So this is going to be a good time, at least for him, because he still has the advantage when it comes to the gold, but there's still no conversion, even with such advantage.
No, exactly. I mean, when you're a Dune, you don't really need to have the level advantage, right? Like, you can literally just kind of just keep using Gal's benediction, just keep soaking up and just sustaining yourself.
You can use your body to go forward. Yeah.
You are the itemization.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what they want to do, though. That's for the side of Boom Esports. They're still not committing on this fight, but they're trying to play this like how they played during Game 2.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they definitely are trying to kind of maintain that same strategy, because, I mean, why not, right? Like, if it won you one game, why not try it again? But I mean, you definitely got to kind of switch it up a little bit here, right? Like, we're really relying on Danny not getting caught out into these team fights. And so far, that's not been a success.
Yeah, need to find it though. Right here, Boom Esports waiting for that second objective. 30 seconds on the clock here, but you can see KAGENDRA already has this big wall on the top side of the map so that nobody could react to this push that's happening on the top side.
Yep, they opened up there in the T1 top side is now just kind of cementing that sort of, actually, to be honest though, Boom, they're able to answer down to the bot side as well, right? Like, so they're back on neutral grounds, which seems to be this kind of the story of this best of set 5, right?
Yeah.
Neutral grounds, same path, different stories.
Yeah, using the ultimate, that's a lot of damage, and still a kill comes in for the side of KAGENDRA before the Tyrant.
That's not good. I mean, it's draw. So yes, obviously they're going to kind of lack the tankiness, or at least kind of like exhaust a lot of the spells away from the side of KAGENDRA because they dropped the Liempo here, but they still have the likes of Monkey.
Yeah, they're just going to be giving this objective just because of that loss. Before then, I think Draw really just went to the wrong neighborhood here in KAGENDRA. Just really took him down. Now, Boom Esports, I'm still waiting for Biggie to find those plays, though. He still hasn't been going to the flank. He still doesn't have that space in order to do so. Once the mid lane towers have been taken down on both sides, that is definitely the timing here on where they commit a lot more for the side of Boom.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I mean, we've seen here, obviously, Carl actually playing very aggressive here, just trying to kind of like a bit of like man-checking going on, right? Like, he's just like, where's Ihans, where is Weera? Because if you don't have eyes on them, you're basically, your backline is at a risk.
Yeah, in danger every time, and that's why Boom really just dynamic on finding those vision every time. And now, onto the mid lane, they are looking for it. Bot lane is pushing. They have a lot of minions right there before the 30-second marker, so somebody needs to go there to clean up.
The problem is, obviously, you saw there, right? Danny obviously used his flash and his ultimate and got nobody. Got sweet Bibbidi, which, when you are, obviously, Boom Esports at this moment in time, but you are 2k gold behind, you need to hold on to any little bit of resource that you have.
Yeah, even Tatsuri. Here's his flash. So they don't have two flashes on the team. KAGENDRA has everything, every resources on their hands. So this is not going to be a good spot to be in for the team now. Even Ihans is here on the bot lane already to get those objectives.
Yeah, but there it is. It's that infamous 10-minute mark, right? This is where all the action started to pop up with that last game. But now, KAGENDRA looking to kind of lead this charge onto this Tyrant, but is Carl be able to position himself with a Dream Roam that could steal this away.
Miro taking it already. 18k HP. It's really dwindling down, flashing in with the slow coming in from the Radiance. And now they're going to go to the backline. They're still alive. They go for it. Their Weero is going to fall down. This is going to be the time for Boom Esports to take the Tyrant. That's going to be theirs. And that is the magic of Miggy.
That is beautiful there, right? Obviously, you saw Carl. He was stalking that bush in the mid lane. He was like, I'm waiting for that prime moment to get the takedown onto Weera, and obviously that was the kind of like the open door, right? That was the way to get the steal of that Tyrant.
They were really looking for it. Hero, he was there the whole time. Nobody was there to help him out. Everybody's onto the backline, which is why they were there. They were safe, and now Boom Esports gets the Tyrant. Now they're back in the game.
They are back in the game on the saddle again, right? I mean, they have now neutralized that gold lead that was, what, 2k moments ago? Onto the side of KAGENDRA, it's now a near 200 gold into the favor of Boom Esports, but more importantly, they have the mental going into this one, right? Like, they say, like, hey, we've lost a few team fights, but now we are here to stay.
Yeah, and we're also talking about the timer, right? The timer that they're playing against on the side of KAGENDRA, because Zengto is going to be hurting a lot the later the game goes. A lot more burst damage onto Lanfang as the game goes on. Even Draw is hurting at this point in the game. So they need to fasten up things. They need to accelerate the game right now.
Accelerate the game and not kind of just throw out these ultimates from Tatsuri like willy-nilly.
Goes in, disrupt the deluge, force the infinite fastest. Weero is going to be the target here. A lot of stuns coming in. Draw at least zones out. And remember, gets the knockback onto him, but he is still alive right here in the end. 1-for-1 for now. Miggy putting eyes on Ihans so he won't be able to get the Truth Mantra on them.
I mean, you saw the efforts of that Annihilation, right? Like, that was just to clear out the minion wave, but also to make sure. It was a warning shot at Danny. He was like, hey, if you get too close to the sun, you're going to get burnt.
Yeah, one thing that's good about what happened there for KAGENDRA, at least, is that the tower on the top side is safe because of what happened there.
Oh, absolutely. Tower top side safe. It means that Boom can obviously go for this Shadow Overlord as well, which is just going to put more pressure onto the side of KAGENDRA.
Yeah. Going to be the Overlord taking down Carl. Going to be the target. He has full stacks. So he's not going to get taken down.
He's like me at Manama yesterday after those 16 dishes. Monkey's me, bro.
Exactly, man. Exactly. After that, you're going to have a food coma and you're not going to... Oh, man. And now KAGENDRA, look at this. They are really looking for that advantage. They lost a bit of that grasp on the game just because of that one fight that happened a while ago. Now they're trying to claw their way back.
They are. They definitely are. I mean, if they're able to open up this mid lane and just kind of neutralize that lead that we've seen here from Boom Esports in terms of the retail there, then maybe they can start to try and formulate it that way. But I feel like if they're going to take a fight into the mid lane, they need to get a fight, maybe try and trade 3-4 members and then try and push that mid lane even further.
Yeah. Right now, look at the placements. Bot lane pushing.
Yep.
And they have 45 seconds on that Tyrant first. But Bong looking to get that tower in the mid lane. But this topside tower T2 gonna get taken down.
He gets taken down. We saw the efforts there from Bong. He's just trying to chip away at that T1. I mean, he could just go into the territory and just land another flaming bomb and it's gone. But you've now lost that T2 into the top side of the map. So they've really got to try and formulate some kind of comeback plan here onto the side of KAGENDRA.
Yeah. Right now, KAGENDRA needs to wait for it. Look at the pressure that Boom is putting on the top side of the map. Shadow Vanguard is onto the bot lane, so they need to also put a man there in order to clean that up.
I mean, you can kind of see the Eye Hunters kind of rotating there as well, but Migi is being the mirror, right? He's like, you know what? I see you play, but I'm going to be there as well.
Nah, bro, you're not going to be alone here onto the bot lane. That's what they're going for. Went for the drop kick, but it's not going to happen. This T2 tower onto the bot lane is going to get taken down. That's one more structure onto the eyes of Boom.
Yes, another key in the whole year of Boom Esports. They're trying to get that third point onto the board here within the game series so far. But right now, I feel like if they just keep this momentum going, obviously keep the pressure into these lanes, it's going to stop the fact of they can't go for the Shadow Overlords.
Yeah, KAGENDRA placing themselves on this objective. They need to circle away. Eye hands. I think he has a good position here, but look at Miggy. He's also just putting an X mark on where Eye hands is.
Yeah. Painting the target on his back. He's like, buddy, I know where you are. Don't attempt it. We tried this before. It was successful to us. We know how to counter this.
Yeah, you're not going to get close, man. You're not going to get close. And that's why he always positions himself close to the back of Ihans every time. And now they want to go here. Right now, 27k on that HP. They're trying their best to get something right now. But KAGENDRA, they still aren't going for that Tyrant.
No, they're not taking the bait. Like, you saw it, it's a bait. It's so clear as day that they was like, you know what, let's try and get KAGENDRA where we want it to be, and then strike.
Oh yeah, gonna be striking, taking their time. They need to clean up the waves on the side lane so that one place has advantage, which is why Miggy is on the bot lane.
Yeah, Miggy on the bot lane, just trying to drive through that minion wave as well, just creating more pressure into these side lanes where it needs that obviously one man has to be away from these team fights.
Yeah, Senku, no, you're going to be in danger if you try to clear that wave onto the bot lane. They're going to go for the fight rare. Dream Roaming is going to be hitting on Murao. He's taking a lot of damage with the Eye Hands. The trip onto the backline. Splinter on that three survives, and they still got the backline 2-4-0 on the side of Boom.
Boom Esports coming back with a pow. They're looking for more here, Dash.
Miggy looking for more, and he's going for it. He gets killed, but it doesn't matter. No more ults for Longbong. He's going to get taken down here. Double kill for you, buddy. But on what cost? It is going to be the game. Boom Esports is going to be pushing to the end. The crystal is going to be under ice. Match point is going to go to Boom Esports in this game number 3.
Once again, Boom coming in with that delivery system and getting that point onto the board, which is very, very scary here for the IKL representatives. This is the battle of the second place, and so far, PKL, they're serving.
Oh man, they are serving. The crowd is cheering. They are happy, and that's why they're getting the energy of the crowd. And winning that game number 3 is crucial. Match point against KAGENDRA.
Oh yes, match point indeed. I mean, this is going to be a very important game for KAGENDRA, more so than Boom, right? Boom are literally just one step to going into that upper bracket, whereas KAGENDRA, they are one step into the lower bracket, but also they need to go for another back-to-back victory.
Yep. They need to think about what they're going to be doing next here onto this game, because it has been great to see the plays and understanding what they have to do with that type of composition.
And Miggy though, did you see
Crazy.
the back-to-back Tyrant fights? That man himself, he was like, nah, I gotta push this to a match point. I gotta put in the work. The 2-1-2-1 combos, which is so so clutch coming in from the Boom Esports Clash laner.
Yeah, I always love to see Biggie whenever he's playing the game because he always makes this crazy plays. He's always like, he always is like a wild card every team fight because he's like he's playing a Dharma, like a harder Dharma because he just needs to just paint where Dharma is, and the Dharma's not going to be doing anything.
And this exact moment as well, Game 1 Boom Esports and Game 2 and 3 Boom Esports, totally different two teams. I gotta say, they look so much cleaner. There are mistakes coming in from the KWC, not so prominent anymore, whereby KWC, they were taking like gamble of the fights, they were just like flipping fights at the start of 1 minute and then just lose the game from there on out. But KIC, Game 2 and Game 3 Boom Esports, so much more cleaner in that early to mid game into those 10-minute team fights.
Yeah, doing those assignments, having those team compositions of those games, really love to see them. They still have their personality. Like, it's still the same Boom Esports, but very great upgrade for the team right here.
Yeah, it's not robotic, right? It's not like they're just kind of like, hey, what wins? Let's try and do that, and then lose all our personality. But then when you see picks from Miggy on obviously the Mayin, you can kind of still see that the old Boom is bleeding into this kind of like very dominant Boom. Obviously, yes, game number 1 looked like a bit of a stomp there for KAGENDRA, but maybe it was just pre-show jitters.
Yeah, honestly, it's just game 1 jitters for Boom Esports, and now they already are back in their form, and I would love to see more game number 4, but KAGENDRA, from what they've seen during that game, we were talking about how the late game could have been theirs, because they have the Nuwa on their side, they have the Long on their side, and good thing Boom recognized that this is the time that they're going to break us. So let's try and end the game.
Yeah, exactly. They just had to put a stop there because it was going to be, like you said, late game trouble for the side of Boom Esports.
But really, when you look towards the draft itself, it was a very 50-50 draft. You have to play towards a win condition. But hey, here's the thing. Where was Ihans on that Dharma? There was no spotlight, just like Game 2 Senko on that Maestro Nui.
I was kind of expecting him to find those plays. The last play was the only play that I've seen him do it. But it's also because of the Miggy factor, right? Miggy was always where he is. Miggy's like, hey, he's here. He's not going to be... At least you know, guys, that he's here. So he's not going to be able to get the truth match onto the map line.
He was going to be the teacher's pet. He's like, Miss is here. He's doing something to me. Or he's trying to do something. That's the problem. And that's definitely one way to get around like such a big pick like the Dharma, right? Like, if you are denying that backlane access onto your team, you are completely mitigating any kind of impact that Dharma can have.
And to really add into a more logical standpoint coming in from a pick and ban direction, if you drop a Dharma, an enemy has like 3 tanks in the form of engagers like Mayin, and also like the jungle and Roam, which are like also tanks like Monkey and Lianpo, and your marksman is a DRNJ. If it's a Dharma, you're looking like, hey, do I go for that Lady Zun? Is it even worth it? Like,
well, to his point though, he went for the Lady Zun on the last part of the fight though, but there was a Splendor. After he got a true man of Splendor, okay, so what am I going to do next? What am I going to do next?
all jokes aside, El Manuk definitely has what it takes to push it to a game number 5 here. But due to the back-to-back wins here coming in for the side of Boom Esports, I gotta say, fans are happy. Boom Esports are happy. Even Dashu is happy.
I'm happy.
Honestly, you guys can't see him when the game goes on. He's got a smile bigger than the Cheshire Cat, right? Like, it's up here. He's loving life.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Especially seeing them right here on this stage. This is great to see that Boom Esports had that upgrade. They also had that upgrade during the stage of the PKL. It was down low, then they slowly climbed back up, and that's why I really love to see the story of Boom Esports coming back to life.
So we revisit what KAGENDRA actually has to do for game number 1 to actually win the game. It was really concise team fights around 4th minute mark, breakthrough through team fighting. But back-to-back Game 2 and Game 3, it was always slow and steady pacing coming in for the side of Boom Esports. Force it to a 10th minute, that's where either one of the members coming from Boom will find those big engages. Game 2, it was Draw on that Zhangfei. Game 3, it was Miggy on that Mayin here. So who will be this potential person from the side of KAGENDRA to look for that saving grace in this game number 4?
Yeah, and from what we've seen there, it was really tough for them, but I am kind of thinking on what they're gonna do here. I was thinking it was Ihans, but it didn't really happen.
Yeah,
but
let's see who the MVP is gonna be, right?
Exactly right. Like, I was thinking the MVP gotta be either one of the members. But Carl, my boy, he's getting that MVP on that monkey performance here. We were seeing that the early game for the side of Boom Esports, the farm and roam didn't have much of a good early game. They died once on each side, but Carl, consistent on that monkey, scavenging all those jungle resources, taking all these camps, funneling into these monstrous stats. 80,000 damage dealt and 101,000 damage taken on that monkey without dying a single time.
Yeah, and he was always one level ahead, right?
Yeah.
He was always one level ahead against the Dun. And it was also because even Tatsuri was giving all the resources to Carl that game.
And this was the big moment that we talk about coming in from Miggy here. Yeah. 2-1 on towards one target here, kicking Wiro back into the Destructive Delusion, immediately annihilating 2 members here coming into the lane stage of the game here. And even though we see here, yes, Draw does sacrifice himself by engaging on towards the backline here, but trading your jungle for a rogue here allows Boom Esports to go for the objective with no contention.
Yeah, look at this. It's a great team fight. Obviously, we saw that Ihan tries to go to the back line there. Obviously, he does try and get Tatsuri, but then it's like, oh, guys, I'm stuck. There's 4 men on me. What do I do?
Oh, man. What's funny about this also is that before this, in the highlight before this, Miggy is putting a wall between his team and Ihan the whole time, which is why it was really hard. Now, in this ender, I love that Blanfang tried to do something, but it was not enough.
And this fight itself, right, I gotta give props to Miggy. Single-handedly, by 1 million, zoning out 3 members coming in for the side of KAGENDRA, and that is just insane stuff from the Clash laner here, from the side of Boom Esports.
And we were kind of looking at them, right? Because the whole game, I told them, I think we should look on these players, because Ihans and Miggy have their favorite picks. Their favorite picks is here, so maybe they're the ones who are looking for those team fights.
Yeah, I mean, they were trying to look for the team fights, but I think ultimately they were just trying to kind of just disarm each other, right? Completely disarm each other. But obviously, we are going to be going to a short break before we go into the next game, just so we can kind of reform ourselves. Ooh, we can get Boom and KAGENDRA into a more stable state, because KAGENDRA, I can imagine, definitely like sweating.
Exactly here. Let's take it to break, and we will see you in just a short moment. We need a break. The players need a break. Let's take a breather, grab some snacks and some drinks, and we will see you after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It was a short break, but we are once again back to the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025 between the first series of day 1 of 2 teams, where we have KAGENDRA going up against Boom Esports, and I see Dash already smiling because before I even announce the score, because Boom Esports is ahead of the series 2-1 in this best of 5.
Man, I don't even know why I'm smiling. I don't even know why I'm smiling. I'm like, okay, Boom Esports is now on a 2-1. Maybe after they lose this, it's gonna be turning into a frown after that loss. But again, let's take a look at the global ban picks in this game.
Exactly here. So game number 1, we talk about Boom Esports and KAGENDRA, both committing to very expensive picks here. But coming to game 2 and game 3, we start to see Boom Esports comforting themselves with more proper drafts, more consistent. And I gotta say, ban pick is a name of the game coming into the first part of the series. But the 10-minute execution coming in for both of these teams in that team fight has been the deciding factor to determine who wins that game.
I think it's because the drafts have been so 50-50, right?
Correct,
like,
yeah.
If you see these drafts got put through, like, right, who takes the edge? You're like, I don't know. Like, it's down to execution at that point. But for us, it's down to that 10-minute mark that's really been the factor here for these teams.
Yeah, it has been really, really helpful to see the indication that comes with it, especially most of the time after the second objective, the 8-minute mark objective. The team who wins that objective fight wins the next objective fight,
Correct.
which is honestly very interesting because it's just snowballing on top of each other.
That's why 10 minutes is so important, and we keep emphasizing on the shadow objectives here. Once you get the Shadow Tyrant win, that leads into mutual resources. Tyrant going into your pockets, damage buff, enemy buffs, and team fight guaranteed wins for the next 90 seconds here. But for this game number 4, let's kick on with the draft with Boom Esports going towards the blue side and KAGENDRA picking on the red side.
Oh, interesting. I mean, is this going to be kind of like an early draft Luna here for the side of Boom Esports? Maybe try and just round out this series, but they're going to ban out the Arlie, which obviously didn't come through in the last game. We really thought it was going to because they were opening up with that first few bans.
Yeah, and also that Arlie, I thought is going to be coming through for KAGENDRA, but right now with that ban, it's not going to be coming out in this game. Smart ban on that Dharma because it didn't work on the side of Ihand, so Biggie could have potentially took that this game.
Oh, absolutely. It would be a calling card here, right? But I mean, is KAGENDRA going to stick to the same thing, right? Are they going to go for the Dolia ban once again? Or are they going to kind of open up a potential, maybe even a Mai Shiranui game for the side of Tatsuri this time?
Actually, I was kind of waiting for a Mai Shiranui pick for Tatsuri for this game, but because it already has been taken by KAGENDRA, it's okay to leave it open. For Boom Esports, they could take the Dolia this game.
It's got to be, right?
Like, it's got to be.
Like, rather than taking the Luna this early, get the Dolia and then just formulate out the back from. But okay, the Marco Polo.
I like the direction here coming in for the side of Boom Esports. Because of global ban pick, there's already 3 marksmen being default banned for both teams here. And then you ban out the meta strong marksmen here. The Direnje and the Arlie here, both lock away here. And I'm liking this from the side of KAGENDRA. Guan Yu being locked in for the side of Ihans here. They know they cannot stop making the game into a 10-minute mark. A team fight, they need to force things early on with this pick.
Yeah, one thing that I'm seeing here for KAGENDRA, at least they're trapping, or from Boom Esports, they're trapping KAGENDRA to pick up the Lady Sun and the Flowburn marksman. I think that's the only thing that Lunfang hasn't picked yet. So later on, if they don't pick their marksman, those are the next bans here for Boom Esports.
And Boom Esports here, they in fact do not go for the Dolia Yangjin here. It makes a lot of sense because if you go for Dolia Yangjin, who's gonna tank up the Liang and also
that makes sense
down? You do it by outranging them. So coming into this draft, we look at KAGENDRA. Liang Guan Yu here. If this Liang isn't able to find those big plays in the first 4 levels in the first 6 to 7 minutes, that could be a bit of a worry for El Manuk fans here coming in from IKL second seed.
Yeah, one thing that I worry about also is picking up the pay without a very aggressive early game roamer and clash laner. I think that is when the pay is going to be just dropping down in the early game because nobody's going to be helping him on those invades.
As for now, right, obviously we still got 2 bans to come through and 2 picks to come through here for the side of KAGENDRA. Obviously taking out the Masashi here to kind of alleviate any kind of healing reduction or access into the backline here onto the likes of the pay as well. But the Liang here could be a troublesome one, but obviously the suppression could be definitely a calling card.
We have seen some of the common Liang counters here. It does come in the form of the Liu Bang here. Once you get ultimate by the ultimate coming in from the Liang. Immediately, Battlefield Command comes in from the Liu Bang, immediately cancels against your opponent here. So that is still something that Boom Esports can consider for their Clash lane.
Yeah, the question is if they're gonna go for that, are they gonna go for the Jing? Liu Bang, Jing, the Ganon mode, the mode.
Sounds like a Boom Esports draft.
Exactly, that is what I'm kind of looking for here for the side of Boom Esports if ever it comes to fruition.
It still could come into fruition, right? Obviously, they're looking for their potential mid lane. They're looking for their potential marksman here as well, right? Obviously, we were looking at maybe going for something like the Flowborn tank. Because obviously they've had console U, obviously in the other game as well. Maybe if they want some more late game situational, maybe go for something like the Lady Soon here.
Bang for Senko.
Very scary.
That is one thing that I want to see from Tatsumi though, but Senko going for this Kong Ming, very aggressive pick. What he wants to do is just to clear the wave as fast as he can together with the Ganon mode so that he can go with the rotation of the Ganon mode.
And talking about Kong Ming as well, you have the Liang Kong Ming to really lock in the player, right? So you lock in with the power control, you buff up Senko's damage and burst the first target you see and get the Kong Ming going with that passive reset and the ultimate reset.
I mean, they were lacking a front line, right?
This is great.
Yeah,
I feel
like if they did go for the Jing, it's kind of like a risk it all. It's high risk, high reward. But where's the Augur in here? Like, it's definitely going to kind of like be able to use the path of passing come through, then have the Liu Bang come through. He's still a delivery service.
I think it will be quite a difficult game for the side of KAGENDRA, especially all eyes will be on Liu in these first few minutes of the game to dictate the tempo for the side of KAGENDRA. If this Liang is unable to find any big picks onto its map, this Liang investment for the IKL second seed, this will not pay well if he is unable to generate pressure.
Yeah, talking about paying, I think the Pei, Liang, Kong Ming, I think they're the ones that would dictate the early game here for the team. They need, once they get to level 4, they need to snowball the game just by racking up a lot of kills for their side.
Yeah, a lot of kills, a lot of damage onto the side of obviously KAGENDRA. But if you look at the side of Boom Esports, they have the denial of long range here. Obviously, the Modsu being able to just kind of like, you know what, if you really want to try and come in, I'm just going to land a Cannon Blast. And that's going to be kind of like a tough, hot look for you to come into the team fight. But then once they're into the team fight, they've got Augur in there. They've got the Marco Polo as well. If you can set up a good Fever Barrage, it could spell the end of KAGENDRA.
Yeah, just to add to that, though, is that they also have a lot of range.
Yeah.
So with that, they always need to have the flash on that Liang in order for them to get those kills. So the timer for the kill potential is always like 120 seconds. After that, it might be a bit of silence from KAGENDRA.
That's why it's a game of vision here coming in for Sado Liu. He needs to rotate well and find those markers during the laning phase here to really break the game apart before that 4-minute tyrant here. But this will be the game itself. You will need to figure out, Boom Esports, do you end it 3-1 or El Manu, KAGENDRA, do you push it to a game number 5 in this best of 5?
Early to mid game, they all have to really put all the eyes on KAGENDRA here. They need to get that Liang to really good levels, get those skills so that they get the advantage, at least get this to a 2-2.
Execution is the name of the game here for the side of KAGENDRA here. Boom Esports, you have a decent draft coming in to really counteract against this Liang pick here, ladies and gentlemen. And this will be game number 4 draft between Boom Esports and KAGENDRA. And once again, we will be heading on towards the gorge. Blam, Dash, take it away.
Yes, getting onto the gorge here for game number 4. I mean, is this going to be match point for the side of Boom Esports, or are IKL fans going to rejoice as they take this to a 2-2?
Match point for Boom. Let's see if this is going to be going to their side. I would love to see longer games though, Blam, so maybe we could get this to a 2-2 for the side of KAGENDRA. But early into the game, we can take a look at where they're going to be placing themselves. Clear the mid wave, that is definitely what you want on a Ganon mode, is that take the mid wave, rotate whenever you can, and find at least a flash out of somebody on the side lane.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously, Genemo, as he gets through into the game, obviously with his passive, he's going to be able to kind of stack up and do a lot more damage. So, gotta be careful here. Lamfang is taking too much damage for my liking here, but he's going to be respected by Senko.
Still has the flash down. Oh no, First Blood comes in. Danny will be dying in the end there. And that flash coming in from Tatsuri, just shy away of getting that kill.
Yes, that's not the opening we want here for the side of Boom Esports, right? KAGENDRA getting the first 2 kills onto the board. really creating a problem already with that gold lead.
Yeah, really good early game right here for the team, even though they are still not at the level 4 mark here for KAGENDRA. They already got the kill, and that is a good start for the team.
Not a kill. Kill.
2 kills, sorry, yeah.
Considering we've been having 2 games that get to the 10-minute mark and no kills onto the board.
Yeah, now this is going to be faceting off the game, and that's what you want whenever you're playing a Pei together with the Leon. You want to get the early game as much as you can and just dominate the game from there.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem, right? Like, they have such a great sort of like early to mid game here on the side of KAGENDRA. So really, they could be looking at kind of trying to go for an earlier finish here to try and get them to 2-2 scoreline. But then even if they don't, they have Lamfang under the leading soon to have that late game assurance.
Yeah. Right now onto the game, you can see most of the members of Boom Esports are just trying to get this mid lane as much as they can in order to give it to Carl. This is what they did during the last game. They want to give Carl as much levels as he can.
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to out-level, outpace the we were on this Pei, right? On Tigris for the side of KAGENDRA. So already spelling problems here is obviously the gold lead. Obviously we're on around about, what, 1.1k gold lead here for KAGENDRA, which we speak about XP, but XP is nothing unless you've got gold.
Yeah. Right now for the team, this 1.4k gold lead is definitely something good for the team. But remember, level 4 is up. No flashes right now for Lou, but once that flash is going to be up, they're going to be finding their next kill.
Yeah, Lou going in for the kill potentially with that flash suppression combo that we know from the Liang. Sometimes it can go horribly wrong, right? You can flash and then that's it, you kind of maybe get stunned. Maybe this is what Danny has picked up the stun here on for the Marco Polo rather than going for the cleanse.
Yeah. And even right now, they are going to be putting pressure on the top side of the map. I think Biggie is going to be the target here. So that he doesn't get any battlefield commands, let's take him down first so he won't be able to defend anybody.
Exactly. But I mean, again, the free thing for you here as well. If you keep playing the game and using those tokens that you can kind of put bets on, and you can get enough tokens there, you can get that free skin of Jinx, right? The KIC2025 Jinx skin.
Yeah, putting some pressure here on the top side. They're going to be going in. They use the power word control. Flash has been expended. Mickey canceled right there, and that's why they got the first kill.
Yes, you cannot use the battlefield command if you are getting forced and pushed out of it, right? Like, that's exactly what they did there. He was really seeing that Miji was like, you know what, even if they come for me, I can get out of here. But they was like, no, we got your number, buddy.
He tried to go for the flash, tried to go for the battlefield command. It got cancelled. Now it's on cooldown. So this is not going to be a good start here for the side of Boom Esports. They can't even contest this objective. 2 seconds, we have the Tyrant.
They do have the Tyrant up here as well. But I mean, Carl is still alive, right? Like, he can still potentially try and go for a bit of a playmaking here, try and contest this. But like you said, the damage coming through here, definitely
that's a good Fever Barrage. Mirage is going to be dead. And now that's going to be the Tyrant on their side. They got the takedown though, yes. But at least now Boom Esports want to take their jungle camp and just steal as much gold as they can.
Oh no! Highhand's got the Azure Golem! He kept it away from the side of Boom Esports!
Good slash there coming in from Highhands, and now they're really starting to go for it. This is good. KAGENDRA wants us to go for a game number 5.
They are really bringing the favor, aren't they? In this game number 4, they are like, you know what? We are comfortable losing 3-1.
Yeah. Right now, let's take a look at it, Mickey. Now, he was the reason why. That was a good start. Again, it's looking like they are kind of struggling in this part of the map, but you don't really give much resources to Luhan, right? He doesn't really need a lot of resources, so it's okay. Just give it out, let him be the weak lane on this matchup, and just find ways to just deny kills from Lou.
Yeah, exactly. He's just going to be a little bit more of a team fight utility rather than kind of like having the resources. I mean, it's definitely going to help him if he has the defensive items on him, right?
Yeah. Right now with a Fever Barrage a while ago from Danny, I was kind of expecting him to deal more damage, but he doesn't. He's not yet on that item breakpoint that we're kind of expecting. Now, at least at this point in the game, he's looking onto that Doomsday. Once he builds that up, that Fever Barrage is going to hurt a lot.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they don't really have many tanky kind of like heroes onto the side of KAGENDRA, so obviously the health to damage percentage here for that item isn't really going to shine here, but it's going to give him the attack speed that he needs.
Yeah, and what they want to do on the competition of KAGENDRA is that they're going to be going on all fronts, right? Not going to be on a front-to-back situation. Everybody's going to be coming from everywhere compared to Boom Esports, in where they would really need to go front to back in order for this to work, but everybody is also pushing forward on that dive.
Yeah, they're committing a lot here to the Asura Golem. Maybe they're trying to put attention elsewhere for the side of again to make sure that they set up a different kind of play here for the side of Boom Esports. But Boom are still behind by that 1k gold, so KAGENDRA just keeping them away from that.
Yeah, right now KAGENDRA is still playing it well. Tower in the top side has been taken down a while ago. It's a good thing that there was a trade coming in from Boom Esports. Right now Senko is going to be in danger. A good thing he was able to dash away. If that Cannon Blast hit, that could have been a potential.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good thing about obviously the Nongshim as well, right? It's the fact that you don't have to use your flash to get out of those sticky situations.
Yeah.
You can just kind of dash out and you're still going to be able to keep and hold on to that common skill.
Yeah. Right now they're waiting. Pressure is being put at the top side of the map at the Clash lane because we're all together with Lou. Nobody can defend this. Definitely, power control is going to be there. And they're really trying to get Miggy as much as they can.
It's personal, right? From that game number 3, it's personal. They don't want Miggy in these team fights.
Yeah, right now onto the bot lane, at least Danny's going to be pushing. A bit of the damage on the tower here for now, but Draw could potentially be in danger. No ultimates onto Lou. But they're not going to be committing on this team fight.
No, not committed. I think that's what they've got to kind of remember here, is that Boom, the 2 games that they won, they weren't committed team fights before the 10-minute mark, and they were able to kind of drive through that victory. But right now, they are starting to get kind of like closed out, right? Like they are facing a KAGENDRA that's very scary, very aggressive.
Yeah, they're kind of closing the gap here onto the gold because right now they're being allowed to push more outside of their own place. And Boom Esports is just going to be trying to take the space here onto the bot lane. The Azure Golem is now going to be taken down. They have the ultimates on their side. That's going to be a good flash, but now it's going to be taken down. They got one more eye hand. It's going to be in their eyes. Miggy is going to survive. All flashes has been used. Lou is super low HP. Danny looking for it. Good stun right there. But Danny's going to be dying. A bit too aggressive from this guy.
To the face.
Yeah.
Lambang was like, you took out 2 of my buddies. We're going to take you down as well. 2-1 trade here for the side of Boom Esports. But definitely was what they needed to get back into the fold.
Yeah. Right now they're going to be starting. They have the objectives on their sides here. The Tyrant. Nobody is positioning themselves on this Tyrant fight just yet. Waiting for that Azure Golem take here for Carl before they go in.
Yeah, I think that was the kind of the blessing here for the side of Boom Esports, right? With the fact that they're able to get that Azure Golem away from them. But maybe, just maybe, this Tyrant's what they're going to need to kind of like take away, maybe take the edge off that burn.
Yeah. Right onto the bot lane, KAGENDRA. Beast now has another idea, and they are just going to be taking the tower here. Freight is going to be coming. Danny is taking down his tower, but they're kind of looking for a T2 on the bot lane.
They are trying to look for the T2 at top side as well. I mean, they're going for a bit of a base rush. Obviously, they get the T2 down to the bot side here. Not really what you want to be here, KAGENDRA.
Yeah, kind of looking for the start here. Mid lane tower, no minions just yet. But Carl's trying to really push this forward. The tower on the top side has been taken down.
Yep, tower top side taken down. T1, I mean, the first T1, T2, the second T1, sorry, that side of Boom Esports get here. And they aren't able to get that Azure Golem this time around. So KAGENDRA definitely formulating around Weron, making sure that he stays alive.
Yeah, look at what Boom is doing, right? They're kind of mirroring where KAGENDRA is going. They're going to the top side. Somebody's going to be pushing at the bot lane. And Danny is also going to the side lanes. And now with Miggy on these items, I do believe he's just going to be split pushing at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see here onto the side of KAGENDRA though, like, where's that kind of gold lead going? And it's going up to Lambang. They want to get that Lady Sun online early, and you can kind of see from that damage that the Ultimate Shell did to the side of Boom. Danny there, it was devastating.
Yeah. Right now, they are kind of looking for this Tyrant. They're already positioned. Ihans is going to be running here. Remember, Miggy has the battlefield command, so it's okay. But they saw that they are trying to take this. Lou has been stunned. They're going to go in. The flash has been forced. They even used a fever barrage to just go in. Lanfang is being chased out by Miggy. He's not going to be successful. What a great take inside the box from Draw in order to draw the attention away from them. Senku goes in. Flashes in. Winning strategy has been used. Tatsuri very far away, but Carl going to be surviving the onslaught of damage from their side, and he is still going to survive. But that is a shutdown coming in from B-Raw.
That's the problem though, right? You saw in that team fight, Danny was into the backline. He got the kill onto Ihans and onto Lou, but the problem was once Danny's getting taken down, it's all down to Tatsuri to do the damage.
Yeah, they always need to think about how they're going to be doing that, right? Tatsuri is in position here.
Oh,
Mine is here. He can go for the steal right now. The timing
steal.
could be great, but it's not going to happen. It's still going to go for KAGENDRA.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been the amp up that they needed with that one, right? If they got the steal on that Shadow Tyrant, it definitely would have put a blunder here. But speaking of blunders being placed, KAGENDRA have both neutral objectives.
Yeah, KAGENDRA has it. The position is great. But right now, Boom Esports struggling to even get close in this lead because a while ago it was already 1.5k gold lead, but now it's down to a almost 4k gold lead.
Yeah, it's not looking too good here for Boom Esports. I mean, sorry, Boom Esports fans back at home, but they definitely need to try and formulate these team fights a little bit more poetically if they want to try and get this game 4 win.
Yeah, Danny doesn't need to go aggressive at those points, though, because he really is the chunk of the damage of the team if ever Tatsuri is not going to be in range. So he needs to really be a bit more conservative on when he commits.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. He needs to make sure that he's getting the prime outcome of that Lever Barrage.
Yeah,
Team
right now, they're just going to be defending all the towers. As long as the T3s are still alive, it's still okay. KAGENDRA now on an advantage, pressing through. They know that they can take this fight. And that's why under full Lanfang, that is very scary.
I mean, we talk about obviously Danny and Tatsuri getting taken down, but if you try and take Lanfang off of this table, especially getting into the mid to late game, Senko is going to be your main cause of damage.
That T3 is going to fall down. Nobody's there to defend it. And that's also a mid lane T3. That's not good.
Not good indeed, and obviously taking away that Azure Golem from the side of Boom Esports.
Gonna go in. Fever Barrage again is gonna be there. Good suppression coming into their side. Tink inside the box is also in place. But Carl could also fall down here. The push comes in. They got the takedown. 2 people make that 4 onto their side. Mega is trying to make a play, but it's not gonna happen. Game number 5 is underway. KAGENDRA is gonna push this on that, and they win. Game number 4.
Yep, Lanfang with such a fantastic performance on the Lady Sun there, really giving that triple kill towards the end of that game. I mean, once we saw those ultimate shells landing from a distance, where we saw Boom Esports think that they weren't safe, that's the moment when we knew they weren't.
Yeah, I was really surprised that that has been such a committal right here from Boom Esports. They have been committing to fights that I wasn't expecting them to go for. Danny has been pulling the trigger really fast on those team fights, and once he gets taken down, no more damage.
Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, this is the problem though. When you beat Danny in the past 2 games, sometimes you get a little bit ahead of yourself.
Yeah, and that is the reason why it was very hard for the team, but I do believe there's still a chance here. At least now we push on to the game number 5.
Welcome to game number 5. What a way to start the Honor of Kings KIC 2025. Then the rivalry between PKL and IKL. And I gotta say, execution matters so much. We saw how Lu and also Lanfang, that dual lane into the bottom for farm and rope, they played super well, destroying Danny and also Draw.
Yeah, and we kept talking about how this composition, yes, makes sense on the side of KAGENDRA, but it's going to be quite a struggle if they start that. But they got the early game. They got 2 kills on the early parts of the game, and that is where it all started.
I mean, for me, those double kills in the early game, I was just like, we're going to go for a game 5. We're going to go for a game 5 because KAGENDRA, I mean, you have to give it to them. They play very well in this one. Like, even though there were like so many potential ways that their team could have gone wrong, they were able to execute it very well.
Yeah, and also the composition of Boom Esports has just one idea. Let's all die.
Yeah.
Even though they have range from Tatsuri, they have range from the Voltsu, they all just go in.
Yeah.
And Tatsuri is always left alone onto the backline.
And I like the direction here that's being executed by the roamer coming in from KAGENDRA, Lu. We were talking about, hey, he needs to catch enemies on like levels like what? Oh, enemies, you catch them so you don't get countered by the battlefield command. So what does he do? Immediately he's like, okay, we don't catch anyone aside from Liu, but we punish him so he cannot roam around the map. So Boom Esports is always slow on the initiative.
And from what we've seen during that game, right, we don't really see him flash in to go power and control. He just flashes out. Whoever dives in, I'm going to use the power and control on that guy, whoever that is.
It's it's just basically just reverse psychology, right? Like, you're expecting him to flash in, use a suppression, and he's like, got you again. It's my go. Let's go. But honestly, you have to point out Lanfang. Like, this has to be the MVP here, right? Like, 6-0-5, almost full itemization going towards the end now.
Yeah, 11k gold.
I think it's either between Lu or Lanfeng, because without any of this two in this combination, they couldn't have played that well in that laning phase or during those big plays towards the side lane here. We started to see Boom Esports lose out the laning phase, and then the mid game, they brought a few kills back. But late game, the team fights, man, Lu and Lanfeng so deadly and allowed the team, Ihans, Wirral, and Senko, to get those resets and get those big team fight wins.
Yeah, and also, I've been talking about it a lot though. Boom Esports, Danny has been committing on those fights a lot, and that's the reason why after he goes in, stunned, then when they get the kill on Lu, Lanfeng always gets away. And that's the reason why it was so hard, because it was so hard to reach after he flashes away. Nobody's there to reach him because everybody just dashed in already, so there's no more options.
No, not options at all into the back line of KAGENDRA, and KAGENDRA knew that. They played most of those team fights, and once 2 team fights had taken place, it's like, you know what? We know that they can't get onto Lanfeng, so just keep him safe, we'll do the damage, he will get us the victory, and that's what happened.
Yeah, and I'm kind of seeing a pattern here right now on the teams, because with what we've seen, whoever gets the early game gets the second objective, then the next, the third objective, they win the game most of the time.
It's how you slowly build pace coming into a game, right? Whereby we say, control the early game objectives, the Firehawk towards the bottom side, and the Spacebar towards the top side. And then what's next? Counter the buffs, counter the enemy jungle camp, and then for Finmark, we get the Tyrant, and then slowly but surely get all those side lane towers. That's why Honor of Kings, it's a very macro and objective-centric game.
And that's why we can see here, the macro on the team is going to be important. How they execute it is always going to be very crucial. And now we're going to be on game number 5. A lot of heroes are already down. So there's not really a lot of options here. But remember, as I want to point out, Jing is still open. Luna is still open for Boom Esports.
And Liang is taken off the board here beside KAGENDRA. So really, it was maybe a burning out the draft maybe a little bit too early here for the side of KAGENDRA, because Boom Esports could go for the Liang, but now I think it's respectfully a ban here for the side of KAGENDRA. It has to be.
And to put a bit more focus on towards the draft for the side of Boom Esports, they still have the Yangjian Dolia U1 available for their game number 5. If you think towards the side of KAGENDRA here, you still have the Arlie, but what other than that do you have in your pool in this game 5?
Who's the MVP? It's going to be Lanfeng getting the MVP here.
Deserved.
Yeah, 11k gold, 605, and 65k damage right here on Lanfeng. So definitely well-deserved in this game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we will see from these highlights very, very soon that this guy, this was a magician on the Gorge, right? Like, he was kind of like nowhere near anybody, but then all of a sudden you blink, you die, because that ultimate shell is really landing on. But we saw very early on that KAGENDRA was always able to have that sort of 1k gold lead. It was always funneled into Lanfeng.
Yeah, and that's the reason why during the whole game, even to some of the junglers giving the resources here onto Lanfeng, and honestly well-deserved, because if you have a Lady Sun and it goes to the late game, or at least he gets third item, that is the time that he just goes ham, goes crazy.
There's a lot of item builds coming in for the Lady Sun. There's always like the likes of the Axe of Torment, into the Eternity Blade, into the Master Sword. That's the core tree if you are looking for more HP and more burst damage in one round. If you're looking for the more consistent damage, you can always go for the Tri-Crit build again, which is like what, Shadow Ripper, Eternity Blade into Daybreaker. Okay, so he went for the former one, which is the burst and run, which he really pulled up a lot of big plays across the Gorge. Like you mentioned, he was unscattered, yes, he was wounded, but he was never down in any of these team fights.
Yeah, because he doesn't really need to stay to DPS during that game. He just needs to get away, because everybody's going to be diving. So might as well just get one big burst of damage, then just run away.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen that in these team fights, right? But it all started off with this double kill first blood for the side of Boom, KAGENDRA, sorry. That's really kind of the stable moment that we knew that Lanfeng was just going to pop up. Even here, tries to get the dive. Danny comes through, tries, but it's just denying the kill there. Wirral takes a shot, keeps Lanfeng alive.
And these were the mid-game moments that we said that, hey, Boom Esports, even though you lost the lane super duper hard, they played super well in these moments to really claw it back into an equal footing here. But this might be the moment that we talk about here. Danny goes in, but Lanfeng escaping towards safety here, kiting Migi, sending Danny towards the grave, and all about that, there's no more damage dealers coming in for the side of Boom Esports.
Yeah, and I love that during the whole time, Lanfeng is just keeping himself safe. Look at him. He's just on the back line. Nobody's looking at where he is, which is why he's just allowed to just rolling right in, rolling right out, get the damage in there. You get your pound, you get your punch, you get your punch, you get your bullets. That's it.
And that's it for Game 4. We talk about it. It's never a 3-1. It's PK L2 versus IK L2 seed here. Same paths, different fates potentially this time going in. One game, a limited BO1. Differs them. Either you go towards the upper bracket or you go down towards the doomsday lower bracket here. And you lose one more. If you're in lower bracket, you go home.
That's true. And also, this is crucial for both of these regions, right? For the Philippine fans, the Indonesian fans, because this game is a starter. And if you lose the starter, that is not going to go good for at least for the other teams as a whole. So right now, they need to really think about what they're going to do, because here are the picks they did during the whole time.
They need to think hard and heavy here, because global ban picks here, 4 games down the line here, that's 20 heroes banned on both sides, with inclusive of the bans later in towards the game here. That will be 24 heroes banned in game number 5 itself before we even go into the match itself.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, both teams losing 24 heroes in their pool is going to be the point of the draft where we start to see that these comps that we don't normally see come through, right? Like, yes, it's not a best of 7, so they don't have to kind of have that extra series in game number 6, but now it's kind of push comes to shove.
Okay, now we put ourselves into the coaching staff's perspective, right? If you're Boom Esports, we talk about it. So Dash mentioned there is still the Jing, there is still the Luna, and for the composition, we still have the likes of the Yangjian Dolian or the Yuhuan Dolian here for the side of Boom Esports. But for KAGENDRA, you still have the Arlie. And what other do you have in the pool for the side of KAGENDRA here?
Honestly, I'm taking the Arlie. The Arlie is the most important part of the pool here of KAGENDRA, because right now, Boom has been banning that a lot, starting from game number 3. Game number 4, they're banning it because they know that if ever it comes down to shove, Lanfeng is going to go crazy with that thing.
I like what you mentioned. Lanfeng will go crazy here, and it has been the story for KAGENDRA's success here. If Lanfeng is unleashed from the laning phase, gets a good head start, he always manages to deliver for his team, carry them to that finishing line.
I mean, he has, yes, but I mean, there's 2 series where he hasn't. So there is definitely a fault here for Lanfeng sometimes when he doesn't able to get that momentum going in the early game, but I feel like it was all fed over by the side of Boom Esports. But we're going to get into the final BP here between KAGENDRA and Boom Esports. Both second seeds of their respective region, but only one can be coming out on top of this one.
Yeah, the question here is, will KAGENDRA ban the Maisha and Nui also? Will they ban the Dolia? What are they going to let go? Because remember, Liang has been picked during game number 4, so Assassins are on the table.
I think Dolia definitely has to be a ban here coming in for the side of KAGENDRA, or even the likes of Yuhuan, because Yuhuan provides you a lot of flexibility towards the draft itself. You can go towards the mid, roam, or even potentially as a last resort towards the jungle here. So maybe KAGENDRA goes over and ban the Yuhuan as a second?
Oh, actually, if they ban the Yuhuan, Tatsuri also is very confident picking that up on the mid lane. And that's why that could be a potential idea here for the team. So what are they going to be prioritizing here? Will they let the... will Boom Esports let the Arlie out? I don't think so.
I mean, it'd be scary if they did, right? But no, they're going to make it a little bit less of a misery here for the side of the PKL fans, right? Like, you know what? They didn't kind of sign, seal, deliver their own defeat. They're going to make sure they try and win this game with the BP.
It's a very much needed ban here coming in from both sides, because you're limiting the available options here for both teams here. So for KAGENDRA here, you need to think very hard here. What does your priority falls towards to? And in game 5 situation here, how do you formulate your draft around that key potential carry here? So for KAGENDRA, I think they still can go for the Direnjit if they want to. Oh, it's banned already.
It's banned, it's banned. I think the only option here for Lanfeng is going to be the Flowborn Marksman later on in the draft. But right now, from what we're seeing, I think KAGENDRA, what are they going to prioritize here?
I mean, it's all down to this, right? Like, is it going to be Prior Blue here to decide to go for something?
My martial arts
there we go.
will end
the
all wars.
Tank, but it's going to be into the jungle here, so maybe the Chow will come through in this one.
That could be a potential combo here for the side of KAGENDRA here. For Boom Esports here, they could go potentially for the Luna or Jing here. That is, I would say, not the greatest against a Flowborn tank, because that's like triple knockup here coming in on this pick itself. So I like the initiative coming from KAGENDRA. But Boom Esports denying the counter and the combo from the side of this Flowborn tank and Da Qiao.
The question is this a good idea though? Taking out the Da Qiao, how are you going to play around that here for the team? Because I haven't seen during the playoffs, I haven't seen them pick that.
Feel
So
my power.
this might be something
Fati.
new that they are really cooking up.
The mighty conqueror Fati here.
Yeah. I mean, but at the same time, though, I mean, the Chow, I mean, we already know that Flowborn Tank is a slow hero,
Yeah.
but if you use those leaping koi tides, he's going to slow down so much. With the national hero, Garuda, coming through for this last game.
This is so cool seeing them use the Garuda here. I'm very excited on how they play this out. Boom Esports, what are they going to be answering with? Is it going to be the Tatsuri on the Maishiranui? Because it's time. If they need the Maishiranui, it's right now.
It's there for them to pick it up here. Well, Tatsuri take on the role in this game 5 with his signature Maishiranui here.
Oh,
Nanxiao combo here for both Draw and Miggy here. I am liking this. It could potentially work out, but if they lose out the early game on the Fuzi, it's going to be a slow transition towards that item power spike. So they have to tread the needle, have to tread that early game really carefully for the side of Boom Esports.
Yeah, they need to be really careful on this picks though. I've seen Miggy pick up the Futsu and be successful with it, especially if he's against the Fati. This is one of the few heroes that could go toe-to-toe with a Fati when he uses his ult.
Well, I think it's also a good thing as well, right? Like, if we're looking at the side of Boom Esports, we're really kind of hoping that Danny is not going to get picked up in these team fights.
Yeah.
Yes, Fati, Ihan is going to be really looking to try and get into that back line. Who denies that? Miggy is going to be sacrificing himself, and we've seen it throughout the entire of the series where Miggy is always man-checking Ihans.
Yeah, the question is, what are they going to go for Carl here? Because I still believe that it's not a good idea to get Jing Luna in this composition.
It's already bad up for the side of KAGENDRA here. KAGENDRA knows what Carl's pool consists of in that hero picks here. So they do ban it out to prevent any Carl magic being funneled in this game number 5 here. So think about it. What are you going to potentially pick for Carl if you're in his shoes here, Dash?
Yes, honestly, at this
point...
Wing it, Jing? He can wing it.
Wing it.
I was thinking about the Tsuya also coming out for the team. It could be good against the Flowborn Tank and the Fati, but because it has been banned, they also use that combo whenever they have the Jing on the team.
And an interesting part coming in for Miggy on this first pick coming in for the Daqiao as well. This is still remaining as a flex pick here. Could be going to the roam, could be going to the mid. Who knows? He's still up for their decision here. That's why they're leaving this flex up until the very last pick here. Flex between Draw and Tatsuri on Boom Esports.
Are they going to go for the U1 for that last pick for Boom? Because if that is still open, if ever they need somebody aggressive that could go and push, make some space with a mournful tempo, so that they can get dive on the mid lane and they don't have that weak point on the laning phase.
The problem is, though, like, if they do that, they're going to lack a lot of damage, right?
Yeah,
like, the damage is only going to come from Danny on the Chano, and that's going to wait till the late game. So, if they do, they're going to hope that these team fights are going to be sustained.
This is an Agudo marksman being locked in from Lanfeng here. Recently with the revamp, this hero itself is able to go towards the marksman much more efficiently. You will go for the spike kill beast to get that additional crit chance and go with the Calamity build to get those high crit chance in towards the early game. Even though it's not so resource heavy, but the 3 timers here. Oh, I like the Halo here because why? Multiple front lines and Agudo spawns, those scepters will be hitting extremely hard for the Boom Esports lineup.
The Spritlings also is an addition to that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That makes it harder for them to even go for the pushes here for the side of KAGENDRA. But what I like about KAGENDRA, one thing that I love about Garuda as a pick is that the long range makes it hard for you to even get close to it.
And to talk about KAGENDRA's draft as well, it is a very well-centric front-to-back lineup with consistent tanks. You have 2 tanks in the form of Weeraw and Lu. Ihans on towards the flank, Senko, Lanfeng, your main DPS. And on the side of Boom Esports, it's looking a bit scrappy, but if the late game on Dani and Miggy starts to get rolling, it could be a very good news for the side of Boom Esports fans.
Yeah, the scrappiness of the Boom Esports composition comes down to how they're going to be using the Daqiao, right? Because she's going to be the wild card here for the composition, which is why I can't wrap myself around what is the idea of this composition. Do they want to go fast? Do they just want the safety for the Chano? That is what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think about these multiple things, especially when game victories on the board, right? Like, you've got to keep your enemy team guessing. If they're keeping the casters guessing, their enemy team is just going to be as confused, you know?
Yeah. Honestly, is that it? Confuse yourself and the enemy's going to get confused too.
Yeah, let's just hope Boom Esports don't confuse themselves.
I hope so. I hope so.
This is the one few times that we are getting a Da Qiao and also a Fuzi combo lighten up in game number 5. And this is the beauty of global ban pick here. Without global ban pick, we won't be seeing this exact lineup being drafted by Boom Esports itself. But it comes down to a few things. Execution, early game, the first 4-minute team fights, who's going to come out on top?
Yeah, it has been a constant trend in this game though, or rather in this whole match, because whoever gets the second objective, gets the Tyrant after, is going to be the one winning the game. So they have to stack it up, or at least stack the advantage so that they have the win on those objectives.
I think the storyline coming in for the entire series has been objected into the big team fights here. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first series of Honor of Kings International Championship where we are going into game number 5 between Boom Esports and KAGENDRA. Boys, take it away.
There it is. It's the last step here for both of these teams. Do they go into the upper brackets or do they fall below where they're at the chance of being eliminated in this competition? It is KAGENDRA, IKL number 2, Boom Esports, PKL number 2, but only one can be number 1.
Let's see who is going to be winning in this game. I'm very much excited on what they're going to be doing here. I love that KAGENDRA picked up the Gerudo at the very last second on game number 5, because this is such a great time to be a fan, or rather an Indonesian fan of Honor of Kings.
Absolutely, the Gerudo coming through here as well. Obviously, a great kind of long range poke, right? Like, that's the only long range they really have on their team, is that ultimate, the Featherstorm coming from that Gerudo.
Yeah, one thing that I love about that though is that the idea of the Gerudo is to make the fights not fair, because everybody's going to be low HP even before the fight even happens, which is why I like this idea coming from them. But answering with a Hano is also fun.
Yeah, because I mean, they've got 2 pokes, right? They've got obviously the first skill from the side of Danny on the Chano, but now they've got the Scepters of Fate as well. Definitely going to be able to stack them and do a lot of damage. And as well, pointed out by Sagi, great counter to the Agudo.
Yeah, right now, really putting pressure. At least now, it's a very, very slow game. Even the Clash laners aren't getting prioritized here, the teleportation circles, because everybody just wants to farm up and wait for their older timings.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, level 4 is going to be a different ball game here. You do see Senko and Weero are actually level 4 right now. Trying to steal away those boars. We're a little bit of a not as successful as they wanted to be.
Yeah, waiting for it. Right now, they're just going to be doing this every time. They are going to be waiting onto the mid lane, make that gold share as efficient as they can, having 3 people here in the mid lane, and that's just going to be the story for now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the bottom line of the map is going to be pretty safe for them, right? Obviously, Chano definitely needs to get to that late game to do the desired damage he wants to, but the fact that he can kind of counteract those critters with his own Spirit Wall.
Yeah, let's talk timers here for the teams here. For Boom Esports, both of their carries here having Tatsuri and Zani, they always need to get items, right? They need to go to the late game. On the other hand, it's the same thing for Senko and Lanfeng, but I believe Agudo has a bit more of an earlier item breakpoint compared to the Chano.
The interesting thing I've got here is obviously KAGENDRA's Lu on this long bog, onto the junk base, sorry. They're taking the double smite as well, right? So obviously they don't want to lose a single objective to Tatsuri.
Yeah, Tatsuri taking a lot of damage here. Even using the Wings of Judgment here onto the mid lane, just to push away the members of Boom Esports, forcing also Fate Rewind on them.
Yeah, I mean, the Fate Rewind is going to kind of just be a little bit of a lifeline here for Tatsuri onto the high note, but as well, it's going to be a lifeline for their turrets as well, right? Like, if they need to save one of their turrets, they can use the Fate Rewind to restore it back to its former glory.
Yeah, 40 seconds on the clock here. Everything's very stable for the whole map. Nobody's really flinching. Everybody's just being very stable, no fights. We don't want the fights right now. Maybe later.
Maybe later. Maybe later. There's always time, right? Like, the time is of the essence right now because we aren't even at the 4-minute mark. We do see that the Tyrant and the Overlord are going to be sort of summoning onto the Gorge in the next 20 minutes, 20 seconds. And even these two teams, it could just be one solid team that they're going to make the entire difference.
I think Miggy really needs to go for the recall here because he doesn't really have a lot of HP unless they have the Sea of Fate on the draw before they go in for that 5 seconds. And right now from what we're seeing, Carl is also not in position to go for this Tyrant. And remembering this is just going to be easy for them because right now they do have a lot of damage. So that's an easy take for KAGE.
Oh yeah, he's going to clear that very quickly here with the side of KAGENDRA, and there was nothing really good to do. I mean, they even used the Eye of the Whirlpool, and nobody came through it.
Yeah, right now, oh man, they're just going to be slowing down the games. They're just giving up the objectives. They're waiting for the timings, but looking at the map, nothing really big is happening right now, even for Boom Esports with KAGENDRA. They're at least slowly pushing with Lu on this brush right here onto the bot side, because Tatsuri is going to be their first target. Biggie almost dying here.
So close, but it is going to be Tatsuri. It's going to be the first market there, as well as that T1 down to the bot side of the map.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about a while ago onto the bot lane, because Lu was already in position to go for the kill here onto the bot lane, and the damage from the Wings of Judgment just dominated him, even if he was using the Fate Rewind.
Yeah, exactly. It's just too hard, too fast, and too furious here from the side of KAGENDRA. But I mean, now they've opened that bot T1. That's going to cause a lot of trauma here for the side of Boom Esports Danny.
Pressure is going to be there. Unruly Blade was used to get away. Carl in safety. And right now, Tatsuri again onto the top side. He's going to be Fate Rewinding this tower for sure later on. And this is just going to push away the members of KAGENDRA to not push this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's definitely doing a good job here, trying to just defend that top T1, right? Like, they can't allow KAGENDRA to have such a strong early game lead within those side lanes.
Yeah, Fate Rewind has been used on the top side already. He's not going to be defending this tower. He's going to be giving it up. That's going to be it. That's an easy takedown again for KAGENDRA.
Yeah, I mean, it's the beauty of Lanfang on this Agudo as well, right?
Yeah.
Like, just the fast rotation, the fast takedowns of the T1 turrets, just overall a great pick into the farm lane.
Yeah, even taking the Overlord. They don't even... Usually, teams don't even take this, but because they have the Agudo on the marksman, they can take it pretty easily.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I'm pretty sure that the Primal Bonds actually affect the critters as well, right?
Yeah.
So, they get scot-free of that debuff.
Oh, yeah. And now onto the top side, they're just going to be taking this tower again. Nobody is here to defend this. With Tatsuri being in time, Fate Rewind is still not up. So that's going to be another tower pretty fast.
This is the problem we said in the draft, right? Like, if they lose the early game onto the side of Boom Esports, it's definitely going to spell a little bit of a disaster here for them as well, trying to get this point of game with the match. First match of KIC 2023. 25. Wow, we're back in time there.
Yeah. Right now, they even use the Unbridled Outburst right there onto the bottom lane just to push away the members here of Boom Esports so that the fight won't be able to happen. And this is what we were talking about, the dodge hell pick, right? If they're not going to be able to fasten up the game with a dodge hell pick, the dodge hell pick is just going to be nullified.
Slow you down, you know? Like, it's going to have the opposite effect, which is what's happening right now. I mean, they don't have any heals. The only thing that Shower really only gives over to you here is just the aggression of the macro playstyle, but the fact that KAGENDRA's kind of like forced them to this kind of team fight huddle, there's no real use of it.
Yeah, they're just getting pushed back. They can't even do anything. Damage not there yet. And we're still going to be waiting for the items here in order for them to work out. Because remember, even Meki needs to get items in order for him to be a lot more tanky, in order for him to get the backline if ever he can.
Right now, we just see the Glacial Buckler being built here onto Fiji's Butsu, which obviously going to really slow down the movement speed of the enemy team here.
Yep, everybody's here. Carl onto the back. They are going to be trying to take this right now without very tanky. Eye of the Whirlpool is going to be there. He's going to go for it. The stun is going to be able to reach them with Unbridled Outburst, but it's not going to matter though. Kill's going to happen. Tatsuri taking a lot of damage. That's going to be here. Carl is going to be next. The Sacred Tree blessing damage from IHOX is enough, but Lu, what a massive outburst.
Yes, a beautiful outburst here, beautiful ultimate from the support of KAGENDRA. He's able to inevitably catch two Carl and Tatsuri.
Yeah, going to be trying to take this right now. They're pushing the mid lane. This is going to be a big loss here for the side of Boom Esports. Who's going to be making it? The pull has happened. There's still not enough range in order for them to fight this, but iHands forced the ultimate right here from Danny, and now he doesn't have it anymore.
He doesn't have it anymore. It's going to be a little bit harder team fight from the side of Boom Esports now that Danny is literally lacking that ultimate, but now...
Yeah, they're taking a lot of damage. So Carl right there onto the knockoff, and Unruly Blade was cancelled. They get some shields a bit for Carl. Still going to be alive. Maybe he's going to be back, pulls him away, and iHands is going to be down.
iHands goes down, but I mean, the takedown of that Clash lane, is that really going to mitigate that 3k gold lead that they're kind of blundering right now? The takedown of the Tyrant once again going up to the side of KAGENDRA just means that yes, they lose iHands, but they're still taking all the bits.
Yeah, very fast take on that Tyrant. Tatsuri getting slowed down by the frozen breath from the Wings of Judgment. He needs to back off right now, and he was able to.
Yes. So, I mean, Boom Esports right now. Have they done enough to kind of create themselves a little bit of a comeback here?
Yeah. Honestly, the question is when. is that going to happen? Is it going to be after they get the third item for Tatsuri and Danny? Because they're closing in, though. Daybreaker, once he gets it, Danny's going to be activated.
He's going to be getting that late game item coming through pretty early. Obviously, he has the Eternity Blade as well as a Shadow Ripper. So, in terms of damage, yes, the Chano is going to be able to rip apart. But, I mean, when we're looking at the side of KAGENDRA and how they've been playing these team fights, they have a strong front line that I feel like Chano alone isn't going to be able to shred through.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard, especially if it doesn't have... I mean, the Pat isn't even onto the Tuesday side because he's not going to be building that for sure. He's on the crit side. Right now, 5 seconds. Position is already controlled. And now onto the push. Look at Miggy. He's pushing the top side. But the Tyrant's going to be taken. Nobody's going to be here to help.
Yeah, the zone out of the ultimate from the Garud is a really good play here on the side of KAGENDRA. But at the same time, Boom are just trying to get a little bit of a narrow play.
Favorite one is going to be forced. Eye of the Whirlpool just to hold him in. Onto the backline. iHats is going to be left alone. They had to see just fight on his head. He's going to be trapped, alone, and dead. And Miggy going crazy. Goes for Senku. He gets the kill. And that's what he wanted all along. 3, 4, 1. And that is a play out of Miggy again.
That was the 10-minute timer once again for Boom Esports. 3 times in this series as they open up the mid lane. They get the T1, looking for more in the top side and in the mid lane.
Big comeback just out of one fight. Again, the 10-minute mark. We've been talking about it since a while ago. And man, it has been crazy. What a play from Boom.
Biggie has actually been a mastermind in this, right? He's really kind of cracked the code of KAGENDRA in these team fights, and now KAGENDRA, Boom Esports, sorry, have been able to kind of get their first neutral objective come through.
Just out of that one fight, out of that one fight, game's equalized. Game's not over though, but game's equalized. And the towers are almost at the equal footing.
They're almost at equal footing as well, right? 4-4, but then that one neutral objective is really crazy. But this is that instant replay. What a play here. Eye of the Whirlpool comes in. He gets onto the backline, denies iHands into the backline of the side of Boom Esports, and then flashes in. Just so brutal because they have to get the takedown of Senku.
Yeah, what's scary about that was he flashed in. He didn't even care who's hitting me. I don't care. It was dealing a lot of damage. And this is what's scary about the booster, right? The longer the game goes, the harder it is for you to kill him.
Oh, absolutely. Obviously, the damage reduction from his second skill, so good, and that's just proved it there with that instant replay, right? The fact that Midgie's so comfortable just being able to just dive in, crazy.
Yeah, Wings of Judgment is going to be there, summoning all the sprite things on their side. Not going to be able to push it. Top side could be in danger here for the side of Boom Esports. Shadow Path is there, but they're kind of looking for iHats here. He's going to catch them. He's going to be seeing them. So this could be a good potential here for the team, but they're not going to opt for it.
No. I mean, it's good here for Carl to kind of be into the enemy jungle here, just to kind of try and find some kind of intel that's happening here for the side of KAGENDRA. But at the same time, trying to steal away those Raptors is a good call for Boom as they're trying to kind of like get their lead in this gold.
Yeah, question is, what's going to be... I was talking about the timers. We were talking about the timers. I love that Danny went for that Tuesday. We were talking about how much tankiness is there on the team for KAGENDRA, and the Doomsday is going to help there.
Oh, beautifully. Absolutely beautiful here in this game number 5. But right now, obviously, Boom, they just need to make sure they don't take the pressure off the foot, right? Like, if they do, we could either be seeing a KAGENDRA victory or maybe even a Tempest Dragon game here.
Yeah, could potentially be a Tempest Dragon game, considering how close the records are for the team, how close the goals are. And right now, nobody's stopping. Miggy onto the top side. iHouse is going to be left alone here. Eye of the Whirlpool is there.
Goodness.
They have the ultimate, and Bridal Outburst gets 5 people. But is it going to matter, though? A lot of healing coming into their side. Miggy tanking up a lot of damage, but on the back line, still not safe. Got the kill in one, though. Tatsuri's going to be down. Right now, Boom Esports is losing a lot of the members. KAGENDRA just tucked him down.
Yes, a really good play there. Obviously, Lou with that 5-man catch with the Unbridled Outburst, but then ultimately, Weeraw into the back line as well with that Flowborn tank. It was really a devastating blow here. Such a great counter-engage mechanic.
Yeah, love the zone out coming in from Weeraw. And now with the Tyrant open, KAGENDRA is going to be looking for it. Remember, Eye of the Whirlpool will be up in a bit, but it's not going to matter though. They're not going to be called upon. Now they're going to go here. Are they going to try? Do they have the firepower? Weirdo's going to fall down. They're going to try to go for the steal, but it's not going to happen though. They still have Lou with a smite.
That's a fail-safe that we were talking about literally as we went into the game, right? Lou having that smite means if we're all 4s, they have the means of claiming back those neutral objectives.
Yeah. Right now, they're going to be waiting here for the side of KAGENDRA.
Yeah.
They have the Tyrant. They're the ones who have the advantage on the team fights.
Look at this instant replay once again, top side of the map, really kind of like looking like it was going to be another boom victory here, but then just the decisiveness of Lou and Weeraw really put their strides back into this one.
I really love how Lou has been so patient there.
Yeah.
He didn't care if Irons is getting killed. I need to find my 5-man, and he did, which is nice.
Yeah, it is nice to find the hype man there in that team fight and keeping them alive, but Boom are keeping the spirits alive here, looking to get that gold lead go for them, and Boom, Carl claiming that Shadow Overlord. Is this going to be the key through the door of victory here for Boom Esports, or is KAGENDRA going to have such a good counter fight on their hands?
Where are they going to put it? Is it going to be on the bot side of the map?
Yeah.
Because Miggy is already positioning there. They need to put a man on the bot lane for them to defend this. And even Tasumi's damage is getting really scary. Twilight Stream has been built already, so that's going to hurt.
Yeah, a lot of magic pen from that one item, right? Like, that's definitely going to kind of tear apart Lou, as well as Weeraw here as well, right? Because obviously he's got the Look Like Guardian, which is going to be the kind of like the main keeper of that magic resistance.
And the RedForce is going to be there. Here comes everybody. They're going to be helping H on the round.
Oh,
and Vital Numbers was there, but they got the kill anyway. Onto the backline where Rao is going to be going. A lot of damage is going to be coming through. He's trying to push him away, and the pullback coming in from Miggy was able to pull them back in this game. Boom Esports is looking to go for the finish. 40 seconds on the clock. They have 3v5. They have the timing just right. Minions are going to be falling. Miggy's going to be down. 40 seconds on this guy, but are they going to go for the finish? They have the Siege Sanctuary. Senko dealing a lot of damage. He needs to back away. Carl is going to be down too. A lot of people are getting down one by one, but Boom Esports will be taking first match.
Wow, wow, wow. The PKL getting the first victory within KIC in the first day as well. This is definitely a good spell, right?
Yeah. Definitely happy with what happened here. Boom Esports, just a great play. And again, we can't really discount the fact that Miggy was such a great mythical being in that series for them.
A sentient being. Like, he came from, like, outer space. On a spaceship. It was like, guys, I've got one play. We're going to make it. We're going to get the victory.
Yeah, we did it. And that's why, right now, I think that's the most important thing. How they are going to be playing those types of moments. And they did. Victory for Boom Esports. What a happy time for the PKL.
I gotta say, Miggy and Tyrant Pits, don't put them together. Every time he's near one, he's making those crazy plays. The first one, back-to-back kills all towards a single crash laner. And then, when it was 3v5, he picked off that full-born tank. And the late game, he's just everywhere on that Futsu.
Oh, absolutely everywhere. I mean, that was definitely a beautiful pickup here from them. I mean, halfway through the game, we was a non-believer. But then it was just Miggy with that either Whirlpool combo from the Chow. It was just the access, shutting down Ihans and then diving onto the backline that just gave them that ultimate second win.
Yeah, and we love the idea right there for the composition, right? We're not even new to the fact that the Futsu Dachao is going to be very, very crazy whenever Sage's fight is going to happen. I have the Whirlpool drop it down. Everybody's here.
Like, I need to take a word from a tag-along from, like, you guys.
Yeah.
Huya means big brother, right?
Yeah.
And Miggy is a big brother himself.
Yeah, he is.
He's from day one in the Boom Esports lineup, and he definitely delivered with his performance today.
Definitely the Huya of the team.
Yeah.
Definitely, because of what we have been seeing. And you know what? The big brothers are the ones who usually are the ones rallying the other siblings.
Game.
Yeah, and that's why he was able to do that. And the mental of these guys, they didn't crumble to the pressure.
They didn't crumble to the pressure, and they obviously got their first win onto the board, which meant that obviously PKO are going above here off the IKL second seed as well, right? So now we see Boom Esports make their way into the upper bracket as well, which is going to be great for the fans at home. And I just want to prove something right. Look at my prediction videos. 3-2 for Boom. I called it.
Hey, let's go. Let's go. And again, from that prediction, we have seen it. Boom Esports, really nice to see that they were able to perform this way. But KAGENDRA, honestly, it was such a great series. It was very close. I was kind of expecting that they, because of the momentum shift on game number 4, they might have won game number 5.
Yeah, it looked that way.
I think really, if we were to put it into perspective on who were the standout players in game number 5, gotta give it to Lou. That Zhang Fei was nasty. He was finding multi-man unbridled outburst, despite the fact that Migi was the one to catch everybody off guard. So it was really scary coming in for the KAGENDRA Roma, but in the end, it's a team effort, and Boom Esports definitely came out on top. But let's check out some of the items, some of the stats coming into this Game 5.
Yeah, what are the ideas on the build here? We were talking about it, Blam. We were talking about how Daybreaker is going to be important here once they get the build. Yeah. And once Miggy gets his items too, he's just going to be tanking off. Once he got that Pure Sky, that is the time where he just walked in. He walked in everybody. I don't care. I'm going to kill 2 people, and if I'm going to die, it's okay.
This is the Futsu that we talk about, right? 226 on that Futsu here. He's on the aggressive end. He's engaging. He's finding the markers here. If he finds the ultimate, immediately Daqiao sends the troops in with that Eye of the Whirlpool, and immediately you have a party in front of a single member for the side of Boom Esports.
Yeah, I kind of had my doubts on the Daqiao at one point in the game because we're really closing into the late game and we're still not seeing the magic of the Daqiao pick.
Correct.
But at least we've seen it at the most crucial points.
Oh, absolutely. When it really mattered, right?
Yeah.
Like when they're trying to get the shutdown onto Senko, when they're trying to get the shutdown onto iHans, which was really the kind of like the winning strategy here of Boom Esports, because once iHans and Senko was down, it was kind of like dead to rights.
Yeah, and also it's a different story here, right, for Carl. We were expecting the whole series that Carl is going to be picking an assassin.
Yeah.
He didn't the whole series.
But that's the thing. I like it from the side of Carl, whereby he's flexible to play all these tank jungles that allows his team to explore more of these team composition options here. That's why in this head-to-head between iHans and Miggy, I gotta say, in a very fierce or like a more strict way, Miggy definitely outclassed iHans in this best of 5.
Oh yeah, definitely. And look at this. In the end, it was Straw getting the MVP after all that doubt coming from me.
Yeah, you're from BDO and you're doubting his Daqiao. He was putting in so much work for his team. He was staying so far away from all the disaster that's happening across the gorge, and he was delivering all those leaping koi dice that Blam actually mentioned. The pokes were always there.
Yeah, the pokes was always there, but I mean, we were talking about Migi obviously being the kind of like the driving force, but he would not be able to make that possible if it was not for the Daqiao pick and draw.
Yeah, he was at the shotgun.
Yes.
The driver is Miggy, he was at the shotgun, just holding the plays here for the team. And you could see here, right, from that game, the unbridled outburst from Blues has been crazy this game.
And they were catching out multiple members here. The early game was looking so darn consistent by KAGENDRA, but this was the one from Miggy himself.
There you go,
So the first kill comes in for iHans here, going into No Man's Land. Look at Miggy here, going in 1v3, tanking Lamphong, catching Senko, stalling Lu, making sure that Wiro had nobody going into his aid.
Yeah, what's funny about that, he pulled Senko 2 times.
Exactly.
And that's why it worked. Look at this. Lu, again, unbridled outburst, won them this fight together with that Wings of Judgment. That is a lot of damage, though.
A lot of damage on a big pathway, right? Like, that looks like an airplane runway that's just coming for you. It's a deadly one. But once again, just another big play here from Migi. He just kind of like, you know what? I'm committing to it. I'm making sure I'm doing the damage. I'm opening up the space for my team. Committing. Weird to use ultimate to get back over the wall and ultimately still die.
Yeah, they got what they needed in this game, and I really love to see it. But KAGENDRA, what a nice try in this series.
Yep.
Congratulations, VKL fans. It's not the end of the world here for the IKL squad. KAGENDRA, they do in fact drop towards the lower bracket here with one more life left. Losing one more BO5 for the KAGENDRA squad will spell doom in their journey in this KIC 2025. But for Boom Esports, they are in the upper bracket. The flip side of the story, if they win one more, they go to the knockout stage.
Yeah, pretty excited on what they're going to be doing here. I do want to see what is going to happen next year because I want to know the thoughts of these players going into the series, because in this big stage, I know there's a lot of pressure, which is why there was a bit of swings on the momentum of the games.
Exactly. Like, I mean, there's going to be swings not only just because of the potential repercussions of losing this match, but also what you can obviously achieve going forward into this upper bracket.
Well, let's pass it to Mara and all the players there to find out what exactly happened, because we too want to find out what exactly went down in those communications. Take it away, Mara.
Here we are with Carl from Boom Esports. Congratulations!
Thank you, salamat.
That was officially the first match win of KIC. Now, we've been looking at the social media, and there seems to be a brewing rivalry between PKL Philippines and IKL Indonesia in KIC 2025. So now that you've taken down KAGENDRA to make that first statement, is there something that you would like a message instead of social media? We're gonna send it here to the other teams from IKL.
Yung ngayon, para sa amin hindi maganda pa yung nangyari. Warm up lang namin yung KAGENDRA. Yung RRQ talaga yung gusto namin bawian kasi tinalo nila yung Witrend nung qualifier.
So for him, it's just a warm up against KAGENDRA. Who they really want to face is RRQ because they defeated Witrend in Nation Clash. By the way, so for the uppers, it would be between APG or RRQ. You want to face RRQ, definitely. What would you like to say to them?
Siguro enjoy na lang nila yung pag-stay nila sa Pinas kasi hindi yata sila mag-stay ng matagal dito.
Carl has sent a message to enjoy your stay here in the Philippines because you might not stay here long enough. All right, now you got your first win in front of the home crowd cheering for you. And your family's also over there. Take a look at the smiling faces. What would you like to say to all of them?
Yun, sa supporters ng Boom Esports and ng PGL, maraming salamat sa pagsuporta niyo palagi. Yun, mas kailangan namin kayo guys lalo na nasa host country tayo. Yun, mas lumalakas kami dahil sa inyo.
Thank you to all the fans. They get stronger because of you and they need you to get that momentum to get stronger. Thank you so much once again, Carl. And we hope you keep that momentum going and this gives you the confidence moving on forward. And that is just the first match of the day. We have 3 more, so stay tuned only here on Honor of Kings International Championship 2025.
Warning, warning. Arrest the intruder immediately.
You should be thanking me for saving your lives! You must be confused. Why am I here? Here's a quick recap. I'm a mercenary. Not a lot of friends in this line of work. But sometimes, you gotta take on trouble. Here comes the trouble. To find the clues you need.
Marsh Soulseer attacked the news agency.
Hey, Soulseer! This undead dude is taking you down!
Huh. No one can stop me. Finally, I can see you again.
Over my undead body! Wait, is this my memory?
The strongest mercenary. This is all you've got?
What's your game exactly?
2 for the price of 1. All crowns grow from a single seed.
The Nucleus Project was hard won. This is humanity's first chance to harness its power. We must achieve results first!
Subjects A, B, and C injecting nucleus extract. Progress at 75%, 87%. Wait!
Nucleus resonance rising. Abort experiment. Nucleus resonance rising. Abort experiment.
And truth is the seed most feared by those who rule.
The nucleus was the beginning of creation. Jinnies and Soulseers, chosen by the gods. With us here, the waste shall endure forever.
If we lose the nucleus, will we turn back into beasts?
Then let those who were once human remain silent forever.
Mono traitors! You will atone for eternity with endless labor!
Those who follow the Oracle shall gain immortality.
The nucleus gives us life!
The genies and Soulseers are the chosen!
All traces of before the core explosion must be erased!
If they knew we were once mindless creatures.
To keep the secret is to keep our human form.
When the seed grows into a towering tree, the truth will resurface through the earth once more.
We're being abandoned by the nucleus!
I saw the symbol behind the council's wall. It's from the prehistory lab.
The Nucleus Council might be lying. We have to do something.
The Nucleus's power is growing unstable.
The undead are getting restless. What do we do?
Our power is fading too. We can't just sit and wait. Donghuang!
This is the latest prophecy. When the cage begins to crack, the bird will peck the keeper's hand. 2 birds, 1 stone.
It's that stupid but rich guy again. He's still a traitor to the undead.
Hey, is today's death delivery shipment in? How can an undead even die? Give me something useful this time. Don't just tell me to get more sun.
Mr. Byron, here's the last payment for your last mission.
Huh. Another piece of complete garbage.
Filthy undead. Ancient traitor!
Hey friend, lies are the original sin. Your breath stinks more than the mines.
Oh! Kill the traitor!
Please don't fight here!
It was a full BO5 that we experienced just now, and it was a heck of a blast between Boom Esports taking a 3-2 win against KAGENDRA in the first series of Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. My name is Sagi here, and casters are back. We have Dash and also Blam to the broadcast.
Oh man, all smiles here for me. Because what happened during match number 1 though, PKL got their first win right here in the KIC, and it's very happy, especially for the fans that we have at the back, so this is a good time.
All smiles for now.
For now.
Oh no!
You know what's up.
No. I don't know what's up.
Let me tell you what's up.
Everything's gonna be okay. As long as I look forward, nothing's gonna stand my way.
Because what's coming up next will be Elevate taking on Black Shoe Esports, HomeBois XPSE here. So definitely not gonna be an easy matchup here coming in for the PKL jersey.
Yeah, as much as I don't want to say it, it's just gonna be an upwards battle. They need to literally elevate their play style in this next game, because it has been a few weeks. They trained, they probably had some research on BSE, and even they recognize that it's gonna be a tough one for them. But at least they're up for the challenge.
They are up for the challenge. I mean, they have to be, right? I mean, they've been put into this group. They have to be up for the challenge.
Yeah.
And it's none other than the MKL #1 seed, HomeBois, Black Shrew Esports, who have been pretty dominant within the KNC as well as their own respective league.
Yeah, and because of that, right now, it's going to be a tough one for Elevate, for the hometown heroes right now in this match at least. But now, it's going to be a time for them to show themselves in this series. One thing that I can describe Elevate for is they're a wild card. They get strong on times that you don't expect them to.
I mean, we have seen teams like Bigetron Esports push HPSC to almost a game finish for one game. So anything could happen, especially when you are at the peak of esports for Honor of Kings here. So we can never count Elevate out until one of the crystals actually explode.
Oh yeah, and that's why anything could still happen here on this series. I'm kind of expecting BSC, or at least Elevate, to take this to at least longer times, rather than just taking all the losses here from the team. But yeah, as we have been saying, it's going to be tough.
Very tough indeed with these two teams going up head-to-head. Obviously, we are going to be getting into another best-of-5 very soon. I mean, MKL's #1 team, I mean, they were last year's big winners, right?
Correct.
Like, they won Season 2 Invitational, they won KIC2025, they were second place at EWC, so this is a team that has had a shake-up of a roster, but it's definitely making the difference here in 2025 because their story has been one that's not quite as resembling as their 2024 run.
I have to agree with you, because coming into 2025, from the 2024 godly run, it was coming down to a point whereby they didn't qualify for S3, didn't do well in KWC, they were like early exits, and then coming into fall, they had a roster shift up. We see Guiyu, we see BB coming in as their side lanes, and then Ze taking on back the Roma role, the championship role that he had, and it was looking pretty good for Onova back in MPL fall. But Elevate, I think we can really coin it as the PKL Avengers. A lot of the pro players coming in from different rosters, and especially we need to cover on their bot and farm.
Oh yeah, let's talk about that, especially for their farm laner. We all know, we have seen the walk right there from the team. They have another surprise here for us. If you haven't seen here, for the fans out there of the PKL, Impressive from TNT is now on Elevate.
Correct.
So together with Azar, these two were from the same Boom Esports back in the day.
Correct. The first edition of Boom Esports, we saw Azar and also Impressive. The synergy there will be quite interesting here coming in for the Elevate duel here. But let's check out Elevate's video of the team itself. Let's introduce them to the stage with this short video that we have prepared for you.
Elevate, a powerhouse right here on the PKL, surprised everybody with their performance from the last PKL, because fell short during spring season. Right now on fall, they are back there on the 3rd place right here. And are they gonna show us the surprise here for the team? But I'm kind of seeing mixed walking over for the team here.
So impressive is not on the roster for this game one here is the answer you're telling me here. But Elevate has always been a team to make miracles here, although they did not make KWC. But back in S3, we've seen back-to-back steals coming in from the roster itself. But on the opposing team, the Kings themselves, HBSC, takes the stage with this video.
And here they are, the MKL #1 team, HomeBois Black Shrew Esports. As you can see them on the stage, looking very proud and looking very dapper in their KIC 2025 jacket.
It's so shiny, that jacket. It's like golden and golden, and then it's like literally reflecting the stadium lights here.
Yeah, it's shining. You can see them pretty well here for the team. And I love to see this team right here, right? Because one thing that I've always been a fan of Black Shrew Esports is how good they are. They introduce us on how to play, for the global scene at least, they introduce us on how to play correctly on HOK.
And also, in a different perspective, they introduce us how to play Athena Rome himself. But let's bring it over. Elevate, bring me through their roster.
Oh yeah, Elevate Azar on the farm lane, Hyde on the Clash lane, Mix on the Roamer, Haru on the jungle, Iblis on the mid lane. This team Elevate, they need to really step up in this series. Getting to fight the #1 team of MKL is something that they can learn from.
I think it's a very good point, right? Whereby Elevate, like you mentioned, is a dark horse, is the new boys in the squad here. Although Elevate has been a long name in honor of King's Team, but these are new faces for this roster here. So I want to see how far they can challenge themselves against one of the best teams in the global scene, which is HomeBois Black Shrew Esports.
Exactly that, and they are going to be represented by Guayu into the Clash lane. 2 back-to-back FMVPs. Hello, let's put some respect on his name. We have Jet into the support role, Busan King into the jungle, and BB into the farm lane with Sohang as well into that mid lane. I mean, there's not a weak team player on the side of HSBSE.
Exactly here, and especially HBSC, they come from MKL, one of the potentially strongest regions here in the global landscape, if we were not to count in KPL itself, because that is another different level that we talk about here. But for now, in the global scene, we have HBSC and potentially their rivals, Nova leading the package. So I'm very interested here. Elevate on the blue side, HBSC on the red side. How will they challenge HBSC? Can they push them to use much more of this strategy here to really expose themselves into this tournament here?
Yeah, just to give a brief background on how Elevate will be doing this is they are really good at, one thing that they're really good at is surprising that forcing team fights. They're really forceful when it comes to team fights. If you've seen Boom, they're forceful, but if you see Elevate, they're a lot more forceful on those team fights.
Exactly. Now to put you into perspective of how HBSC likes to play, they like to play around the objectives here. They only fight you at the objective, like what? Towers.
Yeah.
Buffs. Towers again. Objectives like the Tyrant and Overlord. They don't fight you when it's not needed here. So if Elevate could push over the HBSC tempo, maybe they will have a shot. But as we say, it's KIC. Anything could happen.
Yeah. For the BKL, at least, the closest thing that you could have for the playstyle of MKL, the slow playstyle, is Blacklist International. And what I've seen from Elevate, what they do against them is that they force them on a fight on the first few minutes, before 4 minutes. They force them on a fight there, then the tempo is going to get destroyed after that. And I know that BSE is good at alleviating those pressures, but one thing that I love about Elevate is at least they try.
They do try. They do try and try and topple this kind of like very well-rounded way to approach a game, right? Like fighting around the objectives, not taking too many team fights, not losing any members, so you can obviously fight around those big neutral objectives. So you have to give props over to the side of Elevate as well for doing that.
Yeah, and for now, for everybody out there, for the PKL, I think it's not really overreaching to say this, but Azar is the best farm leader that we have in the Philippines. So he is definitely, and everybody knows that. Even the PKL players knows that he's the best, which is why they're the only team whose sole focus is to make sure Azar is okay.
And also, to add towards your point, Azar, I think, is the only Filipino import towards Team Secret back then.
Oh,
he was the sub for Team Secret for a brief moment of time as the Son substitute, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and also one thing too is that on the 1v1 tournament, he fought against Kaka for the grand finals.
Hey, I have to put some respect on Kaka's name, right? Like, he played Mulan against a D-Ranger, and then still won. Like, got to level 4, flash combo, boom, game over.
Oh man, that is crazy. I mean, it was a good time to see though that we had those. But again, right now, it's time for this team to fight.
Yep. Oop, it is time, and we're going to get into the BP very, very soon between these two teams. Again, this could be another marathon, or maybe this one could be a sprint. It's only obviously up until Elevate it comes through and see. Let's see what they have in store.
I think really coming down to the draft itself, it's really test yourself because you're in a group where potentially you are with one of the tournament favorites here with HBSC. So if you could potentially get games out of HBSC or even force them to in a 50-50 of a situation, even if you lose, or even if you win, that could be such a confidence boost even if you go towards the upper or lower bracket in this group.
Yeah, big momentum booster if ever Elevate is going to be able to do that, which is why it's kind of scary right now. It's going to be scary waters for the team here. They're going to be going to the lower bracket, but right now at least getting information on what to do against them, at least they're going to have a better time at A7 and BTR matchups if ever.
And what better way to find out than to start off the pick and bans with Elevate towards the blue side and HBSC, the MKL champs, towards the red side.
Oh, now this is going to be good. Elevate going to be having that first pick. What are they going to be respecting for HBSC? We know that HBSC has a hero ocean at this point, so it's going to be hard to really ban them out.
Oh, absolutely. A hero ocean, but they do obviously go with a good designated ban here. Obviously, the Dharma for Guayu, as we've already propped up as the 2x FMVP, right, from KNC, as well as the MKL 4 season. That's somebody you want to be targeting in the draft.
Yeah, one thing that I'm very scared about, especially for Guayu, is that he has the option to go for Nightbloom, Umbrosa for his side, because that is a scary thing, because in the PKL, we don't usually see an Umbrosa a lot.
I think recently with how the patch has been shifting up, Umbrosa Nightbloom has been really being featured in the latest season of the draft as more of a aggressive side lane, clash lane, to really dive towards the backline. So interesting
kind of like a Charlotte, right?
Exactly, But you have like the double life, you have the ultimate, to really force yourself into a very good position. Play actively, play passively, you can do whatever with it.
Yeah, and now with the bans that we're seeing, the Pei, the Luna is going to be out of the picture here for both of our teams. Yamjin for the first pick for Elevate. Would BSE deny the Zolia though? That's the question.
They could do potentially the Yuhan Zolia as well, Blam.
They could do the Yuan Zolia as well. Obviously, just try and go for like a bit of a hyper carry there. And I mean, if you're going to hyper carry somebody, I mean, parrying the Lung with the Dolia is a good shot.
Yeah, it's going to be a good try. Lung is going to be out here, and as we were saying, I think Zolia is going to be the next pickup here. Are they going to let Elevate do this? If a Zolia is not picked here, okay, good. Never mind.
Make it a beautiful day.
Well, there you have it. You definitely have to remove this combo from either side because we've seen it. Yangjin Dolia, once it ramps up in game 1 between Kagendra and also Boom, that was really scary. Super tank, super damage dealer, everything in this Yangjin.
Yeah.
Everything in the young GM, but I mean, it's going to be the D-Ranger here as well. So we can imagine we're going to be seeing a little bit more front line being built here for the side of Elevate, right? Trying to keep him alive, and that is going to be a little bit more of that front line, but a good fax pick. So placing this midway through the draft, I think is a really good call here for Elevate, because they could go either into the mid lane or even into a row.
Yeah, it's a good thing that they pick up the Yuan here for the side of Elevate, because this could still go for Invalid on their side.
Nice.
Even for BSC, you just get onto the back line.
Yeah, that could even go over to the hands of either Musang King or Guayu, right? Like, that's still scary because of that Dolia as well. Double Skyfall, that's going to be a tricky one to overcome.
And we've seen the double Skyfall coming in for this pick, like you mentioned, whereby slow early game comes in the form of this nuts up, but once it gets scaling, once the item starts ramping, this thing is super duper tanky to take out.
Yeah. And that's the scary part about it, right? Because he has access to the backline. You have nothing to do against that backline. But Elevate, I was kind of thinking for the side of them, Demons, usually from what we've seen from the PKL, what they do is pick the Sakira up so that they have that healing to help with the siege potential of this Demons.
I mean, it could still be a possibility, right? Because obviously Huon can be into that mid lane as well, and it looks like the HBSE are just like, you know what? Maybe it is going to be in the mid lane, actually going to be in the support role here as they ban out the Mai Shirnui as well as the Nua. Because the Nua obviously is a good counter towards that loop.
I think they're really forcing, like you mentioned, right, Elevate on this Yuan to be forcing towards the mid lane here, because we're seeing a lot of these mid lanes being removed from the pool here. You have like what? The Nua, Mai Shiranui, the Ganemo, all these not available in this game number 1.
Yeah, they're not going to be really having it as options here for their side though. But Elevate, I do think for now, this is one of the classic that Iblis also picks that up every time. So I'm kind of expecting that they're going to do that and just have the secure for mix here for the team. And now for BSE, they still have a lot of options here for the next mix.
They still have quite a few options. So obviously for Elevate, we're looking towards the Clash lane. We're looking towards the potential of a mid lane pick here for themselves. It's going to be HBSE going for that Lady Gem, right? So if they're looking for a bit of a fight, if they're looking for that Yang Jian to come through, Destructive Delusion is going to be their thing to stop them.
He's going to be bathing in that Destructive Deluge here if he does have that Heaven and Earth for him. So I still like the style here coming for HBSE, remaining that Nurza as a flex pick all the way towards the end. But you mentioned to me, Dash, PKL teams, they don't play the Night Plume here. Are you lying to me?
They don't.
He's an imposter. He's not part of the PKL cast. Where is he come from? We don't know.
Hear the Filipino casters, they were like, oh, because they don't know. Because Hyde doesn't play these types of heroes. He just plays a Sun Tzu. He usually is a setter for the team. But having Ambrosia, that is a new pick for the PKL.
But that's the beauty of Honor of Kings. You have to adapt to the recent new patches here, and exactly is what Elevate is trying to show us in this game number 1 here. They have a solid draft from early towards the late game here, but I am very excited to see how Azar plays this matchup on the Ambrosia against Greyu on that Charlotte.
Yeah, I love that they have the Charlotte Ambrosia. This is definitely going to be a skill matchup on who's better at just taking out the damage, just going in, going for the fights, or who's better at going to the backline.
Exactly right. Like obviously, access to the backline is going to be huge here. Obviously, trying to get the takedown onto the likes of either the D-Ranger or the Lung and the Lady Gen onto the side of HBSE. But I mean, if you're looking at this, Musan King on this Nerdsa, he's not going to be anywhere near the team fight to get in onto your backline.
Yeah, there's not really... His only target is going to be the demons, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
There's nothing else, because if you target the U1, they have the unending sorrow to just get away from that.
No. He has a Dolia with that, so first one to force you, the second one to kick you back, so those are still potential combos that BSE could pull out with their composition here. But Nurza is traditionally known as a weak jungler in towards the early game here, so for Elevate, they need to tackle, they need to be aggressive, attack Musan King when he's at the weakest state.
Yeah, they can do that. That is going to be the best option here for the team, though. But for now, what are we going to be expecting here for the compositions? Access to the backline is available for both teams, so those farm laners need to be careful.
They do need to be careful, but I mean, at the same time, we could be getting double Skyfall, or we could just get double the shove, right? Like, if you can keep shoving the D-Ranger into your team, you're going to kind of try and force away that cleanse as well.
Yeah, and that's the time, Elevate. Black True Esports, this is going to be an uphill battle for Elevate in this whole series, so I do hope they hold on.
It is really a new squad forming together to challenge one of the best teams in the global scene here. It will be Elevate on towards the blue side here, taking on this comfort draft that they have drafted for themselves, debuting that Ambrosia in the KIC2025, taking on HomeBois, Black True Esports in this game number 1. Casters, take a stage.
Man, it's going to be a juggernaut right here that they're going to be fighting against right now. It's going to be game number 1. Between Elevate and HomeBois, Black True Esports taking the stage and fighting for glory in this match.
Fighting for glory, fighting for honor, as MC they're trying to play up against here the MKL #1 seed of their region as well, which is going to be none other than HomeBois and Black True Esports. A little bit of a tip attack going on into the mid lane here, just trading blows. Migs is definitely going to be the one to do that.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough one that we're seeing right here on the team. We're seeing, look at this, what's happening right there on the bottom side of the map. We're seeing Musan King just clearing out the wave onto the bot side of the map in order, and look at how BB is playing this. He is helping him out just for him to really alleviate that pressure from the early game, because we know he's not good in the early game, so might as well help him out.
Exactly, yeah, speed up his farm there. It's going to be the aim of the game between BB and Musan King, but looking low is going to be Hyde. Can Guayu find access, or is this going to be a bit of a bait? He's not going to take it though.
Oh yeah, they're not going to be taking it for now. The help has happened. One thing that I love about that is after BB has helped him clear the wave, it transitioned to Jer just taking the race. Let me take it, brother. Let me help him out.
Yeah, it's like, hey, gotta help in hand. You need it? Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much here. But I mean, at HomeBois, Black Shoe Esports, they like to farm up, and that's what they're going to be doing for this first few moments of the game.
Yeah, now because of that is already level 4. That is already good for the team. Skyfall is already available. Right there on the top side, they're going to be taking the Sprite here just for Zhu Hong is to be able to get back in lane.
Yeah, just getting back into the mid lane, just kind of like make sure that it's not too long away from that minion wave crashing through, right? I mean, they are probably going to give it over to potentially Moose and King as they try and just like hold him through into these boars.
Yeah. Right now into the mid lane, they already have Haru here being very aggro for the team, just taking out some boars here for their side. Just to deny Moose and King that easy space.
Yeah, that extra bit of gold, right? Like, there's like, you know what, if you want to take our boards, we're going to take yours. It's a little bit of a, what's mine is mine, what's yours is yours.
Yeah, and now for this Elevate, is just going to be looking for something here. But I love that BSE still has the same MO. They're going to be helping out Moose and King. They're going to try, and even the top side, you can see Guayu just taking out Hyde on the top lane, so he has more of that access and that teleportation circle.
Yeah, exactly. He does have that, but Hyde's going to have that kind of inbuilt Sage's Sanctuary, right?
Yeah.
Like having that resurrection on the Umbrosa here is going to be a potential outplay onto Guayu.
Then down on the top side, I think a knockup has happened. They were fighting.
They were fighting, but nothing ever came from it, right? Like, obviously, this is HBSE. It's not just any kind of team that's, like Sagi was saying in the introduction, right? They only take team fights when there's an objective to be had.
They don't even need to take those team fights right now. They're going to take their time as much as they can. And 50 seconds on the clock, we're going to be having the objective. This is something new for me, at least for the side of Elevate, because at this point, there's already a kill happening most of the time.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a difference and a bit of a... upset in the pace here for Elevate, I guess, because they're just not being given what they want.
Yeah, it's a different stage. So Elevate also needs to really look for that difference on how they play, upgrade their playstyle. So how usually is the standard for HOK, which is slow, steady, macro playstyle mixed in a great position though.
Yeah, he's just trying to find intel for his team, right? Obviously, as it gets very much closer to that neutral objective point of the game, we are at about 15 seconds until we can potentially see the first fight, because there is something to fight for here for the side of HBSE.
Yeah. Whoever clears the first wave here onto the mid lane has advantage on that positioning, though. But also Guayu has advantage on that teleportation circle onto the top side. Will he be able to deny it, though? No. So that's going to be a 5v4 in this fight.
Yes, that would be close there. Just a little bit, 1 second of a wonder. Going to change the whole pace here for the side of HBSE, but that's not going to stop them right now. Haru is at this pit as well. A bit of a team fight being committed here, but the truck to lose is going to be stolen now. It's going to be HSBC. Musa King into the back line, taking down Haru, looking for some more blood. Mix looking low, Azar as well as Iblis.
Haru is going to be down. Tyrant is going to be taken here after. Even the tower onto the bot lane, BSC just got an inch and they're taking miles.
They are taking miles after being given an inch, but that's what you need to not do when you're against an MKL team, right? Is they will take everything from you in a moment's notice.
Yeah, they're going to be taking anything. They are going to be moving forward. Look at the T2 on the bot lane. Already took some damage right here from BB. And they're already taking space here on the top side of the map and taking the jungle.
Taking the jungle, go for the Azure goal. I mean, that's going to be deadly against Haru, but the takedown onto Azar as well. Really putting the pressure onto the back line of the Slash being given up on the side of Elevate.
Just a bit of a fun fact for everybody watching at home. Elevate Azar, this is one of his favorite tanks. And he has picked this a lot more than any other marksman in the PKL.
Even in the 1v1 championship,
yeah,
right?
It's his favorite.
Like, that to me is a scary sign. Like, you're playing your favorite farmer and you're like not having the greatest game. You're like, oh, what else is going to happen from this point?
Honestly, very tough right here for Elevate. The PSC is just taking the reins, not even giving anything for Elevate. They have nothing to get, and now Skyfall is coming in.
Skyfall coming back onto Azar once again. He has to use the cleanse, but he's getting himself out alive. Denying for the moment is going to be mixed as he falls once again. And Haru is able to escape just for now.
The slowdown is going to be here. BSC looking for the bot lane, though. They're trying to clear the way, but this is going to be a time for them to push the tower.
Yeah, let's put these T3s that they want. With 7 minutes in here. Dash. That is not a good point for the side of Elevate. Maybe this is the quickest game of KIC today.
Good thing they were able to clear it out. They're going to be taking their time here. HBSC, they are really having a struggle on what, or rather, Elevate is having a struggle in what they're going to be doing here. Almost 7k gold lead here, make that almost 8k for the side of BSE.
Yeah, they've clearly won the lottery.
Yeah.
They won the lottery with that 8k gold lead for now, but it's going to be just how HBSE play, right? We talk about playing for objectives, playing for those turrets. At the same time, Guayu taking the 2v1 here from Iblis and Hyde is still able to escape now. Or trying to just get and ruminate and be close by to Busan King.
Very fast target, right? Charlotte, even if you try to flash in, he still has a lot of dashes, and it's very, very fast. And because of that, they really put a lot of people in the bot side of the map, which is why the top side is getting taken down.
Top side getting taken down. E2 falls as well. They're looking for that high ground turret, but again, once again, Guayu with a 2-1. Engaging gets taken down, but they are opening it up even more. If your flashlight falls, you get a T3. It's scary.
Is that the end though? They finished.
They can't finish. They have the begin. They have only Hyde alive, and it's going to be HBSE, sorry, with an 8-minute match.
Game number 1 has been taken in a fast fashion for the side of HBSE. Quite a struggle. Elevate. They trimmed down just once, and HBSE just took the race. This is our game, as we said.
Yes, that game in their favor here for the side of HomeBois Black Shrew Esports, taking a very quick game. 3-10 minutes. The first game that we've seen today within the KIC actually go less than 10 minutes. And that was a 8-minute, 20 seconds game coming up from HomeBois Black Shrew Esports themselves, teaching Elevate how to play the correct Honor of Kings game here. But definitely Elevate, if they want to disrupt the tempo going into game number 2, they definitely need to amp up some sort of like team fighting prowess to really take on HBSE in their discomfort zone.
Yeah, that's a correct way of playing HOK, and Elevate really knows how to shake things up that time, but I think this is the first time that they've met up with HBSE at this stage, which is why the pressure is there.
Oh, pressure is actually I want to visit back to the point he was making about Azar playing D-Ranger, his favorite far lane.
Oh, man.
And you lose 3-9 minutes.
So, I think this comes down to a few questions, right? Whereby, yes, D-Ranger, favorite farm lane, supposedly to be a strong laner, but think of it from his perspective. He was always under a situation where he was 1v2 against VD and also towards the farm lane, and Biggs was able to convert this 1v2 advantage coming in for the side of his farm lane, giving that space to roll to any relevant information or team fight win on the cross map.
Yeah, one thing that's good about there though is that they don't have the Dolly as a side anymore for the next games, which is a good thing if he's going to be playing Arlie on game number 2 or whenever the Arlie is allowed to be played.
Yeah, we can say Arlie could come through, right? But at the same time, like, is that really going to slow down the pace of the likes of HBSE here, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, that's a jungle, right? That still did not stop Busan King from being all up into the face of Elevate. So, if they draft something like Pei, Agudo, it's just going to get even more ferocious.
Yeah, and that's not even fast. And also, let's talk about what they did a while ago, right?
Yeah.
They helped out Busan King in the early stages of the game, just really babying him, really just sending him over. Okay, BB's done now. It's Adolia's time to help him out, just to get him to level 4.
Yeah, like we saw the early game on how exactly Busan King started jungle pathing. He started off bottom side of the farm lane, sharing the farm, taking the fire beat immediately, allowing DB on the alone to fasten up the jungle so he gets those early game level 4 as fast as possible here. But that's the thing. You showed the Yang Jian as the first pick. Immediately, Dolia and also the Long Awing is taken away. I like the Yang Jian. It was good, but the counter pick in the Furonutsa, the healing reduction built into the kit of the hero, makes so much sense against the Yang Jian.
Yeah, which is why it was hard for the Yang Jian to even do anything this game. Look at Haru. He struggled in what to do this game. Hyde even had a lot more gold, and Azar has a lot more gold than him because he was not allowed to play this game. Remember, there also is a Lady Gen, which makes it hard for him to even get close if he doesn't have the passive.
Exactly right. Like with the Lady Gen, obviously just doing so much damage. But I mean, it's definitely kind of like a misunderstanding that most players have. Like when they see Lady Gen come through, they're like, "Oh, that's not going to do enough damage." But I mean, look at here. Does the most damage of 49k, and it's just all thanks to that ultimate.
She does a lot of damage, though. It's, you just don't see it right there and then. But you're going to be seeing it on the stats that she's dealing a lot of damage, especially the later the game goes.
And the gold graph that we might not see later on, or we will see later on, it's definitely something like we expected, right? Whereby BSC only fights you at objectives, and what do we have? 7 minutes! 7,000 gold lead for the side of HBSC.
Yeah, one thing that I love about them is that once they get one objective, they're looking at 2 angles every time. They look at 2 angles, let's try this and this. If this doesn't work, at least this will.
Yeah, exactly. They just gotta like make sure that they got multiple chances of opportunity. Yeah. And I mean, speaking of opportunity being created here, it was definitely Muzan King being the MVP here for the side of True Esports.
That's imposter syndrome, okay? Imposter syndrome. That's an imposter right there. Muzan King getting the MVP, 503, 36k damage, and 7.5k gold on his side.
Yes. Well, let's bring into the replay of what exactly went down. So this is the execution coming in from the double Nidza Skyfall here. So first kill all towards Haru, unable to heal up, and then you start to see Azar, no flash, you appear in front and you immediately get double dome by both Wayu Charlo and also Muzan King on that Nidza pick.
Yeah, and also what's so hard about this is that they didn't have the damage. Remember, Invalid is on that U1. U1 doesn't really activate, especially against BP target. She doesn't really have a lot of damage against them.
No, not a lot of damage at all, right? I mean, the damage coming through here for side of True Esports was definitely what they needed to have, right? Like, obviously, VB, Lady Jen, as well as obviously YU onto the shot. I mean, we saw that very impressive 2v1 that was taking place like 2 times down into the bottom of the map, and YU was able to sustain itself alive, but then also get 1 kill, but then open up that top side of the map.
Very fast game. The fastest game currently for the KIC, 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Yeah, 8 minutes and 20 seconds is when it ended, and that is just showing how this region is the strongest and their strongest team plays like this.
I mean, what better way of elevating to really learn from HBSC than to learn what they actually do in game? Like, they go back and check the tapes maybe after the series.
Yeah.
And like, okay, they did this, maybe we could mimic their play style and try to reform. I would say reform is like repeat and like do it in their own way. Whereby it's okay, it's a game whereby you play towards your basics here, and if you improve your basics, definitely elevate, could go pretty far.
Yeah, and for something that they want to do is that this is my classmate's assignment. I'm going to do better by improving what he did there. I think that's the thing that they want to do here for the side of Elevate. And look at this, the global ban and pick for the team. The big title here of Zatsoya really made it hard for the side of Elevate.
I think this really comes from experience on the coaching staff as well. When they see the Yangjin, they know, okay, you might want to go for the Yangjin Zoya, and also you might want to put the Yangjin towards the jungle. And to add on, they put the U1 as well. So locking in that Nidza simultaneously counter both of those heroes in one single pick zone.
Yeah, and that's why it was kind of a struggle here for the team on what they want to do. But it was still good that they have seen Elevate this. They got the experience, the HBSE premium experience on those games. And Elevate needs to do something. They need to change things up right now in Game 2.
They definitely need to do something, right? I mean, that's a very... If we were coaches and we was like sat the guys in the back, we're like, hey guys, we gotta do something. Like, they would not be thankful, right? Like, we need to kind of look a little bit more further into that. And to be honest, I feel like Elevate needs to react. Like, they didn't react enough for me.
Now, Dash, plan forward as well. They need to react and need to make plays. How does Elevate usually play? Their play style back in PKL.
Yeah, for the PKL, what they do most of the time is find a way to make sure that Azar will get the items that he needs. Because that game he was denied. He was getting jumped by a lot of people, which is why it was so hard for him to do anything. But once he gets a hold of a Alone on Arlie, that is when he goes crazy. Or a Marco Polo even. That is when he just split pushes and doesn't care about everything. And when he comes back to the team fights, that is when he goes crazy.
Now, blue side is exactly what you are able to be targeting. That Alone, that Arlie, potentially that Marco Polo is definitely somewhere Elevate on this blue side could potentially look to be scavenging for in this pick advance.
Yeah. Scavenging for pick advance. A game of 2 here between Elevate and HBSE. I mean, is it going to be another quick game? Or is it going to be a reactive game number 2 for Elevate?
Yeah, that's going to be the question here for them, Elevate. They're banning right now onto that fade. Arlie is going to be one of the targets here for HBSE because they recognize how Azar can play that up, and also just the safety of not having the Arlie on the other team.
It makes a little sense, right? Whereby Arlie is always the high risk, high reward sort of hero here. You get it, you play tempo, and you make sure that your opponent gets succumbed into your pacing. Arlie 3 items, definitely the perfect time for them to carry. But Elevate putting more focus against Musang King on that jungle. Same for HBSC. Bloom are removed from the pool.
Man, I was talking about both of them, and both of them are bad. Yeah, both of them are bad. HBSC just recognizes how this is going to be an Asar-centric composition. Dharma going to go and hide, and this is what I expect. Hyde really thrives on those centers, and if he finds a way to set the fight, he will be the light that elevates needs here.
But at the same time, I mean, we saw it with the last series, right, where Biggie was just constantly phase checking at the enemy clash lane. So that's all what you really need to do here is just get somebody that's going to be able to kind of like match the pace of this Dharma. But over to the side of HomeBois, Black True Esports, they're giving you one of his big picks, right? Like this was one of his like signature picks back in 2024. It's going to be the John Fei.
And I like the theory here. What did we learn from the previous series? KAGENDRA and Boo. You have a Dharma, pick a DRNG. What's he gonna do? He's up onto you. I have a legal immunity. I can kill him with stone too.
Yeah, the question is, what mid laner would Zhuhong give him anything here on their side? Will he pick a Yuhuan, for example, just so he doesn't have he has 0 targets basically for the Dharma? But Lady Sun and Lady Jin, double ladies now for the ladies.
But yeah, at the same time, like, I mean, my Shiranui hasn't been banned. Zhuhong here could go for that as well. Go for it. If they really want to go for it. There we go.
Yeah.
Fire Ninja, the title. Fire Ninja coming through here for those at home is obviously going to be great access into the back line here, especially trying to get the cut down onto Azar on this Lady Sun.
Oh man, that's going to be a struggle here. They have a lot of targets here for the Mai Shiranui. The Lady Sun, the Lady Jin are good targets for that Mai Shiranui. So right now, Elevate needs to find a way. Okay, they even banned the Zhuangzi, so nothing. You have nothing to do here.
Yep, double knockouts. Immediately think of the Zhuangzi, lock it away. Why is it so good? The Wanderer, Dream Wanderer himself removes crowd control with the click of the button here. So a very good removal from Stan HBSC to really allow Elevate to think about other options.
Yeah, if they wanted to be reactive, he could have been a perfect pick here. Just wait for them to go in, truth match for everybody, and everything's safe. And now, with this, they're also looking at the Guan Yu for the side of HBSC because Guan Yu could actually use that, and Lady Sun is a good target for Guan Yu if ever that comes out.
Very true as well. But I mean, we're looking at these last few bans. The Mustache getting banned out here as well. They don't want to obviously further align into the back line here with the lights of the Mai Shiranui as well. But banning out the Flowbone tank is, I think, a good call, right? Obviously, they do have a little bit of a not a solid front line, but it could definitely be like a pseudo front line of the Dharma here. So banning that out, and obviously the Jin coming through here makes a lot more sense. So Musang King is going from 0 to 100 in the matter of 90 seconds.
We are in for a treat here. Musang King is known to be one of the best global junglers here in the HOK global landscape here. So I'm very interested to see how he brings the first ever Jing of KIC2025 towards the table against Elevate.
Yeah, he's not a traitor, that Jing pick. So on the other side, Elevate is going to be going for an Agudo and the most to their side. So also just putting up another target here for the Jing and the Mai Shiranui to latch onto.
Exactly that. I mean, there's a lot of damage coming from here at the side of HomeBois, Black True Esports, and there it is once again, the nutty combo, the Mai and the Mai Shiranui coming through here for the second time within KIC. But I'm going to be looking forward to seeing if Musang King is rocking that new Jing skin.
It's a very aggressive lineup here coming for side HBSC. You have the Mai Shiranui, you have the Jing, and also Zhang Fei, potentially this might pick up later on here. So game 1 was pretty fast here. Are they trying to amp up tempo here? But definitely don't count Elevate because Lady Sun and Mosley here, these two insanely strong lane phase.
Yeah, the lane phase is going to be hell here for Team and Zhang Fei because they are just going to be putting up a lot of long range damage from them. But as you were saying, I do believe if they want game 1 to be fast, game 2 is going to be faster if it all lines up in their favor.
Gotta go quick, right? I mean, maybe that's going to be the motto of HomeBois Black True Esports in KIC 2025's groups because they've already set the bar pretty high here with a pre-9-minute game for game number 1. So game number 2, maybe faster, or will they be a bit sparing on the side of Elevate?
But hey, fast is not always good because if you go too fast, you might trip on a rock and that could spell the entirety of your team composition here. For HBSC here, for Elevate, they drafted themselves a similar lineup here. Lady Sun wants to go into the bottom lane. They will be really aggressive in that laning phase, and then towards the top side here, you have all these playmakers here high on that Dharma here. All these are potential picks for both of these teams to really look for those big plays in towards that early to mid game.
Yeah, what I like about Elevate's composition is they find a way to really stretch this game the longer it goes. they have a potential to actually turn things around.
Yeah, they do have late game potential here on the side of Elevate, but at the same time, from what we've seen from HomeBois Black Shrew Esports, the fast rotations we're more than likely to be seeing here from Suhong as well is going to be a crucial difference maker here.
Honestly, that's just me coping.
Yeah.
So, first thing for Elevate, how to not succumb towards the HomeBois Black Shrew Esports tempo. How to go 50-50 with them, contest them for those big objectives. That's the first thing that Elevate needs to figure out in this game number 2 between HomeBois Black Shrew Esports here.
Yeah, that's what they're going to be doing in this game, and that is what is going to happen.
But hey, the stage is yours. Do cast a fantastic game and do enjoy Elevate taking on HBSC in this game number 2 of the best of 5.
Yeah, second game within the series. I mean, it seems to be going a bit too fast, right, guys? I think we need to slow down the tempo here of HomeBois Black Shrew Esports. And that's going to be the main job here of Elevate.
Are they going to let us stop them? No, I don't think so, because Zhihong is already going to the boards here because he knows that they can take this.
Oh, of course, they can take it super duper easy. I mean, Haru here is just waiting for the takeaway, the release, right? It looks like he froze, but he's just getting that release off.
Yeah, he was able to take it anyway. But right now onto the mid lane, you can see because Zher has this fight here, it really is very helpful, especially on securing all those objectives. Remember, you have Musan King with the Jing, and add to that is Zher having the spike, so that's a lot of easy takedowns of those objectives.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of ways to get onto these objectives as well as just securing them with those last hits, right? But I mean, oh no, Makes, he's got to be careful. You don't want to lose your support so early. You don't want to lose first support either. Why you be careful here, but get knocked up. It's going to be first blood going up the side of Elevate. Okay.
Okay, that is a surprise for me. That was really fast for the side of Elevate. Really just went into that. Harold didn't even finish his clear just for him to help out on that kill against Guayu.
Yes, the good takedown there onto Guayu at the top side of the map here. But maybe that's where Elevate needs to kind of focus here. But Suhong trying again. Get that knocked onto Mix, but he flashes over the wall.
Yeah, even using the mobilization onto the mid lane just for them to get the base here. I do believe Musan King is just waiting for him to get to level 4 after getting the mirrors away. That is when they start getting aggressive.
Oh, very aggressive. I mean, they can use the mirror clothes and just kind of like teleport in and out, can't they? So it's kind of, do you keep phase checking the mirror clothes, or do you try and take down on this Dark Bay before he gets to level 4?
Oh, and there might be the time forcing Flash out of the side of HBSC in this game, and that is going good for them, but Hyde might be in trouble here.
I could potentially be in trouble as well.
Okay, careful. Yeah, at least it's very safe going back to the top side of the map. Look at this, though, right? One thing that I love about HBSC is that they always put a man on every lane, and now they're going for the bot lane.
Trying to go for the bot lane here. It's not very past the 4-minute mark. The Bright Lane versus catch up the Mix, but can they gain that distance? And the answer is no.
Yeah, from what we're seeing here, well, everything Hyde.
Oh, Hyde trying to get the he does have the ultimate, right? But I mean, he doesn't have the design wall or even the pickoffs here.
Yeah, I was surprised he had the flash guy. I thought he's going to go for it. But from what we're seeing, well, that is happening. He took the wolves of Haru and also taking a lot of the waves on the top side.
Yeah, he's just trying to get that gold go over to the side of HBSC, right? I mean, you can already see it right now that they're about a 1k gold lead in around about 3 minutes. So that's going to be hairy team fight territory when that turret comes online.
Yeah, right. That was the King really closing in and getting that level 8. Once he gets a level 8 advantage on that first objective, 45 seconds. This is what HBSC, slowing down.
Yep, slowing down. Dog has to get out of there using the Kachusa as well, just flipping over the wall using the great mobility of the Maestro.
Yeah, look at what they're doing, right? Elevate is trying to break the tempo of Hyde.
Hyde gets the knock onto the wall, but can he do enough damage on the Musan King?
Found really enough damage at this point in the game, 20 seconds. At least he's going to be having that up later on. Good thing he didn't burn the flash, because it's going to be important in that objective fight.
Very important, but I mean, we do have Musan King not having that ultimate for the next team fight potential here into the Tyrant.
Yeah, right now, from what we're seeing, they're positioning themselves on this objective. Top side, though.
Yeah, just trying to create pressure, right? Obviously, just trying to get that new wave pressure through, trying to keep Elevate up to the top side of the map here. Obviously, you can teleport, King trying to get the position in right for that Tyrant.
Very smart for HBSC. They got the tower on the bot side, so now they have space onto that Tyrant, and the minion wave is also pushing, so there's nothing that Elevate could do to contest this.
Yeah, huge focus on these side lanes is definitely what it enables such easy Tyrant takedowns is happening here. But I mean, Elevate, they're trying to create pressure elsewhere, right? Obviously, the beauty of the Gudo here means that the takedowns of these T1s are going to be pretty quick.
Yeah, that is good. Right now, onto the side, gonna go for at least take the Overlord as the compensation for Elevate. That is something that they can get here. And that is it. They're gonna be taking that objective. I hope it helps them out, but right now, still a 1.5k gold lead for HBSC.
Yeah, it's something they need to make sure they get a hold up here if you are Elevate. But oh my goodness, the hold onto the side of Elevate with that final outburst from Sir is going to be a huge triple man knock. And now the knock onto Mix. They get Ivalice, they get Hyru as well. The stampede onto Azar means they get the takedown.
The top base in! The KIC are going crazy and they did it again!
They're looking for Hyde, he can run, but can he hide? The answer to what is no as the minion wave crashes through to the mid.
That's an ace for HBSC, making that a 4k gold lead for the team. A tower as a bonus for this side.
Yeah, T1 takedown here is getting that pressure into the mid lane. Obviously, Ivalice needs to be then, obviously, rotating around here with a full team and maybe try and find a bit of a buddy system going on.
Yeah, top side though, tower again is going to get taken down. Nobody's there to help out. Now make that a 5k gold lead for HBSC at this point. Elevate, they need to find a way to stop this bleeding.
They need to elevate their gameplay.
Yes.
For lack of better words, they need to elevate the gameplay, elevate their gold lead, and do something with these team fights. Cascade is coming through. Think inside the box doesn't quite hit. It's going to be on the right left, but speed impactful once again, but Dark gets taken down within this team fight thanks to Destructive Delusion. But no, Hyde and Biggs get traded.
2 for 1 on their side, but PB taking down tower.
They're trying to go for the T2 in the mid lane as well. They do able to stop this bleeding for now on the side of Elevate.
Stop it. At least now they get themselves some bleeding room here on the side of Elevate. HBSC. And these guys are just putting out a web right there that Elevate can't even get out.
Yeah, they're casting the web. They're keeping them locked into place when the team plays. You have them right. But I mean, if you look at all the ultimates onto the side of these two teams, there's a lot of circles, right? We have the Mirror Domain. We have, obviously, the Destructive Deluge. But origin story here, going to the venue and traveling. Team Elevate listens to music while singing to it to relax themselves, especially Ivalice. Do you think you will sing Burn the Flame this KIC?
I think so. I think so. I think Ivalice will be able to sing that. And you know what? A Filipino's really good singers, right?
What are you good at? Singers, dancers, cooks, you know, like,
exactly, man. Exactly.
Leave some talent for the rest of us, man.
Oh, man. Right now, we're going to be seeing it. The talent. Will it actually come out for Elevate this time?
Potential coming out here. I mean, Hussein King looking pretty low. Cannon Blast actually connects on, but there's no quiet follow up here for the side of Elevate. They can't get out of their base.
Yeah. Right now, they need to find a way. They need to find that opening, but it is not showing for them because HBSE is not giving themselves any chink in their armor.
No, nothing yet. There's no chink in the armor there for the side of HomeBois, Black Tree Esports. Maybe the only chink really is if they can get like a good team fight, maybe push outside of the map here. But other than that, there's really a hard match on their hands here.
Zero openings that they're giving here for the side of Elevate. Right under going.
Ooh, Bright Light does catch on Hyru, but Evelyn gets taken down onto YU as well. Into the back line, it's going to be Musa King. Eddie looking to get the claim on the second kill. Onto Hyde, but double kill goes over to YU. Then 2 times MVP. Getting the bot line. High ground turret as well, but now a bit of a comeback.
Yeah, they're looking for it right now. The tower into the mid lane might be taken down here.
Maybe taken down into the like it's going to fall down there. Azar gets the kill onto Zahar as well.
Yeah, they're looking for it. They think Azar can get taken down here. They might be trying, but it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. Big's looking pretty low. Obviously, the Cannon Blast is being mitigated there immediately with a nice flash.
Yeah, nice try for the team here. Elevate looking for some timing. It's 2 for 2 for now. And at least they stemmed the bleeding a bit. But remember, the bleeding is like 10k gold.
Exactly. They got the hand on one pressure point, but it's just bleeding there as well, which is going to be at the camp of the Azure Golem now. The Tyrant is up. Again, just another free neutral objective here for the side of
another thing to take for HBSC. They can't even contest it. They tried though. Haru really went for that objective. Gonna try for it again. But how crazy are these Dongfei picks on all the Dongfeis that we've seen today? Because they have have been going crazy with that Unbridled Outburst.
I mean, this was a player back in 2024 that this was his signature pick, right? This is when we didn't have global ban pick. This is something that everyone always respect bans against, sure. So it's right for him to pick this out in game number 2 if he wants to get that 2-0 scoreline.
Yeah, right now. Again, Gas Rage is over there. Unbridled Outburst right now. Top lane is going to be the target here. BB is just putting the pressure.
Putting the pressure on here is going to be HomeBois, Black True Esports as they have the minions into the mid, into the bot side here as well. T3 going to be falling the top side of the map here. BB just using those tokens. Just stuff blasted away. Busan King uses the miracle load. And then onto the back line is going to be a huge Unbridled Outburst once again. And then point 2 goes to BSE.
2-0. And HBSE took the game again. And Elevate are not to be seen in this game so far. They have been struggling. But it's also because it's HBSE they're fighting against.
They are. I mean, it's not like they're fighting against anybody. They are fighting against the big winners of 2024. Yes, they needed a roster shake-up for this, but at the same time, it's still difficult for these teams to come out top.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be a tough series, 2-0 match point already. And the matches have been very fast.
It was very fast, and yet another 3-10-minute game that was in favor of HBSE in the final few moments. I believe they had about 11,000 to 12,000 gold before the end of the game just now.
Oh yeah, that was such a big, right? Because, oh man, it was really hard for Elevate to do anything during that game. And we talked about how they're going to fasten the game up because of their picks. They have 3 assassins basically on their team, and they were just looking for kills left and right.
It was very aggressive all around coming in from HBSE, but the early game props to Elevate as well. They were finding for active plays. They got the first play with a Bang Gang with the side of Elevate Mid, Dong and Rome, whereby they were looking, they got the first play on towards Wayu on that Majin. And then what happened? It was a slow but steady race in that early game. And one thing to really note about, high sacrifice top wave, really look for those big plays on towards the crossman. But HBSE respected that and they backed off cleanly. And then what happened? One Unbridled Outburst was a melee immediately. Full on ace for HBSE.
Yeah, that is very scary, especially sure having the top A on his side is really, really strong, especially the Unbridled Outburst from long range.
Yeah.
He sets the team up for success there.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of like using it as an effective poke, right? Like, he just already played some from such an advantage. He's like, you know what? This is normally used to kind of like basically break down a big team fight engage from the enemy team. But he's just using it to like, you know what? Let's start off with a better team fight. Let's just poke at the back line, get them locked into place, get Haru, get takedown.
Yeah, nobody's going to start the fight on the other side anyway.
No,
and Elevate, because the Dharma, even with the Dharma on their side, they're not going to be able to do so just because of how the state of the game is.
It's like, for HBSE, they always pull the trigger at the correct time. Like what Glam has mentioned, the Zhangfei getting multiple Unbridled Outbursts, starting off the team fight already faster than what Hai can actually react to on his Dharma, whereby every single team fight, it was Unbridled Outburst immediately, double assassin coming in with the money, jumping towards the back, and there was almost like, 2 to 3 seconds for reaction only.
Literally, that game, he was the beast.
He was the beast.
Yeah, what a beast he was during that game, and that was a crazy time to see this. But right here, let's take a look at the stats on what happened during that game. It was really that far away. Because look at Busan King, he had 9k gold that game, highest in the game.
Wait, who was the support? Was it Sahang or was it Zerf? The amount of assists here, crazy, but
he has 1 kill.
Yeah, but he can play this as a carry, but he can also kind of just feed for his team, you know, like just give over the kills and just basically get them set up.
Yeah, and one thing that I love about this is he even built the breakthrough row for Zilhong. Usually you go for the void staff, right? Or Saban's rod at this point in the game, but he went through the breakthrough row so that he doesn't get killed.
Yeah, he has more HP and has more magic penetration, and because at this point, if you look at Elevate, there's no gold to be funneling to the Succubus Cloak here, so the flat penetration provided by the breakthrough makes more sense if you want to snowball into a 3-10-minute end, which is what, again, HBSE accomplished in this game number 2.
Yeah, and also, just a bit of a background on why they picked up the Ladies Footing here. This has been quite a discovery from some of the teams in the BKL. Blacklist, Boom Esports have been picking up the Ladies Footing as like a wild card pick that even without the thing, they tried to make it effective, but here it didn't work again.
No, it's basically just been used as a bit of a late game potential, right? Like, you see here that if they are able to give up, like you said, like this is the whole point of Elevate, is they like to give Azar everything and all the items that he needs, but unfortunately, HomeBois Black True Esports knows that.
Yeah, and MVP. You gotta give it to him. Without on that Zhang every single play was started by the man himself, 1-1-12. You were asking, is he a melee or is he a role? Your answer is no, none of that. He's the MVP.
Oh man, he's the MVP. He got a lot of damage taken. If you could just see the stat on how many sets he did that game, that could also be there, and he did so much.
Oh, absolutely. So many unbridled air bursts. The Stampedes were always on point as well, right? Like, he made sure that once he used the unbridled air burst, he was getting right into the dirty, just making sure he's able to kind of stop and slow the enemy team.
Oh man, he's just so good. This is a crazy game that we're seeing. Everybody, especially for the fans of the PKL, they're being shown how it's done, right? How the MKL does it.
Correct. How the MKL does it, and how is one of the potential tournament favorites to really bring out the mechanics, their gameplay going into a series against Element. PKL's third seed here. But let's check out the highlights here. This was the play. It was 1-0 in favor for the side of Elevate here, but this Unbridled Alvarez leading into the full cavalry charge from Guiyu, from Vesakha, from Suhong. Immediately, you see a blood ace.
Yeah, for people at home, something that you should recognize is that, sure, whenever he uses the Unbridled Alvarez, it's usually at the max range of the ultimate, or he's going to be throwing them onto a wall so that they won't be moving.
They won't be moving, and they get stunned at the very end of the Unbridled Alvarez.
Yeah, there you go, look at that.
There's two powerful in one Unbridled Alvarez here, but props to Elevate here. Even though they were always on the back foot here, they always tried to fight back. They're trying to match mechanic for mechanic, but this Unbridled Alvarez here, matching on towards Evilus, and then immediately, you see Zohong from across the screen, immediately ruin, flash onto the face.
Yeah, it was a nice touch also that he dropped the regions before he went for the Unbridled Alvarez, which was very nice. Slowed them down, then hit them all with that Unbridled Alvarez.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, it's just a good deterrent for the side of Elevate, right? Like, just making sure they think, oh, right, we get the dunk on the enemy team. Actually, no, have an Unbridled Alvarez.
Yeah, it was a nice time. It was great to see HBSE playing like this. Very, very good, as we expect of them, right? Because right now, Elevate learning a lot, at least, from this game.
Exactly, Kira. But you need to convert the learning experience from HBSC in the series, because you only have like one more shot in the series, and you only have another one shot at the lower bracket here. So you're putting yourself into a much more dangerous position here. If you don't reset from the series and you don't perform even better in the lower brackets, buddy, your tournament run might be just in vain.
Yeah, might be cut short, right? And we don't want that to happen right here for, especially for the PKL fans, right here at home, and even right here on the venue. And it's honestly, one thing that I want to see is how Elevate at least get one game in this game.
It would be nice for the Elevate to get one game, right? I mean, we've seen it within, obviously, the KNC as well, that they were able to, obviously, PKL team was able to get one game up against Black Shrew, HomeBois Black Shrew Esports. So maybe, just maybe, game number 3, they can try and draft something, or at least, like, now they've taken 2 veterans, maybe their head's in the right place?
Yeah. Yeah, my question is, when are they going to release the Beast on the side of Elevate now? Because they showed us the Beast. So when is it going to come out?
The Beast, the Zhang Fei here. Not yet picked by the side of Elevate here, but let's check out the global ban pick here. These are the picks that has been expended by both of these two teams here. But so far, I would say that HBSE still has a lot of their pockets here if Elevate wants to challenge them.
Yeah, right now Elevate still has a lot of things. I think they've been saving a lot. I think game 3, they release everything. Because that's their only chance now at this point.
Maybe potentially Haru goes on to a assassin versus assassin matchup against Vesakha head on. That could be a pretty cool story here to prove that Haru has what it takes to challenge one of the best junglers in the global scene.
Oh yeah, I want to see that. I want to see that happen. Will they be able to work things out here for Elevate, especially for game number 3? Last chance. If they want to extend this and extend their learning, they at least could do that in game number 3.
And to start things off, Elevate does pick on towards the blue side here, so they could potentially revisit back the picks that you talk about. What is our lead, their long. These things, these heroes are still up and available for the side of the Elevate marksman.
Yeah, one thing hard about that is that HBSE banned that last game.
Yeah, they did ban it that last game. Like, they were making sure they were kind of like, hey, let's limit his choice.
Yeah, he's not going to be picking anything this game. I think that's what's going to happen again. But if they prioritize him, first pick for him, that is possible too.
Yeah, maybe that's what they're going to go for here with the blue side for the side of Elevate. But yeah, what are they going to do in this one?
There you go!
It's going to be...
There's the Beast I'm talking about, bro!
Impressive gets in, and Migs gets taken it out.
He better have an impressive performance here because this is tournament's lifeline on the line here. Losing this will put it into the lower brackets here. But it's good because if impressive comes in instead of mix, no like bad stuff owned towards mix because like impressive, this is like what? He's also been around the scene for quite a while now. So maybe coming in as the big brother here, calming the nerves, telling Elvin like, hey, it's okay to lose, but you don't go out without a bang.
Yeah, they need to punch things up here for the team. Impressive. Also, one of the things, a bit of a background for everybody out there, is also very, very smart. When he was in Boom Esports, he was the one helping with the draft. So maybe things will change here for the side of Elevate.
Maybe things will change, but obviously we were into game number 3, BP. This could be the last one between HBSE and Elevate, depending on how impressive's performance will be with this one.
Yeah, will he impress us? So that's the question here in this game. I do know that Sure is the pioneer of the Athena gameplay here for MKL, but in the PKL it was impressive.
Yeah, I've seen his games.
Yeah.
Mimicking the style he was playing into a true potential here, and that might be a potential pickup here coming in for the side of Elevate. That could be interesting to see how HBSE deals with that strat.
Will HBSE change their ideas here on the bans, on the compositions, once that impressive is here?
Maybe so, but I mean, the Dharma ban is probably a good one, right? Obviously, getting that band out here for the side of YU. I mean, he's already had 2 very good performances so far. Obviously, second game was that Charlotte. First game was Charlotte, second game was the Mayeen. So we could be looking at maybe a party here, potentially, or even the Guan Yu.
Yeah, most of these picks are like what you mentioned, targeted towards Guayu, towards the Clash Link here, and Luna as well, removed from the pool of Musan King here. For HBSC, I think they will go back to the standard bans here, banning out Arlie, and then swapping out that long ban for a Pager. So what does that explain here? Potentially, HBSC, they're looking to play another weak early game jungle that spikes in the mid game.
Who's going to be the first pick though? Long is up open here.
Definitely Long.
Got it. They have to pick up the Long for a start, at least make it safe for him. Even if they get the other picks here for the side of HBSC, they don't really need to start it off though. I mean, Evilist doesn't have Maisha in his pocket, so it's not going to be coming out here.
Dance with the wolves.
It's going to be the Chana that comes out here for the side of HBSE. But I mean, are they going to then pair this Chana up with something like the Nua? Obviously, that's going to be a good counter here for the Allred potentially here. But instead, they're going to be drafting in the U1, which could still go down to that support role.
U1 is always a very flexible pick. You know, like back in the fall season, in PKL, IKL, MPL, KME, KMW, any of the regions here, it always had a big priority in terms of the draft. You first pick it and you flex it into 2 or 3 lanes, and that's what it brings value towards the team.
Yeah, in KWC, U1 was the highest.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why U1 is such a great pick here on this side. Now, standard here for the side of Elevate. Long, Ishing, Ogren, these are classic pickups whenever you want to have that person, also that extra DPS from the Ogren while having that board.
Exactly, having the raid bus and having that spray control, but it looks like we're going to get Busan King's Agudo here as well.
Yeah.
It is a huge specialty. I mean, in terms of obviously the early game aggression you can have with the Agudo, we've already seen the BSC's been smashing down these turrets, so this could be very frightful here on the side of Elevate.
One thing I love about the Agudo on Busan King, in my mind, when I was watching HOK Esports, he was the first one who did it before it was cool.
Yeah, correct. And now with the recent revamp of Agudo, so this is a double marksman lineup here coming in from HBSC here. So I'm very interested. Do they flex this U1 towards the mid lane and then draft a tank roller here for the side of HBSC? But good news for Elevate, they do indeed ban out the Liam here. So it's a pretty interesting and smart ban for the side of ELV.
Yeah, there's nothing else, right? Because with the Lianpo down, there's not really a tank that they could help out on the roamer here. So might as well just have a tank clutch laner or something like that that could really front for the team.
Yeah, I mean, they maybe go for something like maybe Secure, maybe. They want to go for a little bit more sustainability, a little bit more healing. Obviously, Sakudo's wild growth, that doesn't really go for as much healing anymore, or any healing at all. But there's Secure back there as well. So maybe force him into a little bit more of a... do I dare say it? Sunbin?
Sunbin will really drag the game to a later stage. It's not what HBSC actually wants, because so far, if you can win the enemy with superior gameplay, you don't need to go for that late game.
Yeah, they don't really need to go for that long game. I mean, if the U1 is going to be the one that is going to be used as a roamer here, they can still have the potential of building her as a tank and being that pseudo frontline by distracting the enemy team.
Yeah, I mean, then it gives open a choice for some kind of long range, maybe even the new Nuwe, because obviously we were speaking about that pretty much early on within the draft, right? Nuwe could still come through here, but it is gonna be Atino.
Well. All roll leads to this Atino roll. The learner challenges the Shifu in this case itself. You're impressive, whipping out the Atino roll against in that roll 1-1 matchup.
Oh, how are they going to be answering this? And that is with a Ganemo.
Ganemo's passive, you explain it. You kill the enemy, you stack magic damage yourself. Elevate. You cannot be dying too near to the Ganemo.
Oh man, he needs to be far, far away from the Ganemo, but he can't stop himself, right? He's just going to be going into the jungle, making sure that Musang King is going to be annoyed the whole game.
Oh, absolutely. They're going to be just following him around, just making sure he's keeping him checked. Get that distraction Athena, right? That's the strat that we're talking about.
Yeah. Aside from the Athena, right, I gotta say, HBSC, in terms of the solo lane, they have much more of a, how would I say it, advantage against your opponents here. If you look at the straight matchup here, VV's channel against Azar, that's in favor of VV on that channel. Your channel's laning phase is super strong in these cases here.
Yeah, he's a big bully. Every time. Most lanes, Kano wins just because he's a big bully. In the lane is just going to be dealing a lot of damage. But also, on the Clash lane, one thing that I love about the Fonzie is that he's good against really good early game Clash laners like the Byron, the Sunsa, because he would be able to really sustain against them.
Absolutely, a lot of sustain. But I mean, at the same time, like we're saying, like, do we actually see the funneling of those kills underneath to go into as Hong on the Ganemo, right? Did they purposely situate him around, like, oh, okay, Athena's low, come here, get the last hit, boom, then get that stack
it
at the back.
It could be very dangerous, especially your lowest, your outing, your lowest play against a Ganemo. Yeah. A strategic counter here, you want to be up close as low, but when you're up close, what do you see? Fresh D4 daggers in front of your faces.
Yeah, and force the infinite fastest too. We could wait for that infinite fastest to drop down and just freshly forge just to take him down. Also, what thing they can do here is that when Impressive is doing the thing, call Zilong, give Musang King the lane so that he's gonna be the one taking all those farms.
Yeah, all the kills factor with that magic damage power here, especially for Ganemo, is exceptionally important. But this is game number 3 between Elevate going up against HBSC with the addition of Impressive with his signature Athena roll. Boys, take the stage.
Yes, game number 3. This could be match point here for the side of HBSE. Like, this is a scary situation here for Elevate, but I mean, they probably knew the gravity of this fight when they were going into it and when they got the draw.
Yeah, especially when they switch out Impressive here for Mix. This is going to be the story here for the team. He's going to be trying to take as much as he can here against the other side, and I think this is going to be his.
Yeah, I mean, he does have the smite, right? So he can actually take this head with the smite if he really wants to. Just take it away there. But I mean, he's looking like he's going to take it out. But there it is, first blood going over the side of HBSE.
Oh, man, I mean, he got the serve up anyway, and they already got it on the other side. So HBSE, Musang King doesn't have anything here. They predicted it. Hyde is also waiting here, hiding, and knows where Musang King is.
He knows where he is. He dropped down the wall of growth, but still tries to go with the engage and misses.
Oh yeah, I still got something though, but I think Impressive is just gonna die here, right? Because he's just gonna be taking it, and also what we said a while ago, Zilong is gonna be the one taking those kills.
Yeah, I mean, first kill obviously went over to Zerg, but this time around it didn't go over to Zohong, so maybe they're just kind of trying to formulate that same strategy.
Yeah, they're gonna be doing it. Let Musang King farm, even if he loses a bit of his jungle camp, it's gonna be okay. As long as Zilong is gonna be farming those magic camps on his side.
Oh, it's gonna be huge. Magic damage coming through the Wazoo here for the side of HBSE as they're just trying to get the kill onto Impressive. I mean, you are trying to stack up against Zohan here. Zohan trying to get the last hit, but it actually goes over the BB, so even though that's gonna be gold into the pocket of a late game marksman.
Yeah, that is kind of close though. Impressive is still just hovering around, no more camps that he could take here on his side. But at least HBSE knows how to do it, right? They are the team with Sure doing this before, so they definitely know how to counter it.
Oh, absolutely. They're not kind of quick in their boots, right? We just know that Impressive is trying to get away any kind of resources.
Is he going to
smite that one, get a kill on Zahan, but he's going to get any more here. We do see that Impressive is trying to go blow for blow here onto BB, but get taken down.
Yeah, he got the kill against Zuhong, which is good. But the Zerg bomb is still alive, though. He can still be taken down and Musang King here. So at least Zuhong knows what he needs to do. Like, yeah, let's try and get the kill on this Athena and stack up those magic damage on our side. But now, I do believe Impressive is alive, so he can steal this.
He could steal this as well. I mean, he was not able to get that sure goal. He does go over the side of HBSE, so not a real threat here for the side of the boys.
Yeah, they're just stacking up the kills here. One thing that's good about this, at least on the side of Elevate, is that, or rather on the side of HBSE, is that they always have the gold advantage in this game.
They do always have the gold advantage. I mean, this is kind of like what I've noticed from HBSE from all that time ago, but now obviously Impressive looking like he's going to be impressively low, and then the kill going up to the side of BB.
Killing spree at this point. That is also because they're just giving him the kills. He's just giving the vision so that Haru is going to be okay. Look at Haru. It's already level 8, and Musan King is 6.
Yeah, it's not a place you want to be, right? Obviously, well, I mean, Musan King, it doesn't really matter that he's obviously level 6, right? Like, he's just been roaming around, but it could be at a consequence here of HBSE they allow that XP lead.
Yeah, and as you can see there, no, Ivalis is the one who has the roam item on his side, which is why, I mean, Impressive is not joining Azar on the lane anyway, so Haru's going to be the one taking all the levels here.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's going to be an interesting dynamic that come through here for the side of Elevate.
Yeah, right now, they're going to be stopping, they're going to be slowing. They even use the ultimate right now. I do believe they're not going to be contesting on that Tyrant because they don't have the manpower to do it.
No. The down one member, obviously, Impressive is going to be just kind of checking around enemies as well.
Yeah, it's a 4v5 at this point, right? Because you're not going to be having Impressive in this fight, but he has the vision, so it's okay. Right now, they're going to try, but Impressive is not going to be successful.
No, it's too quick. Too quick of a damage on these neutral objectives from the side of HomeBois Black Shrew. Esports, Musan King just makes it look like a hot knife through butter when it comes to that Tyrant.
Yeah, they're going to be taking it right now on the bot lane. Now, at least Azar going to be trying to take the kills.
Yeah, trying to get the kill here. Obviously, right, the week comes through. He's going to be earning. Sorrow comes through as well. But pressing to the back line. Forcing the flash here from as well. Got to be careful. Was going to get the dunk on the two. Musan King into the back line. Gets taken down with the execute here by the side of Elevate. Looking for a little bit more in terms of those little caps, but it's going to be the takedown once again going over.
Shutdown gold is going to be on their side, though. That's going to be good. Elevate right here. It's going to be happy with what they got from there, though. Haru is already level 10, has 4.5k gold on his side.
That's a lot of gold, man. Like, he is definitely trying to force a fissure between these two teams, right? Like, obviously, with the Augur, and if you want to become the raid boss, you have to have that organization.
Yeah, President is just going to get taken down here. Blood Rage is already built up here by Haru, so that is going to be one more up to the belt here of HBSE. He's already at 10 deaths. Nobody, at least now, nobody still died here. Oh.
The world's up aboard. But I think Sorrow, I mean, it's not the target you really want to go for, right? It's you watch.
Yeah, no blaming Palm after that. That could have been an execute for the team. But HBSE just going to be taking the tower here on the top side because Hyde is far, far away.
Yeah, they're looking to take a little bit of objectives, right? Like, they know what Impressive is doing. He's looking just to try and slow the game down. So, HBSE, you know they need to speed up in some of the momentum, which is going to be those turrets.
Yeah, I just want to know how much stacks Hog has at this point because he's been getting
nice.
a lot.
It'd be nice to know, right?
Yeah, he's been getting a lot of stacks, and he's happy because later on, the problem here is, how is Azar going to survive him?
That's going to be the question, right? How is he going to survive this Zahong, right? Like, obviously, not only has he got distance, but okay, was my ball being committed here onto the back line. It's going to be impressive once again, trying to get the shutdown onto Zahong, but does.
Revenge, he served, and Tasty Haru.
Haru gets taken down, Impressive as well. So that's a 2-1 trade via mid lane. I mean, right now, HomeBois Black Shrew Esports looking to charge through T2.
Yeah, they have everything here onto the bottom side of the map. Nobody, not even minions are here, but they also took down the T2 on the bot lane, and there's no answer from them.
The flash from Guayu. Beautiful. Can he get the hit onto Ivalis? He doesn't have the passive. Get the T1, so they got one that came for, and looking for another kill from Impressive.
Impressive has been taken down again. Got the kill a while ago, so that reset a bit of the gold that they were taking from the side of HBSE. 3-14, 3k gold lead at this point in the game because there's a lot of kills on the side of HBSE.
A lot of kills on the side of HBSE, but I mean, there's one prime suspect, which is Impressive, right? That's the part of the strat. This is part of the distraction of the Athena, so it's not him being a bad player, it's him fulfilling the role.
Yeah, he's just doing what he wants to do, and right now, top side could get taken down here. Tower, I think it's in the sides again of HBSE.
Yeah, I mean, Hyde's just doing a good job here, just being at the medium wave, right?
Oh, that's it. Has been popped. That's it.
Oh, Ivalis, the passive is not going to save the E-Shake, and it's not going to save Azar as well. He didn't have the infinite fastness, and HBSE knew that and struck while the Hyde was not. Yet the takedown onto Haru. It's only hide alive.
Yeah, last shot coming in from Musang King there. He got the hit there in the end. Everybody died. 4 and High also got taken down during that fight. And they are just basking in the glory here for HBSC.
They really are, right? They're kind of charging the medium wave down to the bot side, into the mid lane here as well, looking trying to get these high ground turrets from the side of Elevate, and they're looking to do so very clearly here.
Yeah, passing off the game. We got the T3 backline to Guan Yu.
Yeah, Guan Yu gets taken down. No, sorry, the Iblis gets taken down here as well. It's impressive once again. So just pushing the crystal once more and looking just to kind of maybe try to get the bleed here. Oh, okay. Flaming Palms has come through here from the side of Azab with a takedown to impressive once again going over. So Hong means that stacks are getting better here, and the damage, the magic damage from his passive is great.
Yeah, still have an ending Zoro backline. Zoro might be dead.
He may be dead, and yes, he is. It's going to be another game going over to the side of Blackstreet Esports, unless that taking liberties wipes out the minion wave just like that.
Yeah, still not over. The Wire is going to get taken down. Waves are going to be coming in HBSC. At least they reset Elevate lives for another day.
They do live for another day, but at the same time, I mean, they're taking kills right now, but it's at the territory of the crystal, right? Like, so what really can come of this here from the side of Elevate?
Yeah, this is what we were talking about a while ago, right? The problem here is that Shihong is just farming a lot of the stacks here. Musa King is going to go away.
He's the right pop, man. He's just rolling around here. Haru's just going to be able to try and drive away from this Crimson Gold and maybe try and contest it here. They do get the execute, however.
Yeah, one thing that's hard about this, though, is that they're doing this trap, right? But once the T3 on the mid lane and the bot lane actually taken down, it makes it harder for you to do the thing.
Oh, absolutely. It makes it a lot harder here. And Haru, I mean, that damage is so scary from the side of HBSC Zahang. But into the back line is going to be impressive trying to basically slow the bleed. And unfortunately here from the side of Elevate, it's looking like it's going to be a clean 3-0 here for HomeBois and Blackstreet Esports. But Azar with a bit of a final step here, tries to drive away with even a fastness, but too much damage, too little time, and 3-0 to HBSC.
The drive-by, they tried. And the swap, they even tried. Impressive, the Beast was here for the team. But in the end, it was still HBSC who reigned victory in the end.
They did bring victorious, 3-0, but when you are NKL ones, yeah, going against obviously GKL, Elevate here that hasn't quite been able to amass any kind of championship or league title for themselves, it was already looking like a mountain to climb here.
Yeah, it's a very big uphill battle here for the team, which is quite a struggle for Elevate, but I also believe that that is a good learning experience for the team.
I have to agree with you, especially when we talk about HBSC, the championship. So you cannot, I want to say cannot, you wouldn't want to have that much of a high or unrealistic expectation here coming in from the side of Elevate here. Props to Elevate. They played to their tempo, they played to their strengths, they played whatever draft that they had. We saw the Yixing roamer item towards the mid lane, funneling all the gold towards Haru. Wow, impressive on that. Athena was just causing trouble on towards the Gorger, but they got him more counter pick here coming in for the side of the HBSC squad. Makes a lot of sense because every kill or assist you give towards Ganemo, you give them 1-5 extra magical power here. So let me put it into perspective here. Max tax is 20, so you get 300. Yeah. So 300 equals to 7's draft is 40. So no, you do the math.
Wait, I'm gonna do the math.
Oh, okay, so technically it's one full item.
Oh yeah, one full item.
Yes, right.
He got there. And
I knew that. I knew that. Quick math.
but it was good though. It was good to see this for HBSC that they really know they are the ones who devised this plan ever since from MKL, and they know how to diffuse the thing because they're the one who made it.
Exactly. It was back to the reference that we have towards MPL Spring, where HBSC took on Nova Esports, and that was a bit of a draft differential that they really brought out in that game itself, which converted into experience here, drafting Gun and Mo into Tina to get that stacking going on.
Yeah, with 6 kills, obviously the stacking is going to be pretty scary here as well, right?
Oh, man, it is really scary though. From what we've seen here from this whole game, take a look at Zuhong. He got 6 to 12, 18. He got 18 kill participation in this game. So quick maths,
it's about 3 70?
Yeah. Wait, 15, right?
15. 270.
Sorry.
Wait, you guys are better be good at maths, okay? Like, what's going on? You're just like throwing numbers at me, you're getting me confused. So I can imagine the guys at home are even more confused. But let's look at some numbers that we can see. We don't have to surmise on these numbers. The damage here from Sahang, 91k into the mid lane. I mean, this guy was shredding through. Not only impressive, but Haru.
And I was thinking about an interesting fact coming into the Athena beating strat, whereby do you remember that Zilong towards the mid lane?
Yeah.
He suffered a solo kill coming in from Athena.
Yeah.
I think that was intentional. He wanted to refresh the gold bounty on towards impressive Athena. So they know every single little thing. To really put a halt on towards impressive on Athena.
Yeah, they give him some kills because they know that it's going to be resetting it in the end, and the MVP in the game is still going to be sure for the side of HBSE.
Yes, again, he is coming through with those impressive plays. 3-0-93. This guy, I mean, if you are a support player at home, this is the big number you want, right? You don't want to be stealing all the kills.
Yeah.
You don't want to be dying. You want those 19 assists. You want to be in that team fight participation.
I feel like you're shouting out to Kindofu here, who always takes a kill on those executions.
I know.
Big shout out to Kindofu right there. I think he's listening to us currently now. So it's gonna be fun. But let's take a look at the highlights again in this game. From what we've seen here, one point that I want to point out here is this: the kills that have been impressive, got the kills without resetting the thing. But remember, Haru was the one taking all the gold here for the side of Elevate, but he was not really getting any kills for his team.
Correct. He wasn't really generating a lot of resource for you here. So all the resources needed into a 4v5 and an additional item for Zilong on that guiding ball here. So in the end, you're giving a free item towards a countermate, which is that hero style 1 passive.
Yeah, and I like that even though that HBSE middle of the series impressive comes in, HBSE was ready. That's why the last thing the Continental, they were waiting for impressive to pick up the Athena.
Oh, absolutely. Like, waiting for that thing to come through. It was kind of like expecting it in a way, right? So when they do that came through, it was like, right, okay, if it does come through, we've got a strat. And it is going to be so hard on that kind of mode.
Yeah, they really know what to do there and really worked out for the side of HBSE. And this is what we expect the number 1 team of MKL.
Correct. And with that win, with that dominating, the 05-3-0 coming in from HBSE, the MKL top 1 seed does advance themselves towards the upper bracket finals here. One more series will be exact marker for them qualify for the knockout stage later on at Manila Bay here. But Elevate, fortunately for them, although they lost the series at the upper bracket, they still have one more chance at the lower bracket.
Yeah, and we're going to be seeing later who are they going to be fighting with, because the next series is going to be whoever loses there is going to be facing Elevate.
Alpha 7 versus Bigetron by Vitality. So that is also a heated matchup going into a BO5 setting, because the last time we saw them face off, it was during KIC 2025 back in Saudi Arabia here. So it was Alpha 7 coming out on top with a 2-1 fashion in that BO3. So for Bigetron by Vitality, it's about taking revenge against their opponents. But for the side of Alpha 7, it's about asserting the same dominance that they had back in KOBC.
Yeah, that's a question though. Will they be able to do that though for the side of Alpha 7? Because I do know Bigetron by Vitality ever since KWC has really upgraded, because we have seen a bit of them during the IKL Ball, and it's really good for them.
But hey, that was a strong BO5 finisher coming in for the side of HBSE. We want to hear what the players and what Mara has in store for them. So let's throw the interview towards Mara on the stage. Take it away.
Here we are with you. Congratulations from HomeBois Blackshirt Esports. That was such a convincing win, very dominating with games. How did you guys prepare for Elevate, knowing that you're going to be going up against them in home court?
After the group draw, we didn't feel any pressure, because in our thinking, we think the biggest opponent not in our group, so we just normal stream. No have any special prepare for Elevate.
So no preparation, no special practices against to prepare for Elevate. Now, in the next match, we're going to be determining who you will face in the upper bracket. Do you think it's going to be A7 or BTR?
I think it's BTR because we have China bootcamp and BTR already win them that.
So you think BTR is a lot stronger? Now, you have a lot of Malaysian fans watching you back home. What would you like to say to them?
Thanks to all the supporters. Please keep support us in KIC. We will bring back champion to Malaysia.
Very strong words, but you know what? You guys had a very strong start. Congratulations once again on that win, and for sure, all the teams will have their eyes on you. That was such a great matchup, and HomeBois dominated that one. So for more world-class action, be sure to keep it here in the honor of Kings International Championship 2025.
Warning, warning, arrest the intruder immediately.
Me for saving your lives. You must be confused. Why am I here? Here's a quick recap. I'm a mercenary. Not a lot of friends in this line of work. But sometimes you gotta take on trouble. Here comes the trouble. To find the clues you need.
Marshal Seer, attack the news agency.
Hey, Soulseer! This undead dude is taking you down!
No one can stop me. Finally, I can see you again.
Over my undead body! Wait, is this my memory?
Mercenary. This is all you've got.
What's your game exactly?
2 for the price of 1.
All crowns grow from a single seed.
The Nucleus Project was hard won. This is humanity's first chance to harness its power. We must achieve results first!
Subjects A, B, and C injecting nucleus extract. Progress at 75%, 87%. Wait!
Nucleus resonance rising. Abort experiment. Nucleus resonance rising. Abort experiment.
And truth is the seed most feared by those who rule.
The Nucleus was the beginning of creation. Jinnies and Soulseers, chosen by the gods. With us here, the waste shall endure forever.
If we lose the Nucleus, will we turn back into beasts?
Then let those who were once human remain silent forever.
You will atone for eternity with endless labor!
Those who follow the Oracle shall gain immortality.
The nucleus gives us life!
The genies and Soulseers are the chosen!
All traces of before the core explosion must be erased!
If they knew we were once mindless creatures.
To keep the secret is to keep our human form. When the seed grows into a towering tree, the truth will resurface through the earth once more.
We're being abandoned by the Nucleus!
I saw the symbol behind the council's wall. It's from the prehistory lab.
The Nucleus Council might be lying. We have to do something. The Nucleus's power is growing unstable.
The undead are getting restless. What do we do?
Our power is fading too. We can't just sit and wait. Donghuang!
This is the latest prophecy. When the cage begins to crack, the bird will peck the keeper's hand. 2 birds, 1 stone.
That stupid but rich guy again. He's still a traitor to the undead.
Hey, is today's death delivery shipment in? How can an undead even die? Give me something useful this time. Don't just tell me to get more sun.
Mr. Byron, here's the last payment for your last mission.
Huh. Another piece of complete garbage.
Filthy undead. Ancient traitor!
Hey friend, lies are the original sin. Your breath stinks more than the mines.
No! Kill the traitor!
Please don't fight here!
This relic is from the dawn of creation. It holds so many truths. Huh?
Descendants of traitors, eternal repentance! Nucleus control, privileges, curse, all plain lies. They broke the pact!
The history of the Wastes has been rewritten. The nobles fear the truth. Aha! Immortality isn't a curse after all. These arrogant snakes think they can step on us? Your glory days are coming to an end!
This dangerous man snooping around again. He's becoming a problem.
No matter. He won't be a problem for much longer. I've got an urgent job. Here's the deposit.
No rush jobs. I'm fully booked. I need to study new ways to die. Unless 3 times the usual, plus 1 solid lead to break my immortality curse.
Done.
Perfect timing. She might have the clue I need. The Nucleus Council has a haunting and needs me to clean it up. This job's gonna be fun.
The show's about to begin.
Tidak ada kata menyerah di kamus kami. Kasama palagi. Kami ang PPL. Já caminhamos uma longa jornada nos campos de batalha de Honor of Kings. Semarang telah berlalu.
The soul seer's glory, bound by lies and pacts.
She will destroy our pact with the genie.
Call me later, Star. The one destined to end.
I'm a warrior, running for the game. Make glory, running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight, 'cause we think we'll never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior, burning up the flame. Running for me, rebel, what we tell. I'm running up a fight, I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the time, we gonna guide it. I'm a warrior, running for the game. Make glory, running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight, 'cause we think we'll never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior, burning up the flame. Running for me, rebel, what we tell. I'm running up a fight, I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the time, we gonna guide it. I'm a warrior, running for the game. Make glory, running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight, 'cause we think we'll never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior, burning up the flame. Running for me, rebel, what we tell. I'm running up a fight, I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the time, we gonna guide it. I'm a warrior, running for the game. Make glory, running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight, 'cause we think we'll never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior, burning up the flame. Running for me, rebel, what we tell. I'm running up a fight, I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the time, we gonna guide it. I'm a warrior, running for the game. Make glory, running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight, 'cause we think we'll never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior, burning up the flame. Running for me, rebel, what we tell. I'm running up a fight, I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the time, we gonna guide it. I'm a warrior, running for the game. Make glory, running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight, 'cause we think we'll never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior, burning up the flame. Running for me, rebel, what we tell. I'm running up a fight, I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the time, we gonna guide it. I'm a warrior, running for the game. Make glory, running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight, 'cause we think we'll never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior, burning up the flame. Running for me, rebel, what we tell. I'm running up a fight, I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the time, we gonna guide it. I'm a warrior, running for the game. Make glory, running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight, 'cause we think we'll never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior, burning up the flame. Running for me, rebel, what we tell. I'm running up a fight, I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the time, we gonna guide it. I'm a warrior, running for the game. Make glory, running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight, 'cause we think we'll never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior, burning up the flame. Running for me, rebel, what we tell. I'm running up a fight, I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the time, we gonna guide it. I'm a warrior, running for the game. Make glory, running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight, 'cause we think we'll never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior, burning up the flame. Running for me, rebel, what we tell. I'm running up a fight, I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the time, we gonna guide it. I'm a warrior, running for the game. Make glory, running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight, 'cause we think we'll never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior, burning up the flame. Running for me, rebel, what we tell. I'm running up a fight, I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the time, we gonna guide it. I'm a warrior, running for the game. Make glory, running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight, 'cause we think we'll never die. We keep rising high
second series of the day was not the longest that we had in the KIC2025 day number 1 here. It was, I gotta say, one of the fastest series we had so far.
Yes, it was a very fast series. Sadly, for the Filipino fans, though.
Yeah, hey, Baller's on the desk. Where did Black go?
Yeah, oh wait, he wanted, like, it just happened to be that I just sat on top of him, and he's actually still there. We'll find the remains of him. He's definitely sticking around. But again, I'm happy to join you guys on the desk.
Now, welcome to the English broadcast here, Holler. Happy to have you here, and also Dash, welcome back to the broadcast as well. As we head on over to the third series of the day, I do think this might also be one of the highlights of the day as well, because Alpha 7 Gaming against Bigetron by Vitality. Ooh, that's a pretty 50-50 matchup.
They have some votes to pick against each other because of the last performance they've seen from them from KWC. It was A7 who had the advantage, right? And BTR is now going to be finding a way to get that rematch against them.
Yeah, it's all about the revenge here. I mean, I think that we kind of saw from the KNC side, Bigetron by Vitality, it didn't seem to really, they didn't find their footing. They weren't very comfortable in here, but going up against Alpha 7, who again lost in the grand finals, are here. Let's see how they take out.
Exactly, just like this Lower says, redemption or repeat, echoes of the KWC. So for those new viewers joining in, if you were to check on any source of platform here, just like what we mentioned so far, for Bigetron by Vitality, they lost once in the BO3 setting to Alpha 7 Gaming back in the Esports World Cup, Honor of Kings World Cup 2025. So this is a different setting right now. It has been like, what, 4 months ever since here. So right now, it is a shot of redemption for side of BTR. It is a shot of 4 reign over their opponent for side Alpha 7.
Yeah, there was a lot of time for them to practice. There was a lot of time for them to gain the information against A7 at this point. So right now could be a time that they fight it. And also, we've seen this upgrade from the IKL ball, the upgrade from Bigetron by Vitality has been really up there.
Yeah, it's definitely been up there. But again, it kind of just comes back to the fact that they put stuff on tape. Right, the KNC, they've had some games. Again, they stumbled. They didn't have the greatest of times, but Alpha 7 were able to take advantage of that one.
Yeah, but hey, let's welcome the first team towards the stage first as we check out their videotape of their roster in this teaser that we have prepared for you. Take it away.
Alpha 7 Esports, this team is going to be looking for that excellence in this whole series because they don't want BTR to get up against them because you know what, if you're up there, you're just going to be pushing down on BTR at this point.
Because you're pushing on the pressure here onto your opponents here. You put it down through the lower brackets here. It's not exactly what the position you want to be in.
Nobody wants to be there, right? I mean, essentially in the group stage, you lose twice and you are out of the KIC, especially early. That would be incredibly demoralizing.
Yeah, and one thing that they are going to be looking forward to here is whoever wins is going to be fighting against HBSE. Whoever loses is going to be good.
Their opponents on the opposite end, Bigetron by Vitality will be on decks.
Bigetron by Vitality, the #1 team out of IKL. This is a squad that had high hopes going into this one. But again, I feel like this is a team that is built on friendship. They love the relationship with their coach. Of course, they have a great team ahead of them.
Now, I do think that in terms of similarity, they have the same theme as well. For Bigetron and also Alpha 7 Gaming, what did we see back in Honor of Kings World Cup 2025 back in Saudi Arabia? They both peaked at top 8, and that was the exact same story here. But the way they qualified to the group stage, it was Alpha 7 Gaming beating Bigetron by Vitality here. But hey, Dash, bring me through the Alpha 7 lineup.
Yeah, Alpha 7, Y Caesar, Fury, Bilal on the roamer, Danny on the jungle, and Niam on the clash lane. This team, you know what? they have been performing pretty well, especially for the region. And right now, against Bigetron by Vitality, this is something that they're familiar with.
Exactly, and we talk about the farm lane being exchanged from the side of Alpha 7. There was another farm lane back in KWC. So right now, they bring a Wise Nature here as the new farm lane here, but they will be facing against Bigetron by Vitality here.
Yeah, they're going to be made up of Stan, Tubbs, Armson, Neil, and of course, ZanQ, the man in the middle, the man, the myth, the legend. Everything kind of rides around him in terms of that jungle, but again, you become a little bit one-dimensional at times.
Yeah, and that's the problem here for Bigetron by Vitality. That is the monster that is chasing them at the back, is how they are going to be making things a bit more dynamic for the team. And right now with Alpha 7, this is the time that they could say, if ever they win here, this is the time that they could say, the 4 months that we haven't fought, it was very much worth it.
Yeah, very much worth it indeed. But going into this one, Alpha 7, I mean, Sagi, you already talked about the fact that Wise Nature was picked up. He was from a Lobos Momentos. He had 9 MVPs in that Chalk VR spring. So this is a guy that is definitely well rehearsed. But I mean, coming in for one, not going to be the easiest thing. Who is a prize player himself. But again, I think it came down to the communication issues and having somebody who actually speaks the language.
Yeah, and that is a reason why they really wanted for the team here. I hope this works out for the team. We're already setting this thing up to start for the global ban and how they are going to be thinking about the draft.
And if there ever is a head-to-head between both BTR and also A7, we gotta give it towards the jungle here. A7 Donnie against none other than BTR's own ZanQ here. This matchup is gonna be pretty spicy.
Yeah, and that is what we're going to look at, right? They are going to be the ones fighting against each other here. Whoever sets the pace first for the team, whoever gives an advantage to one lane is going to be good.
And have you watched the HOK Esports like social pages? Donnie and ZanQ.
It's very cute. I mean, it's very friendly. I mean, they understand that there's a lot at stake. They're junglers. They're going to be going up head-to-head. But they're very, very formidable, not only as a player, but also as a character. They're incredibly fun to watch.
Yeah, and that's one good thing about this, though. Especially for the side of Bigetron by Vitality, there are a lot of Filipino fans of ZanQ just because of his personality whenever he is on interviews and everything. And the Filipino fans have been loving it.
Exactly.
Yeah, but also Danny on the other end. I mean, he is just so bubbly. He's such a positive dude. When you see the guy, not only does he exude excellence, but the fact that he's so approachable by everybody.
But now, you bring it back to the recent happenings here. We had ZanQ going over to Malaysia for the Honor of Kings Nation Clash, representing Bigetron by Vitality. That didn't end really well here, so that might be a bit of a sting here, especially when they went over to China for the Esports Bootcamp.
Yeah, even though that happened, though, one thing that I'm always going to be respecting them for is how the run that they had for the IKL Bowl
phenomenal.
Phenomenal run, which is why I still respect the fact that this team will be able to bring it, especially now.
But hey, what way to start off the series than the pick and bans itself? This is BO5. Winners takes 3 points to win the entire series here. This is game number 1 with BTR on towards the red side and Alpha 7 going towards the red side.
This is a lot of respect to kind of start things off. Bigetron going with the Dharma band to kind of just take away from Niap, who likes to play that hero. But on the other side, you're looking at Alpha 7. This is Luna. This is, I mean, ZanQ plays every single jungler, right?
Yeah.
And the fact that they had to go with one of them, they were like, okay, this is the least approachable hero.
Yeah, I love the respect that they have here, right? Because even though that there's a Luna, having ZanQ pick that up, even though you have the reaction pick that you could go for, like a Leong that can counter it, they are still respecting it. Even in the first game, they don't want to see it.
Of course, when we talk about Bigetron by Vitality, we always put the focus on towards none other than ZanQ in that jungle here. We've seen back in KNC, if you shut down ZanQ in that early game, the entirety of BTR will be in shambles.
Yeah, and look at the fact that the BTR are going to go play their heavy hand. They're going to go with the Yang Jian to kind of start things off. This is a hero that they love to play. Even in the ultimate battle, they were like, I'm going to put this one on, even with the game at risk.
Now, Alpha 7 Gaming, they could go for the BSE route in the series before this, whereby Yang Jian is the first pick. They could take away the Dolia, take the Long, and then at the third pick, lock in that Nutsa as well. So these are the potential counter picks possible, but they do, in fact, go for the Dolia Yuhuan combo here.
Yeah, this is also good though, because there's still something to reset here for the side of A7. Just denying the fact that they have the Yongtian here, I do hope to see the Nutsa for their side on the side of Alpha 7 just to go for that counter, making it hell for that Yangjian, not going to be able to regenerate that fast.
Yeah, and I mean, going back to that one, in the same way Bigetron have been like, hey, if you want to go to our backline, we have Zhang Fei, who helps with the counter initiation. They'll keep ourselves alive. But it looks like they're going to go with the new one instead, a little bit of long-range damage, poking and prodding against A7
Yeah,
lineup.
the Zhang Feis in this day alone have been phenomenal, and I want to see more. And BTR starting off with this in game number 1.
I gotta say, why say, sir? This man, I've been hearing super good news about him, and I've seen him perform on these hard carries here. Arlie has been the name of the hero here for the entire tournament here. Parasola, we know, you pick it out. A lot of pressure will be falling onto you to actually perform individually on this hero.
Yeah, he's very good with this hero. And also the fact that they picked up the Yuan as well, which has been the third most pick in the Chak BR Spring. That was actually the most picked by Bigetron, or in terms of the IKL. So this is a hero that's about denial, but again, they're kind of looking on the squishier side. Yes, they have Yuan, but it's just a lot of sustain.
Yeah, I love the deny here on the Chano, especially for the side of Alpha 7. Chano has been winning a lot today just because of the fact that usually they're used as a bully on the lane, and games today have been all about snowballing.
Correct.
And if they will be able to snowball, it's not going to be stopping.
It will be pretty difficult if you allow Arlie to freely skill towards this game, especially they are opening up the potential counter of the Direnjie for the side of BTR Zan here.
I mean, if we're looking at this one, the Jing is there, and the fact that they're kind of banning that one out, I mean, I don't think that they think the Yang Jian is actually going to be the jungler, so this could be a more of a, you know, something that they're kind of concerned as they go into the second half of the draft.
Yeah, now the Jing has been banned. A lot of respect coming into Zhang Q. They don't want him to see him pick out any of the assassins. Pei is still available at this point, but they already pick up the Yangjian, but they still have a Clashing that they could go for here.
That could potentially be a flex here for the Yangjian.
Yeah,
We've seen how the Yangjian is able to travel to the Clash lane, be this pseudo-fighter assassin to go for the likes of the Arlie here. So that's still a potential pickup here that BTR could consider in this draft.
It's smart. It's smart. It keeps your draft very flexible, and you're kind of showing things. And this is how the teams are starting to evolve at this stage, right? They've shown this before, where you know the Zhang likes to play the Yangjian, but now if they flex it into the Clash lane, they have more options.
Yeah, they have a lot of things that they can think about here for the side of Bigetron. They already lessened the options here of Zhang, but it's okay. It's still game number 1. There's still a lot of picks that they could go for here. Direnjie has been picked up here by the team. They might want to stop the siege here coming in from Alpha 7.
Yeah, the Direnjie, very nice here. And again, we're talking about what the Clash laner was going to be. It looks like in the end they want to go with a Byron. A lot of control, and you have a decent amount of damage, so this could be a well-balanced lineup here.
I like BTR's draft. From early, you have the Direnjie and also the Byron with the strong side lanes, and then you funnel the strength of those side lanes into the pockets of Neil and Zhang for that mid-game marker here. So it looks pretty darn promising for the BTR lineup here. So I am really, like, how would I say it, interested to see how Alpha 7 rounds this draft up, because from a viewer standpoint here, you have a lot of feeling from the Agudo, Dolia, and Yuhuan here. But who's going to be the front line here for the side of Alpha 7's draft?
Yeah, kind of thinking Aline, but no.
Wow. Makes sense. There's double shield from the Zhang Fei and also the Byron here. And then you have minimal mobility on both the Nua and the Direnjie. If this pick goes towards the late game, this might just be Alpha 7's game.
I was kind of looking for what the Celestial Melody is going to do here. Is it just going to be resetting the Yuan most of the time? But having the Lubu, I've seen this a lot of times. The Tremble Mortals is going to be triggered 2 times in this series.
This is exactly how you want to play one. The last pick completely catching teams off guard. They have not shown this one thus far, but in terms of a counter pick into this draft, very smart here.
I love this pick coming in for the side of Alpha 7's Niab here. This pick here, if he can potentially get out the laning phase, get those big items like the Pure Sky, like the Siegebreaker, he will be a force to be reckoned with, especially when we talk about Direnjie. He likes to build physical defense and HP, but physical defense is useless against true damage.
Yeah, true damage could even go through the shields, which is why it's going to be really hard. So right now, that is going to be the challenge here. That is what they're going to be doing here for the team. This hasn't been shown by Alpha 7 during their whole playoffs run, so this is something new even for us.
Love it. Love it. It's the perfect one, and of course, it's going to set up the tone. This is going to be the third match, the first game going into this one. It was going to be close going in, but Bigetron by Vitality, Alpha 7 Esports coming up next.
For me, I gotta say, boys, before I pass it on towards you, towards the game for the cast itself, I think this is a very 50-50 draft for both teams here. Every player has to play towards their marker here. For BTR, it's about strong side lanes, funneling into that late game. For the side of Alpha 7, it's about playing for those items like Jeff. But the stage is yours, Dash, and also Holler, please, cast the game.
Thank you so much, Sagi. As we get into this one, of course, it's going to be all about execution. Going into this one, I don't give any of these teams a huge edge. I love the Lubu pick, but man, if he misses those Tremble Mortals, we're going to have a bad time.
Yeah, the challenge here is how he's going to be able to win the early game, right? Because most of the time you lose against a Byron. And how are they going to be stemming from the bleeding here in the early parts of the game? But what I'm seeing is that nobody's here to stop this.
Yeah, and this is very smart. You want to be aggressive. You want to be taking, resources off the map. Zonkyu was in the bottom lane. And again, this just comes back to the coaching. They're doing a little bit of research in terms of how he likes to rotate. When he starts off in the game, he started in the bottom lane. They knew that going in.
Yeah, and the marker that they needed there in order for them to just go for that invade was when they saw Ormson on the bot side of the map. When they saw him there is nobody who would defend on the other side because Tufts is also on his lane. So it was an easy take here for A7.
Yeah, very smart here. And look at, this is another way. You're talking about the fact that Byron, great Clash laner, very strong one-on-one, but now you got your friend. You got Fury who's kind of helping him out. It's going to make it much easier to kind of, again, you want to get Yap going.
Yeah, if Fury is going to make it easier for you, you want him to get whatever he can. But one thing that I'm scared of here for BTR is the marker on that first objective. First objective, they're going to be struggling just because of the fact that there's 2 Tremble Mortals that they have to deal with. Right now, Zanky is dealing some damage against Fury, forcing him to get that healing too.
Yeah, I mean, he's not even level 4, so, no unending Starro, no out-sustaining with those heals. So, Bigetron, again, understanding the limits. Zonkyu being able to kind of be aggressive, take away that damage, but getting away scot-free.
Yeah, he's going to be at least safe here for Fury. It's still going to be okay here for the team. This is going to be a very great series. They have a bone to pick against each other, and I'm loving those kinds of series.
Yeah, and this is going to be the thing, right? It's going to be that chess match going into this one. How are teams going to rotate? How are they going to move around? Yes, they've gotten the intel. They understand what the teams want to do, but are they going to be able to do it?
Yeah, they have a lot of objectives that they need to go for, and this is what I'm saying, right? Especially for he's going to be struggling in the early game because the damage is going to be there. Tremble Mortals is going to be used onto the top side. Going to be getting Tufts on low HP. No help from anybody, but the flash has been burned already.
What a great use of the ult right there. The fact that he was able to lock him in, doing that, but also the flash. And look at how low. Now Tufts has to recall and make the walk of shame back in the lane.
That was scary right there. If he wasn't able to get the S1 on the minions, he won't have enough HP for Niyap in the end there. But that was a very smart play. Force field suppression, not going to help you, buddy.
Not going to help at all. And Danny rotating in the top lane. And yes, Tufts is still in the lane. He's going to be able to kind of contest here. But the fact that he's been pushed away, again, you want to get this Lubu going. This is the perfect way to do it.
Yeah, we still have 55 seconds here before the next objective. We still have at least 3 waves before we go there. Niyap is going to be trapped here. He used the flash a while ago, so that's the first blood for Bigetron.
Yeah, that's on me. I was complimenting Niyap, and the fact that they heard it, and Bigetron was like, okay, we're going to make sure we get this kill, but a really nice annihilation by Neil from that mid lane.
Yeah, in the end there, it was still a win for the side of Bigetron here. Yes, we're going to be losing at least a bit first on the earlier parts of the game, but right now, it's going to be a different story, because here, we are going to be trying to claw back from there in the early game.
Yeah, and it's all about just those early game minor micro movements that happen because it sets you up. Yes, you have first blood. It's only a 200 gold lead or so, but the Tyrant is going to be spawning in about 10 seconds.
Yeah, Ormson has the ultimate here. He has been the golden boy of ACT back in the day and has been great at setting up the team fights. But right here, Danny, half HP already, and he doesn't have any HP to contest the objective for later on. Right now, there's half HP on a lot of the members of BTR.
Yeah, a lot of damage out there by Zonkyu, and the fact that he was able to kind of push him out. Danny, yes, he's kind of tanky, but he's not really there yet. So this is the situation where things are very close. He's actually a little bit low on life.
Yeah, no Gorge mobilization onto Danny. They have to stop themselves from taking the Tyrant. And now they're trying to take the objective here. Unbridled outburst in the flash! And that's it! Danny has been caught!
Yeah, it's all about the vision game. Bigetron understanding that the rotation, where was Danny going to potentially be? It was going to be right by the Crimson. They made him pay.
Right now onto the bot lane, Zahn. Going to be chased down. Not going to be able to get away from there. Even a tower's not going to help you.
Yeah, if you are new to the Honor of Kings esports scene, you got to know why Sacer. There's a reason why this guy is one of the best farm laners at Chalk BR. Yeah. The fact that he's able to outplay and get that kill on Zahn just proves yet another point.
Yeah, you can see it right there. Look at how crazy he is, especially about just going there. And there's a reason why Bilal has been keeping himself on the bot lane, even though he the Parasola doesn't really need any resets on his ult, but because he really needs that in order to traverse this early to mid game to get the Sacer to a good spot.
Yeah, it's all about that, right? Be letting him go, right? If Arlie is able to farm in isolation and do it quietly, he's going to have a great time.
Yeah, right now the Tyrant has been taken already, and they are going to try to go for the chase down, but it's a bit too late. Fury taking a lot of damage, force underneath Sorrow. That's going to stop them. They're going to be ejecting away from the fight. Kaka comes in. Not going to work.
Yeah, not going to be too much at all. I mean, a lot about in the mid lane, a little bit of action on that one, but through it all, the Tyrant was the biggest one that was taken up by Bigetron. Great play.
Sacer again, Zahn pulls down, and the duo is not letting Zahn do anything.
Yo, look, again, if you have not been watching Chalk BR, Alpha 7, this is a team that is scary. Yes, Bigetron has been making some waves, especially at the KWC, but this is a situation where if we're going head-to-head, this is very 50-50 in terms of a match.
Yeah, right now onto the bot lane, they're going to go for the push. They're trying to take down the tower as fast as they can here. And this is a bit faster compared to the past few series that we have had. And Zonkyu now giving the same treatment to A7 by taking the Crimson buff right there onto the top side. Now, Tremble Mortals, not going to hit anyone.
Yeah, Tremble in fear, I would say. Yeah, kind of using that ejection seat to just get him back to safety. Again, it's just what you want to do. But you have the Celestial Melody. This is something that we haven't seen too much. It's still a bit early, but Bilal won. This is potential, the double ults.
Yeah, they're going to be stopping here. Zonkyu going to be slowing down the game for now. And from what we're seeing here, A7, they're just... I think BTR is just letting Sacer take reins on the farm lane now. He's going to be pushing him forward. Zonkyu able to back away. Sun comes in for Zahn. Goes in for the Flash Fury. With Mighty Fury, going to try for it. But it's not going to work out. Danny is still going to be alive in the end. And Sacer taking the damage onto the side. But it's still not enough. A 1-for-1 in the end there.
Yeah, Tops there, right there with that flash. On point, understanding that actually who was out of position. Danny was a little too far out. Sacer was trying to keep him alive with that damage, but it wasn't enough in the end. But yes, Zahn died in the end, so it's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, look at the upright. He's staying on the lane the whole time. He's not even part of the game at this point because he's just staying in the lane, just pushing the wave. Once he gets his items, that is when things is going to get scary.
Yeah, he needs his farm as well, right? Yeah. So Tops can be there to ensure that they've got the control for those team fights to win out. But if Nyapstick stays in his lane and continues to out-farm, I mean, yes, he's about 300 gold behind Tops, but this is a situation you want to put pressure in that top lane.
Yeah. Once he gets the Cuirassive Savagery, he's going to be joining this fight. Maybe on the second objective marker, Zonkyu dashes forward, gets the kill on Sacer, and one more sweep, and that's Bilal down.
Yeah, and Zonkyu, this is it's like clockwork. He understands when the timer's going to be for that Crimson Gold, always ensuring that he's there to contest, because when it does spawn, Alpha 7 will be there, and they'll be able to reap those rewards.
Stun's going to come out, Zonkyu. Very sticky, this guy. He's not letting go whenever he gets close to anybody.
Yeah, this is a bad one for Sacer going down. He was going to be your win condition in terms of just staying alive and being able to just solo farm. But now that he's off the map, this is another huge tournament event for Bigetron because, again, they're going to take advantage of the fact that he's off the map.
Another tower down on this side, and now this is going to be looking really scary because the bottom tower is going to be next for the side of BTR. They're just taking over the game right now, slowly but surely here for the team.
They're not out of it, Alpha 7 that is. Again, they have had some hiccups. There's definitely be some hurdles in terms of how they do this, but they have zero answers right now to Zonkyu. He's actually 2 levels up from Danny in that jungle matchup.
Yeah, and it's also because Danny's like 0-2 at this point, which is why he has this advantage. And there's not really any stopping power from the side of A7 whenever Zonkyu goes in.
Yeah, he's able to just kind of go in, have an inert mode, and just be very aggressive. They're going to take the mid T2 essentially for free. Bigetron doing a great job in terms of these sieges.
Yeah, they even cut them off when trying to go for it. And now Urmson is going to be using the ult here on this fight just to push away the members here. He's waiting for the timing. Zonkyu goes in, has the ult and bridal down first, but not enough to get the stun. Onto the backline, Top is gonna go in. He got in, was able to get close, and that's another kill onto their side. They make it 2. Zanq with a double kill. It is gonna be 3 in a bit because Fury is left alone here. That's another down on the board.
Yeah, all trading away for top tier, and it's all because of Zanq. His initiation, catching them out, being aggressive, even diving the tower.
Dash again, and Zanq looking for another. The pushback with a Resplendence is gonna end him, and now this is gonna be it. BTR takes game number 1.
Really well played by Bigetron, by Vitality here. Again, off of the play of Zanq, his Yanjian is top tier. The fact that they wanted to send this message with game 1 and that pick, that's the proper way to do it.
Yeah, it is actually crazy seeing this. And that's one of the things that I love about it. Even though that A7 went to the route of HBSE, denying Vitoria out of that Yanjian pick, it still worked out in the end for Bigetron.
And 1-4. This is another game below 10 minutes. And if I'm not mistaken, it was 9 minutes, 52 seconds for the Bigetron by Vitality boys. So it is an insane win for the side of BTR. Claiming this victory in such a swift fashion.
Yeah, and that is a good time to be a fan here of BTR. And you can see here, A7, I think they're a bit shaken on what was happening during that whole game. I love the idea of the Lubu, but it didn't work as intended.
Yeah, it needs a little bit of time to get that farm going. The team fights were never really there.
Yeah.
Zanq would initiate, he would catch somebody out, and then it's pretty much an all-out route. They were trying to run away, they didn't really have much of a choice in that one. So again, it comes back to how the team fights were happening. There was no time for Niap to get going.
Like you mentioned, right, whereby the Lubu idea was great, it could pass through shield, it could really limit the likes of the Nuwa on towards Neil, and then like the DRNG as well, you outskill them. But how do you outskill the enemy if their early game is so darn strong? You have the DRNG, you have the Byron, and then the moment the Lubu jumps in with the ultimate, the creation blow is like, hi, push back, and you're displaced. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, and that was the story of the game, right? One thing that BTR is good in that game alone was that they are so good at disassembling the team fight. There's a fight here, there's a fight there.
Yeah.
There's like a lot of micro team fights happening around, and that's why there was no big team fight that the other team wanted to go for.
They were picking their moments. That was the biggest thing. And again, this is why Zanq is so good, because he understands when he needs to initiate, get the like 2 or 3 kills, and then it's pretty much over at that point. No real chance to recover.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting it to be different here for the Sword, because I love the Lubu pick, because it's something that I don't see every day. I mean, is it the first time that I saw Lubu pick? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, in the KIC, this is the first ever Lubu pick here, so it ended up in a loss. I like the idea, but the execution wasn't just really there. The timing was just being rushed on by the side of Bigetron. It's just like how you mentioned it back towards the drafting phase before we went to the game. It is really down to how, for the side of Alpha 7, scale towards that late game.
One thing though, I would have preferred an Elaine on that game. I love the idea of the Lubu, but the Elaine, if you want disassembled team fight for the team, at least he goes to the backline, goes to the DRNG. Could have been a good target.
Potentially shields and things like that. I mean, there was a much bigger one, but again, this is why Lubu is kind of like a very niche hero. It doesn't really have his moments to shine, but we're going into this one to see a little bit of the post game. I mean, the biggest thing for me is the fact that, of course, Zanq 502.
Oh yeah. Oh, and Zanq is 502 in this game, and Ormson is doing really good in this game. From what I'm seeing here, this is what we expect whenever there's a Zanq on the game. I mean, he's not even the star of the show. It was all Zanq.
Yeah, Zanq, Neil, Armstrong, Cubs, they all played a pivotal role. That was taking a bit of a few hits here, but as long as he's consistent in those team fights, dishing out those tokens, it's pretty okay.
Yeah, it was even 0-3 at one point, but it doesn't matter because everybody was really putting their best, but it was the sacrifice for the greater good.
Yeah, it's all about the greater good. And I mean, once Sechzehn started getting picked off a couple times, you knew things were going to go wrong, right? It was going to be, he was definitely focused, and his early play, while it has been phenomenal, in this one he got caught out too many times. The mobility just way too much by Bigetron.
It's really down to a 5-man game, right? Whereby we were talking about Zan and Sechzehn. Sechzehn had a phenomenal early game, diving Zan, and then getting those early game objectives to rotate into that jungle, right? That was pretty good for the side of Alpha 7, but Zanq and Cubs, onto his prospect, they were just forcing every single fight in towards their favor.
Yeah, and what's smart about what they were doing here is on the side of Zanq is that he puts the Hound in front of the Parasol. Yeah, he was zoning them and also on the Parasol, because every time that I see him chase White Caesar, it was because he got the he had the hound there.
Yeah. He was able to just jump on that. I mean, the mobility, he was like next level again, just being very aggressive, understood what he needed to be. Plus the fact that you have that grappling hook, so to speak, of just like hooking onto him wherever he goes.
Yeah, he's
so very
everything.
smart. But if we're talking about the gold grab, a little back and forth. I mean, it took a little bit for Bigetron to really get going, but it was, I mean, the gold grab says a much more closer game.
Yeah, they were unstoppable once they got going there in the game, and that is what is scary about the young gen currently. And you could see MVP well deserved for Zach.
It's him himself. We've seen how well he does on that young gen. Back in KNC, back in IKL Grand Finals, and once again, his debut match in the KIC2025, it is on his comfort pick, the young gen jungle.
And this is the biggest thing. The biggest worry for an Alpha 7 Esports fan is that, hey, okay, Zaku got going on this first one. He got the hero that he wanted, Yangjan. He loves this hero. But now you need to stop him in some way.
Now, this goes back to the same scenario that I'll be building for you. This is the exact same thing that we saw in KNC, whereby Zaku got his Yangjan, won against the side of Black International just to lose 3 games back-to-back.
Oh yeah, that is going to be tough though, especially if they get their first game. I hope this stride that they have wouldn't really let them be overconfident and grip on the way. So I hope they just go for it, or at least make sure that they're not overconfident in the next game.
Yeah, I think that also to your point, that's what happened in the past. I think that this is a team that has leveled up. They're going to definitely want to forgive that, you know what I mean? And just kind of move on and then kind of, you know, work on that, because that's a problem.
A good point, right? Whereby if it happens to you in the past, you get to learn before you advance to a much more higher tier of a tournament, which is the honor of King's International Championship 2025. For the stakes at hand right now, you win this BO5, you get a higher position and one more chance, more lives to advance to that playoffs.
And we always talk about it, right? We don't have losers in HOK Esports. We have learners in
Really?
HOK. Yeah.
Okay.
So every time Hollow loses a rank game,
Yeah, that's what
he's
he
not
says.
losing, he's learning.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
no, I'm pretty sure I'm losing. And I'm definitely a loser in that one. That's
Okay.
how I feel, okay? Sometimes it's a rough time, but again, yeah, I've learned my lessons at the end of the day, but you know, it's one of those things where I like to blame my teammates.
The blame is never on you. Okay,
No, it's definitely on them.
Okay,
You could
okay.
never
blame Kid
why do you
Nobu.
think there's a report button in the game? Why?
So every time you lose, you report every teammate.
Yeah. If I don't like their KDA, I don't like they didn't listen to my call, they kind of did their own thing. That's why the report button is there, right?
Yeah. Oh man, giving this man power is not good.
Back to our series at hand. So I do think that in the mid game for both teams, it was really back and forth. We saw the goal chart, it was like a upward, downward of the curve here. It's like very equal, but crouching at such an important timer here. Every player was down on the side of Alpha 7, so they could go for an early game, and I do believe it's still going to be a very close series between these two teams, because as we advance towards the game, these mistakes won't be fixed by Alpha 7.
I mean, they need to be mistakes, right? I mean, you talked about the fact that, hey, there are no losers here, they're all learning, but at the end of the day, they need to stop learning. They need to start winning, right?
Oh, that's true. They really need to learn what they have to do here, what is next for the team. They really respect it. Looking at the pick and ban and pick that we have, they banned the Jing, they banned the Luna. A lot of respect came down to that, but they forgot about the Yangjan. But at least now the Yangjan is not on the table anymore.
Yeah, no Yangjan for the side of Zankyu, but no Dolia, Q1, and also Arlie for the side of Alpha 7. That's a pretty expensive draft for the Chalk BR squad.
Yeah, definitely expensive on that sense, and they came out empty, right? But I think if you're looking at the Bigetron side, you're like, hey, no Yangjan, but Zaku plays everything, man. There's not a single hero he's not good at. You still have the Luna, the Jing, you have all, the Fade. You have so many different options that he could potentially go with.
Yeah, and also the Chano is also still available. Remember last game, they also banned the Chano because they want White Caesar. They really did a lot of work in order to let White Caesar have a good time, but it didn't really matter in the end there.
I mean, White Caesar, that was the thing where he was slowly farming by himself, but then he got caught out too many times. This is going to be a bit of a shell shock, right? He needs to play much better. His positioning, dare I say, needs to be flawless. Not easy to do, especially against like a Yangjan.
Oh yeah, now this time, Global Ban and Pick is here, and BTR and A7 are ready for the next game.
Exactly, BTR going towards the blue side in game number 2 with Alpha 7 selecting the red side, the reactive side here. So I am interested here to see what BTR puts priority on. That Yangjan is out of the table here. This is such a strong pick in this meta.
Yeah, very strong. I mean, it's more of like, hey, we just saw you how, like, we showed you how amazing this hero is. We're going to take it away, ensure that Alpha 7 doesn't get this one on.
Yeah, and it's always been a thing, right? Whenever you pick something that worked on the last game, they are just going to be banning it on the next game so that the other team wouldn't be able to do it.
Exactly here. And Alpha 7, same thing goes for them as well. Removing their early, one of the comfort picks here coming in from BTR Zan. So, coming to global ban pick, right? If you don't want to put any sort of bans on towards your opponent, you ban away what you use first. So you main picks open and available while removing those that you think are very strong for your team.
We were talking about learning, right? They don't want them to learn. That's why they're banning everything that they have there. And that is why what's happening here on the other side too, they're also banning what they picked.
Yeah, because they're like, hey, actually these heroes are bad, right? We don't want you to pick them because we want this to be, we're giving you an edge. No, I'm just kidding. Obviously Agudo and Arlie, both very strong heroes. They want to ban those out as well.
Now for BTR, right, you have the first picks of the
there
you go.
Is a bad
He goes
day
for the
for the
Luna
enemy.
here, so it reminds me of KNC again. This is the exact same way. Game 2 immediately popping up the Luna on the first pick here. There are so many counters here. There's the Liang, there's the Diadea.
Yeah.
There are
Do your
all these
best.
big counters here. There's also the Augur to invade the jungle. So this one, what does BTR go with this?
No, I love the fact that they're going to go with a Luna here to set things up. I mean, I think, you're talking about KNC. They went with a lot of Zankyou heroes early, and most of the, dare I say, the MKL teams were able to take them down. But this is a situation where you're like, hey, we know our superstar. We're going to get his best heroes now. Can you stop them?
Yeah, one thing that I've seen also from the other regions, I think it's KMW and PKL that I've seen him where they don't react accordingly to the Luna pick. They just pick whatever else they want, because these two already have a way to stop the Luna from going on an onslaught, like the way they will push the Luna just to get them out of the rhythm, and sometimes that's enough.
Yeah, sometimes that's enough. Rear Engine coming in for the Maestro Nui, Ride the Winds here coming in for Lung on the Owl.
My martial
these
arts
are
will end
some
all
of the
wars.
potential picks. I am loving this floorborne tank. This is a known assassin multi-frame counter here that triple knockout on that spell too. Very devastating.
Yeah, for everybody at home, the S2, even if you dash so far away, it's gonna follow you. Once you lock it in, you're gonna get followed.
Yeah, and you need some kind of like tanky frontliner, right? You got to protect those squishy guys on the back. I mean, Fury's gonna do his best on this Mai, which I do think has a lot of potential. But look at how Bigetron have responded. They're like, okay, we have the Lian Po, the Chano. We're gonna fortify that bottom lane, ensure that it's gonna be safe. You have that Lian Po, it's gonna be tough to get onto him.
Yeah, and I love the Chano pick here for the side of Bigetron. I think one of the good things about Chano against the Long, against the Arlie is very good because it's a big lane pull.
Yeah, it's going to be a great one. Plus, the fact that when the Luna jumps in, then you have the Lian Po with that Tremor Smash right on top, like the nice little wombo combo.
And you can see coming into this bans as well for the side of Bigetron, it is about removing more of these roamer counters that could potentially limit Zankyou on that Luna here. So we see Diadea banned out. Why? The spell 2. Click that twice, and you're CC for days, and he'll kick you in your face.
Yeah, and that's why Diadea is going to be there. Is it going to be a Zhangfei for, or rather, Zhangfei is already here, so it's not going to be here there.
Yeah, Donghuang, these are like potential bans that could pretty much benefit BTR and the jungle-centric lineup here. But we will find out in a short moment here. For out Alpha 7, they ban out the Yixing, Ladyson, and really limit the pool of Neil. Neil had a pretty good game 1 just now on the Nua as well.
Yeah, a lot of just control. They want to take that away, especially when they know Mai, where he's going to potentially be looking to dive in from Fury. So that it's about the limitation of those big team fights that are about to happen.
And one thing that I'm surprised of is that they don't even look at the Liang, the Dongwang, the point-and-click crowd control. They don't even look at them because they want to go for others here. They're much more afraid of the Diadea and the Mozi.
I think this makes sense because if you ban away the Mozi and also Diadea, it removes the laning prowess from Wise Acer and the Lao one here, and it reduces pressure coming in from Zan and also Zankyou's early game tempo here. For the side of BTR, do they potentially pick up the Yuhuan here? Because I do think that the Yuhuan fits really well against both Fury on that Maestro Nui and also Niap on that Dharma.
Actually, that's a good pick. If ever they go for that Yuhuan, that is going to be a very safe pick here for their side. They're not going to get taken down easily and use an ending sword to get to safety.
Wasn't the Yuan picked in game 1?
That was A7.
A7.
Yeah. So, okay. Oh, you're saying...
BTR.
I mean, it has a lot of flexibility. I was just like, okay, why for A7? But okay, now it makes sense. But now you have the Shu, who's got that, again, it's that crowd control. Now you have High-In, another crowd control. Everybody, this is like green light, go. They're going to get to the back line.
And BTR is interesting, right? Whereby when you see the shoe, what does it
are the
do?
most
You're giving
powerful
away
magic
a
of all.
lot of farm towards the hands of Zankyu here. And I'm a bit worried here because, man, that's so much crowd control on that Alpha 7. Every single hero on Alpha 7 has a knockback or a form of CC to stop Zankyu.
It would have been fun if they have this wrong here, right? On the side of BTR, but it's not going to happen anymore because it's a bit too late. But from what we're seeing here, will Zankyu be able to dance around the battlefield? I'm not sure.
I'm thinking so at this point. I mean, this draft right now, you have the Shu who's, again, very well balanced with this lineup because it doesn't really need farm.
Yeah.
So you're funneling even more farm into the Luna. Zankyu is going to get even bigger. It makes a lot more sense. Alpha 7, it all comes back to that control. The lockdown isn't going to be there, but do they have the damage as well before that counter initiate happens from BTR?
Yeah, I'm pretty scared, especially that they didn't ban the Liang. Remember, I was talking about it a while ago. This is because the Liang is the best counter to get here. Get the flash in, power control, you're done.
I think Ormson plays an important role here for the side of BTR. He will need to be the front man with the help of also the Shu on the hands of Neil. Really start or disturb the team fight that could go in favor for Zankyu to really with that new moon here. So with this in mind, if Zankyu is the first one to get picked off, that could be horrible news for Bigetron by Vitality.
Yeah, but what's really hard about here though, if the Liang will just be focusing on Ormson, he's not going to get any Tremor Smashes in, because you could actually cancel the Tremor Smash with a power word control, right?
Understood, but it's going to be easier said than done,
yeah.
right? Being able to be up front, if he gets caught out, Bilal is a very squishy man. He's wearing glasses, very punchable face.
That's true. Nash is wearing glasses too.
Exactly,
is that a punchable face?
that's what he's saying, though. That's what he's saying.
Hey, we leave the punching, we leave the kicking all towards the court here as Bigetron by Vitality leading the series 1-0 in the lead right now as they take on once again Alpha 7 Gaming from Chalk BR. Casters, take the stage.
Thank you so much, Saki. We're going to get into the second game of this series here. Bigetron playing very strong in that first one. Is Alpha 7 able to find ways to come back into this?
Yeah, there's a lot more chances of Alpha 7 winning this game just because of the picks that they expended during this game. Because there's a lot more chances for them to just cancel Zankyu. If the composition of BTR is all on to Zankyu, the other members really need to step up, especially Zahn here, because he's going to be the key if ever Zankyu falls.
Yeah, it's going to be like Zahn is going to be that guy, right? It's those 1-2 combination in terms of damage. Everybody else is protecting them. Dare I say there's two precedents on this lineup, but you got to keep them alive. Zankyu, his positioning needs to be almost flawless in this game.
Yeah, and that's what I want to see here. I want to see a Tufts just stopping Niao from getting all those setups. But remember, there's two targets that he always needs to think about here. The Mai Shiranui, he needs to stop from getting onto the backline, and also the other thing. But at least for now, he just needs to look at Niap and make sure that he wins the lane so that Niap is not confident in moving forward.
Yeah, that's going to be a big piece, right? When those team fights are happening, when his timing comes in, when he's able to get those flash truths and to knock people up, Bigetron need to do a good job of spacing, ensuring that Niap is shown before they actually commit for a team fight.
Oh, they were kind of trying there. That was, honestly, you know what? That was a good idea. Because if there was somebody there, we could have said, that was such a nice play.
Yeah, I mean, you missed all the shots you don't take.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I guess at the end of the day, I mean, it's still very early. It's not even 2 minutes in this one. You might as well attempt to go in.
Yeah.
He was off the map, and if they were, again, to your point, it would have been very good had they found somebody.
Fight as well. And again, for the side of A7, it's still very early. They are just going to be stopping. And that's one of the things that you want, right? With a Flowburn tank, almost the same as what Zankyu is going to do, they want to get the farm first because they're kind of slow starting.
You're definitely slow starting, right? I think Danny, in this one, he didn't have the greatest of games on the Aguro in game one. This is one where he needs to ensure that he's able to keep on pace. It's not going to be easy going up against the Luna. So in the same way, Alpha 7 need to look to steal away those buffs, especially the blue one.
Yeah, right now, they are just going to be trying. I love that Ormson has been, if we're going to be seeing the items again, I think he has a lot of vision score because he has been spotting everyone left and right because he's just standing on the brushes. And you can see here, Neil is even just joining the bot side so that Wise Caesar can't even move forward in this lane.
It's all about, Ormson. I mean, understanding that the fact that you're one of the tankier guys on the entire Gorge right now, you're able to provide that vision, see where they are.
Tremor Smash is going to be there. They're going to be canceled. As I was saying a while ago, it's not going to get any Tremor Smashes in. They got the kill and they got more. 2 on the board for the team. But Zankyu is still going to go in. Still has the Yumu, can still get away. But he has been stopped on his strike. He's being chased but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, he's going to continue to be chased, and more than anything else, the blue buff is at risk. I mean, there are 2 members down. They're going to be up here, but this Azure Golem is going to be key.
Zahn going to move it. Going to try to get everybody on low HP. Tani needs to back off. He needs to use the ult in order to get away from that blue buff.
Yeah, it takes a village to protect your buffs, right? And I think they sent all 5 members. Very smart by Bigetron.
They even sent the dogs.
Even the dogs. Everything that you need, right? Because the Luna is so blue buff dependent. Very smart by Den. Alpha 7, again, trying to find some ways to kind of pick into this armor and kind of put BTR in a bad spot.
60-second cooldown very early in the game. Wise Caesar doesn't have the ultimate right now, so that could be a time for ZonQ to just keep on pushing the bot lane.
Yeah, Wise Caesar on the loom. This is the most picked hero in the Chalk BR spring. So this is one that, again, the players, the teams, everyone in the region loves. Wise Caesar, this is his bread and butter, so to speak.
Doing it pretty fast. Right now, I think, Danny's not going to contest this. They had a lot of ults. They don't have the flash for Bilal, so they didn't opt to go for it, even though Danny has a higher level than ZonQ.
But Alpha 7 realizing that, hey, we need our own buffs. We're going to protect that. We actually have a lead. Yes, you might got the turn. It's not the end of the world.
Still Gamebrand got the pull right now. That's going to be a very dead Bilal. Not even able to stop anybody from doing anything. Fury's going to be chased down. The damage from Zahn is just enough, almost taking down Wise Caesar.
I mean, Bilal just completely caught out right there, right? I mean, he is very, very squishy, right? That's the type of guy you want to get. If you get him caught out of position, you got to ensure that you get those kills, and they did.
Yeah, and what's scary about the Silky Imprint, every time you get the hit there, you're almost always are going to be dead, which is why you have to be careful about Neil here in this game.
Very smart play. I mean, that orb is going to be super dangerous. You got to understand that if you get caught out, you might be in a bad spot, but in the bottom lane.
Going to go for the chase down. Flash has been expended for Niab, just for them to get into safety. ZonQ going to try to go in. He's not going to be able to get it in the end. Stolen. And that's one of the most important things whenever you're playing a Luna.
Very smart play by Danny right there. Alpha 7 understanding that, hey, we need to take away the buff. If he's able to out-farm, he has just way too much mobility. He's able to outpace me in terms of taking across jungle camps. It's going to be a struggle. So they did a great job of contesting and taking that away.
Yeah, that's what they want to do every time, right? Even if I get out-farm, I don't mind as long as he doesn't have the Azure buff, because that is going to be like 2 minutes of him not doing anything.
Yeah, it's going to be tougher. It's going to slow him down. I mean, ZonQ will still do ZonQ things, right?
Yeah.
He's not the end of the world, but it's one where, hey, now it's on a timer. We understand when it's going to happen. So, again, Alpha 7 looking for these windows.
Yeah, they're trying. Right now, I'm kind of looking for Alpha 7 to start the fights a lot more. We have 2 minutes on the next objective. And ZonQ is just being, you know what, he's being escorted on most of his spots. Everybody's helping him out. He's already level 10, and also Danny at this point.
He's the win condition with Zahn as backup, right? So as long as ZonQ gets going, you want to ensure that if anybody gets caught off position, you have that entourage that's going to get an easy pick.
Yeah, right now ZonQ is still taking even the lane, so bot lane is going to get taken down. I love that what they did here is that they have the half-map pressure on both sides, but position here from Fury going to be scary for the side of BTR.
Very scary to make that jump in. And this is another squishy hero. Not easy, but going in.
Yeah, gonna go for the chase. Ormson got some damage in top. Gonna be running away. Not even using a Silky Imprint, pulls him back. But is that enough though? The Tremor Smash is going to be stopped when it's racked. And that's not going to happen right now. Top's going to run away, but all goes to the side of A7.
Yeah, that control, the patience to be able to kind of withstand the potential jump in. He got pulled out in a bad spot, but he just held it for just long enough when that Ormson was coming in with that Tremor Smash.
Yeah, I love that from the idea here of BTR. They have always been targeting Bilal on most of the fights, not letting him go for that flash offensively. He always uses the flash defensively because he has always been caught with the Silky Imprint.
I mean, Bigetron has the same problem that I do. When I see a guy with glasses, that's the guy I go for.
That's the guy you punch.
Every time.
Yeah, and right now, from what we're seeing here for the side of A7, they have the advantage. That's a good start here for the team. If they're going to be making sure that ZonQ is not going to be confident and Tani is just going to be tanking up the damage, I'm always scared whenever there's a full-blown tank on a team.
Yeah, it's not going to be the easiest. He's very tanky. He has that control as well. He adds quite a bit. He's very versatile. And on the other side, if you're looking at ZonQ, this is the almost 8-minute mark. He doesn't really have too much of a lead. This has got to be disconcerting for him.
Yeah, 24 seconds. You have the Tyrant again coming out. And Alpha 7 marking their territory already this early. And they want to get Zahn here. Leader's hands has been popped.
has to force the flash because he was there. And now they're going to go in. Tremor Smash going to be there, but it's not going to happen yet again. The power and control is just stopping him from doing anything.
Oh, the last pick, Liang has just been on point. He has not gotten off a single Tremor Smash.
Yeah.
He's always been caught by that one. Bilal doing a great job.
Yeah, it's really hard. This is what I'm saying whenever there's a Leon Poe on the other side. Right now, tower in the mid lane is going to be the next one.
That's looking to go down right there. Mid T1, and again, Alpha 7 taking away the blue buff. This is the perfect way to play against the Luna.
Yeah, Luna, Zangq, not going to have the blue buff again. And look at the map, though. The map is just all red at this point because A7 is just taking over.
I mean, you would think that, like, look at this jungle matchup. It's only a 200 gold lead. You want to be so much further ahead at this point. And they haven't been able to do that because, again, Bigetron as a team have not been able to kind of solidify and protect that blue buff.
Yeah, one thing to point out, though, is that Zon is going to be the key here.
Yes.
We were talking about it a while ago. If Zangq doesn't work, Zon is going to be the one that is going to be carrying the team once he gets the Daybreaker. So it's going to be at least 3 more minutes before he gets it.
Yeah, it's going to be, I mean, it's close. I mean, we're definitely not there at this point, but even the farm laner, Zon is about 500 gold away from Wysacer, who's done a great job.
Half HP, just 2 hits from Danny, and that is very scary. Neil is not going to survive that for long, and Danny's going to do that every time, just going to move forward and batch his way through, and nobody's going to face him. It's going to be hard.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. I mean, the Bigetron right now, their lineup, aside from the Leon Poe and dare I say, like, the Mayan to a certain degree, very squishy, right? They get on top of you, they do a couple hits, you're at half life.
Huh, that's interesting. Kiras of Savagery on the second item here for tops. I was kind of expecting a Pure Sky at least to get more damage, but this will help him just push through a bit more, and now onto the backline. Zangq is going to be the target. They're using the force, the ultimate right there with the power and control, denying the push from Tums, and they don't even have the flash anymore. Look at this, at the backline, the Ormson left alone to fend for himself. He's going to buy a lot of time, though. He's not going to get killed.
Yeah, it's going to take him some time. Danny will eventually take him down, but Ormson just kind of be like, come at me, bro. Like, what are you going to do? I'm just going to waste your time, Danny.
Yeah, he's buying some time for the team so that they can start the objectives. And now, Ormson down, they're starting to Overlord already on the top side.
Yeah, understanding that, hey, there's space in that top lane. We're going to take the Overlord. We're going to pick this one up. A great strategic move, though.
Honestly, very smart. Very smart. I respect it for the side of for Ormson, especially because he bought some time, and now at least with the Shadow Vanguard ready on their side, they bought themselves a lot more minutes in order to stretch this game.
Yeah, Ormson was just like, trade my life for the Overlord, do something, right? I mean, just doing a great job, understanding that, hey, roam lives, taking it away. I mean, you pulled Danny and Wysacer away, slowing them down, essentially.
Yeah, now they have the Shadow Path on the bot lane. They're trying to push it down, and now the Vanguard is down in A7. They are just going to be pressuring this bottom side of the map, but look at the top side, though. That is going to be a push.
That's definitely going to be a push. And they have to kind of, defensively rotate. Alpha 7 have been in a good spot. They've taken a lot of the buffs away. Got to be frustrating for Zangq. But now Bigetron on the other way, with these Vanguards, are going to look to create a little bit more space for them to kind of get that farm.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at the minions at the top side. Good thing they weren't able to take down the tower T2 on the top side of the map for now. BTR just making use of the macro here. They're forcing A7 to parts of the map, and they are making sure that the parts that they're trying to go for, there's nobody there.
Nobody there at all. And Bigetron understanding that, hey, we're losing this game. We need to play smart. We need to split push. We need to kind of create space in a way. Because, again, at the same time, we need to take our own buffs.
Yeah, right now, on the side of A7, at least they recognize that, and now they're the ones being proactive. Tempo's on their side for this time. And A7, are they going to be taking down this middle tower T2? I do think so, because BTR is just going to back up.
Yeah, nothing that they really can do. I mean, Alpha 7 actually had 3 buffs. One just disappeared right now, but this is a huge moment for Alpha 7. They definitely have them in a vice, and now it's a matter of time before they start to tighten it and take it away even more space from Bigetron.
Yeah, right now they're going to be starting to find UCD up onto the bot lane. Might be able to push that, though. Leader's stance has been popped pretty early in this battle. They're not going to have it again for another 40 seconds.
Not going to have that in time, but it's fine. Alpha 7 understanding that actually All the lanes are pushing. This is a great spot to be in. Again, just suffocating them.
Yeah, not gonna be able to do anything, Zonk2. What are you gonna do? Falls on your court. Will you be able to get onto the back line?
All right, one thing that Bigetron has, though, is that their wave clear is decent, right? So if anything, they can prolong the game, which could be more time that you can get Zonk2 a little bit more farms to get. Again, he hasn't really been able to get to the back line thus far.
Yeah. Right now, A7 is taking their time here, but look at the top side though. If that wave goes in favor of BTR, that's going to be a push on the tower, but A7 not going to let that happen. They're fastening things up.
Very smart by Alpha 7. Slow and steady, right? Just chip away at the bottom T3. Don't get out of position. Neil was potentially looking for the
they got the Silky Imprint. That's going to be good. They are going to go to the back line, though. You use the power control. Truth Mantra is going to hit Zon, and that's all she wrote. That's going to be it. A7 moving forward onto the towers. Zonk2 taking time. Triple kill comes in for Wise Caesar. With the Infinite Fast still up.
Yeah, they're going to continue on?
Yeah, they're going to go for the fight again. So the Infinite is going to hit them. The damage is going to be there. They even use the Infinite Fast, is forcing it out of the way. But this is 20 seconds on the clock here.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of time. But look at more minions coming. How can they hold?
Yeah, can go for the finish. They got the knock up though for Seal Suppression. Or rather, now Power Control is going to be there onto the back. They might be able to finish it. But 8 seconds, Zon is going to be up. Now they don't have HP. They can't push it.
No minions. Very low HP. This is the perfect disengage. I mean, they got what they wanted. It was very risky towards that end, but that's kind of what you wanted. Unfortunately, they were not able to close the game out, but they're in a great spot.
Alpha 7 really making sure that this game is not going to be easy for BTR. They tried, and this might be the punishment for not banning the Leon this game.
Yeah, I thought the last pick has just been so good. Ormson, I'm sure it's got to be so frustrating. Zonk2 essentially wanted to initiate, but he's like, actually, let Ormson go first. Let him get caught out, and then Zonk2 goes to the counter initiation. They've had to change things up. It has not paid off.
Yeah, it hasn't been working because they also have to think about how Danny, Niop, and Fury are going to play because they can set the fight themselves. So it's a lot of crowd control, and Zonky is not allowed to do anything. Even getting the objective is not on the table.
Yeah, not able to take anything. They have to show so much respect. Look at how Danny is just being aggressive, constantly pushing them out, and now you've got Vanguard. They're looking at that door at this point.
Yeah, the question is, who's going to take him down? Nobody. Right at this point, if there's Doomsday on Zon, that could be a possibility.
It's been tough. I mean, the fact that Alpha 7 have so many different ways to CC you, even if you get the jump in, it's really tough. One guy is not easy to do.
It's going to be impossible here for them. A7 just slowly creeping on the towers. They have the Shadow Path on the top side. So this is going to be a tower takedown. Taking down all the T3s makes it way harder to come back.
Way harder. 15 minutes into this game, and Bigetron right now, it's all hands on deck in terms of this defense. The top T3, I mean, with the Shadow Vanguard, a very difficult hold coming up.
Shadow Vanguard is going to be here. Right now, they even started the Tremor Smash. Onto the back, Splendor has been popped. They have the Silky Imprint right there. Onto Bilal, he wasn't able to use the ultimate just yet. Onto the backline they go. Samgil looking for the backline. They got Wise Caesar in the end there, and it is all working out for the team. It's a 1-for-1. Both the marksmen are down, but here Ormson is going to be tanking up a lot of damage, but the push is happening. They need to recall. If not, this push is going to happen.
Yeah, it's looking rough at this point. I mean, Zonkyu's still alive. That's going to be your only hope. No towers at this point. It's going to be all about keeping this crystal alive. They will hold, but the next push is looking to be the game end.
Yeah, next push. They just have to clear the camps here for the side of A7 before they try to finish the game. And for now, it's starting to look like BTR. Man, they're struggling in this game. They won't be able to come back from it, but this might be the last hurrah from them.
Might be at all. I mean, Ormson's spotting this one out. Zonk2 is nearby, but Alpha 7 are like, okay, maybe we pull it out. Maybe we slow things down. But if anything, the minions, all the lanes are going to push. It's going to be tough.
Let's stop it. Zonk2, Danny. Oh, man, even him tanking that damage, nothing. He was like, okay, I'm going to take it all, bro.
Yeah, I mean, like, you scratched my armor. Like, what did you do? You didn't take any of my life away. Danny understanding the perfect limits of his hero, being able to push them away. Ormson is in a good spot to potentially disrupt this team fight.
Tried to go for it. Doesn't have any flash. They have the Haldo at least. And now Neil got the Silky Imprint, but Danny, oh man, he's not taking any damage from it.
Not any damage at this point, but the Shadow Tyrant looking to be taken off. Danny's on the side. Now he's looking to go.
Yeah, power from within. They're going to be using the shield bashes to push him away. Going to take it down. That is going to be it. That is an easy take for A7 onto the backline. The Truth gets 3, pushes them forward to their team as Tremor Smash goes in for the cancel. This might be possible though. Zon looking to finish some of the members right here. Silky Emperor's going to hit them. And onto the backline, Bilal is going to be the target here for Zon. Very smart positioning right here from the marksman. They got 3 people for 1. And this is still good. Zon zoning the map. Power from within is going to come in. Sage's Sanctuary has to flash away. Going to get some HP back. He needs to pop the Sage, but it's not happening. Wise Caesar used his own flash.
Oh, Danny, he was baiting it out for Wise Caesar to pull him down. That Silky Imprint was hitting on this one, but now this is so close. Danny's so low. I mean, he's sticking around. He wants to contest.
Yeah, still got it though. At least Danny's still able to get the Crimson buff in the end there.
Yeah, taking it away. I mean, Zankyu again, he's got to be frustrated with this game and how things have played out. Danny has gotten the best of him thus far, but now it looks like he will take his blue buff, but this is after, what, 15 minutes since his last blue buff?
Almost getting to the Tempest game, 2-0-9 onto Danny. Doesn't even matter if he doesn't really have a lot of items, but it's still okay because he's full. He hasn't been killed at least 1 time. One thing that I like about Zon, he has the Doomsday to take down and whittle down the HP of Danny.
You got to keep him alive. I mean, he got jumped on that one, and Wise Caesar had that damage. I mean, Wise Caesar's really picked it up. 5-1-3, he's a maestro on this loom, and there's a reason why. Like, this team is in this position.
Yeah, Overlord has been taking down Tempest. 50 seconds. This is going to be the first time that we're going to be having it here on the KIC. Games have been fast, but this game is not.
Yeah, this is actually my first game on, or the first series of today, and of course I will be bringing you the Tempest Dragon into the series. You're welcome.
Yeah, yeah, thank you, Holler. We have a Tempest game today, and now they're going to try to start it. They have the Shadow Path onto the mid lane. Shadow Vanguard's going to be coming in, creeping in to the mid side. And BTR, oh no, did they pop the leader stems? Yes, they did.
They did. I mean, this is going to be a bit of an issue for them. It's a big key ult that's going to be on cooldown. But the Vanguard, this is the problem with the Shadow Vanguard here. Alpha 7, again, it's more about that spacing because, again, the Tempest Dragon up at about 8.
Silky Imprint was able to hit him. Danny needs to back off here. Right now, they're going to be backing away with the damage. Shadow Vanguard, they're going to be escorting it to move forward. Bilal waiting for his timing. Silky Imprint coming in. Infinite Bastards was popped pretty early. Nia doesn't have the space. They have to back away. They have to respect it. Tremor Smash gonna be coming in. Knockouts coming out. Nia goes to the backline. Gets the push with a Truth Mantra. But Fury gonna try to get Zon in the end, but he's gonna get taken down first. That is big. Wise Caesar has been popped for the Sage's Sanctuary. They're looking for it. They're distracting them. They're kind of going for it. Yumun to run away. Sage's Sanctuary is gonna be there. Zon is still alive. He's taking out their HP, but the Truth will set Zon free out of his misery. And 3-4-2 in the end here.
Oh, Zon getting killed on that one, and that was huge. But Zankyu, it popped a lot of Sage's Sanctuary, but they still got a chance here.
Oh, the cannon! The cannon was able to hit him in the end. Bilal's gonna fall down. Wise Caesar needs to finish it. They should, and they did. In the end, A7 takes game 2.
In the very, very end, Wise Caesar understanding the objective. What was the mission? And it's all about that Crystal being able to take that one out. Very well played by Alpha 7. A great bounce back game here in game 2.
Crazy time that we are seeing here on the game. And this is really crazy. A7. 1-1. This is what we expected, right? We want them to go for a long game.
A long game, a long series here. This is the best of 5 format here with Alpha 7 Gaming bringing it back in game number 2 with superior drafting to really limit that Luna pick. This is their moment. 1-1 in terms of scoreline. We are going to minimum 4 games today.
Yeah.
How much CC do you want? Alpha 7 is like, yes!
Yeah.
We want everyone. Everyone needs to be able to control it, and they actually did a great job of limiting Zankyu. Yes, he was starting to pop off. He was starting to get a little scary. He was actually doing all that damage, finding the weak backliners, but in the end, it was just, the lead was way too much for Alpha 7.
Yeah, it was crazy that we're seeing that right there from the side of Alpha 7. It was impossible for Zankyu to do anything that game. It was impossible for Ormson to even get a Tremor Smash in. Yes, there were moments in the end there that they had to choose who they're going to cancel, but even with choosing, it's still harder on the side of BTR.
BTR had a lot of minion wave pressures because all 3 high grounds were taken down. Due to the fact that Nova Esports, they're not here. They are the potential enemies for them. But if we were to talk about Bigetron, right? losing all three high grounds and leading into such a state where Zankyu couldn't really perform, where every legal engage has to be popped by them and immediately counter engage coming in by the Floorboard tank, by the Liang. Everything was in favor for the side of Alpha 7.
But Alpha 7 did such a great job early. I mean, limiting, understanding the mission and objectives, right? Taking away the boss, being able to contest. They were very smart with how they played against this lineup. They were very well prepared.
We haven't even talked about the Floorboard tank, right? The Floorboard tank was the reason why they also are having a hard time. There was a big wall in front of them. Every time that they're going to try to go to the back line, there's a big wall trying to push you out every time.
That's why it's called a peaceful fist.
Peaceful fist, yeah.
It doesn't allow you for any more war on your teammates. Gotta keep it peaceful here. But so, let's get into the itemization here. Why Caesar 7-1 and 4 on that look here. Tapped out, got from Face Sanctuary into Destiny, getting that game-winning push. He was the one to find that winning push despite the fact that they lost all their members.
You know what? Big props to Neil. Neil during that game was insane. He was getting the Silky Imprint. He didn't die during that game. And most of the time, all the kills that they had that game was because of the start from him. The Silky Imprint, then that is going to be the kill that they're going to have.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you haven't died a single time, but he was playing very far back. 306, a lot of control in terms of those team fights, but it looked like the rest of the team were kind of shaken. Zan got kicked off 4 times. That's way too many, especially when you're talking about, you know, the damage that he brings to this table.
That is a stressful environment for Zan, because you look at the enemy team composition here. Yes, you have Danny and Villau here constantly looking at Zan Q. But who's looking at Zan? You have Niap and Fury, Dharma, and also a Mai against a motionless, no mobility Chano. That's a lot of pressure on this marksman himself.
Yeah, every time for him. Yes, I dodged a bullet. Then there's another one coming in. It was so scary for him. The last one, he kind of dodged a bullet because he already saw the truth matchup, but because the last fight was so long, the truth matchup was there again, available, and he got truth matchup to the wall.
Yeah, and doing it multiple times, but also I want to give a shout out to Bilal. He set things up with his control many different times. Orbson really didn't get a whole lot of Tremor matches off, but the MVP of this one, it's got to be Niap.
Oh, it's going to be
wonderful sets out the entire game. This Dharma was setting up the pace towards the match. I gotta say, every single player coming, of course, out of Alpha 7 Gaming, they stood up and they delivered in this game too.
Yeah, one thing that I like about this though, for their side, is that all these picks that they have, very strong picks. Yes, they were able to get what they needed in order for them to work that out, just limiting the options of BTR the whole game.
I mean, if you're looking at game 1, Bigetron banned out the Dharma, right? They've done some research. They know that Niap is very strong on this hero, trying to take it away as much as possible, but again, once he gets it, you see what happens.
Well, if you want to see what happens, we'll definitely have to go into the game highlights there, because I gotta say, the way that Alpha 7 limited the approach for this out of BTR was just so phenomenal here, as we can see. And this replay here, Silky Imprint gets committed by Neil on towards Bilal. Even though Bilal is super low, we can start to see the advantage of Alpha 7's draft. Zankyu goes in, Zankyu's immediately deleted off his health bar.
Yeah, it was so tough, especially for the Tremors matches here from Orbson. He was getting like a lot of deaths the whole game because Bilal was just stopping him on his tracks the whole time. But there was some time here for BTR. I think the next highlight is going to be it, where they found the time.
This was the time that we talked about, right? So Nia finds 3-man truth, but it wasn't on towards the wall here. And Zankyu, with a fast hand, swaps towards Stage Sanctuary into the Destiny here, and you can see Neil pulling everybody into the arms of Puffs, taking down Nia and allowing it to go into such a hustle for that final few moments.
Just a lot of team fights. This is a perfect game. This is exactly what we wanted to see going into a series like this one, where there's going to be a lot of good team fights, and it was very close on both sides. It really came down to the micro execution.
Yeah, it was so hard. Look at this though, right? Don dodged everything the whole fight, and there's another truth. And it was like, what? He has the truth again? We were still fighting since a while, since 20 seconds ago.
And this was the final few moments, right? Like Bilal dropped, Niap dropped, it was my Caesar versus everybody in the world, and he got the final few push. He deserved that hero moment for himself here, but you gotta worry for Bigetron here. This is the same tempo that we saw back in KNC.
Yeah.
Like, I understand. Yeah. You mean like we gotta learn, we gotta move forward, but they won game 1 with Yang Jian, similar to KNC.
Yeah.
Game 2, they pop up the Luna, gets absolutely countered depths of the pick and ban is a bit worrying for BTR.
Yeah, I mean, Bigetron, if you told me in a vacuum, not understanding who they're playing up against or even the draft, that they were going to pick a Zhang Luna, I would have been like, okay, yeah, they're going to definitely win this one because Zhang is just really good on this hero. But just how they play that one, complete counter.
I agree with you. When I saw
this
Luna,
is weird. You agree with me? I wanted to hear it again.
I agree with you. I agree with you because the Luna, whenever I see Zhang hold the Luna, they are just brimming with confidence. That's why one thing that we could take from that last game was that they lost the Dharma, they lost the Mai Shiranui that game, so at least the Jing that is going to be coming for game 3 is going to be safe. And the Liang also is out of the picture.
And there's no more Flowborn tank here to really counteract all these high-grade heroes here. So potentially in game 3 or game 4, we might see more of the jungle assassins being up and more available for both of these two junglers, especially A is still up and available.
I love the fact that we're into this one. A really back and forth series. To be honest, going in terms of predictions, I didn't know what team to go with. This is a difficult one. I mean, now we essentially have a best of 3. Anything is up in this series.
Anything can still happen in this series. I just am looking at how BTR is going to be looking at this moving forward. We're basically back on a best of 3 here.
Yeah, and this is the time, right? Yeah, this is exactly. But again, a lot of the CC was taken away from Alpha 7, right? There are still a lot of high-flying, I-frame heroes, which is going to be a little bit tougher for them to deal with. Do they have enough in the hero pool to kind of counter these heroes?
I feel like they have, because at the end of the day, there's still Diadea out there. There's still lots of these like mages out there that can really limit his high-frame heroes, but the main two that are really good against these high frames, like the Jing, like the Luna, like the Pei, for example, has been picked up by the side of Alpha 7 here. But fortunately, they did commit to that draft, and they got a beautiful victory out of it.
Yeah, A7 now going to be going onto the blue side, and red side is going to be BTR. So this is going to be very different right now for game number 3. So let's see how they're going to be reacting here.
I feel like they're going to put priority on towards the Pei, because so far, a lot of these heroes have been coming out. Maybe put your priority of focus towards the high tempo junglers like Pei or Ogre that could potentially be picking up by either of these junglers.
I always look at the Pei as kind of like a cheesy strat. I mean, every team plays it. It's not really cheesy, but it's one of those things where you have, if you're really efficient with this hero, you have a very high chance of winning, and getting to that point where you're at match point really puts the pressure on the other team.
One thing that's good about Pei, though, I agree. Again, cheesy strat is something that I am kind of expecting whenever we're talking about Pei. Yes, if you lose the early game, it's still okay because there's still an option to go for the split push, which is why Pei is just such a good pick.
I agree with you, whereby it's split push and also the likes of the snowball effect coming in from the Pei, ramping up those resources. That's the name of the game of the hero here. But if it does fall behind, you gotta scratch your head. Is it just another squishy marksman?
Yeah, basically.
It is. But it's a tempo one. It creates it changes the entire game, right? The dynamic of understanding you need a counter to that hero. It's not the easiest thing to do because again, you need to be the counter drafted as well as execution needs to be key.
Yeah, I love they're still recognizing that the Arlie is still going to be a threat here if ever San gets a hold of it in this game, and that's why they don't want it seen. Are they going to be seeing the Pei angle here for other side of BTR?
Well, they have to first go towards the Yang Jian first, because Yang Jian in this meta, in this patch itself, has one of the higher win rates and statistics coming in from the base stat itself. So removing this pick is a smart option here coming in for side of Bigetron.
Yeah, and you definitely want to ban that one out. I think it has a lot of play. The mobility, the damage, the takeability, just everything that you want. Alpha 7 right now, they're looking to ban some of their own heroes that they've been picked in the first 2 games, understanding that these 2 heroes very difficult to deal with as well.
Yeah, they have the Mai Shiranui out of the picture again, and it's looking like BTR. One thing that is really hard about A7 here is that game number 2 was kind of expensive for the drafting wise.
Agreed.
But BTR now, they have a lot more options, they have a lot more things that they can work with, and A7 doesn't even have the Dolia in this next game, so that's not going to be a first pick option here for them.
No Yuan, no Dolia, but no Long as well in this game. Here, so those are a lot of picks being expended by Alpha 7 in game 1 and game 2 here. So if you're in their shoes, what would you first pick here for Alpha 7?
Yeah, for me, from what I'm seeing here,
Pei Ogren, maybe?
Yeah, honestly, they could go for the Pei at least.
I think Pei. I think that you kind of want to. I think this is a must-win game. I'm looking at this to go very heavy. You got to go with a Pei.
But that does leave like a counter or like a match pick of the Ogre for the side of Bigetron here. So this will be pretty interesting here for the side of BTR. We're no longer looking at assassins versus assassins. I don't think that A is fitting for that pure assassin role. He's more of this fast tempo, side lane heavy ganking style. So it will come down to BTR. How we want to answer this? Is it put on Zankyu, the Musashi, or like the Ukyutachibana as a direct counter? Or put it on the Augur to match that tempo?
I was kind of looking at the Ukyutachibana here. And here, they have the Princess Frost. I think Leon could... actually, Princess Frost and Yu Huan is already on their side, though. So A7, kind of looking at what they're thinking here.
I like this Yuan pick. I think it's the #1 picked hero in IKL Fall 2025.
KWC.
It adds so much, and KWC as well. But this is a hero that's Bigetron are the best on that hero in IKL. They were 10-3. This is a very strong hero.
But man, look at Alpha 7's draft here. Ganemo with Mozi here. So one Cannon Blast. A ton of spirit towards your face. So if you are Ormson and you click that ultimate and ending sword 1 second late, you are immediately deleted from the map.
Yeah, that's going to be the challenge here. What are they going to do about it? One thing, whenever somebody sees
obstacles in my
path.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense. Get to the back line. You have a ton of
squishies.
Damage.
Yeah.
On
the side of Alpha 7.
Yeah.
And Zankyu gets his hand on the Jink here. As long as the jungle doesn't falter towards the pay tempo, and it goes over to a comfortable early to mid game level 4 to level 8, it's good for side of Bigetron here. But for side Alpha 7, they won't allow you to do so.
Definitely not. I mean, again, you have the pay, so you're going to be aggressive, you're going to be invading, you're going to be doing all that. Yes, they are very squishy, but this is one of those things where now if we're looking at the CC side, you have a Cannon Blast. Not the easiest one to hit, especially against the high-flying Jing.
What you need whenever you have a pay on your side is somebody to help him out whenever he's trying to invade. A Byron is the perfect answer there. Will BTR recognize that they need to ban the Byron, or because they're first pick, they can still pick up the Byron themselves?
A lot of options right now. I think that's going to be key for them. They need something that's, again, the Byron pay would be a great combination if they were to get that going. You basically win top lane, guaranteed, right? And you're able to invade, so it opens up a lot of options.
Options and selections. These are the decisions that you need to be making coming into the second phase of the draft here. We see BTR removing the likes of the Deer and J here. So not the best of the laning marksmen are up and available for side of BTR. And you see towards Alpha 7 here, a lot of these flash laners, enablers are also banned away. We see the Dharma that was so good in last game on the hands of Niep, gone. And also the traditional combination that you always see towards the PKL, the Jing and Liuban combination move as well. So what are they cooking here for both of these two teams?
Yeah, because they banned the Mayin, I was thinking that they're going to be picking up the Byron. At least... they didn't!
BTR picked Byron in game 1.
Oh, right, that's true. That's why they wanted to go for the Guan Ye. At least what they want to do is just push away the pay whenever he's trying to go for the invade, and even just put his body forward for the team.
I like the Guan Yu because why? Whatever marksman that Alpha 7 brings out will be countered by this Guan Yu. He's just going to charge on towards your face. And you better be praying that you can react on time.
Well, one thing that's a counterpoint to that is the fact that Alpha 7's lineup, they're all kind of ranged, they're all going to be kind of afar, right? They're not going to be grouping together, so you're not going to have the perfect Razor Cavalry, so they can use that distance and that positioning to their advantage.
It's a high-risk, high-reward draft that we talk about for Alpha 7. If Danny doesn't get this pay going, it's going to be pretty stressful for Alpha 7 because where does your tank come from? Charlotte's not a tank. Waltz is not a tank. There's no tank for side Alpha 7. But if they land one Cannon Blast into the passive basic attack off the pay, into the freshly forged from the Ganemo, into a Oak Bolt coming in from the Consul U, that could be potentially big for side Alpha 7 as well.
Alpha 7's strategy right now, 3 words, what is tank? Right? Like they don't need it, right? They're going to go in.
Yeah, they're going to go in. They're from far away, but from the side of BTR here, I love that they pick up the Hou-Yi, because at least now it can make sense. The Frigid Prison is going to be easier to land once they hit the arrow. They have the Frigid Prison at the ready, and the Jing is just going to clean up house after that. But the 1 year, I can see the idea here. Tufts needs to find a way to get to the flank, and he's going to be raking up like 3 people from that flank whenever he gets there.
Yeah, Tufts will play a pivotal role for the side of BTR's success here. There is 2 key members for BTR, Tufts on Razor Cavalry, on that Guan Yu, and also our boy Zankyu here. The Jing will need to find those miracle angles, but it's not going to be easy because Consul U, Woodland Ranger, Spell 2, immune to physical damage.
Zankyu is your boy, Sagi. Danny's my boy on this one, right? Because I like this lineup. I think that they have a chance. Again, positioning is going to be key. It's all about execution here.
Yeah, what are they going to be doing here? Yeah, as you said, it's all going to be about how they're going to be executing this. One thing that I'm seeing here is the angle that they're going to do with BTR. Very long-range angle, almost the same as what is on the other side, with the Burning Sun Arrow going to be starting the fights for the team.
Our main focus as well, like we mentioned, Danny, Zankyu, in the early game, it will play a pivotal success here because why? Pay into Jing. Jing's early game is pretty good as well, but in terms of combat, in terms of brawling, fighting, Alpha 7, Danny, on this pay, takes it over him before the Jing even goes to level 4.
Yeah, before level 4 is going to be the marker here for them. I think Pei has the advantage here before that.
Yeah. So it's for you two to find out. It's for you two to bring the broadcast towards our viewers out there. Holler, and also Dash, please take the stage.
Thank you so much, Sagi. As we get into this one, third game, the series tied 1-1. I think in terms of this draft, I mean, you have Pei, you have that advantage, but is it enough, Dash, to really take it to Bigetron?
Yeah, that's the question, though. Will they be able to do it? And I think just because of this start that they're having, the Cannon Blast have been hitting, that's a good sign for them.
Yeah, it's going to be a great start. I mean, when you have Fury with those blades, you've got to be super careful. So 1-2 combination, instant deletion.
That's 3 out of 3. The couple blades and even the Cannon Blast, nothing has been missing so far.
Okay, all right. Now you put a little bit of pressure on. It's going to be tough for Alpha 7 to continue the 100% success rate, but it's going to be a great start for them. Again, you want to kind of whittle them down, especially early, because things are a little scary at that stage.
They have still got the spike LBs in the end there, which is very good for them. And now on this side, though, A7, going to slow down the game at least. And one thing that I love about this, though, is Fury just getting everything that he can on lane, and Niyop is just going to be a menace here for the side of A7, because he's going to be the one getting access to Zod and Neela in this game.
Yeah, if he's able to get there. So it really comes back to Tufts. Everything revolves around him. Is he able to get the perfect Razor Cavalries? We're going to have to find out.
Yeah, for everybody watching, Danny and Niyop were HOK Invitational Season 1 champions before it. They're now rising up the ranks to try and win another international title this time. So they have a bone to pick with this KIC that we have.
Oh, definitely, definitely. It's all about that return, getting back to that top spot, dare you. We haven't seen it too much thus far, but again, they've been top 8. They've been kind of whittling around. Top 4 at certain places. But again, they haven't hit that top mark.
Yeah, Rising to Glory here is the name of the game for the side of A7. But BTR, right now, at least everything has slowed down. From the damage, from Bilal hitting all his shots, it's not going to matter anymore if it's not going to do anything. Nothing has been started. Everything has been slowed down. Even Donnie didn't go for the invade a while ago.
Yeah, I think that if slowing it down, it really goes into Bigetron's favor. If they're able to kind of keep things like slow, I think that they're going to be fine. Because Danny, again, you want to be aggressive invading.
Yeah. Winner's here, and it's definitely here, goes to the backline, gets the knock up, and Danny's gonna hit! First blood comes in, Bilal! What a nice snipe, and Danny takes out one more. 3 on the board for the side of A7.
Yeah, taking everything. I mean, this is one where, you know, Bilal actually getting that Cannon Blast, taking away though now the blue buff, which Zankyu had originally stolen, but that things are starting to crumble. That was a bad turn of events for Bigetron.
And man, this is why I was saying, I don't really need to speak. I was getting a lot of things. I was kind of expecting that Donnie's not going to be invading the whole game, but after that, they invaded the whole jungle off the side of BTR.
I mean, you take the kill. I mean, they took it personally, right? You took my buff? Okay, let's go. And I mean, you're going to see the replay, what happened. Like Zankyu, he's potentially going in, but the Cannon Blast bomb point by Bilal, and being able to take that one away, and then they turn that into even more. They turned in 3 kills and the Crimson.
I love that he even popped the flash just to nudge the Cannon Blast a bit, so he would be able to get the hit there. Very smart play coming from Bilal. And now A7, this is what happens whenever you win the last game. Look at how confident these guys are playing.
Yeah, very confident. And this game is all about momentum. And Bigetron right now, you've been tested. Now you're in a bad spot. I mean, the series is still 1-1. But this has got to be very scary. Things are going to be very tense.
Yeah, and we are talking about a while ago. There's a lot of range going in on the side of A7. And the challenge is for Tufts. How is he going to go to the backline? How is Zankyu going to be able to reach the backline? It's going to be Tufts bringing the whole A7 squad to the side of BTR. Arrow, not going to hit. Now they're going to try and go for it. Niyop was able to get CT immune, but he's still going to get taken down. And that's 1 kill for BTR.
Yeah, it all kind of started with that Burning Sun arrow, where actually Niyop was looking to kind of retreat, but that arrow stopped him. But now it looks like more action in the mid lane. They're not going to get anything else.
More kills are happening. Zankyu is going to be happy with his Danny. Was able to take 1 Tufts. Is he going to go for the chase down? No. They still... Bilal is still hitting the Cannon Blast.
Yeah, he's been doing a great job. I mean, just slowing it down. You just got to get those stops, right? Being able to get those pickoffs, really makes it annoying for Bigetron, who want to continue on. They don't want to be stunned around.
Yeah.
Well, it really comes back to that.
What's going to be funny about this is that we're not going to see any actions on the bot lane. Both of them are just going to be doing what they do. But ZonQ, after all those kills, he has been punished.
Yeah, he's definitely been punished, which is a bit of a problem. 10 seconds down, not where you want to be as the Jing. You want to be constantly farming. But now look at Alpha 7 looking to take away a blue buff.
Yeah, Alpha 7 going to be taking it. Taking inside the bus was suspended. Oh, that's the reason why he popped it.
Yeah. That's what you want to do. I mean, it kind of started with that top lane, going back to that replay. They got a nice pick. They have a decent amount of damage by Bigetron if they're able to find you out of position.
Tyrant is down. That's going to be taken. A7 happy with that 2K gold lead at this point in the game. And BTR, oh no, this is not good. Wisesazer left alone, vending for himself, but no matter. I'm going to take a tower here.
Right, we highlighted the fact that Nyap and Danny have been Season 1 champions, right? And they play really well together, understanding where they need to be, and providing that pressure in the top lane. Oh, completely blocked there by Wisesazer. The protecting wins on point.
I love seeing the Blessing of the Dryads whenever that comes in. And you can see it again. It was not stunned by the Burning Sun arrow. And now with that, it is a happy time for Wisesazer.
All right, every time I see something like a play like that, where Wisesazer, again, protecting wins to completely block that Burning Sun arrow, I'm happy for him, but I'm disappointed in myself because I know that I could never make a play like that.
You're not going to be able to time it? Oh,
yeah,
man, that's
I got
sad.
old man figures, man.
Oh, man. And now let's get back to it. Right now, onto the mid lane is where the pressure is going to go, right? BTR is putting a lot of a lot of people right there onto the mid lane. Burning Sun arrow was able to hit one. Fury was able to flash away. ZonQ not going to be able to chase him down. And onto the back line, they try to go, and Bilal will go for the punish. Nyap is going to go for the takedown onto the back, but they're losing a lot of numbers here. But it's still a 2-for-2 in the end.
Oh, I was questioning, does Alpha 7 have enough in terms of CC to deal with this Jing? When you have Bilal with those cannon blasts, yes. You have enough, and you're able to get those stuns. Because again, if he gets stunned one time, ZonQ, you're going to see what happens. He's going to be in 6 feet on.
And this is what's really hard about rhythm-based heroes like the Luna and the Jing. Once you get stopped once, you're gonna be stopped the whole time unless you have that cool on you whenever you're fighting.
Yeah, and again, Alpha 7 doing a great job understanding who needs to die. Like, if Zon is probably the next big target because he's been kind of, dare I say, doing a lot of the damage. Farming, he hasn't really been killed. His position's been good, which is going to be scary from that mid to late game.
Yeah, right there on the top side, A7. They're going to be looking at ZonQ here, but they are not going to try and take down anybody for now. They're going to be chilling for a bit. And BTR, they are looking for any opportunities to turn things around. Burning Sun arrow not going to hit.
Yeah, not going to hit on that one. They were trying to bait it. No, Alpha 7 understanding. These are the things where if you see that arrow, you got to make the call, right? Yeah. Communication is key. Understanding where it could potentially be. You got to keep, again, everybody needs to keep their head on a swivel.
Yeah, and that's why it has to be cool because there was a lot of people in the mid lane and they saw the arrow traversing through the path. And that's why they were able to call it out. And now, A7 and BTR, even though we have a 2K gold lead, we're still at a standstill.
Yeah, very, very close at this point. I mean, A7 definitely in the driver's seat, if anything. They've been able to do it, but the map pressure has been in favor of Bigetron thus far. So again, understanding the counter movements has been key in this one.
Yeah, one thing that I find very smart in this game is that the concert gear effect.
Yeah.
Because if it was not a concert gear and a very different marksman in the game, ZonQ would have had fun this game, but because it was a concert, you can't even get some kills here for his side.
Yeah, and Wisesazer has been able to be on point. He's been largely off the map, but now with the enemy jungle.
Yeah, 1v1 Danny backs off, gets the shield. That is good. Now he is safe.
Great play. You want to contest. You want to make ZonQ's life a little uncomfortable more than anything else.
Yeah, he's going to be trying to go for that every time for the side of A7. Right now, Danny is at this point in where he's scaled, so he needs to find a way to annoy the other team.
More than being annoying, right? It's constantly being hounding, contesting. Now, once you get that farm, you have enough to be the tipping point, because if you're looking at the Bigetron side, they're very squishy. This is not a lineup that wants to be taking any of those punches to the face.
Big gold lead. 5 seconds, we have the objective. BTR is in position to get this. And there is nothing that I'm seeing from A7. There's no sign that they're going to try to contest this.
Yeah, Danny wasn't even in the right side of things. He was going to be in the top lane. He's looking to split push, understanding that we still have the lead. We can give up a Tyrant. It's the 9-minute one. It's not the end of the world. It's not the Shadow Time Bury.
Yeah, it's still very early. Right now, this is good. Bigetron is happy that this is the phase that the game is going for, so at least they have some breathing room. They have some ways to come back from this game. But what's scary though is, from my perspective though, I think Fury compared to Neil is going to be more threatening the later the game goes, and there's a lot more late game power for the side of A7.
Definitely agree. I mean, it's also combined with that cannon blast.
Yeah.
Once you have that, you have the reforged blades, basically instant deletion because Bigetron, again, very squishy.
Yeah, there's no tank. They don't care. They have a lot of damage now. So that's one of the good things. The best offense, best defense. Now they're going to go in and go to the back line. Neon is going to get frozen with a frigid prison. It's going to fall down. And now because of that, BTR has an opening to get the Tyrant here.
They don't get anything in return on this one, and they lose the mid T1 as well. So Bigetron, perfect disengage. Got the kill, got the tower, they're on out. Everybody's surviving.
It's a 5v4, and they're the ones getting pushed back. That's what I'm surprised of. Now it's half HP. ZongQ, they're trying to go for it. Right now they're pulling back, and they are going to try to go for the steel top. In the end, was the one who was able to get the takedown in the end there, and it's going good. ZongQ gonna try. He was able to get the crit right there on White Caesar's face.
Absolute disaster right there. I mean, the fact that you let Tops the Guan, you get the Tyrant, and then Danny dying on that one with Wise Caesar, that was a terrible turn of events.
Yeah.
Bigetron right now in the driver's seat.
Yeah, they're the ones who have the gold lead now just because of that big team fight that had happened there. And that was such a surprising turn of events here for the side of A7. Fury getting chased down. Oh, he has been slowed, and that's a killing spree for ZongQ.
Put some respect on his name, right? When he plays that Jing and he's chasing after you and you're not going back to your fountain, you're going the wrong way, my friend. You had no chance.
This is why you ban it against him, because you need to respect him. Frigid Prison not gonna hit. Cannon Blast hits 3 people onto the back line. No follow-up onto their side though. ZongQ making plays, trying to go. Frigid Prison hits him again, but Neil is gonna stay alive in the end.
Yeah, but Neop right there, you should not be fighting. I mean, the fact that they were down a member, this is a situation where you're fighting 4 versus 5. This is never a good situation, playing from a man behind. But now the things and the tides have completely shifted. Danny right now is falling behind, and they're down 5K.
He still doesn't have the Frost Guard, the Kuras of Saturn. That's why I was kind of expecting that he's going to be very squishy at this point. So he needs to make sure that he gets those items first before he becomes overconfident.
Yeah, definitely overconfident at this point. And this is my worry from Alpha 7. Now they're playing from behind. Bigetron definitely in control of this game. They've completely taken this one out. They have 0 answers against Zon, and especially ZongQ.
Yeah, ZongQ, how are they going to answer him? What I'm thinking of is a Tink inside the box in the middle of the mirror domain.
Yeah. I mean, to catch a Jing, not going to be the easiest thing, right?
Yeah.
So if he's able to do it, perfect. Everybody from Alpha 7, they have that damage to get to blow him up. But again, if you're looking at the rest of the squad, like those Frigid Prisons have been on point by
Yeah, Burning Sun Arrow is going to be there. Stun is going to be the follow-up here for the team. But nothing more. The Winters here is available, but they didn't opt to go for it.
Yeah, they're not going to commit for this. It's more about the minions. They're going to wait for the Vanguard, the Shadow Vanguard in the bottom lane. That's going to make things very rough. Bigetron are just biding their time for the preferred engage.
They're going to go in, Cannon Blast Force, and then the Sorrow Tugs just pushes them back, even using their own charge here just for him to get in. And now the threat is happening. A7 looking really scared. They have the damage now.
Yeah, but they're doing a good job of this wave clear, right? Getting the minions off your back. Now, Bigetron, yes, they've taken your jungle, but this is a moment. So you got to find some sort of pickoff. Not going to be easy, especially since Bigetron have sentries across the map.
Yeah, right now, Tubbs is going to be very important here. How is he going to start this fight? Burning Sound Arrow is open. Nose's gone. It's looking for an angle, though. There you go. Angle's going to be there. Danny! The timing was perfect! And he's going to be down. He's dead. Killing spree happened. And that was such a great arrow.
Oh, the arrow with the Frigid Prison, all the stunts, everything that you wanted. They threw everything in the kitchen sink, making sure that Danny got it sniped out. Perfect play by Bigetron right there. Great one.
Insane arrow coming to this side. 15 seconds. We have the Tyrant here. We're waiting. They're waiting. 6K gold lead in this game.
Yeah, 6K gold lead, but I mean, no mid-team 3. They're taking the bottom one as well. Bigetron, this is again another arrow gonna miss.
That was kind of scary though. Burning Sun Arrow's not gonna hit. They're gonna back up for a bit and wait for the next one.
Yeah, it's smart. You have so much control of this game. Now you can take what you want. The Shadow Tyrant is going to be completely open for you. Bigetron doing a great job. Zon, you look, his positioning has been flawless.
Yeah, they're going to be taking it. Cannon Blast not going to hit. Stun's gonna be there, but onto the back line though, you can see Tufts and Niap fighting a 1v1. Niap is gonna fall down. There's a lot of damage coming through. Rampage for ZonQ. They're gonna go for the chase. Bilal is gonna be left alone. Brittany Sunner is not gonna hit. There's nothing going in favor of A7 during this time. BTR, like the shot coming in from Tufts. They're gonna go for the finish. BTR, you put respect in the name of ZonQ because he's the reason they won.
He is definitely the reason, the second reason to this, of course, with Zon. Those arrows have been on point. The damage, the fact that if you go on anybody, he was able to just snipe you down with all of them. It was a very good game by Bigetron here.
Yeah, it was a nice game. We've seen them play, and Bigetron waited for the time that they need to pop off. And once they got it, that is perfect.
But hey, don't forget the really clutch steal coming in from none other than KIC on that Guan Yu. Without that clutch steal and the kill on Dani, things wouldn't have been a potential comeback being formulated by the side of Bigetron by Vitality in this game number 3 here. So right now, Bigetron, IKL fans, this is series point in hand for the side of BTR by Vitality.
A lot of pressure. A lot of pressure at this point, right? I think going into this one, we were kind of like mixed on how this draft was going to go. But Alpha 7 right now, even with the pay, really no answers against this lineup here.
This is going to be a fight of pride, right? Because they're fighting for the last time that they met, which was in KWC, and BTR is going for that run to 1 match point in this series.
And the early game was really in favor for the side of Alpha 7. Dani was everywhere, counter jungling against ZonQ. At one point, ZonQ was like 1-3 in terms of the scoreline. He was severely down in farm, but really, that steal coming in from KIC, Guan Yu on that Tyrant, that was so crucial, giving the momentum that you need. The mental amp that you need to come back into this game here. And then, we saw ZonQ. Immediately after that steal, he was just flexing against Fury in that jungle there.
Yeah, at that point, he was just doing what he can. He was just doing what he wants the whole game, because after that steal that you were talking about, though, it became a 3-game whole lead. Then it ballooned from there.
Yeah, and to be honest, I don't know if he was, it seemed like he was kind of bullying Fury in the end. He was able to find him out of moments, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that is exactly what happened in that game number 3 there. But let's check out the item build here. Early game was really in the favor of Alpha 7 here, but this boils down to the composition that we talk about. Alpha 7, who's your front line? Where is your face check? One mistake coming in from you, BTR can just immediately flip the script on top of your head, and they took control of this game 3.
Yeah, it really came back to that draft. They didn't really have a front liner. Niap was trying to do what he could, but even on the Charlotte, like, yeah, you can jump to the back line, but you're squishy, right? The rest of Bigetron are just waiting with open arms to take you down.
Yeah, it was so hard for him to do anything, right? Every time he tries to go into the back line, he was killed more than he killed somebody.
Yeah, which is very sad. I mean, nobody, I think Weisacer might have had 2 kills, everyone had 1 or whatever, very low kill count on their sky, but it was because Bigetron, they're understanding that, hey, if we don't get caught out, we have stuns to control you, we have the damage, we're able to burst you down.
Yeah, and also I love the combo. The Burning Sun arrow to the Frigid Prison.
Oh, so good.
Very easy combo to pull up, but it all comes down to if you hit the arrow.
Okay, you say it's easy, but in my ranked games, it's never easy.
It's never easy.
Never easy, right? So it's easy for pros, let's be honest.
Yes, there you go.
I think a very good point that we need to point out as well, because of draft, Alpha 7 has 0 front line.
Yeah.
No matter how many arrows you miss on Zon, you just need to hit that 1-2 late game arrows immediately.
True.
It's a 4v5 upfront for your liking.
Yeah, even if you see Motsu picking up a lot of tanky items, he's not going to be tanking a lot, though,
Exactly, right?
And that's why, even though that's the case, still not seeing him tank a lot in that game. And Tufts getting the MVP. He got to be him. He did wonders for the team here.
He stole the Tyrant, he got that kill onto Dani, immediately flipping the gold lead back to an equal footing for the side of Bigetron by Vitality, and then that's where ZonQ and friends came in clutch with all those teamfight wins, and that's where it really happened.
Like, how could
on the hands of Tufts.
Like, how could you get to the back line? Because you always knew that Tufts was going to be waiting in the wings to kind of counter-initiate. It was very difficult. No front liner, no real way, no access.
Exactly, there's no access coming in for the side of Alpha 7, like we mentioned here. Very squishy draft. You can land 1 Cannon Blast into all those spells, but take a look at the early game here. We talked about it. Alpha 7 had a phenomenal early game. The Lao one, using the Cannon Blast flash, redirecting it and hitting onto a ZonQ. ZonQ still has the Crimson here, so immediately more of these fights were going more and more and more in favor for side of Alpha 7.
Yeah, in this game though, look at how Tufts has been doing it. He doesn't even go to the flank. He just goes to whoever moves forward, I'm going to be pushing them to my team. He doesn't even need to be doing a lot about move forward, but Tufts stealing that was very important.
Yeah, stealing that, and then Danny would fall. There was a 4v5 initiated by South Alpha 7. It failed tremendously hard, and then you have Starkyu just styling over Fury.
Yeah, Fury, this is the fearless Batman, and those arrows to start things off. Danny thought he was safe, and then the stun lock, the control, the winner is here. Everything in the kitchen sink on to taking him out.
Yeah, it was a timing there that really was unfortunate for the team here. And in the end, it was Tufts just finding the opportunities here just to push back anybody that they can. And once they lost all their members here for BTI, it was enough. It was a done deal.
Exactly, and it led to this amazing comeback formulated by the side of Bigetron by Vitality in this game number 3 here. So Bigetron by Vitality, IKL's champion here, they are at match point here. So if they win the next game, they will advance further in the upper bracket in KIC2025.
Oh man, that's a big win for us. And also they defeated the team who defeated them during KWC. It's our turn to get to the upper bracket.
Yeah, okay. I don't know whose turn it is right now, but I think that Bigetron right now are in a great spot. Being at match point is going to be huge for them. But again, they're not out of this one. Alpha 7, you can see the fight in them. Are they able to bounce back in this one?
I don't know. We need to go to a break to really find out whether they are ready to bring it into a Game 5, or will BTR end it with a clean Game 4 3-1 scoreline. But let's head over to the break, and we will catch you later. Welcome back to the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. This is series number 3 of day number 1, where we have Bigetron by Vitality currently leading 2-1 against Alpha 7 Gaming here. My name is Sagi, and alongside of me on the broadcast is Dash and also Holler as our casters.
Yeah, and this is going to be a huge moment, right? We're going to see exactly the resolve of an Alpha 7 team. The back's on the wall right now. Again, the room for error in this KIC, very small. How does Alpha 7 bounce back?
Yeah, still not done. They can still come back. They need to put their best foot forward, especially for the picks here for the next game. We were talking about how game number 1 and game number 2, they had so much expensive picks.
And game 2, I want to point out as well, yes, we have the Luna being committed by Bigetron by Vitality, but if we were to look over to Alpha 7's game 2 draft, man, that's so expensive.
Yeah.
Mai Shiranui, Long, Liang, and also the Dharma?
Yeah.
That's
crazy.
Lot,
I mean, you got to do what you can. I mean, if they lost that game, they would have been down 0-2. Things are looking very dire at that point. It was one of those things where to get yourself a little bit of momentum into this series, being able to strike back, getting that first win, not easy to do on the international stage.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. They have to find a way. Red side is going to be A7, blue is going to be VTR. They need to think about how they counter this, because A7 back here on the blue side, they need to get priority on whatever they want.
Exactly, priority towards the blue side here, but it goes back to the same question, because you already expended so many of these hero picks here. What can you realistically pick on the blue side first pick?
Yeah, I mean, like, when you go and you try something like the pay and you fall on your face like that last game, things are rough, right? That's demoralizing, but you gotta have more strats. Like, again, this is very deep. This is a chess match. Best of 5s are not easy.
Okay, I thought of something. Like, they went with the pay, didn't work out, had an amazing early game, so to rinse and repeat the process, potentially they could go for the Ogren for the Saladani.
Ogren, yeah. That's actually more of his playstyle, where he's like the tanky frontliner, so it definitely fits his MO, so I could see that one here, but I don't really like the Ogren as like a first pick, though.
Yeah.
Well, when you're down into a specific spot right now, you have no priority pick here coming in for either Alpha 7 on towards the blue side. So they do default towards the red side here. So I am really interested to see, with limited picks due to the global ban pick here, what can they formulate from the coaching staff for their player in this game 4?
Honestly, if they want to go for the same route as what BTR has been doing, they could definitely take the Assassins on their side and know that sometimes Danny also picks up the Luna, especially during the playoffs matches that they've had.
And look at, again, Bigetron, they're like the ultimate flex. We know the Guan Yu very strong. We know the Luna is very strong. We're going to ban them both out, make you play something that you might not want to in this game 4.
Yep, we can start to see the bans being hovered towards those picks that they had to use in the previous games, whereby you're starting to see, okay, Luna, Guan Yu, BTR has played it, Alpha 7, the Agudo, and also the Dharma. They have played it as well. So right now, coming into this BTR Game 4 pick 1, they go with the Vati here, the Mighty Conqueror, locked in for BTR.
Yeah, Vati getting picked again for the side of BTR, so Tufts is going to be... Actually, Tufts has went crazy during KWC whenever he gets a pick on the Vati, so this is a good sign for BTR with their confidence.
Yeah, a lot of flexibility, too. I mean, it's going to solidify that lane with a Yangjin. Open it up. Now's the time for Alpha 7.
Yangjin Dolia being the up for grabs.
They picked the Dolia already.
You have Dolia in set number 1. So this is a plain Yangjin, just like what Zankyu went with in game 1.
Yeah, but BTR could still pick the Dolia for themselves, so they can pick the Dolia. They still have that option on their end, so they can still combo it with something else.
Maybe the lane that we talk about, or has
that done.
Yeah, I do think that is the option here coming in from BTR. It is looking like a Dun and also a Dolia 2-3 here coming in for the side of BTR.
Yeah, one thing that... Yeah, there you go. That's the combo that we're looking for the side of BTR. A bread and butter combo here for the side of BTR. They want to go for an easy early to mid-game transition on their side.
The red side, Yangjin as well, makes a lot of sense. Let me talk about here. Yangjin can always play towards the clash lane. That's if Miam has the mastery towards it, but hey, look at that. An interesting one though. Being locked in here to pair up with Ysacer's channel here. This is a lot of firepower here. If BTR, Tufts, and Zankyu is unable to catch this channel off guard, they should look like a landslide for the side of A7.
I mean, you have a lot of potential. Like, I play Ming myself, right? And the fact that you have a Chano, you have the Yangjian, you have that sustain, the heal, and plus with the extra enhancement in terms of damage, this could be really powering him up. But you're going up against the Bigetron side. The Dune is going to be a problem. That Wind Slash is going to break things up.
One thing that I see, like the correlation of a Lady Sun and a Chano, they almost play the same. Which is why the Ming could also work here on the Chano. It's just that the Chano is a bit faster because of the leader stance.
Leader stance, yes, but immobility towards the early game, though.
Yeah.
Don't really have much of immobility compared to the Lady Sun.
Oh, true.
So, in terms of gold generation, it's not as efficient compared to the cannon build that we talk about.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the enhanced basic attack.
That's true, that's true.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of thinking about that. I was like, okay, that could work. But here, on the side of A7, he's still banned the Maestro Nui. The God and Mo is also out of the picture here, because if ever that is going to be resetted by Dolia, it's going to be hell for them.
Yeah, they just completely, both teams right now, I mean, the Shu and the Nua both being banned as well. It's all about that mid lane, which is going to be key in the second phase. The last phase, again, going into this one, again, match point here.
Mid lane also means a lot of things, right? Whereby Shu and also Nua plays pretty well with A7's draft here. So I like the Shin here coming in from Fury here because they lack setup here. We still don't know where this Yang Jian is going. Potentially, we might see this Yang Jian flex towards the Clash lane, and then we get Dani on more of a consistent jungle tank to be that beefy frontline for this bot and farm duo.
I love the Yixing pick here. I mean, especially into a Dune, you're thinking that you're safe with the Celestial Melody from the Dolia, but if you go in, it's a one-way ticket to hell, so to speak, because you're going to be boxed in.
You go in, you can't go back.
Exactly.
You're going to be trapped in. So that is the idea here for this side. BTR going in from the Flowborn Marksman just to have that more range. One thing that I like about the Flowborn Marksman is against the Ming. Because if he uses the ult right here, the Arrow Storm against him with the Meteor Storm, it's going to be hard for them to get close.
Hey, Xiao Xiao being locked in as well. So that's a lot of range and burst damage being secured by the side of Bigetron here. So if Zan Q Dun doesn't get refreshed well due to the board, you can always refresh a double ultimate here on the Xiao Xiao to push forward for that Vision Knight, to push forward for that full damage.
That's a classic. And as you were saying, it's going to be flex onto the Clash lane. Yeah.
We need a beefy frontline for the Ming and China combination here. So the 4-person here on the side of Alpha 7 here. The jungle, farm, roam, and mid. They play as a unit here, and Nia will look for those flank angles here. If this Ogren gets taken down on the first few engages here, immediately the plan for Alpha 7 will be destroyed.
Yeah, and that is going to be the goal here for the team. One thing that I love about the Alpha 7 lineup is that the goal is simple. You want to get the board in, get both of the front lights in front, get the damage over, and then Chano's going to finish everybody up.
Yeah, that's ideally what you want to do.
Yeah.
But again, with how they draft this out, this comes back to the power of Yang Jian, not only in-game, but also in trap.
Yeah.
It's very flexible. You can put him wherever you want, so it really plays with the mind games of the enemy team.
Yeah, usually you can really think of something that is going to be like a losing matchup whenever a Yang Jian comes into play, because he could really just take down all the CC with a Heaven and Earth form. And now, this time, on the other end though, BTR, they really need to play a bit more range because they have the Arrow Storm, the Meteor Storm, just to zone out the other team.
Like what you mentioned, right, the advantage of picking up a Yang Jian and Yu Huan, this comes in the form of red side. You get to pick first on a flexible pick and flex it towards the final pick on towards the counter pick side. So it's a flexibility and advantage for people or teams that favor the red side. But this is Bigetron by Vitality and Alpha 7 Esports, and these are the drafts.
Yeah, you can see the draft here. It's only done a classic view. Wants to get the early to mid game in your favor, especially against the Ogren there. But Alpha 7 has some answers on their own. But I'm really looking forward to how they play this.
To look forward towards it, we will have to head on to the Scourge in this game for it here. This is a best of 5, series number 3 between Alpha 7 Gaming and also Bigetron by Vitality. Once again, Dash and also Holler take the stage.
Thank you so much, Sagi. As we get into game 4 here, Alpha 7. You gotta win this one, right?
Yeah.
There's no chance. I mean, if we're talking about draft alone, is the Yang Jian pick and the Ogren gonna be enough to take it down Bigetron?
Yeah, that's gonna be the question though. I'm kind of looking on how they're gonna be playing the Chano Ming more, because they're gonna be the ones that is gonna transition this game to the late game for the side of A7. But BTR, I love the early game advantage that they have, but the range from the Flowborn Marksman is what I'm very afraid of.
Yeah, it's gonna be about that. But you have opportunities and ways for Alpha 7 to kind of navigate through around that, right? They have the ability to jump in. You have the Hound from the Yang Jian from the up. So you have ways. Why Stacer, again, he needs to be more careful more than anything else.
Yeah, he needs to be really careful. Right now, one thing that I'm seeing here for the side of BTR is how they're going to be playing. Maybe they are going to be waiting for the first objectives on both sides, because right now on level 4, you don't really have those aggressive things on your side to be able to go for those invades. And I think Danny is actually going to try to go for this invade though, and that smite is going to be coming in a bit too early from Danny, and now because of that, might be punished. But the knockups are not enough.
Yeah, not enough. I mean, the smite was actually like really early on that one. It felt like something that I would do. Not to disrespect Danny on that one, but Zanku being able to take that one out, gonna be huge. He needs to keep on pace to this Ogre here.
Oh yeah, and now A7, at least there was an attempt. There was an attempt of aggression from the side of A7, and that's what you want to do whenever you're playing an Ogre. At least try to go for the invade, try to get something out of the other team, and now they are going to be waiting. Look at the other side here. Now, you're trying to take our jungle. We are going to take yours.
Yeah, if anything on this Ogre, everything needs to be funneled his way. You got to ensure that 100% of everything on your side of the map is going to you. If after that, you're then able to kind of invade at that point, great, but you got to secure yourself more than anything else.
Yeah, on the top side, though, Take the Tree Blessing has been popped already in the Alp. Having a 1v1 on this slide, but both of them are just going to be surviving that.
Yeah, Clash Laners just doing Clash Laners things. It's like a pillow fight, right? Nobody's really going to die. I think that they're thinking of, especially at this stage, right? It's still too early. But Alpha 7 right now putting the pressure on in this bottom lane. I like, Chano, he's going to be fine against the Flowborn. Again, that range advantage is slightly there, but not huge.
Yeah, and what's really scary about this, though, is that especially when you have a Ming on the other team, especially you know how to play the Ming. Ming really makes the lane very hard for the other team.
Yeah, I mean, the sustain that you have, if you get nearby, he has that tether, which is super annoying because nobody wants to be on that umbilical cord. It's just gross.
Okay.
Cannot unsee, right?
I'm in your mind. I just got shocked though. I was like, oh wait. And my brain was kind of processing what's happening. And let's see. A7, for now, with the tether, as you were saying, the reason why it's also hard for Zon to do anything was because he is being left alone in lane. It's also because you have a ton, so Dolia needs to stick to the ton, not to the sun.
Yeah. I see what you're doing there. It looks like you're busting rhymes like all the time. You're a poet, you didn't even know it, but cool. I'm rolling with it.
Oh man. 20 seconds on the clock. We're going to be having the Tyrant here, and they are going to be pushing the wave here for sure. One thing I like about the Yisheng is that one skill and the wave is cleared.
Yeah, that's pretty much all you want. I mean, everything again on the A7 side is all about Danny on this Ogre, getting him that farm. Why stay, sir? He can be fine by himself. Bilal is babysitting, ensuring that he keeps on pace with this Zon.
Yeah, Zon Q here a bit early for the team. Danny gonna be a bit late. Half HP on the objective. Ford is gonna hit 2 people, but they're not looking at that. They're looking at the objective. One more for Zon Q. He's still gonna take it. In the end, it doesn't matter because BTR takes it.
I'm looking back at that one, and I mean, you're thinking hindsight is 2020, but Fury with that board, it's a little too early. Maybe you do it a little bit later after the turn is a little bit lower, so you can potentially push them away, but just, way too easy for BTR's Zanku there.
Yeah, and even though Zon is taking a lot of beating from Weisazer and Bilal on the bot lane, Ormson has been giving a lot more space for the side of BTR, just giving Unruly Blade that reset that it needs, makes Zanku a bit more confident.
Yeah, and speaking of confidence, we're talking about the bottom lane. Weisazer, level up, right? You've been babysat by Bilal, who's created that space, and this could potentially be a problem, especially you don't want that channel to really be able to kind of shred through the armor that is the Dune and the Pati in the top lane.
Yeah, right now what they're going to be doing here, they're going to be slowing things down. A7 wants to go for the push here. TP is going to come out, and Weisazer needs to be careful. Tufts has to flash.
Has to flash away. Still very early, not the end of the world. We'll just wait a little bit for the next cooldown on that one. But in the top lane, let's talk about this one, because Niapam, this Yang Jian, hasn't had as great a time as Tufts, who's kind of been rotating around. He's in the mid lane harassing Danny now.
Yeah, right now Lee Song is going to be the one taking the minions on the top side of the map, and you can see Neil. Neil has been phenomenal this game. He was moving lane per lane and just putting pressure on the members here. Tufts having a tussle against Danny.
Yeah, they'll just continue on with that one. But Danny, all eyes on this guy, all right? Is he able to hit that critical mass? Is he able to get that farm? Because he doesn't have to fight right now. It's fine. You'll see him at the 12-minute mark when he's got those items, and then he can turn it off.
Yeah, now they're starting on the top side. Heaven and Earth Form has been used. And Neop is just going to be taking some HP back after that, and Danny is trying to take the tower on the top side though. But what's hard about this though, especially when you have the Meteor Storm on Neil, it's going to be hard to press forward.
Yeah, speaking of pressing forward, I mean, Alpha 7, that's pretty much what this lineup can do. They press forward and they go slowly, slow sieging, and if they're able to catch you out, great. But the positioning problem might be an issue.
Going to go in, and Unruly Blade is going to be there. He has to reset again to go to the backline. Neop is taking a lot of damage. He's not going to be able to reset the healing for his side. And now that is going to be an objective still on the side of A7, but still a kill. First blood for BTR.
Oh, he hounded right into the middle of Bigetron, right? The rest of them, all 5 of them were like, hey, we'll take this free food that you've given to us, because he just was in a bad spot, not where you want to be, and now Bigetron looking to take this mid T1.
Nobody to help him out, the BTR going to be looking for more. Look at the objectives, look at the jungle camps. They're taking it as fast as they can, and they got away with it.
Now, this is looking rough for Alpha 7, right? I mean, giving up first blood, not the end of the world, and not worth it speaking a different story in terms of this. Like, it's very close, but giving any sort of edge, again, you want to get this auger going. Danny is your win condition. Let the man farm. He's keeping on pace with Zanku right now, which is great.
Yeah, right now, they're looking for things here for the team here. They have a Doomsday build here for Zon. He's going to go for the Shadow Weaver for the second item, but the most important part of the build here is when he gets the Daybreaker. That is when his damage is going to hurt even Danny in the up.
Yeah, he's going to just wait for that moment. But now Weisacer are sticking around. Bilal is going to be there. Has that tether. Zanku, I don't know if he actually wants to commit. He's going to look to just go aggressive.
Actually, going to go for it. Going to go with Unruly Blade. He has 3 people on his back line though. Still has the Unruly Blade on his hands. He's taking up a lot of damage, but he's regenerating it too. But Zanku's going to fall. The Taking Liberties was able to take him all down. That's 2 kills on the board for A7.
Oh, they thought they were going to get to set up a trap. Zanku was waiting in that bush for so long. The rest of Bigetron were making their way there, but Alpha 7 had an even bigger trap, setting them up and making sure that they got Zanku and Tough Z.
Yeah, what I love about that is that the leader stands whenever you pop it, even deep. Zanku is not going to be able to chase you down. And to add to that, you have the Ming to help you out, so your healing is going to be crazy too.
Yeah, it's all about that sustain. This is why that Ming is going to be a bit of a problem. But if we're looking at the rest of this lineup, I was talking about it a little bit before, but basically they slow siege you, but they don't really have the CC. It really comes back to Fury's boards. Is he able to lock you down?
Yeah. Right now, they're going to go. They're going to contest this for sure. Bilal can't even help Weisacer in the end here, just going to be smiting it. And Tyrant, nobody's even looking at it.
Yeah, nobody wants it at this point. I mean, it's not like the 9-minute one. It's really not as valuable in terms of the game. But Bigetron will eventually make their way towards that side. And if you're looking at what Alpha 7 are looking to do, again, it's about the Weisacer just letting the man farm. He has an 800 gold lead. You don't want to lose that momentum.
Yeah, to add to that for everyone watching, the Fury already has the Venomous Stab, which is why it was easy to take down Zanku a while ago, because his healing is not going to be massive anymore.
Huge, huge. Big item pickup, right? It really changes the dynamics of how these team fights are looking to go. And now Alpha 7, understanding that the sustaining really isn't as much, you're able to contest.
Yeah. Right now, Zon is going to be taking this. Tyrant is going to be Dare's advantage onto that next fight, onto that next objective fight, because the Shadow Barons are going to be coming in.
Yeah, it's going to be huge for this one, right? The top T2 under siege.
Knockup's going to be there. T2's going to be down. BTR going to be taking the tower on the bot side. But at what cost right now? A7 is in position for that Overlord.
Yeah, and again, just slow and steady, this mid T1, obviously key, right? This is the one that Alpha 7 really want. They've been eyeing it for quite some time, but Bigetron doing a great job of defending.
Yeah. Right now, the Tyrant's going to be there. Minions on the bot side already pushing. So that's going to be tough, though. They need to defend that tower. If not, the T2 is going to fall down by the minions.
Yeah, I mean, Bigetron right now playing a more defensive stance. I mean, it's a 1K net worth lead in favor of Alpha 7. It's very close, but this Shadow Tyrant will be key for this game.
Zanku very confident in that position. Tufts is also being a wall here so that A7 can't move forward. And now Zanku, A-Up is also in position. Fury has the board. Right now they're using the board, gonna catch 2 people, but is it gonna matter? No, it's not mattering at this point. The Up is moving forward, but he can't touch anybody on the side of BTR.
Oh, the range from Zon has been on point. The damage, Fury had locked him in the board, but he almost died, and then the rest of them had to just flee at this point. Bigetron taking the first Shadow Tyrant for 3.
Yeah, they pumped the brakes there because they needed to. Because every time you try to go against the Flowborn Marksman, you're already damaged before you even get there.
Yeah, the poking and prodding is real. Like, this is a problem for, Alpha 7. We were talking about how they're slow sieging and they're very linear aside from the Hound.
Yeah.
So it's like, how do you get to the back line? As Zahn's positioning is perfect, it's going to be very tough.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here for the team. BTR or A7, are they going to be taking this Overlord? Because they're already positioning themselves here, but they already know that this is happening. Tough onto the back line, the up alone. Was able to get the takedown on him, and now they need to run away. Respect it. Why Caesar gonna try to get the damage in. No more resets on the side. He's gonna fall down. That's 2 kills on the board for the side of A7.
Oh, Niap on the flank gets the solo kill on the Zahn. Once he goes in and he takes him down, the rest of Bigetron really can't fight. ZahQ was looking to just, maybe potentially take that as their golem, but it was a bad spot to be in once Zahn had been killed.
Yeah, A7 still has the advantage in this game, even though that was happening. It was looking like BTR is the one being proactive in this game, but one mistake, A7 got it back.
Yeah, and Alpha 7 really turning this game on its head in the driver's seat, I would say. Put pressure on the bottom T2 as well as the mid T1. This is a huge turn of events for Alpha 7, who have only 4 kills.
There's not really a lot of kills here for the game. Make it 5 though, at least for the whole game.
Yeah.
There's not really a lot though. 2.5k gold lead. They still have the Shadow Vanguard on their hands, so they're going to be using it on this next fight.
Yeah, a very strategic game, a cagey game, if you will. Alpha 7 just playing within the limits of what's given, right? Taking the objectives, going slow, don't need to push things out. I mean, aside from Niap giving up first blood, nobody's died on this team. Their positioning has been quite good.
Yeah, they've been doing pretty well here as a team. Phantom Passing gonna get used, flash over to taking liberties. Even used the board in the end here, but the Meteor Storm was enough to fend everybody away.
Yeah, pushing them away. It was all about space. The mid T2, yeah, Bigetron thought the action was going to happen for that, but actually, they just wanted the Crimson. They've taken away yet another buff. Now with the Shadow Vanguard in the top lane, more pressure being applied.
Yeah, now they're going to be putting pressure here on the mid lane Fury. Even Niap is on the side lanes. But BTR recognizes that because the minions are pushing on the top and bot side. They need to really just back off and go to the T3.
But how much can you do? Now you're huddled in your base, holding hands, singing Kumbaya, but you don't really get any farm. This is a bit of an issue. You're down about 2k. This is a struggle.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here. They're even using the Arrow Storm here. Now the Arrow Storm is going to be on cooldown before they even go for the fight here. That is going to be it. Forward is going to be there. They're going to try to go for the back one. Tops is going to be it. Going to try to go for the kill, but it's not going to happen right now. Danny pumps the Blood Rage, and he survives in the end, and they have to pump the brakes.
Oh my gosh, that was actually very close. Danny playing with my heart on that one. I thought he was going down, but the fact that he had Blood Rage, that was the perfect moment to disengage. I mean, he just staying alive more than anything else, because again, Bigetron almost got that pick.
That's what you want, right? You want taking the damage every time whenever you're playing the Young Gen, whenever you're playing the Ogre, and that's what they were doing that whole game. And now, this time, that gave BTR some chances to move away from their base.
Yeah, now there's a little bit of space. Now Bigetron have to make use of it. They got to get something out of this other than just like positioning out front. This isn't great. You need some sort of like steal, maybe this Tyrant here.
Tyrant is up. Right now, everybody's in position. They have the minions pushing on the bot lane. And they are just making sure that Tubbs is in a position to actually fight this whenever they can. They have to be careful about this because Fury has the board.
Yeah, Danny level 15 though, but he's at about half-life.
They has been knocked up. He's not going to survive this for sure. He's down, but Tubbs is in front. A7 is going to be taking them all down and taking liberties. Fury is the key to win for A7.
Oh, it looks like they've gotten it, everything, and it's going to be a team ace off of a triple kill off of Y Ace Caesar taking it down. They're looking to end this one.
Great surprise coming in from A7, making sure that ZahQ falls to their trap, and that he did, stretching this game to game number 5.
And this is why you don't give Danny the off-grid, turning things around, right? Just being able to understand the limits of this hero, being able to be out front, being that tanky frontliner. It looked like Bigetron really no answers on this.
Yeah, they didn't really have any answers that game. They were just waiting for the inevitable. They were just sitting there, but that was probably their last hurrah on their side.
This is the perfect description of what we are looking at. It's a grudge match.
Yeah.
KO5 all the way back to back Gold Series here, and right now you're looking at this. this exact moment, we're going into another BO1 setting with 20 default bans on both teams.
Yeah. This is what it's all about, right? Going to that Game 5, the pressure cooker, if you will. Everything has been building up for this culmination of this moment, getting themselves a chance to get into this one, but now Alpha 7 striking back with a great draft and execution.
And honestly, I love the story here. Coming into this game, A7 and BTR, this is a story that they wanted all along. They're gonna go to lengths whenever they can, and game number 5, this is it.
You need to go the full extent to see who really deserves that spot in that upper bracket finals. It is, in the end, for KIC2025, how to rise for honor.
Yeah, they need to rise for honor here for sure, because on the next game, they don't really have a lot of things on their hands anymore because they picked a lot of heroes. So they need to be creative for those next games.
This is going to be key, right? Going into Game 5, we saw like expensive picks, all of that, but hey, if you're not prepared for a best of 5, how are you going to play against a best of 7? Right?
Exactly. Well said here, because in the BO5 setting, you have already expended so many heroes here, so you're still a bit of forgiven, right? You're not forgiven for drafting so heavily, but in the BO7 though, you have to plan it to 6 full games before you go back into a default normal match with blind pick here. But it's still BO5, but it's the potentially most important BO5 for either of these teams, because if they go towards the lower bracket, who knows who will be coming down? Potentially APG. We don't know that.
Yeah, that's true. That's why it's going to be tough though, because here in this series alone, whoever loses here will be fighting against Elevate.
Elevate?
Yeah.
What about Elevate?
Great, that's true.
Yeah, what about Elevate? Yeah, they're in a different group.
Yeah.
It's RQ you're talking about.
Oh,
it's APG and RQ in Group C,
Oh,
thanks. Let's put our focus over to the game number 5 here, BTR versus Alpha 7 here. So I do think that this game, in terms of how Alpha 7 formulated the draft around protecting Wisesazer and Blawan to really play for those team fights, it was magnificent. From mid and jungle, these two were the core anchors and allowing these two really flourish in those team fights.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the Alpha 7 side, I mean, one person died, you know, Nyap. He's going to be my LVP of that game. LVP. He's the loser of this one. But Danny and Wisesazer, on the other hand, definitely the MVPs. I'm really not dying. That's the biggest thing. The positioning was on point by Alpha 7.
Oh, yeah, that's true. And from what we're seeing here, Fury really did a lot of great jobs here for the game, especially for that last fight. That's the reason why they won. The bait on the taking liberties, forcing Zankyu to move forward, then trapping him again. He was not able to move after that.
There's really these high tense moments when you have a split of non-focus focus on the game. You immediately get caught out and you get punished for losing that split-second focus here. And in that game, it was like what you mentioned, that taken liberty by Fury, the board master, catching Zankyu, and that was all she wrote in game number 4, because it could have been a 20-minute Tempest game.
If you're looking at that draft, they didn't really have much control, but the fact that Fury had those boards, that was enough to lock him down, right? And that's kind of what you needed to ensure that you get those kills.
Yeah, that's what you want whenever you're playing in the Yixing, right? Especially if you have somebody who doesn't really have a lot of movement on the other team. So that was the goal. It worked out. And now this time around, game number 5 is going to be tough.
Yeah, but before that, let's head on over to the MVP of this game for here. It gotta be either of the members here, but we awarded directly for Stani on that auger, because why? Every single frontal engage and tank, he was there, and the damage calculation was crispy to perfection.
Yeah, perfection. I mean, his positioning, the ability to farm, but there were moments where he was low, but he baited people out. Everybody was throwing everything at him, but he had the blood rage to kind of out-heal, out-sustain, and just kept himself alive, and we'll see a lot of this in the highlights here.
Yeah, what's good about that also was that he was also the reason why Zankyu is taking on his HP. He was the one, if Zankyu is moving forward, it was Danny moving forward on the other team.
And look at that initial fight. The fight was happening, but Fury's timing, coming in with that board, locking in Zankyu, that completely shifted that team fight there.
Exactly, and when you have no more backline access in the form of PUBG into those fights, who is going to realistically touch Wisesazer and Bilal one? And this was the blunder coming in for Zankyu. Getting caught by the Taker's Liberty, or blocks away any form of assistance here. PUBG tries to save his teammate from any form of further loss. fails to get the assassination on towards the Tunnel, and that led to Game 4 victory going in the hands smoothly for the side of Alpha 7 Gaming.
It was because of that one moment where ZonQ, you think that he's out of position, but the call was go. Top Z was literally a second behind. Had he been in front and had they grouped up together and gone in as as one synchronized team, they would have won that team fight.
Yeah, he was a bit too far away.
Yeah,
and because of that, also it was also ZonQ who fell to the trap. Yeah, I thought he's gonna stay for long, but I didn't expect him to just die that fast.
Yeah, correct. It was also down to two things. One, you could say that ZonQ got caught out. Two, you could also say that the Yixing played super well on the hands of Fury.
Yeah, Fury did really well, especially on what he did there. Grabbed him out, everybody was there, but again, it was still a nice try. Let us take a look at the picks again, and it's a lot that is out of the picture.
I love this. I love it. It's like a heavyweight fight, trading blow for blow. No streaks. Everything is like, you win one, I win one. We just traded back and forth. I mean, looking at the history of the games thus far, the trends, Bigetron are going to be picking up Game 5, right?
Well, that is a big statement here. If according to Game 1, 2, 3, 4, it's BTR, A7, BTR, A7. That could potentially be the case if it's based on history itself. But if it's based on the current momentum, though, Alpha 7 winning out that clean Game 4, going to Game 5, they're definitely feeling super good.
Yeah, it's super good, especially with what we are seeing here for the team. Let's take a look at what's going to happen next year for the team, because the picks are on. They have to think about it. The coaches, they are the most important part of this drafting at this point especially.
It's going to be key, right? The Game 5, again, can't hold anything back. If you got a G-Strat, now's the time to kind of reveal it, because you do not want to be in the lower bracket. The room for error at the KIC is so small. You lose twice and you're out. This is must-win Game 5.
Exactly. Must-win Game 5. Every single match counts towards the qualification to that knockout stage at Manila Bay Ayala Mall here. So, at the very least, in the final game itself, in this BO5, Alpha 7 is on towards the blue side with Bigetron by Vitality, selecting the red side. Now, if we look towards the picture, there are a lot of bans you have to take in, because ZonQ still has Ogren and Pei, and you have to default take away the ban on both the Arlie as well.
Yeah, and this is why you're penalized for, you picked up a lot of those heroes early. Things didn't really work out as well. You weren't able to close out the series. Now it comes back to that where you have a lot of openings. This is a problem here.
Yeah, they need to think about that. And now, challenge is, who's going to be picking it on their side? The Pei is still open for BTR, and I'm excited if they're going to be bringing that out.
I think if ZonQ gets the Pei, I think it's just like GG. Like, I just think he's just so good on this hero. I don't mean to call it like that, but I mean, pulling it out in Game 5, you could never really count him out.
Yeah.
But again, Alpha 7, it really comes back to the draft in terms of how they play around it.
Exactly. I like how you mentioned it all comes down to the draft, because in Game number 2, ZonQ got his hands on towards his favorite Luna, but it got dismantled perfectly by the side of Alpha 7's draft here. Similar case, in Game 5, we whip out a Pei. There is still the potential of the Musashi or the Ukutachibana counter coming in from Alpha 7's jungle. And also, A7 Dani has been having a phenomenal series as well.
Yeah, he has been doing really well on the games that we're having, but also, on the other hand, though, the Clash lane here for the side of BTR still has the Dharma on their pocket, so they can still pick that out in this game.
I have a bit of a confession. I high-fived Danny in between that game, before that game started. So I feel like I gave him my energy, and that's why he's playing well, so he should be thanking me.
In any case that he loses later, Alpha 7 fans, Top BR fans, you know who to blame. Hashtag or at
Kindofu, come at me, bro. I want all the smoke.
Oh, man. But anyways, let's head on over to the BO5 final game draft between Alpha 7 Gaming on towards the blue side and Bigetron by Vitality, selecting the reactive red.
Yeah, they're going to be going onto the red side here for BTR. They can take 2 picks here, but A7 should recognize that the Pei is still open here. The Dharma is still open here for the side of BTR, so they can use that once they get to the picking side.
Oh, so much is open here. This is a bit of a struggle here, and this is, again, the chess match that comes in. Like, yeah, you're giving things up, but what do you have left yourself? You got to be careful because you got to draft something that works for you while at the same time limiting what they have because there's not too many heroes left.
Yeah, there's not really a lot to work with here, but A7 starts off with Agudo because, I mean, it's okay to have that Agudo though for their side if they want to have that siege power for the team.
Yep, Agudo on towards the hands of Zankyu is very aggressive because he likes to play it fast, and with the new revamp of the Agudo, it formulates a double marksman composition. If it gets going really hard with those early pushes.
Yeah, it just ends games, right? And the Bigetron, again, this is one of those things where if Zankyu gets the Agudo, you're going to have a very easy time to just kind of close things out.
Yeah, and that's why on the picks that we have here for their side, they still have a lot of options here. Right now, for the side here, we were talking about the Musashi that could be open if ever the pay is going to get picked out on the other side.
I think Alpha 7, they still could play around the D-J combination here for the priority on Wise Acer here. Because if you give Wise Acer a winning lane, he could potentially generate that into game-winning leads, side lane turrets, objectives. This could come from that D-J itself.
Actually, looking into this one, Wise Acer, like how do you rate his performance in this series thus far?
I think he's been pretty consistent. His games on towards the early game was pretty good.
Yeah, the channel was good.
The channel was amazing.
Yeah.
So I do give him high hopes, especially he came into the A7 roster just after KWC.
Exactly, and that's the thing where there were going to be a lot of questions, like how would he synergize with those rest of the team?
What a nice call though, guys. You talked about it, and they're putting it all on the latest basket, and that is what they want to do here. I mean, he's working his way out. He's very consistent. Might as well give him the most damage.
Exactly.
But this one also gives the direct matchup of the early towards the hands of Zan as well. So everything is open for the taking for Bigetron. Their Bigetron lays their hands once again on Tough Z's Dharma.
Yeah, we were talking about the Dharma pay. So BTR, they didn't even go for it.
Okay. I mean, you don't want to show everything. You still have the opportunity because you know that if Alpha 7 pick either of them, they can pick one, the counter pick it themselves. If anything, right now they're trying to secure the lane matchup against the Lady soon.
Oh yeah. They're making sure that he's going to be okay here. A7 still has the Byron. He wants to get advantage against that Dharma and also have that easy setting power, or at least tanking for the team.
I have to agree with you, but it is amazing that both teams at game number 5 has reserved several picks in their pockets here. Look at Alpha 7. This is what you see in game 1 to 3.
Yeah.
Lady Sun, Byron, and Zhangfei, consistent frontliners for Wise Acer's performance.
And also, Bilal, Dash, you've been raving the performances of the Zhangfei all throughout the entire day.
Yeah.
But Bilal, his Zhangfei, top tier as well.
Yeah.
So you're going to see another one.
Yeah, I want to see another setup, another good and friendly outburst for the team. And the pay, as we were talking about, it's going to be coming. It has to come out right now in game number 5.
Man, picks are being traded left, right, and center here. It is no longer regarding any of the counter picks. It's about comfort and making a reasonable draft here. That's why you see on your bans here for the side of Bigetron, Ukyo Tachibana banned away from Alpha 7's Dani.
Yeah, just really smart, right? Understanding, hey, this is going to be that pick. And I love Encore's right there, the coach of Bigetron, being able to call these ones out because you're putting your players, your star players, in a prime position to win, but also protecting him with these bans.
Yeah.
Very smart.
Making sure that he's going to be confident in this game, and he's going to be the one setting up the fight, especially in the early to mid game. The invasions are going to be important. So this is a smart pickup, or at least a smart ban for BTR.
I think BTR will have to finalize it with a Musashi ban here at the 4th ban. It makes a lot of sense whereby Musashi is a direct counter against the pay, and it also has an illuminating slash that could block projectiles like Long's Flaming Palm.
Boom. Actually, it just counters a lot of the heroes
exactly,
there, right?
Yeah.
Very smart ban. Again, just next level with this one. But now Alpha 7, they're going kind of with a Moats ban to kind of protect. That could be a bit of an issue, especially when you have like a Byron Zhangfei looking to just jump on that backline.
Yeah, the backline is not going to have a great time here for the side of BTR. So yes, at least getting those bans. And the Liang also is out of the picture now. And Luna is banned, so what are the options here for A7?
I don't know. Is Danny going for his Jing? Is this a flip matchup? I've never seen Danny play Jing.
No, I did way back in the day. He generally has kind of shifted his play style to be more like the Dune, Ogren, the tanky frontliners. He can play it, but to whip it out in a game 5, that one...
He has done it before.
Yeah, let's see it. I want it.
Let's backtrack a bit. Back in KIC2025, When he defeated Zankyu, he was with the pay in game 3, so he is ready. But I don't know, is he going for it? I don't know.
I mean, if you're looking at the rest of Bigetron right now, very kind of squishy. Obviously, kind of like glass cannon type, a lot of control. They're going to need some sort of frontliner to help with this fade to ensure that they kind of get it. But they're going to go with a fade. Oh, the Danny fade. Let's go.
The fade is going to be out here for their game, and what they want to do is the same strategy that they want. They want the early game and also the shirt to add with that, adding that extra control for the team.
Better foot locked in for Alpha 7's Donnie here. Amazing stuff here. This is the beauty of global ban pick here.
I love this draft by Alpha 7. You have the fade Danny, you have, Wysacer on the Lady Soon. You had that damage, but you also are able to get the back line. And look at Alpha 7. The rest of the lineup are there to just set things up, to literally give an alley-oop to the rest of them.
I have a weird take here. Does BTR go Dong Huang here?
With the control,
or the Zhuangzi, either one.
It actually, okay, the Zhuangzi makes sense. There's a lot of control. Actually, that's a really good pick. Actually, is the last pick. But they have to play around with it.
Oh my god, it's the Lucian! Let's get it!
What? Why do we get illusion here?
I love global ban pick.
Yeah, this is so good to see. You were thinking about the Dongwang now. We're going to go for the other end. We're going to go for the illusion for our side in BTR. What are they going to do here? They want to go for fast siege, especially if they pick up illusion.
Oh my gosh, this is the moment. The last pick, the trump card, if you will. Is it going to be enough? I mean, the crowd control from the Alpha 7 lineup, legit, right? This is going to be tough, but Bigetron have their own answer as well.
Ormson on the Liu Shan here. We've seen him pick it before. I don't remember which specific game, but to bring it out in a game 5 setting, just like what you mentioned of Danny's fade, Featherfoot here, Mecha Frag locked in for BTR's roamer.
Oh man, this is going to be good. At least now, you can see here, they have a lot of crowd control on the other side, but on BTR's side, what they want to do, let's not fight. Let's find a way to just get the towers as fast as we can and get the space on the map.
Let's not fight. You just I had trauma. I was like, I've heard that before somewhere with probably somewhere at some point. I'm a little bit worried for that one.
Hey, keep the worrying in game because this is game 5. We don't need to worry because we are not getting eliminated.
Yeah, that's
the
true.
The loser of this goes down to the lower bracket. Leave them to worry about it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, to be honest, I'm worried for both of these squads because I want both of these teams to succeed. And that's the problem with this tournament because, again, you're going to have one of these teams be the loser.
Wow, you're too greedy on this, Gene.
Yeah.
So for this Alpha 7 on game 5's drop, this is the 5 heroes they lock in for BTR. They answer back strongly here with a double engage roamer and clash fader here. But this is, ladies and gentlemen, game 5, the final game of our series number 3. With Alpha 7 taking over to the blue side and Bigetron by Vitality on towards the red side. Casters, please, once again, take it away.
Thank you so much, Sagi. As we get into this one, the pivotal game 5, the winner of this one moves on, continues on in the upper bracket. The other one will drop into the lower bracket with only one life remaining.
Ormson is going to be annoying here, just going to be seeing where Danny started. And that's what you want to do whenever you have illusion in your team, right? You're very fast, nobody's going to be able to chase you, except for a lot of dashes once they get activated. But for now, getting vision is enough for Ormson.
I mean, it's going to be a lot on him in terms of that control. Then you have Tough Z with that truth. You have that little wombo combo. But again, it comes back to Danny and Wysacer. How do they play around these CCs?
Yeah, one thing that I love about what A7 did is that they swapped the lanes. The lane is turned onto the mid lane, clear the wave as fast as you can, so that BTR would have to really stay on the lane for now, and Neil is not going to be able to fast enough be clear in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's all about ensuring that, again, the teleports are going bottom. They're kind of changing things up. This is a good curveball to throw at this stage because Bigetron hasn't seen this in this series thus far.
Yeah, and from what we're going to see here, they don't want to fight the matchup, right? And that's what they're doing here. The knockup comes in, first blood for BTR.
Danny thought he would be safe on that ledge, but the Ocean of Tears, you have control. This is a bit of a problem. They need to be careful, plus you need to respect Zankyu's damage.
Yeah, and especially for that, the brushes, you need to respect it. Even if you latch onto the walls, you're not going to be seeing anybody on those brushes, so you have to be careful about it. Now, Zankyu, Ormson, In position, nobody knows. Do they have the idea though? Knockup's not gonna come out. Why Caesar might be in danger here. They don't have the ultimates until out, but there were 5 people on both sides.
Yeah, that was a huge commitment by Bigetron, and they didn't really get any sort of kills. This could be potentially space elsewhere, but it looked like everyone from Alpha 7 had converged because they were trying to protect the jungle, trying to get Danny get going again.
Yeah, they also had the same idea, right?
Yeah.
They wanted to do the same thing, and they saw some of the members of BTR transitioning to the bot lane, which is why they did that.
Very smart there, but it looks like the Crimson Golem now is going to be spawning, but now Bigetron, again, contesting. They have the vision. This could be a bit of a problem because he's constantly hounding him.
Yeah, Ormson is just everywhere.
Okay.
He's just going for it. He's going to be taking the Crimson buff for sure. We still have 1 minute 20 seconds for the next objective to come out, but so far, everything has been cool. Everything has been great. Danny has been set back for a bit, but not enough.
Yeah, not enough, but the 600 gold, this is a problem. You never want to be behind a pay, but now you're a Zanq pay?
Yeah.
This is going to be a problem.
Yeah, it's going to be a struggle. Right now, Ormson's already level 4, has the ultimate. And also to survive, if ever he tries to take down the tower here, they're going to be dealing some damage, but there you go.
Yeah, they'll look to just kind of, again, why Caesar right now, it's about sustaining, staying alive, getting as much farm as possible, because Danny, again, giving up first blood, he's behind, you need to pick up the slack.
Yeah, one thing you can understand here, they have the same strat, right?
True.
Both of their junglers want to get advantage in the early game.
True.
Because in the late game, it's going to be really hard. But Danny has it easier, because the bigger objectives, he can take it easily.
Yeah, yeah. Which is going to be a problem come mid to late game. Almost all those Tempests, if he's around and he's able to get that golden jade, steal, I think that they're going to be in prime position. But Bigetron right now are like, hey, we don't even want to go to the mid game. We just want to end it now.
We just want to split push. We don't even want to go for the neutral objectives. A7 is going to go for it. And because of this, mid lane is going to be open. They're going to be shoving the wave. They see where Danny is. Will they be able to defend this? Because Danny's going to be here. Oh no, the defenses are down, and that's going to be a tower takedown for the team here pretty fast, and nobody's going to answer it.
I mean, they answer, but they answer very late, right? The police show up a bit too late to this one, right? They're going to CSI the tower that's left, but the 4-minute mark, taking the mid T1, huge win for Bigetron.
That's a big opening for the jungle on the other side, and Zanq and Ormson has been doing that quite a lot this game. And right now, Infinite Fastness has been pulled. Ormson is also pulled with a Silky Imprint, and Rhino Doubters is going to be there, but he's still going to be able to run away in the end.
Oh, just too tanky. This is the problem with the Liuxian, right? From Orson, the fact that he's able to stay alive, it's all about that vision, and now Bigetron getting a little bit fatter with this first tyrant here.
Yeah, 2K gold lead at this early in the game, 5 minutes, and a 2K gold lead is a sizable lead for now.
Yeah, very sizable. This is a problem, right? You never want to be behind the pay. You want it close, if anything.
Yeah.
But now they have even more net worth. This lead is going to start to snowball, and it's going to be a tough sledding for Alpha 7 to get back into this one.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for them. Axe of Torment already built for Danny. Still waiting for them to commit onto any team fight because so far nothing has been happening yet. It's also because BTR doesn't want the team fights. They just want to push.
Yeah, they don't need to, right?
Yeah.
It's not about kills. This lane matchup, or sorry, this draft that they have with a pay is all about just taking objectives, just forcing it down because you get such a good lead going.
Yeah, right now into the bot lane, I think they're going to go for the push there. There's a lot of people here, and this is really hard, right? For the side of A7, because they disable the turrets whenever he hits it for Delusion. It's easier for them to just dive in if ever they want to.
Hard, very difficult situation. I mean, they were going in, taking the top T1 for free, no real answer. I mean, if anything, Alpha 7, maybe you look at the other lanes, maybe you get something, but all the lanes have to be in the perfect spot for you to do these kinds of things.
Yeah. Right now for the side of BTR, they are, oh no, the minions were there. I think he was looking for that rush play for the bot lane, but because he wasn't able to get there as fast as he can, Tux won't be able to get it. But Ormson in position though. Why Caesar is also going to be spotted. Bottom lane tower. It has been disrupted again. That's an easy takedown.
Easy takedown, and just very smart. And it's not the end of the world for Alpha 7 if you're watching. Yes, you're down about 2.3k at this point, but if you slow the game down, it's all about your T3s surviving to about the 15-minute mark. That would be ideal.
Yeah, Lady Soon, gonna be scary.
Yes.
Once we hit that 15-minute mark in this game, that's what they want to do here. Slow down the pace, don't give them kills. They're gonna be pushing, yes, but as long as the T3s are still alive, it's still okay.
Yeah. It's all about hope at this point. I gotta stay positive if you want to be in there, but Bigetron making it very difficult. Putting it down to siege catapults. I mean, they're doing pressure on the top T2 at not even the 7-minute mark.
Yeah, look at what's happening, right? Bigetron is forcing A7 into very awkward positions. They're forcing them to react at one point in the map. But look at this, Tubbs is pushing on the bot lane, everybody's on the top side, so the T2 is gonna get damage here.
Smart. Macro play, push out the waves, right? And it really, they don't have any answers. Alpha 7 just waiting in the wings. And then look, they're gonna take the bottom T2 as well.
Oh, they're gonna be taking down the tower, stopping any members right here of BT, or rather A7, from even going to the bot lane, except for Danny, you can't stop him.
Yeah. I do what I want, all right?
Yeah.
I walk on any ledge, I don't care what any sort of fence or prison wall, nothing holds me in.
That's true. And here, Zonky, look at what they're doing. They're doing the same thing. If they're not successful in doing on one side of the map, they go to the other, and now A7 is gonna follow.
Yeah. They're gonna take everything, right? I mean, they're just gonna go in uninvited, if you will.
Yeah. Right now, they're looking for a fight here, but Fury needs to hit the Silky Imprint. Once he does, that's gonna be an important marker here for the team. Even just throwing the Destructive Deluge just to get a bit of that delay while they're taking the Overlord.
Oh, they're going to take that one for free. Again, more pressure. This is a struggle. I mean, 8-minute mark, it's not looking great. Your T2s are still standing, so that's a small reprieve in all of this. But now Alpha 7, they're just kind of going back and forth. They're sticking with like a 5-man group, just making sure that the T2s are not under siege.
This is good for Weisazer,
right?
Because Weisazer is just getting a lot of money here. He's getting a lot of gold. Even Danny, the Truth Mantra, is going to hit 2 members right there, and Breath of Life is going to get used, but A7 still was able to eject themselves out of the fight.
Oh man, if the rest of BTR were there, that would have been gravy, but Tubbsy tried to go for the solo play, not enough damage, especially against Danny and Bilal. Kind of tough when you're getting pushed away by that umbrella.
Tubbsy is trying, but now the Tyrant is open. Zonky is going to be TPing on that. Yeah, there you go, the Vanguard right there in the bot lane. He's going to be TPing there.
Smart.
Fury doesn't know though. Oh no! The Truth Matchup will kill him! That's an easy Tyrant for them and a T2 on the bot lane.
Great kill, turned into a conversion. Exactly what you want if you're Bigetron. Now they're looking to take the bottom T3 at this stage.
Oh no, they can disrupt the tower if ever they want to. Ormson's gonna go for it. And now the minions are gonna be there. He's taking a lot of damage, but the T3 is down. Force field suppression is taking up a lot of damage, but they're just backing off.
Oh, no catch, no way. Oh,
Tubbsy has the flash, no, gets the Truth Match on 2! With the infinite passes right there onto the back line, goes in fast forward. Weisazer is down, and now they are going to be finishing everybody on the board. And yeah, there you go, Zon is down, but it's still a 3 for 2.
I mean, but Danny and Weisazer, those are your win conditions. Both of them being down. Yes, Niop had a nice little play, but it seemed like Danny coming in on that one. Yes, you got Neil, Zon, and Ormson, but it's really not what you want. You need Zon Q.
Yeah, in the end, it's still them taking the towers on the other side here. BTR are playing this macro so well.
Playing it very well, and checking the replay of how things were going in. I mean, look at the fact that, like, Zon goes aggressive with the Infinite Vastus on the back line, taking out Weisazer. Then you're seeing Danny here trying to go in. The numbers weren't really just kind of added up on that sense, and they paid with their lives.
Yeah, and now A7. This is going to be tough. Natural lane pushing on the bottom lane. You always need to put somebody there. Tyrant is open. They're already starting at half HP on him. Zank is level 15. Danny, oh no, this is tough. They have to give it up.
Yeah, I mean, you could potentially go. It would have been very risky. If anything, it's a one-way trick ticket in. But probably not the time to do it, but Bigetron, maybe they're going aggressive.
Yeah.
They want all the big dudes.
Primal Bond, no problem. We're just going to be taking this Overlord. They're not going to be able to get to us anyway, so might as well.
Yeah, we might as well take everything, right? You're giving it for free. I mean, we'll take it out. It's going to take a little bit longer, but we're so far ahead at the 11-minute mark to take everything.
Yeah, they already have 6 towers down. Oh man, I love that this solution is working in this game though.
Yeah, it is definitely working. It's been very frustrating. It's been a great last pick, and they've got tremendous value because, again, disrupting those towers, key for every sort of push.
Yeah. Right now, BTR is already poised to go for the push on the top and mid lane. They even send the Shadow Vanguard onto the top side. So this is going to be their time to go for the push.
Right now is the time, Alpha 7. Right now, just sticking around. The T3s need to stay alive, but you gotta get some sort of farm because this lead is starting to grow. It's about 4K at this point. This is a bit of a worry of a situation.
Yeah, Daybreaker's already built here for White Caesar, so it might be time though for him to just go ham here, unless it doesn't work in their favor. Here it comes. The 10% damage reduction is gonna be really helpful for BTR. Still have the gold lead, but Ormson is just gonna press forward. How are they gonna help here?
Yeah, the Shadow Vanguard, that's the scary part. Alpha 7 need to quickly burn that one before Bigetron goes in and disrupts the tower. And it looks like they will try to hold, but I mean, the River Strike's not really doing too much.
Yeah, Shadow Vanguard's still gonna be there. Ormson is quite afraid to move forward because if he gets pulled, he might get killed. And now the tower is gonna get taken down. No! It's still not enough for the side of A7. They can't fight back!
Oh, this is a bad, bad spot. And if you're looking to play a pay, and this is why pay is so scary, because of this, right? The pressure that they have, the fact that it's sub 13 minutes and they've taken all the T3s, now how does Alpha 7 somehow claw their way back into this one?
Yeah, and we were talking about it, right? They just want the split push. They don't even want to take the team fights because they know they're gonna lose if they do. But A7, for them to win, they have to force something right now.
You gotta force something, but I would think that you try to maybe get some sort of pick off before you go, right?
Yeah.
Easier said than done, because you see the positioning of Bigetron, how Zancu is just like all the way around, going through, doing his jungle, wave clears again. But, the rest of Bigetron, they're vulnerable. They do have some numbers advantage that they can take advantage of.
Oh yeah, they have it. I think right now Tough Z is going to be their target. But are they going to be able to chase him down, though? It's not good. What was that? That was so far away. The True Snatcher pushed him away. And as we said, that's what they want to do. But on the back, there's going to be the flank coming in for the side of BTR. Is it going to work in their favor? Unbridled Outburst is going to be there. BTR recognizes the weak point in their team. They lost one member. The pickoff, that's a good starter.
Great start, and it started with Danny. I mean, you thought you were like, oh, why did he jettison so far ahead? But he just kind of cut off the angle of retreat, letting the rest of them go. Now Tough Z is down for about 20 seconds. It's not the end of the world, of course. Bigetron were low. They could not fight. They still have the towers to kind of push them away.
Danny right here has a lot of money. So this is the time for them to even go for those executions. Blood Weaver also built by White Caesar. So he's going to be really hurting. Good thing Tough Z didn't even use the flash here.
If we're talking about team fight, this is very close. The net worth is only like 2K at the stage.
Yeah, they're going in the backline with a good flash right there, coming in from Neop, and he has to use it. The Infinite Fastness is now down for the count. They're using the pull, and Zancu, he still has to stage his sanctuary. Goes to the backline, gets the truth on White Caesar. He's now down. That Bridal Out versus there. Sun's still alive. What a great save coming in from Neil. The knockup saved him, and now BTR has the option to go for the finish. Danny onto the backline wants to go for the finish, and that's it. Double kill to the side right here of BTR. Last man standing is going to be Fury. It's a 4-for-1, and BTR is going to look for the finish, but Neil got the pull with a Sensi imprint, make that 4-for-2.
4-for-2, but not a good trade. Not enough for Alpha 7. This is looking like Bigetron are just going to march it down mid. Fury, it's him versus the world. Is he able to hold?
BTR, their revenge has been served. They're gonna finish the game, and this is exactly what they wanted. And they got game number 5. They move on to the upper bracket.
Really well played by Bigetron. Just being able to close the game out, understanding that win condition. They're gonna look at that last team fight and see exactly how things went poorly for Alpha 7, because they had that moment. If they were able to go in, it just seemed like with Y-Stacer getting picked off early, it all crumbled from there.
Yeah, that was it. Honestly, man, they were kind of frozen the whole game. They were frozen. Literally, there was a ladies' end there. Yes, that was a joke. But they were literally frozen the whole game. They didn't know what to do. Ormson was allowed to just go in and out of taking down the turrets.
Ormson was so clutch in building that big of a lead for the side of Bigetron by Vitality there. I remember that one play at the bottom enemy red buff. He was standing there and immediately he knew that Fury was in that bush. When Zancu teleported from the top side, they jumped on it and made such a big lead for Bigetron by Vitality. And the rest at the last fight, it was really the truth coming in from the side of the BTR Flash lane.
Yeah, and that was really tough though. I mean, literally, it was Tough Z for the team here for the side of A7. They weren't able to do anything that game, but there was some glimpses of light when they were getting kills, when Danny had the confidence to move forward, but it was a bit too late at that point.
It was too late, and again, we'll see it in the highlights, but once they took out that Tyrant, and then they kind of kept going. Like, there was really no reason to fight at that point. They were just fighting for the sake of fighting, which is not a great spot to be in once they got caught out, and then they were fighting like what? Like 3 on 5? That's a losing proposition.
Yeah, the item breakpoints were not there yet. That's why they weren't taking the fights. I think BTR accelerated this game really fast, and I think they were lagging behind. That's why A7 weren't able to do it, but it was still a nice game. Honestly, that series was so nice to see.
Phenomenal series there, back and forth here. And like you say, based on historical status here, Game 1 BTR, Game 2 A7, Game 3 BTR, Game 4 A7, and what's next? We have on our plates Game 5 going over to Bigetron by Vitality.
But you said something a while ago. You tapped Danny up.
That's on you!
That's on you! That's why they
I
lost.
was supposed to tell that story after they won, and that's my bad, right? You know, because that was that moment, and had they won, I would have been totally flexible. But I wanted to call it out and just kind of, because I did dab him up, but now maybe I did curse him.
But let's go into the final item build for this series here. So after this series, we'll have the final series of the day here. But let's put a focus here first. It was Alpha 7 losing the series 2-3 against Bigetron by Vitality here. So IKL fans, your champions are advancing to the upper bracket finals. And if they win one more, they go to the playoffs.
Yeah, you're going to be proud if you're an IKL fan. This is something that you should be proud of and should be posting on social media, because this team now, with the improvement, had a great run during IKL Fall and now upper bracket run for their side here on the KIC.
Hey, look at Ormson though. 100% kill participation on that last pick, Liu Shan. They trusted in it, and he delivered on a silver platter by securing the Game 5 victory for his team.
Kuris, the coach of Bigetron, props, man. That last pick, completely catching him off guard. The Liu Shan was so good in this game.
Yeah, and they were looking at it, right? We were talking about it, like, they want team fights on the other team. We don't want team fights for the side of BTR. We're just going to be pushing the whole game.
And that's the thing, right? I remember watching this now off stage. 4 minutes plus, and they already got that mid-tier 1 that really allowed BTR, ZanQ to keep on looking for those jungle invades, counter, and make Danny further behind, which sacrificed a lot of room, especially Wise Caesar's farm on that Lady Sun.
Yeah, and they were already starting, right? One thing, MVP, who is going to be the MVP of this game? Is it Ormson?
Gotta be him,
yes, it is him to serve.
217 on that Liu Shan, 81,000 damage taken. But if there was a stat to see how much damage dealt towards the turret, this man definitely deserves even more praise.
I mean, the Liu Shan and the Pei, the combination, the disruption, and then just being able to burn it down as quickly as they have, because they have so much damage just really played into the hands of Bigetron. Once they had taken all the T3s at like a very early point of this game, it was pretty much all she wrote because they had no answers.
Yeah, the macro play that they did during that game, right? One thing that I found fascinating was that they were forcing A7 to follow them.
Correct.
We're going to be pushing here. We're going to be pushing here. You should follow us, so we can push the other side, which is very smart.
To your point, right, the reason why they actually happened is because of the Pei and also the Liu Shan. If they get things going, 2 seconds is all they need to destroy that tower here. But this is the play that I'm talking about. Ormson, he had no vision. He didn't know. He predicted the enemy to be there, and that is exactly what led to this team fight being broken out.
Yeah, those are the moments in where if nobody was there, that was not smart. But if somebody's there, okay, that's a great play.
He used the radiance to check, so he was big brain. He was 5 minutes in that play.
Yeah, and one thing that's good about this fight, right, is that there were some moments that I thought, oh, is A7 winning before this fight, so maybe they can win this, but BTR spaced out so well on this.
Like Zanier, man, using the right to whip, bouncing off Danny for further assassination here, and after this, it's only Bilal, it's only Fury. You don't have enough damage to really hold the fort in this final few moments.
But that is not the time to go all in, right? You're down 2 members at that point, and you're continuing. Yeah, you get, ZanQ at the end, but that's really, you gotta do more than that. You gotta fight 5 versus 5. That's the moment, right?
Yeah, that was the moment. They tried, but they weren't able to get it. But you know what? I love this series so much. I was happy casting the whole time because it was crazy, because it was such a back and forth the whole time.
It was like the first series of the day where Boom Esports went against KAGENDRA, and right now BTR against Alpha 7. It also went to a full extent of a Game 5 here. So we have 2 full series today.
Yeah, but this series was much better because I was here, right? As opposed to game 1 where I
you
was
had the
not.
first Tempest game. The whole.
You're welcome.
True though.
You're welcome.
You have to have a Slain Tempest though.
Oh yeah. That's true. Oh man. But you know what? It was great. It was great to see you here.
But hey, for BTR fans, for IKL fans, they'll be happy because their teams have advanced to the upper bracket here. For Alpha 7, they are in the lower bracket here. But let's focus on the winners here and let's bring it over to Mara to really face check on what happened in that game with an interview. Take it away, Mara.
Congratulations once again to BTR, and here with me, thank you. Great job. You're finally smiling. Because earlier I was just asking him, why do you look so serious and stiff? What was happening? What were you thinking about?
The game or you?
You?
I'm smiling because you look so cute. Yeah. Just now we can end faster because I think today my mistake, you know, with doing that game, right? My decision, yes, we can end faster.
So that's why you're so serious. You were thinking about, I was asking why you were so serious, and it's because you were thinking about the game again.
Yes, because just now my decision make the game lose. Yes.
But you know what? What matters is the end result. What matters is that you took down A7. And was there any special preparation against them, seeing as how they sent you down the lower bracket in KWC? Special preparation?
No. What preparation?
Against A7. Was there any special preparation against them?
No. We just sleep good and come and play. Yeah.
Just chill. Now, on your next match in the upper bracket Group B, you're going to be going up against HomeBois Black Shrew Esports. So is there anything you want to say to Musang King in an interview? I think you said, what did you say in the interview? That you think that he was
better than me.
Better than you.
Yes.
So is there anything that you want to say to him to challenge him going up against you guys?
I will prove to you you are better than me.
But tomorrow we shall see if you'll rise above.
Yes.
And you know, a lot of Indonesian fans are very proud of what happened today. Is there anything that you want to say to them in Bahasa?
Terima kasih kalian hari ini dukung kami. Yes, thank you.
How do you translate that in English?
Thank you guys today support us. Yes.
Terima kasih.
Galing-galing mo.
Thank you. Galing-galing mo. Alright. Ang galing-galing mo din. Once again, thank you. Congratulations. And we'll see you in the upper bracket.
Thank you.
There's lots of fun happening here, especially with our interviews. So always stay tuned. You never know what's going to happen. But next, it's going to be the last match of the day. So stay tuned only here in honor of King's International Championship 2025.
off the shadows, yeah, I'm on my way. Stand against the fate, we won't be the same. Steeper and steeper, I'll step again. We're gonna dream it up high, to live in the sky. You can never stop me fighting on the edge. Every time we fall, we can take again. Chances we're taking won't let us fade out. Now it's prime time, we're ready for the win. Honor, I'm a warrior, burning up the flame. What is warrior? Rebel, 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 won't be tamed. I'm burning up my fire, and I'm reaching for the sky. I'm a warrior, ready for the game. Make it glorious, running for the name. And we're putting up a fight, 'cause we think we'll never die. We can rise and high to the sky. We gonna bring it on. For honor, we beat the odds. We got the honor, we got the honor. 'Cause we are the kings, it's honor showtime.
Warning, warning, arrest the intruder immediately.
You should be thanking me for saving your lives! You must be confused. Why am I here? Here's a quick recap. I'm a mercenary. Not a lot of friends in this line of work. But sometimes, you gotta take on trouble. Here comes the trouble. To find the clues you need.
Marsh Solseer attacked the news agency.
Hey, Solseer! This undead dude is taking you down!
Huh. No one can stop me. Finally, I can see you again.
Over my undead body! Wait, is this my memory?
The strongest mercenary. This is all you've got?
What's your game exactly?
2 for the price of 1.
All crowns grow from a single seed.
The Nucleus Project was hard won. This is humanity's first chance to harness its power. We must achieve results first!
Subjects A, B, and C injecting nucleus extract. Progress at 75%, 87%. Wait!
Nucleus resonance rising. Abort experiment. Nucleus resonance rising. Abort experiment.
And truth is the seed most feared by those who rule.
The nucleus was the beginning of creation. Jinnies and soul seers, chosen by the gods. With us here, the waste shall endure forever.
If we lose the nucleus, will we turn back into beasts?
Then let those who were once human remain silent forever.
Mono traitors! You will atone for eternity with endless labor!
Those who follow the Oracle shall gain immortality.
The nucleus gives us life!
The genies and soulseers are the chosen!
All traces of before the core explosion must be erased!
If they knew we were once mindless creatures.
To keep the secret is to keep our human form. When the seed grows into a towering tree, the truth will resurface through the earth once more.
We're being abandoned by the nucleus!
I saw the symbol behind the council's wall. It's from the prehistory lab.
The Nucleus Council might be lying. We have to do something. The nucleus's power is growing unstable.
The undead are getting restless. What do we do?
Our power is fading too. We can't just sit and wait. Donghuang!
This is the latest prophecy. When the cage begins to crack, the bird will peck the keeper's hand. 2 birds, 1 stone.
It's that stupid but rich guy again. He's still a traitor to the undead.
Hey, is today's death delivery shipment in? How can an undead even die? Give me something useful this time. Don't just tell me to get more sun.
Mr. Byron, here's the last payment for your last mission.
Huh. Another piece of complete garbage.
Filthy undead. Ancient traitor!
Hey friend, lies are the original sin. Your breath stinks more than the mines.
Kill the traitor!
Please don't fight here!
This relic is from the dawn of creation. It holds so many truths. Huh?
got it. I'm a warrior. Ready for the game. Make it glorious. Running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight 'cause we think we'll never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior. Burning up the flame. What a story. Rebel, won't be tamed. I'm burning up a fight and I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the hard time. We gonna got it. I'm a warrior. Ready for the game. Make it glorious. Running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight 'cause we think we'll never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior. Burning up the flame. What a story. Rebel, won't be tamed. I'm burning up a fight and I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the hard time. We gonna got it. I'm a warrior. Ready for the game. Make it glorious. Running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight 'cause we think we'll never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior. Burning up the flame. What a story. Rebel, won't be tamed. I'm burning up a fight and I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the hard time. We gonna got it. I'm a warrior. Ready for the game. Make it glorious. Running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight 'cause we think we'll never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior. Burning up the flame. What a story. Rebel, won't be tamed. I'm burning up a fight and I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the hard time. We gonna got it. I'm a warrior. Ready for the game. Make it glorious. Running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight 'cause we think we'll never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior. Burning up the flame. What a story. Rebel, won't be tamed. I'm burning up a fight and I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the hard time. We gonna got it. I'm a warrior. Ready for the game. Make it glorious. Running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight 'cause we think we'll never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior. Burning up the flame. What a story. Rebel, won't be tamed. I'm burning up a fight and I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the hard time. We gonna got it. I'm a warrior. Ready for the game. Make it glorious. Running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight 'cause we think we'll never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior. Burning up the flame. What a story. Rebel, won't be tamed. I'm burning up a fight and I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the hard time. We gonna got it. I'm a warrior. Ready for the game. Make it glorious. Running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight 'cause we think we'll never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior. Burning up the flame. What a story. Rebel, won't be tamed. I'm burning up a fight and I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the hard time. We gonna got it. I'm a warrior. Ready for the game. Make it glorious. Running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight 'cause we think we'll never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gonna bring it. I'm a warrior. Burning up the flame. What a story. Rebel, won't be tamed. I'm burning up a fight and I'm reaching for the sky. It's on the hard time. We gonna got it. I'm a warrior. Ready for the game. Make it glorious. Running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up.
It was a back-to-back game in Series number 1 and also Series number 3 where we had full best of 5 played out here. And just now, it was Bigetron by Vitality taking a 3-2 victory in that best of 5 series against Alpha 7 Gaming here. My name is Sagi here, and alongside of me will be the casters for this rotation here, and Blam is once again subbed in for Dash in this case for his partner here, Caller in the cast.
Yeah, and I'm super excited to continue on. We're going to be going with this one. With Blam on this one, Vesakha versus Nongshim RedForce. We know that both of these teams, there's a lot at stake in this one.
Oh yeah, there is, exactly. I mean, and there's a little bit of like a new flavor, right? Like these two teams have never met internationally. And it's again, is Nongshim going to be almost at the behest of an open series team like they were at KWC, right? Like ACT almost took them in a full best of 3. Can Vesakha do the same thing?
It's going to be interesting, right, going into this one. Because, again, Vesakha, you were kind of saying that they're like the open team or whatever. And there's not a whole lot of data. Yes, they were in the IKL, but this is a situation where, like, you're looking at Nongshim. There's so much tape on this team.
Nongshim has so much experience coming into the international tournaments here. in 2025 alone, they've been to S3, second placer, almost beating out Nova Esports, just to fall short in that grand finals, and then going to KWC. Not the best showing, but at the very least, they were the kings of spring and also for going in for the King Major East.
Yeah, I mean, this is the point that I made earlier, is the fact that Nongshim is the only team that's consistently been the champions of spring and fall. Everybody else in every other league has literally been like up and down, like second place gone first place, and vice versa.
Yeah, very consistent in that regard, right? Especially in the KME where they're able to do that. But were they truly tested? That's the biggest question mark going in. Because you saw that at KWC, they kind of were not ready. It seemed like they were outclassed by all the other teams.
Exactly the case there. So it will be some time for them to prove in this Group A, whereby if we were to compare to other groups though, you have MKL teams, KMW teams in Group D, and you have like MKL teams scattered across B, C, and D. Group A might not be the easiest group, but it's not the hardest group, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a bit of challenge there, right? Obviously, Blacklist International. I mean, the storyline that we can pave for that one would be amazing, but obviously first we need to get this one through the door because, I mean, anything could still happen with this best of 5. Like, Vesakha could actually go to the top of the bracket, and then Nongshim falls down below, and then we might not even get that Season 3 Invitational rematch.
Agreeable, especially when we talk about in this format itself, KIC2025, we're introducing a GSL format with a double elimination one, whereby you have one chance at the top and the last chance at the bottom here, both BO5. So in Nongshim's shoes, they love long series here, so it does benefit them in that case, but never doubt teams that come from open series, especially Vesakha Esports. In their IKL run, they took out likes of Mahadewa in the player-ins and also in the playoffs. They beat BTR 3-1, by the way.
Look, I'm going to doubt them. I'm going to go against the grain here because of the fact that this is still Nongshim RedForce. There's, again, Vesakha, great to the fact that they were third place from the IKL. Props to them. We've seen Raven. He came from Team 1-2-3 way back in the Singapore the championship last year, so we did see that one as well. So we've seen some of the players. They have that potential going into this one, but it's going to be key going into this because, again, Nongshim is still a giant.
And what better way of understanding where Vesakha is coming from than to check out a little teaser video we prepared for you for the team lineup coming in for Vesakha Esports. Take it away.
And here they are, Vesakha Esports, coming onto the stage right now. And obviously, as we've already alluded to, this is an open series team, but with a little bit of flavor that we were talking about before the walk-ins, right? Raven has international stage experience, and this is what's going to bring these boys potentially the victory here against Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, Raven, the only Singaporean player that was from Team 1-2-3, but went to Team Revenant last year in the KC. But let's check out their opponent, which is going to be Nongshim RedForce. They will be a strong team coming up. Your KME champion, Nongshim RedForce. This is a team that, again, as Blamin pointed out, they actually wanted the spring and the fall. This is a team that has actually found their footing. They kind of stumbled at the KWC, but this is a situation where, they're going to look to be showing up.
It is really down to how they recover coming in from KWC 2025, whereby we say, yeah, S3, you did pretty well. You were the Filipino gatekeepers, and you did exceptionally during Season 3 Invitational here. But That was S3, and now this is KIC2025. Can they really bounce back against Vesakha Esports?
I mean, this is going to be Vesakha Esports, and those are the names that are going to be representing the IKL team here, which is Bal into the clash lane, Jun Young into the support role. We have Nev in the jungle, Raven, who is obviously our Singapore import for the side of Vesakha Esports, and then Gen Myth as their mid lane. So already we've seen like the likes of Raven, Jun Young that have been part of different leagues and different regions as well.
Yeah, Jun Young actually played in the MKL Spring 2025 on Seoul Esports. He's had some international or different experience as well, but going into this one, it's going to be key because it's going to be Nongshim RedForce. This is a strong lineup. It's going to be Kyung9, Siri, Illusion, Faye, and Haku. This is a team that's been playing together June of last year. This is, again, a scary lineup that has stuck through thick and thin.
Absolutely. I mean, this team is like, if you look at all the international teams that have been like participating for the remainder of the year, Nongshim RedForce is one of those teams that have been a composition of 5 guys that have been together for so long.
5 guys, oh, like the burger place? Oh, no, I'm kidding.
I'm
a little hungry. It's around that time. We're getting into that moment, but it looks like the teams are getting underway, getting ready for this situation. Vesakha Esports. I mean, this is going to be that moment, right? Yeah. The IKL, we saw Bigetron win it in match 3, but are they able to pull off yet another victory in day 1 today?
It will be definitely a good news for the IKL fans if another IKL team gets to qualify into the top bracket here. But for Vesakha, it will be a difficult achievement to do so because they are up against Nongshim RedForce. Like you mentioned, the greatest red here. They have so much international experience, and if Vesakha is able to get games and is able to beat them in a BO5, that could set them so far ahead in this tournament.
A lot at stake, right? I think that this is one of those statement games. I think that we saw in the KWC in the same GSL format, they kind of struggled because of the fact that they don't do very particularly well in the best of 3s, but we got a best of 5. They tend to be a little bit better in the longer ones.
They do.
I think like this is a flipped script, right? Whereby in BO5 settings, it really favors the side of Nongshim RedForce, but in BO3 settings, that's where a young squad like Vesakha Esports tend to show up more.
I think it's funny that you're like, oh, the young squad of Vesakha, like, you know, Nongshim, they're a bunch of boomers? Come on, what are you doing, buddy?
I mean, maybe technically in esports they could be boomers, but
you're right.
It doesn't matter. This is a team that's won KME twice back to back. If you can do that, I would be happily classed as a boomer if that's what Nongshim can actually achieve. You know,
I mean, a lot of experience, and the team looked very strong in the KME fall, particularly this one. I mean, there were definitely moments where they kind of struggled. Gen.G had actually struck back, had some moments as well, but they were able to close out series, which other teams struggle to do.
And if there is a potential matchup that you want to be featuring in this best of 5, I think we need to lay eyes onto Raven, the import coming in forced out of Vesakha in that farm lane against Siri. That's the first matchup here. The combat, the consistency on those marksman players. And then we take our eyes across into the jungle role. Haku going up against Nev. This will be 2 of the key matchups coming in for these 2 teams.
Yeah, speaking of matchups though, it all comes down to the BP, right? So now we're getting into game 1 BP between Nongshim RedForce and Vesakha Esports. And if Vesakha Esports have done their homework, they know that Siri loves that Ollie.
Yeah, a lot of, I mean, definitely he was like the MVP of that finals, right? The KME, right?
He was.
And this is a team that actually, dare I say, has kind of been very like leaning on the success of Kyung9 and Haku. But in that series, Siri really stepped up, really took him to the next level.
Oh, absolutely. Siri, Illusion as well. Obviously, Faye's taking a little bit more of a backseat, sort of like shot calling within his own role there. But the Luna, the Pei, it's looking like I'm back on KME, you know? Like, this is the typical kind of bands. But then a little bit more flavor comes through with the Agudo band here as well.
A lot of jungle-centric focus bands here, just like the highlighted matchup that we keep talking about here. Luna, Agudo, and then you look towards Vesakha here. They did their homework on the KME champs here. Harley and also Pei come for picks coming in from Haku and Siri, both walk away here, but Nongshim RedForce, they do indeed still able to pick up either the Dharma or the Maestro here, but they don't at all. They take away the Dolia here, break it apart, the Yangjian Dolia combo.
Yeah, breaking it apart and giving the wave breaker over to Faye here means that they can really kind of try and formulate one of those solid game-winning formats, like obviously we've alluded to there, the Yang Jian. They could even make Siri go into the Lung later on, but hey, they've stole away the Yang Jian, so that is not going to be the go-to card.
They're removing both Yang Jian and also Yu Huan here, so two of the meta strongest Dolia refreshers has been removed from the pool coming in from the side of Nongshim RedForce here. So, Gene, in your case here, Holland, what do you think Nongshim RedForce needs to be doing in the second stage of this draft?
I mean, right now it's all about this, like how to deal with Yang Jian. I think it has I think it's got like a 100% success rate. It has been very difficult to deal with. The IKL special, the Yuan as well, but it looks like the Niza and of course the Lu, that's going to be their answer.
Well, BSC showed this in series number 2 in today here, and right now Nongshim RedForce with the exact scenario, just on the different sides here. They pick up the Neza on towards either Haku or Kyo9. We've seen it before back in KME. They are capable of playing this hero.
No, you know that Monto's watching this game. He's having PTSD. Right? You remember that? That Haku was just so on point. He was just constantly bullying Genji's Monto in that one game with this Nurtza. So really, Vesakha's got to kind of look towards their marksman and be like, right, we need to kind of package this marksman up and keep him safe.
Yeah, and the biggest thing that I'm hoping that they learn from the KME, and it has been quite some time since that league went out, was that they need to kind of curtail Haku a bit, right? He likes to go a little over-aggressive, gets out of position, and takes way more risk than he really should. If he's willing to play within the team, they're going to have a lot more success.
Exactly here, and we take a look towards Vesakha's third pick. It will be Chano, an interesting and strong lane matchup against Series Lone here, but my concern over this Chano here is there's sufficient peel to peel against Haku's double Skyfall on that Nutza.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that ban at the end there for Vesakha, they kind of like judging that the Nurtza is going to go into the jungle, right? Obviously, we saw HomeBois BSC go into the jungle with the Nurtza early on, but maybe just like, hey, maybe if they do flex it into the Clash lane or even go into the jungle, we're looking at the lane here that could go into the back line of the side of Vesakha, because if you're looking at that back lane, you really want to be getting on a dive onto that Chano, right? Like, you want to be shutting him down in these team fights. You don't want to allow that sustain from the likes of Yu1.
Even here, I must remain true to who I am.
A lot of opportunities at this point. I think it's still kind of open. The Dharma is going to be picked up by Vesakha here. Nongshim need an answer. I think Kyung9, again, going back to the KME, didn't have the greatest of times. He kind of got, like, he was playing the Sun Tzu, and the hero has been nerfed where it's not as strong as it once was, so his impact was very limited in the series.
Exactly, and then we talk about this, so with this pickup of Dharma here, that's a lot of engaged prowess being set up for the side of Vesakha here, but who are you realistically going to be engaging on? It's only on towards Illusion here. Siri has a free bailout button here, so 4 targets on towards Bao on this Dharma, it's going to be quite limited.
Very limited indeed, right? But I like the fact that Illusion's picked up this Nua, right? Like, Nua with the Lung is kind of complementing that Lung range that Nua has compared to, obviously, Lung's medium but feisty burst damage as we get into that late game. But the Annihilation, as we know and seen many times, the Illusion can land those ultimates from Nua very well. But they're going to be pairing this one off with the Lady Chen. So again, just another kind of like team fight orientated utility mage, right? Dropping down that Destructive Deluge, going to do a lot of damage.
It goes back to the question that we are asking just now. Raven on towards the channel here. So what's going to be peeling him? So I am interested in Genviv's Lady Zen here. It will be an interesting disengage if they could really lock this Nutza in place, allowing the channel to slowly but surely chip away the health bar off the Nutza on towards Haku.
Yeah, a lot of appeal there, obviously, into the late game for the Chano as well. But I mean, you've got to look at this as well for Vesakha Esports in terms of like team fight potential. Like, you're looking towards Nongshim to have the front line of the Byron and the Nurtza, but in terms of sustainability, they're really got to rely onto Faye. So if Faye gets caught out, which we've seen in the KME, right? Like, whenever he gets Dolia, whenever he gets Diadea, he gets caught and gets victim of first blood. And sometimes his positioning in these team fights on picks like the Dolia and the Diadea isn't his best.
Yeah, it's such a Nongshim RedForce thing whereby they make it slow and steady. They scale very slow into a BO5, but going to game 3, game 4, and game 5, 5, that's where they start to kick in.
Can we talk about the fact that this Nongshim lineup is just so well synergized? Everybody has an amazing ult that can really take advantage of the Dolia Celestial Melody. They have a lot of damage. They have a very balanced lineup there, I say. This is a good one.
I think the key refresh targets here will definitely be onto these two members here. Uwa on the double Annihilation and also Neza on the double Skyfall to push the enemy back into the arms of Nongshim RedForce. And if it's a poking strategy, you will be refreshing the Flaming Palms on Force alone here. Those are the potential targets for this Dolia here, but that's just me yapping. I'll pass the stage to you guys so you can break it down to me in game what exactly is going to happen between Nongshim RedForce and Vesakha in this game number 1.
Oh man, I was waiting for you to stop yapping, Saki. Thank you. We got to that point here. But we're going to be in 4th matchup. Game number 1, Vesakha Esports going up against Nongshim RedForce. Everything at stake in this upper bracket.
Everything is at stake. I mean, obviously not tournament live yet, but whoever loses this one is going to be one step closer to being going sent home, right? And neither of these teams, as we get started into day number 1 of this KIC 2025, want to be thinking of their prospects of going home.
Yeah, and I mean, look, losing twice and you're out? I mean, that has got to be the hardest thing going into this one, right? Everything, for me, it's like, if you lose that one, oh my god, everything is at stake.
Exactly. I mean, how many opportunities in life do you get 2 choices, right? Because I mean, you can tell you why, because you got bad cooking, it's one time.
Oh, they find him, and Raven not able to leap away, and Jun Young is going to take a lot of damage as well, and it looks like First Blood is going to go the way of Nongshim.
Hey, this is another bit of, I feel called out. I feel called out, because I said that Faye may be the victim of First Blood here on the Dolia, but he's just proved me wrong.
Yeah, proved him wrong. And Raven committed the flash as well, tried to just get to safety. Not able to get away. Not a great start, but it's only 200 gold at this stage.
Only 200 gold, but you can see here, obviously, Haku just using Illusion to kind of just give over a little bit more of an aid to quicken up the pace and the tempo of that movement speed and obviously the jungle clear.
Yeah, Nongshim are looking to be aggressive, though. I mean, if you're looking at the fact that, like, hey, Siri's not even in the bottom lane, he's going to make his way there. They were trying to go for a potential ambush to deal with Nev on this Yangjian, which could be a potential issue.
It could be an issue here for the side of Nongshim RedForce, right? Obviously, that dive into the back line, obviously, he's now level 4, so obviously trying to proc that God mode that he has and obviously get the resistance, so being able to kind of just take a lot more damage but then heal himself with that ultimate could be a means of destruction here for the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Oh, they're going to go Kung9, goes with a Storm Strike, and Ball did not really like that one, didn't do too much in return, but now that he sees Haku, he's like, alright, I'll back off now.
I mean, do you not like a mace to the face every now and then? No, that's just probably me then.
To be honest, I've never experienced it, so I don't really know if it's great, but I mean, just judging from afar, I'm going to rate it about a 1 out of 5.
A 1 out of 5, that means there's some enjoyment from it, but anyway, we'll get back into the action.
I'll take it. I'll try it at least once.
Yeah, okay, we've got 19 days here, we can do it, okay? But at the same time, let's get back into the game here. And right a 300, 400 gold lead here for the side of Nongshim RedForce. You're kind of seeing a lot more kind of fluid kind of rotations here that's really putting their pressure known onto the gorge.
Yeah, and again, it's all about Haku still. When those rotations are happening, and he's sticking around with Illusion, who's kind of expediting the farm process.
Yeah, exactly. Just kind of like funneling it over to Haku. I mean, he needs to try and either get a lead against Nev's Yangjian so he can have a little bit of advantage, but XP-wise, Nev is ahead ever so slightly.
Ever so slightly, but you'll take any sort of edge. I mean, it's 3 minutes in, not the end of the world. Of course, you'll have that opportunity later, but it's all eyes right now. Haku, Nev, those are the guys. Who's going to get more farm?
Yeah, this could be trouble, right? If either of these jungles fall before this 4-minute mark, I mean, especially around about 30 seconds left, that Tyrant could be a free ride for the side of the Vesakha Esports, because you can see they clearly got the domination down the bottom side of the map here, the Spirit Wolves.
Oh, Siri did not want to use the Infinite Vastness, playing it to the edge, and I mean, he's taking a lot of damage from those Wolves as well, but he did not want to hit that trigger, realizing that he would be way more vulnerable later.
Yeah, that's the one thing about Lung, right? Obviously, just taking that damage from the Spirit Wolves, you don't have to be anywhere near him, right? But again, top side of the map here.
Yeah, a little bit more damage. Oh, they push away, but the truth, Ball actually counters it, but Kung9 under the tower. He's going to be chased. Kung9 chasing him down to the ends of the earth. Got the Storm Strike doing a little bit of work, but he's not going to do enough. Kung9 just scaring him more than anything else.
Yeah, just letting those minions are 2 damage to the turret, right? But at the same time, Vesakha is able to get that big objective down to the bot side of the map. is going to be a bit of a saving grace here in terms of the lack of gold lead they have.
Smart there by Vesakha. They saw that Haku was in that top lane trying to go for the gank for ball. This opens things up for that Tyrant, which is pretty much essentially open because you know that you have the smite advantage.
Yeah, but looking at that gold draft there, we see that you can see that obviously Haku is definitely had that enhanced farming from the help of Illusion here because he's ahead around about 400 gold, which is probably about like a T1 item as you can see, but defense is going to be the means of a great team fight here for Nongshim RedForce.
And look at this, Vesakha can't even get back into the mid lane. Kyung9 is waiting around, and Jun Young, his spider senses are tingling. He knows something is astray.
He's like, someone is around here. I need some help. Can you give me some hints? But they're just stuck in this bush here. You can see Kyung9 just waiting in the wings here. They're trying to get that next kill onto the side of Nongshim so they can maybe potentially go and prioritize the Overlord here, but we are seeing a big priority down to the bot side of the map for Vesakha Esports.
Oh, they're looking to go for this one. Haku fighting their 3 members. That's quite a bit, but they actually find it. The Annihilation actually does a little bit of work on the ball, who truths him out of that. Down-ending Sorrow, Haku still continuing to fight. 1 versus 4, he does get the pick up on the Bao, and Haku on the Nizza has just been a menace.
Absolute menace here. This is what I mean, like, if they have the defense, and obviously you saw that the Blazing Cape had been built, so that damage over time from the passive of that item, he's just going to kind of burn away at Ball, and when he's low health, he's already under a lot of stress.
Yeah, definitely a lot of stress on this one, but Siri taking the stress, all of that out on the top T1, taking that one down, and Vesakha, the map is getting a little bit smaller, not the end of the world, but still not in a great spot.
Yeah, I mean, they've committed so much down to the bot side of the map, but they haven't got any result yet, right? Like, obviously, they haven't got that T1 down there. There's a potential, obviously, defending this Azure Golem, because they know that Faye and Kyung9 nearby, able to claim that up themselves, but a bit of a dive here onto Jungyang.
Yeah, Kyung9 just waiting for anybody to walk around, and he does again. He's doing the mace to the face thing to everyone who just walks nearby, and Vesakha eating this one up. And yeah, you have a little bit of sustain with this view on Jungyang, but still, you got to be careful. Somebody has to be face checking the brush.
Yeah, Kyung9's like one of those annoying bullies at school, right? They think everyone likes to be bullied, but they don't.
Yeah, nobody likes to be bullied, okay? And if you are getting bullied, you should get some help out there, seriously, in that sense. Don't let them do it to you. But Nongshim, on the other hand, they are doing a good job of protecting their jungle, though.
They're doing what they failed to do in the early games of Season 3 Invitational, right? That was the biggest criticism that we had at Nongshim RedForce all the way back then, was the fact that their macro game wasn't great. But you can already see here that they're not taking huge team fights. They're just making sure that their presence is known across the gorge, putting pressure into these side lanes before Vesakha's even got that T1 down to the bot side.
It looks like they've cleaned things up. Their gameplay has definitely been a little bit different in that sense.
Yeah.
The early game has not been their forte at times, and Nongshim have definitely done a much better job against Vesakha here.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the draft as well, I mean, late game definitely favors them as well. Obviously, with the Lung and the Nua, they're going to get online, they're going to do a lot more damage.
Yeah, definitely a lot, but Kyung9 eating it of quite a bit with damage on that one, with that Ocean of Tears, though. But Ball, no, he's going to be chased away. Siri is starting to do some work.
Yeah, I feel like Siri's spider senses was tinkling there, right? You saw that Gen Myth was trying to rotate into the mid lane, down to the bot side of the map there, so that could have been a catch out and maybe the bait here.
Yeah, no, Azure Golem, this is going to be the big contest here in terms of how they want to go for this. Everybody from Nongshim, it doesn't look like they want to commit because they see 5 members of Vesakha, they're like, all right, it's really not worth it.
5 members and one's taller than a tower. It's crazy. Like, I would walk away of that fight any day, but it's obviously playing to the strength of Vesakha Esports as well. Like, they are actually commendably not that far behind in terms of gold.
Yeah, they're sticking around, which is all you want to be. I mean, yeah, you're losing some of those, T1s have gone down, but the bottom T1 is very low. You can equalize it very easily.
I mean, Raven's doing a good job at obviously maintaining that lead in the gold into the bot side of the map as well, right? Like, he's ahead of Siri, and if they maintain that for Raven on this Chano, their late game could be scary too.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of time. I mean, when you have a Yangjian on your team, I think that you're always kind of in it, right? You always have that potential to be able to just turn it up with that damage. And now Vesakha taking the fight to Nongshim. They're looking to take this bottom T1 down.
Yes, and they do. They get a T1 top side of the map here onto the side of Vesakha Esports, and maybe even opening up this Overlord, right? I mean, they've got the pressure. The minion waves is in their favor. 2 back-to-back neutral objectives here, helping themselves to that Crimson Golem. Just giving it over to Raven is going to mean that damage is coming online a little bit quicker.
Yeah, Vesakha looking very clean themselves. Taking the top T1 and then just using all of those people into that Overlord, taking things away. Objective to objective. Everything is very efficient with their movements.
Yeah, playing very well to these timers onto the side of Vesakha Esports. Definitely showing that even if you are an open series team, you can still play this game to the same level as the pros like Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah. Actually, just the quality of play has been quite high. Vesakha really taking it to them. They're still within arm's reach of Nongshim. This is anyone's game at this point.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I mean, both got late game insurance. It's not like kind of Vesakha Esports traps falls off within the mid to late game, right?
Yeah, a lot of opportunities in that sense. But Kyung9 and Ball, both of these two guys have been just dueling in the top lane, but here come friends from both sides. It looks like Vesakha have joined with all 5 members. Kyung9 will take his, Phoenix, or the Pheasant, and he will make his way on out.
That's it. He's taking his leave. He's like, you know what, guys, I got what I came for here. It's probably not the biggest objective, but it's still going to try and get us that ever so slight lead that we have in terms of the goal. But we're getting slowly to that 10-minute mark, and if anything's been proven today for those watching at home and here in Manila is that 10 minutes is feisty.
Yeah, it's going to be feisty for sure. And look at the bottom T1 just went down. Net worth neck and neck. This is a perfect situation for Vesakha. Understanding the situation of the game, it's about the objectives and being able to come back and do it.
Yeah, obviously using that emergency there just to get a little
bit of Skyfall, he goes to the back line. He's going to actually use his passive to stay alive. Gen Myth is there. Haku is still diving in. He does get the pick up, finds Raven, chases him down at the ends of the earth, but Haku's still skirmishing with 3, and now Kyung9 is going to be there, and I think Big Brother is going to be enough to deter them from continuing on, but Kyung9 says, not just yet. Let's continue on. No. Vesakha backing off.
Yeah, beautiful use of the Nurture there, right? Obviously, we saw that Raven had a glimmer of hope. He was like, I've got Flash, guys, don't worry. And then he was just like, oh yeah, they got Celestial Melody. He gets to go back in on me and claim the kill. And then that only became a toppling effect, a bit of a domino effect here for the side of Nongshim RedForce. They got Raven, they got Bal, they got the Tyrant, they got the mid lane T1.
Yeah, what's better than 1 Skyfall, 2 Skyfalls, right? Let's get on top of you. And Raven, understanding that, hey, he is their win condition as well. He's being focused. That's got to be a little frustrating.
Oh, very frustrating. Considering they were kind of like neck and neck literally moments ago, but it just goes back to the point where he was literally covering 10 minutes, something happens.
Yeah, definitely something happens. Jun Young eating a flaming palm for his troubles. They're just walking in. He needs to be a bit careful. Doesn't want to pop the unending sorrow, but the top T2 is going to be taken away.
I mean, those flaming palms must be a masarab, right? I mean, they've got to be tasty to take so many of those to the face. And he's getting to the point of the game. We saw the Star Breaker come through here for Siri. He's going to be doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's going to be doing a lot of damage. And that's the scary part. I mean, Raven has died twice, so he's been off the map. He's not been able to farm as efficiently as Siri, who's literally just been farming almost this entire game.
He's literally had a free game. Like, guys, don't worry about me. I'm getting the bank. We just need to get online. I mean, you can see there, he's still only 300 gold ahead of Raven, but it's clearly showing that the burst damage from this Lung is a little bit too much heat to handle for the side of Vesakha Esports.
Yeah, there's just so many mouths to feed. Haku has been taking a lot of the farm as well. He's going to be all the way in the heart of the enemy team. Skyfall right onto Raven. It is a focused attack, but it looks like Siri's already been killed, but he finds Raven. Haku fighting 1 versus 3 at this point. He is not scared. He needs to be a bit careful. He's taking a lot of damage. He has the shields. He goes right back in. Kyung9 tries to go for Gen Myth. He wants to go for this one, and Haku continuing on. Ball has to flash away. Jun Young flashes as well, and Nongshim finding it, and they take down Ball, but Nev is looking to be killed as well, and they do end up finding it. Nongshim sticking around.
I mean, Nev held on for a little bit there, right? He was just making sure those squishier heroes onto the side of Vesakha Esports were able to get back to base and maybe get a bit of a good defense here, but it's going to be the aggression of Kyung9 keep ushering through these minions.
Yeah. Is there a better hero for Haku on the Nizza? I think it's like his perfect playstyle. Like, he's just always aggressive, fighting in the backline 1 versus 4 for eventually the team to kind of go in, but Haku getting shut down. Raven gets the revenge kill.
He gets the revenge kill. I mean, what's good about a kill is getting the revenge for your team here. I mean, Nev getting up in around about 5 seconds as well means that the jungler back online, potentially here, there's kind of just get rid of this bleeding, right? The bleeding onto the side of Vesakha Esports into that top side of the map is a bit of an issue here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a bit of an issue. But the Overlord being picked up by Faye. This is without Haku. That was very risky. That could have been stolen away, but they want to flirt with danger, and they will take that.
Just like we say in the UK, you got to risk it for a chocolate biscuit. And Faye did that, right? He got the treat, he got the wave breaker last hit, and was able to claim the rewards, which is now kind of furthered Nongshim's efforts here in that gold lead to around about 2k, and they're able to kind of apply more pressure to even one of these side lanes, because obviously top side of the map, it's just completely amounted.
Yeah, but I don't want to risk everything for a biscuit. I mean, it
depends on what situation you're in, right?
Fine, it makes sense. Maybe you're hungry, I get it, but they're going to take that one. I mean, they're going to walk away, so I guess more power to them for taking that risk and coming out successful.
I mean, you clearly you've not had a McVitie's chocolate biscuit, right? Because I mean, anybody would just risk it for a McVitie's chocolate biscuit.
Okay. Well, let me know when you can pass me one, and I will take it and see if it is worth the risk at that point.
Can we get some biscuits around here?
Let's try that one out. But Nongshim, on the other hand, look it. They're sticking around. The Tyrant is going to be the next big piece here.
Yeah, Tyrant. I mean, if Vesakha can kind of try and contest this one and steal this one away, it could definitely bring them back into this game. Obviously, they have still got to put a lot of avoidance and attention to that top side of the map, but getting this Shadow Tyrant really could put a spin back into their way.
But look at how Nev is actually going to the top lane. The Shadow Vanguards are there. They need to deal with that. But, you know, again, Nongshim don't know that as of yet. They just see that Nev is off the map, and they don't want to risk anything at the moment.
Yeah, there's no one kind of like diving on Nev. Obviously, we're getting that pocket wall thanks to the producers. They're kind of trying to create some ambience here. But you see that Nongshim RedForce are going to go for this Tyrant. They don't want to allow Vesakha to get that one.
Yeah, taking that one out, growing the lead to 2k, but Kyung9 finding ball. He storm strikes onto this one. He does the damage, but they don't have really too much catch. The rest of Vesakha are there. Everyone is going to just chill out, brothers.
That's it. A lot of the teams you've been noticing within KIC for today as well is like, we used to see them overcommit, and then they would blunder all of their opportunities and hope for that game. Kyung9 able to steal away that Azure Golem was beautiful there, obviously having to use the ultimate, but hey, stealing that away from Nev is huge.
Yeah, actually that's the biggest thing. The biggest takeaway over the time of the global release of Honor of Kings is that the teams have leveled up. The disparity between them is actually getting quite small.
Very small, especially like between regions as well, right?
Oh yeah.
Like, there used to be a clear winner, but now sort of what we've seen today. Yes, obviously, HomeBois, BlackShrew Esports, they were very dominant, but the rest of the teams, that's kind of like the neck and neck.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of what you expect. I mean, Sagi, even from the MKL, he's a bully too, right?
Yeah, he is a bully. He's a biased bully, unfortunately, but we still love him, bless him. But no, it's all about this game right now. I mean, 16 minutes coming into this one. It's getting around about the average game time we've been seeing for today.
It's getting close. I mean, we might even hit a Tempest Dragon at this point. It doesn't seem like they might get there because, like, Nongshim are not really putting the pressure on. They're giving a lot of space to Vesakha, which opens up a lot of doors. This net worth lead is really not so sizable that they can't come back from.
Exactly. They're not upping the ante enough, right? Like, they're just kind of like, hey, the pressure we're applying is working all this time. Why put it on even further? Because it just means that there's a higher risk of them falling down. And if you look at, obviously, the kills, it's a very low kill game. 9 kills overall. Majority of them going over to Haku. So, to me, it seems like Nongshim are only going into these team fights when Haku is ready to take them.
Yeah, and it's smart. I mean, Haku is still your win condition. Look at that lead that he's got, about 3k. He's just doing a great job of just ensuring that he's got the farm. Once he hits that critical mass, he's going to be even more on point. So, Vesakha, understanding that timer, yes, the Tempest Dragon is around the corner, but are they even going to be able to see it?
Exactly. I mean, they might be able to, right? I mean, it's around about, what, 2 minutes and 40 seconds? Can Vesakha Esports able to keep the Nongshim RedForce, the greatest red, away from their crystal within those 2 minutes? Is pretty much up to themselves, right? Obviously, there is a big minion wave down to the bot side of the map that's actually chunking away a little bit of that health of that higher ground turret, but it's the fact that it's only a 2k gold lead at this point for Nongshim means that it can still be flipped on its head.
Yeah, and look at how Ball is making the entire rotation. He's looking for the flank. He's going to go for a rear attack. They need to be careful. Nongshim do not expect this whatsoever. Ball has just been spotted out. Now Kyung9 finding him, realizing that something is astray. And Ball, Formless is back to safety. Vesakha, but Siri getting a little bit aggressive. Almost gets the pick up on a Genmin. He pops on his dragon to get back to safety, but now Vesakha limping away, and they're going to continue to just defend against these Vanguards.
Yeah, Ball went from playing hide and seek to playing catch me if you can, getting back into that base, but Kyung9.
Oh, they find you. But Jun Young with that unending sorrow shaking most of it off. Ball still up in front though, and now they find him. They actually get the catch. Kyung9 needs to be a bit careful. He got a little bit caught out, but now with the Heaven and Earth bow, Nev is trying to go in on this one, but he's not going to find much.
No, they're going to find much, but it's enough to push Nongshim away for now, right? Obviously, minion waves are neutrally going to be crashing in. Obviously, they have the super minions top side of the map here, so Nongshim are always going to have to kind of have help with that one. But for now, they might be able to go and get that Crimson Golem, or even contest this Tyrant.
Yeah, Junyoung with that vision, though. They spot this one. Nev is there. The Hound is potentially about to go if they want to go for this one. The Tyrant, Haku gets the smite, the Annihilation right on top just in case. Raven is a little bit low. Haku looking to go for this one, but Genvin has already been killed. This Aegis Sanctuary onto Raven. He actually leaves away. Junyoung, no, might not be able to get away. And Siri does get the pick off, and Illusion, look at how he's continuing on. Haku is not scared. He's going to continue to chase all the way down. He trades his life away, but it looks like Nongshim with a 4-for-1 trade.
Bully was Haku in that whole fight. Yes, he died, but 4-for-1 trade as the crystal is laid bare in game number 1.
Yeah, it looks like Nongshim have this if they just go for the crystal, but Ball just trying to stay alive with this one, trying to go for this one, and it looks like game 1 will be going the way of Nongshim.
Nongshim with a, I mean, it wasn't like run away with the fairies, right? Like, it wasn't as if like Nongshim was absolutely sort of demonstrable. They were playing a very safe game, but it was a clear lead for Nongshim.
Yeah, very clean game. That was the thing. It was very disciplined, and it seemed like, oh, why are they not closing it out? Why are they not kind of pushing it their advantage? It's because they know, right? We have such a good lead. All we need to do is just continue to just take them out, choke out, and take as much of the farm as possible, and we'll eventually just get over that hump.
Exactly right. Exactly right. But Nongshim there taking game number 1 from the side of Vesakha Esports. Like we said, clean game, not the most destructive.
Yeah, not at all.
Not the most destructive at all in that game number 1 here, but it was the Nongshim playstyle. That's why when we talk about Nongshim RedForce, their average game time usually looks around about 60-20 minutes. That's their usual comfort zone. We come from the KME. We casted the games before. Sometimes it's maybe Tempest games after Tempest games that we cast for Nongshim RedForce.
You can't tell them that. They'll think we've got a bias against Nongshim RedForce. I mean, we're all faces very familiar to the KME. Wipe that from your memory. We are not biased. We want Vesakha to do well.
Now, I do think that Vesakha held on pretty strong, even though that Nongshim RedForce, in terms of the map movement and the jungle resource control, was always in their favor. But in terms of the gold, it was always down to almost like a 2,000 equal for both teams. 2,000 at about 50,000 economy for both teams. It's not the biggest, I would say.
Yeah, and actually that's how Vesakha could have come back in this game. They were not out of it. So it proves just how strong Vesakha Esports were. They had their moments, but it's just like Nongshim, just in the end with some of those team fights, Haku was just too big in the end.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like you say, the 2K gold lead is not enough to kind of try and basically keep a lead for yourself. Like I said, it could have just flicked in the head of a coin tail there, right? Like, but Raven, when he started getting taken out by Haku, that was the real problem here for the side of Vesakha Esports.
Now, this goes back to the pick and bans that we talk about, right? More realistically, it's gonna peel Raven away from Haku. One Skyfall, yeah, maybe you can do it with the Destructive Deluge coming in from the ladies and on Gendiv, but 2 Skyfall coming in with the Golden Refresh, though. You saw how well they played it. First Skyfall in that final fight was to take away Raven's Sage Sanctuary. The second one is to decimate him across the map.
And it wasn't that, like, Haku... Okay, look, Haku, every time he would go in, Vesakha has like an understanding that Raven was going to get jumped. They all grouped. But Haku was like still fighting 1 versus 4. He was not scared, right? He was constantly putting the pressure on.
Yeah, Tanky Boy is going to be Haku here for the side of Nongshim RedForce. And you can kind of see here, with the damage taken, 103k damage taken. That's a lot of damage in a 19-minute game.
And you have to put the perspective as well. This is not a fight-heavy game. It was always just Nongshim RedForce picking a few kills, backing off, rinse and repeat, and taking on that final fight to put the nail in towards the coffin here. So those are decent stats to have, and this is the gold trap we talk about here. It's a slow mountain towards a not so high of a peak.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, Nongshim RedForce were playing kind of the lead. We're just kind of backing up a little bit, just understanding that we just need to control the game, take over the map more than anything else.
I think this is decent performance coming in from Nongshim RedForce, but if you put this performance against the top tier teams in the tournament, that might fight Nongshim RedForce back in towards that playstyle, because this playstyle, it's good on paper because slow and steady wins the race. No risk means no worries for the game-ending push. But if you put it on the stronger teams, though, it gives them a leeway for that comeback. But show me who's the MVP.
MVP's got to be Haku, right? It's definitely got to be Haku onto this nerd set, and it's such a good performance here, and just reminds me of that time back in the KME where we saw Monto just constantly get focused here, and that seemed to be the point, right? Like, if you've got a late game marksman, you need to be putting that pressure on no matter the weather.
Yeah, very smart. Understanding that if they take out Raven, there's really not a whole lot of damage dealers to deal with the Neza, right? No. So Haku understanding, the objectives here.
And it really boils down to the pick and bans that they have set the trap for the side of Vesakha here. Immediately locking the Dolia on first pick, baiting out Vesakha to pick up that Yu-Huan and also Yang Jian, so they can formulate the same draft that PSE did against their opponents, Elevate, during that series number 2, which is this Haku's Neza pick. It works so well in this game.
Oh, absolutely. Access into the back line, putting the pressure onto Raven. As you can see in these highlights, right, he was not having a fun time. He was like, hey, I had enough time to gather resources, but there was nobody to protect him, right?
Yeah, I mean, but how do you protect him, right? That was the biggest question. They didn't, like, it's one thing to be like, okay, we have to protect him, but, like, how?
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard one, but it's dropping the Destructive Deluge down, kind of having a plug-in system here with Gen Mip. Could have really tried to slow down the Nerdset, but it was the fact that they had the Dolia. So even if they use a Destructive Deluge, just get another one to whisk the way out.
Yeah, just really well played there. But again, just Haku diving the tower. It was like he was like trying to send a message on Raven more than anything else.
It's a stressful game coming in for Vesakha's farm laner here. Getting double ulted by the Skyfall, coming in by the Nerdset. Definitely, if I was me, I don't think I could do anything else as well. That is exactly what would happen.
Yeah. It's more about the team trying to protect you more than anything else, right? And if he's diving in, maybe you look to pull him away from the enemy team even further, but Haku was just so tanky that it was very difficult to deal with.
Exactly the case here. So, okay, from casting the game just now, we saw, Nongshim RedForce, slow, steady pacing for the game here. But Vesakha, what does it take for them to come back into this game number 2?
I think it's just obviously do you think that Nongshim would have had a half-decent game if they didn't have the Nerdster and Dolia combo? Like, that combo was enough to put pressure onto Raven, and I think here, for the side of Vesakha Esports, is if you keep Raven, just keep him safe, he will do the farm, he will get the resources that the team needs to get like a late-game hero like the Chano online.
No, I agree with that, because of the fact that, like, there's really no answer when you're trying to out-execute a disadvantaged draft, right? Yeah. It seemed like they had a lot of answers. Yes, they've expended some picks, but in the end, the Neza hasn't been the most expensive of picks in the KIC thus far.
That's why we talk about this, whereby you take away the Dolia, you bait out so many of these strong picks coming in from the side of Vesakha Esports. It's probably going to hurt them if this goes into Game 4 or potentially Game 5. But the first things first is, how do they break through the slow and steady gameplay coming in from Nongshim RedForce as a Versa fan?
They build the breakthrough rope.
So you can break it through!
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Let me call Genmif right now. Genmif. Build breakthrough rope.
Easy. But I mean, like, going into this one, I think that the biggest thing is that it's about tempo. Nongshim set it up. They went early. They forced them back. They made them play their style, right? Where they were playing very defensive. You saw they were very uncomfortable throughout the game, Vesakha.
Okay, now, you bring in a very good point whereby since the game always delays to a 60 to 20 minute mark due to the normal Nongshim RedForce MO or like the gameplay. So if you are Vesakha, maybe potentially think about going into the draft with a late game team composition with sufficient wave clear like the Princess Frost. So you wait for the enemy to blunder at the high ground. That's how you come back towards the game. That could be a potential input that they could really go for in their drafting phase.
Yeah, I think it's to comment on the fact that it takes about 16 to 20 minutes for them to actually like close out the game. That's how long it takes to cook the ramen here, okay? I think just give them a little bit of time from Nongshim RedForce. But to answer your question, it's not the greatest of strategies, right? There are definitely holes in this one. Other high-tier teams will make them pay on this.
Yeah, do you reckon they're like they can hear the kettle click and that's it? It's like boom, right? Let's go.
Now's the time, right?
Let's the time. Let's get the victory. Let's get the dub. And then the Tempest Dragon comes around and like, oh, you know what? It's gonna get too brothy. But no, Nongshim RedForce here. I feel like I'm going to be on the opposite side of this debate here. I feel like Vesakha Esports need to draft an early game comp.
I agree.
Because Nongshim have a little bit of a stumble in those early games. They're not the cleanest.
Yeah. And I mean, if you take the fight to them, I mean, like maybe like a pay, you go early game, you set the tone. take the fight to them. You invade the enemy jungle, make Haku uncomfortable. Because if you're looking at this game, he was never uncomfortable.
No, never uncomfortable. He was literally always into the backline. Even towards the end of the game, 4v1, he was having the time of his life.
And to make him uncomfortable, you first have to target him towards the pick and ban stage here. Yes. So in game 1, a pretty decent outdraft coming in from Nongshim. RedForce taking the Dolia, immediately punishing Vesakha for committing on both the Yangjin and also the Yu-Huan. So due to the global ban pick here, even if they get the Dolia, they don't really have a good Dolia pairing here for side of Vesakha Esports.
I mean, they can still go for, obviously, put Raven on the Lung here and obviously go for that same kind of combo that Nongshim played in game number 1, or even pair it with the Dune, right? But at the same time, you are making a good point. We are into the second ban here for them. They're going to take up the Qing here for the side of Vesakha Esports onto the Gem Myth.
Exactly here. So lesser mid lane pull for both sides here. That's a Monster Nui, and that is a Yixing being locked out simultaneously for both sides here. Nongshim RedForce do indeed take off the Luna ban here, and Arlie being a focus on towards Siri and that farm lane.
Yeah, respect here. I mean, the Siri Arlie and of course the Mai Illusion, both heroes that they go high flying on Nongshim. Very scary lineup. So, but we're gonna have to see exactly how this draft wants to go out. I thought the last time with the Dolia was absolutely brilliant. Now they're gonna go the Agudo.
Agudo here, I mean, it's a good first pick, right? Obviously, they can flex this either into the jungle or into the farm lane. We've seen it farm lane today as well. So it's already keeping Vesakha a little bit up there on their toes. Do they ban some more jungles in the second ban phase, or do they try and go for something that's going to be like, you're okay, we don't know where that's going, we're going to kind of lock in something else here for ourselves, maybe that bot side of the map.
But it's all about the sieging, right? Yeah. Like, Nongshim win a team fight, now you have the Agudo, you're able to push, and you're able to just, take over the game, right? You suffocate. That's the whole point of this Agudo here. Now Vesakha need to figure out a way to deal with this one.
I like the approach here. We were talking about, like, hey, don't play late. That's where Nongshim RedForce gets comfortable. So bring it early, amp up the tempo, Nev and Bao. The Byron pay composition has been locked in for that early game tempo.
And I feel like the pickup of the pay here kind of forces the Agudo into the jungle as well. So rather than being a lane maestro, he's going to have to be put into the lane here. But I mean, another good pickup here for Kyung9. Great performance onto the party in the KME. And it's, again, just complementary to the Agudo. Like, if you get the Agudo and Vati in one lane, your turrets are going down like melted butter.
And Mozi as well being locked in by Faye and towards the Roman roll here. So this is a very aggressive setup from the side of Nongshim RedForce. They want to fight firepower with firepower. However, the Nongshim RedForce firepower doesn't really get online until those two items start to kick in here. So it is all towards side of Vesakha to amp tempo and punish whatever they can in this early to mid game tempos.
Yeah, but now they've picked up the Loom, letting Raven get a chance. He has that get out of jail free card, which will be huge. Because, again, the Agudo is going to have a much harder time trying to jump on him.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, you're going to have, obviously, Mozi here, maybe trying to go and use the flash, the think inside the box combo as he lands with the Infinite Basilisk here to try and get the catch out onto Raven. But late game insurance is going to be good. Banning out the Consort U is also going to be good because this is a very good lane matchup against the Loom.
It's a decent matchup, especially when you have the protecting winds on the Woodland Ranger. You can really play against Nev on the physical assassin and also Raven on that loan of a high burst on the physical damage as well. So banning that away removes some of the worry coming in from Vesakha against Nongshim choices in the marksman pool.
I mean, if we're looking at this draft though from Vesakha, it's like this is a lot of dare I say expensive picks here. Yeah, I mean, they're going all in. They are looking to. They're loaded for bear. They want to win this one, of course, but Nongshim, if they were able to outdraft this one and somehow counterpick and steal this one away, that would be incredibly discouraging for Vesakha.
I think they would potentially go for a DRNG pick going on towards the hand of Siri to really sustain that laning phase, beat up Raven in that laning phase, and allow Haku to have an extra strong lane to play around with to at least elevate that pressure coming in from the paid Byron.
Yeah, I think even the D-Ranger, or maybe even go and lock in something like the Hou-Yi, right? Like if they,
potential.
If they're putting this Agudo into the jungle, I think like a Hou-Yi, pairing that up with the Cannon Blast of the Mozi, it's really going to lock one of the members of Vesakha Esports into place. But complementing that mid-range, it's not quite the newer, but it's going to be the Ganon Mo here for Gem Myth.
Actually, I was thinking the Ganon Mo for Nongshim, but it makes sense here from Vesakha taking it away and just, again, the damage that they have, kind of unreal. This is going to be a very scary lineup. Plus, you have the Byron to kind of just counter-initiate, but now Nongshim with the Chano to counter that Loom.
This is a decent pick as well. Like, you really want to match laning for laning, exactly what Siri is hoping in towards that farm lane here. So it's a very strong dual lane matchup for both Siri and also Faye with the Bolzi and Chano composition here, and with the Garuda locked in. I gotta say, Nongshim RedForce, their range and reach is pretty darn scary in this game too.
Yep, second Garuda of the competition, right? I mean, we saw KAGENDRA play earlier, didn't quite get the dub on it because of the fantastic Butsu plays by Miji, but now it's maybe time for Nongshim to be like, okay, we have the long range poke of the Cannon Blast, we have the ultimate here from the Garuda as well. It's already going to kind of be lemising, obviously, a lot of damage onto Vesakha Esports before the team fight happens.
And looking at the Vesakha draft as well, it reminds me of the last season Exodia. You have the Pei Byron, you have the Zhang Fei, and you already have like such a strong early to making tempo, invades, control over the objectives like the River Sprite and the Firehawk. Everything is falling in line for this early tempo of the game in favor of the side of Vesakha.
Yeah, because I mean, if you look at obviously Vesakha Esports draft, like the one thing they were lacking was either a solid frontline tank. Yes, Byron can pick up that piece if he really needs to, or they need some healing. But obviously, the Huan cannot be used here, and obviously the Dolia as well not being used here as well. So they needed the Zhang Fei. We've seen some really great performances on that Unbridled Outburst, right? Really setting a disengage.
To your point as well, like if we talk about the Zhang Fei, which is on the hands of Junyong, he will play a pivotal factor for the success of Vesakha Esports because down to the final few moments, there isn't really solid engage being formulated around the draft of Vesakha Esports. So it really relies on to Junyong with that stun Zhang Fei to look for those big moments for the side of the IK Ultra C.
I think he's just going to look to just jump in when he can. But Nongshim, I really like this Garuda pick because the biggest problem is that if they were to siege a tower, you have Garuda with the just kind of the wave clear, right? Yeah. And like that's going to be on point, and it slows the game down. Vesakha might stumble at times.
They might stumble in times, exactly. I mean, if Vesakha Esports don't kind of have that pressure in the early game, especially getting Neb online, because we didn't really see the greatest performance of Neb in that game for one, right? Trying to keep up with Haku. Haku always had that gold advantage, but now it's a time for Vesakha's Neb to prove his name against Nongshim RedForce.
All right, and as we go into this one, it's going to be, of course, game number 2, the 4th match, the last match of the day. Can Vesakha Esports somehow bounce back?
They gotta hope so, right? I mean, Vesakha doesn't want to be the next team that takes a 3-0 loss like we saw earlier for Elevate here. But Wave Clear is definitely going to be the name of the game here in this mid lane, and rotations to go and help their body down bot side of the map is then going to be their next point.
Yeah. It's all about this rotation. The Wave Clear is going to be key. But Raven, he needs to stay alive. Easier said than done sometimes, especially when you got focused like he did in game 1 against Haku there. But again, this is the game where he needs to shine.
Yeah, I mean, really, he's going to be having a bit of an easier time, right? Obviously, he's on the lung here. He has the infinite vastness, but there is ways for Nongshim RedForce to get onto the back line. They have obviously Kyung9 onto the party. They have Haku onto the Agudo, dropping Bird Ball, gets that knockup.
Yeah. But Nongshim right now, it's about the poking and prodding. They have the range advantage. You have Wild Growth, you got the Wings of Judgment, you have Chano from afar. You have options, right? So you need to, like, they can play very defensively, which kind of counters the play of this Pei lineup.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, though, like, options can be a bit of a deadly one, right? True. Like, do they decide to go for one team fight, and the approach is different to everybody? They don't quite get the comms there or execute it the right way, but that could be the problem here for Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, oh, the Cannon Blast, that's going to be tanked. He did not mean to do that, but the timing was fortuitous in that sense. But John Young, about half life, they're not able to get anything else.
Yeah, that's the one time you can run down the Zhang Fei pretty easily, right? Pre-level 4, sorry, when he doesn't have the Unbridled Outburst, that kind of second burst of energy and health bars, he's going to be a lot harder to run down when he gets to level 4.
Actually, pre-level 4, it's a really sad moment for Zhang Fei, right? You're not able to play the game that you want to play, so they're just going to wait for them to get that level 4 and then turn things up a bit. I mean, it does become a bit scarier for Nongshim in that sense.
Yeah, turn up the heat here. But I mean, Vesakha Esports are doing pretty well, right? They do have obviously the gold lead, but if you do want to get some arcane fragments or even some precious dragon crystals, you top play CDQ.
Oh, the Wings of Judgment doing some work, and Jun Young is going to give up first blood. Siri, with just the final shot, gets that pick off.
Yes, I mean, first blood going up to Siri is a good situation, or at least a good allocation of your resources here for the side of Nongshim RedForce. Really kind of almost blundering that lead that Vesakha have been building over this last 2 minutes.
Yeah, and Jun Young wasn't even level 4, which is another reason why he was able to get picked off, because without that Umbrella Outburst, no extra tank abilities.
No tank ability indeed, right? Obviously, that's going to be scary for the side of Nongshim RedForce here with this one. But now, obviously, we're getting into a close proximity of those objectives, right?
Yeah, and Ball and Kyung9 still in that top lane. Just, I mean, obviously, I give the Byron an advantage here, but Kyung9 seems to be doing pretty well.
He does seem to be doing pretty well. Obviously, you just got to keep himself alive, right? Just don't give over the advantage to Bao into the top side of the map. But this is Kyung9. This is a guy that's been revered so much in that Clash lane.
Yeah, and look at, again, Illusion with that rotation, seeing where Net was. Like, they were looking to put that pressure on that bottom T1. If they take those early towers early, it's going to really just open up the door. And Illusion with that Wings of Judgment, just taking out all the creeps.
Yeah, I mean, they do say love is an open door, but in this case, I think it's a kind of a let the stranger into your base and lose game number 2.
Yeah, I don't know if that's an actual saying. We're going to have to find out. It should be now, that's for sure, right? But Nongshim here, on the other hand, just kind of dealing with the mid lane. The longer this game goes and they're keeping the towers alive, it's going to be more advantageous for Nongshim.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. If they've got the kind of like a safety net of those turrets, it's definitely going to aid them in this one. But all eyes are going to be on these neutral objectives now going forward. Obviously, the Tyrant and the Overlord have spawned. Here we are seeing Vesakha Esports kind of formulate around this one, but at the same time, Nongshim are just buying time for Haku to get that Crimson Gold.
Yeah, it's all about time. Ball, though, is running a little bit low on that top lane. With the Tyrant being picked up, that's going to be huge for Vesakha. Now it looks like they want to kind of at least defend the mid T1. I think they'll be fine, but that Wings of Judgment doing a little bit of work.
Wings of Judgment, more like Winds of Suppression, you know what I mean? Like, they were really forced into that T1's corner, like kind of quivering for their lives. But at the same time, Siri's been given a free getting a Jal card here by just using and getting that T1 down.
Yeah, and it looks like, I'm just going to read this one verbatim. I started playing Oz because my friend asked me to try it. I didn't expect to go this far. But the more I played, the more I fell in love with the competitive side. What keeps me motivated is seeing how far I've come and knowing there's still more I can achieve. And I think that Jun Young right there, just, you know, the props to him because, again, being able to play from the open qualifiers to here, this is a huge step up.
Yeah, I mean, he's not only just done it twice, right? Like, he's done it with, obviously within the MKL region, but now obviously within the IKL as well. So he's definitely a player that you can see that loves Honor Kings Esports, and this is what the great part of the ecosystem is able to kind of build, and this is the product of that as well.
Yeah, it definitely played. Well played. I mean, this is the moment when Ball going for the backside, finding Illusion with that furball, trying to just go, but the flash away, the thing inside the box, they do have him locked in, and Ball is going to be killed instead, and it looks like Nongshim have made them pay.
It's such a... I felt like us giving that motivational speech there, reading his words verbatim, gave him a little bit of an in that one, but it just wasn't enough. It was that think inside the box from Faye was just like, hang on, we're not letting you get ahead of yourself here, buddy.
And they've turned that around. I mean, Ball is going to be right back up with that mid T1 at about half life. But Kyung9 on the top line, he's been doing some pressure there too. Oh, but Siri gets picked off by Jedmit with those blades.
Yeah, that's the long distance there that really, I love to see a Veganimo. When you see those couple blades come through, I mean, I hate to be on the opposite side of it, but when you see it in these competitive plays, it's just beautiful.
Yeah, and these players are so good at it, right? Just getting completely caught off, and that damage burst just really catches players off guard.
Oh, absolutely. You think you survived, and all of a sudden it's like, hang on, is that legal? Is that magic damage legal? But I mean, at this point in the game, you can see that the magic resistance isn't going to be kind of like top-notch onto the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, but I like the fact that Vesakha, understanding that, hey, we got, you know, we did get the pick off. I mean, we didn't turn it into any sort of towers, but we put the pressure on, consistently making Nongshim react to your movements.
Which is what they failed to do in last game, right? Is get the reactive side of Nongshim RedForce, and arguably, Nongshim isn't the greatest reactive team, right?
Yeah, they're the greatest red, but not the greatest reactive team. I get it, okay. But Raven here taking advantage of this one, taking the bottom T1 for free. Now Ball taking a lot of damage. The Leaping Savior keeping him shielded up, so that's great for him. But the mid T1 has already been taken out.
Oh, catching two there. Faye with a cannon blast. I mean, we have to give props up to Faye on this Motsu, right? Like, this is one of his picks where you know he picks it. He's landing like 95% of those kind of blasts.
Yeah, he's been on point with that and just setting it up, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the Wings of Judgment, the biggest thing is just hitting him on point. If you're able to move around, it's not going to be the easiest. But the Azure Golem being picked up by Nev, he does get that smite.
He does get the smite using the Unbridled Air Burst here as well, trying to force away the side of Nongshim RedForce. They don't want to take a fight around that Azure Golem, but at the same time, Baal is committed to the bit, right? He's looking to get that pressure into the top side of the map, looking to get that T2 takedown, but I mean, this is going to be serious responding.
Yeah, it looks like Nongshim right now, this is back to what we saw in game one, the slow and steady, right? They've taken some towers, the outer ones. They have the mid T1 to kind of, you have a bounce off point in terms of the siege, so that you have a lot of pressure now that you can put on Vesakha in their jungle.
Yeah, obviously having access to that jungle is going to be a wild part for the side of Nongshim RedForce. I mean, they are ahead only, well, they're behind by 200 gold, believe it or not, considering they've got all 3 T1s as well.
Yeah, now the Wings of Judgment. More zoning more than anything else with Furball. He does have the Leaping Savior. He's going to be fine shaking most of this off, but you do not want to be pushed back. It's all about space being created for Nongshim on this Overlord.
Yeah, and this is what KIC2025 do beautiful here, using that space bar, right? Just teleport down to the bottom side of the map, create the space by wiping out those minions. Any kind of like advantage that Vesakha had moments ago, it's just been neutralized here.
Yeah, neutralized there, but Nev picking up the Tyrant, you got to trade, and that's a great trade. Understanding the state of the game, you're not committing for anything, but at the same time, you're getting something to get yourself into this one. You actually have a lead as Vesakha Esports.
It's the law of equivalent exchange, right? Obviously, you got to take something to receive something within this one, and obviously Vesakha Esports getting that Tyrant, Nev playing a bit of a saving grace here, but that T2 down to the bottom side of the map. This is the pressure.
Oh, the Umbrella outburst. It only catches out one, though. They do a decent amount, and Siri's going to be the one that falls. And now Kyung9 is on the run. It looks like they find Haku in a bad spot, who's trying to just get away, but he's going to be chased, trying to do it. He gets on his bike, so to speak, and he's on out of there.
He gets out. He went 0 to 60 in the matter of 2 seconds, I feel like, that saved his life, but flashing over the wall is going to be Kyung9, expanding that common skill, but now T1 into the mid lane is looking to get opened up here for the side of Vesakha Esports.
Yeah, great play by Vesakha. Just putting them that pressure on, taking that mid T1, that's going to be huge for them. But they find the fur ball onto a ball, but with that force field suppression, now he's looking to potentially turn this around. Finding Kyung9, he gets the Storm Strike onto him, and Kyung9 wants to go for Gen Mist, who actually flashes, and he does get picked off. The slashes are real, and Kyung9 with a double kill. He's soloing almost everybody, but he eventually falls.
Kyung9 going for solo leveling, but then gets obviously diminished there after that double kill, but almost again. Nongshim trying to find some more here, and the Cannon Blaster being suppressive enough to keep Nev away.
Yeah, Faye actually tried to go for the flash, think inside the box. He did miss because Raven got on his dragon. He does get to safety, but I think through it all, it's only going to be a 2-for-1.
2-for-1, I mean, I'd take that one any day, right? Obviously, if you are Nongshim RedForce, it looks scary for you. Haku looked pretty low. I would be scared for my jungle in that point, but he was able to get escape, and Kyung9 got the results.
Oh, Ball has been a problem finding Faye, who Peacebringer's back onto safety, but the Wings of Judgment is going to be real. He's going to use the human shield of the Ball, and he does keep Raven alive, but Illusion gets picked off. Gen Mid with the blades, finding him out, and now the Shadow Tyrant under siege by Vesakha.
Ganna and Mo with Gen Mid, he's just landing them. He's like, you know what, guys, 360 no scope. Let's get the kill onto Illusion. Let's get that damage off the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Oh, look at Ball with another human shield, protecting the Tyrants from Faye's Cannon Blast, ensuring that they get it, and Vesakha now in the driver's seat.
They are in the driver's seat. They have the Eagle's wings carrying them potentially here in game number 2. Try and get a victory over the side of Nongshim RedForce, able to get that Shadow Tyrant. Really is going to be the equalizer here.
Yeah, definitely going to be an equalizer. Huge for them. But Nongshim right now, this is a little bit of an awkward situation. They're behind, and Vesakha, I mean, the way that they were able to find this, Kyung9, he tries to go in, makes that play, gets 2 on this one. Kyung9, the fatigue, man, kind of scary.
Beautiful pick, beautiful hero. He's just able to sustain himself and just do so much attack speed. But again, speaking of beauty, it's sharp, it's the couple blades.
Yeah, very good one. And Siri getting picked off on that one. That's going to be huge. Vesakha are doing it in that sense where Nongshim, I mean, they're getting caught out left, right, and center.
They are getting caught out here. Maybe they may be trying to get a contest here for that Overlord, but Nev is just running it down.
Oh, the Stampede. They find Illusion. They get yet another pickoff. This is a big opening. Haku over the wall. He does get there, but the mid T2 looking to be under siege. The minions are slowly making their way there, but Nongshim just again, this is so difficult for them to defend.
It's very difficult to defend, but it also pays dividends to that Zhongfei stun, right? Obviously, Stampede, stun, boom, you're locked into place. Illusion or Siri going down, that's a lot of damage being taken off the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, Shadow Vanguard in the top lane, but they want to just take the mid T3 because they've got the minions here with those blades from Gen Myth, who's been a sniper, taking that one down. The mid T3 easily taken by Raven.
Big improvement here for the side of Vesakha Esports, getting the first higher ground turret in this game number 2 against Nongshim RedForce, actually creating a 5k goal lead here for themselves.
Huge. Huge. It's only 12 minutes in, but a 5k, that's going to be quite difficult for Nongshim to kind of weather. But now Ball is tanking most of Kyung9's shots, and Kyung9 looking to just pull away the Vanguard to buy a little bit of space.
Buying that space is what Nongshim need, right? Obviously, they don't want to be pushed all the way to the crystal. They've been able to do it to Vesakha Esports. They don't want to lose this game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, they cannot lose this game. I mean, this is a situation where Vesakha are in such firm control of the game, it would be an absolute disaster if Vesakha were to lose this one.
I mean, you look at Raven and Siri, right? Obviously, Siri's been taken off the Gorge 3 times, which means that Raven has had more time onto the Gorge to amass that 1k goal lead.
Yeah, yeah, and that's the biggest thing. I mean, this KDA is 202, and that's where you have that space. Siri needs to get going. He needs to really pick up this team. But if we're looking at the jungle lineup, Haku versus Nev, Nev has got that 2.3k net worth lead.
Even more impressive. But I mean, if we go up again, I mean, we're going in stairs here. It seems a bit of a competition. But if you see Nev going up against Haku, he's again 10.5k to around about, I think it's 7 onto the side of Nongshim RedForce's Haku.
Yeah, and I want to be like, hey, at a certain minute mark, like 15, 16 minutes, Nongshim will be able to stabilize. They'll be fine. I mean, they've only lost 1 mid T3, but that's very Pollyanna of the situation. The thing is that Vesakha have a lot of late game heroes. Like, you have the Loom, you have, you know, Byron as well as the Ganon Mo. You can end this game.
Exactly. Scaling is going to be a great thing here for them. Obviously, we'll start to see Nev fall off into the late game as well, and Ball as well, unless he gets, obviously, some great initiations with the support of Jun Young on this Zhongfei.
Yeah, and the Cannon Blast is going to be a little off the mark. Jun Young doesn't want to, you know, pull the trigger on that Umbrella Outburst. They're going to take the Shadow Tyrant essentially, but just for free, no contest there.
Absolute domination in the jungle, though, for the Vesakha Esports. You have to give it to them in this game number 2. They are really putting Nongshim to the test.
And this is something that we talked about in the pregame. The fact that, like, Nongshim, yeah, they're great late game, right? And it seems like if they're able to hold it out, how can Vesakha close out the game? Do they have enough experience dealing with a team that has, like, thrives in that late game?
Yeah, I think it's all going to be based around that neutral objective, right? Like, if they go for the side of the Shadow Overlord, if they don't create enough oppression here onto the side of Nongshim RedForce, I feel like that could be the turning point here.
Yeah, it could definitely be the turning point, which could be, you know, a bit of a thorn, right, in Vesakha. How demoralizing would that be? Because Vesakha, again, just full control, started growing this lead to 6k at this point. They've been slow and steady, not getting out of position.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to keep Siri in position as well, right? Obviously, just built the Doomsday. That's really going to be helping here to shred down the Byron as well as that Zhongfei.
Yeah, but the Wings of Judgment, he's trying to get it onto the minions, but it doesn't look like they're going to get too much out of it. They're going to take the top T3 and yet another big pillar in their defense down for the count from Nongshim.
Oh, Nongshim with the last standing T3 into the bot side of the map here means that Vesakha has created that space we were talking about moments ago, right? Get the enemy's Azure Golem, look to take the Shadow Overlord, look to get the final push down to the bot side.
Yeah, but the top lane is something that they need to be careful about. Nongshim have just a split second. They have the box. Ball, but he gets on the Dragon with the Umbrella Outburst from Jun Young, keeping him alive. Bay has already been killed. It looks like they got Siri as well. And Vesakha are looking to run it down. They've taken Illusion. They've gotten 3 members. And it looks like Nongshim, none of them are there. The Crystal is going to be wide open. And Vesakha are taking down the Crystal. And we have an even series, 1-1.
KI really tried to go back to base and clear out that last minion, but Jun Young was like, you know what? I'm not going to give it yet. I want this game number 2 victory.
Yeah, he's going to just easily take that one down. It's not about the kills. Vesakha playing that one a very high-level game. For an overqualifier team, you're seeing how much they've leveled up through the IKL and just how much better that they got, because that was very systematic.
Yes, very systematic. Great draft as well. Obviously, we started to see everybody start to come online, right? Obviously, Raven on the Lung. We talked about this within the draft that Raven was going to have a bit more of an easier time, right? Like, he was going to be able to use that infinite fastness to stay us alive, but also Jung Young with this Zhongfei stun was been phenomenal.
Yeah,
this is what we talk about, right? Exactly, boys. This is the Honor of Kings International Championship. You can never count any single team out. They didn't luck their way out to this tournament. They paid their dividends, they did their due diligence, and they made it this far. And I've got to say, Vesakha, and you were mentioning, they are looking so hot in this game too.
They're very strong, very strong. The way that they were able to kind of dismantle the assault from Nongshim RedForce and being able to just take whatever they were giving, but taking it away in the sense that like they were doing it in full control, not getting out of position, not panicking.
Exactly, and to your point as well, Nongshim RedForce, at the first few moments of the game, they were ahead by a bit. In terms of kills, map control, yes, they were ahead. But when they were on the over-aggression side, that's where we saw Genmiths, Gan and Mo catching illusions over-aggression, turning it into their favor. And every play from there on out, it was Raven always finding Siri and Illusion towards the backline.
Yeah, I mean, that was the stipulation of the victory, right? Is the fact you have to take out Illusion, take out Siri, and then really the only damage is going to come from, or at least the oppression would be Kyung9 on that party, which it seems like Vesakha Esports knew how to overcome that obstacle.
Yeah, and it's definitely helped by Genmith's blades, right? Once you have that man advantage, you cut somebody down, it makes it much, much easier, right? And he did it at left, right, like all the time. So he did a lot of damage. Just a really well-played game by Genmith.
It was really well played. I'm very interested to see what the itemization was in that game number 2 as well. Especially when we talk about itemization, I want to see what pathing of item that Raven went for. He went for the damage squishy one, whereby you go for the Axe Performance instead of the Starbreaker build.
Yeah, exactly. Instead of going for Starbreaker, I mean, overall, I mean, the defense onto the side of Nongshim RedForce would really be looking, obviously, the party here, but you saw it towards the end here on Haku on the Agudo, not dying a single time as well, so obviously not being able to get caught, but not being able to kind of tank enough to stop Raven's rundown.
But now, you take a look at the opposite end, the supposed consistent player that we keep prizing, Siri. Not the best game for the farm laner off the side of Nongshim RedForce. He was 1 and 4 in terms of KDA, consistently being caught out by the members of the side of Vesakha.
Yeah, it's just too much burst, right? He got caught out many a times by Genmith as well. So he had some of the most damage. Kyung9 had a decent amount as well, but this is a team that really did not have any answers. And going back to the draft, Vesakha expending quite a bit in terms of the hero pool.
But I do think that, although yes, in Game 1 and Game 2 they expended a lot of those hero pools, but what's important, they found their momentum on how they exactly need to play to fight against Nongshim RedForce. You can see, even though when Nongshim won, the goalie was like this. It was about like 2,000 to 3,000 at best. This was a landslide in favor of Vesakha.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. Nongshim RedForce are the greatest red, but the red is going in the favor of Vesakha Esports the entire time. They just completely control this one.
They've deceived their own red title, right? They went onto the blue, and then that's how they lost. But at the same time, not only did they get a bigger fraction of the gold, Vesakha did it quicker.
They did it quicker, they did it cleaner, and it was all due to the fact that Raven was their MVP player here. He had a lot of fantastic moments here, consistently catching Siri off guard, being the assassinator on this low pick. He was everywhere on towards the gorge, especially when there are squishies in his sights.
Yeah, and this is why Haku in Game 1 was focused on Raven every time. Because Raven was like, this is what can happen, right? When you let the guy go, he's on one of his favorite heroes in the Loom. This is exactly what you wanted in terms of a bounce-back game.
Yep, they bounced back beautifully on that Aoi in here. Let's check out the highlights here when it exactly made it for Vesakha to come back into this game here. I gotta say, all these plays, really, Genmith on that Garemo, finding all these backline picks is essentially what you need to be doing in escalating that lead.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you've got the long range here, obviously all set up and assassinated by Jung Young as well, right? Obviously using Unbridled Airburst just to create even more space for Genmith on this Ganemo, but at the same time, it was just the fact that Val was able to always just be in the face of Kyung9. Then obviously phase check, but yes, here he gets the double kill, gets taken down, however. But that was the really kind of the only Hail Mary play that Kyung9 did on this party.
Yeah, and to me, it kind of seemed like Haku on the Agudo, it just didn't really have as much impact.
No.
You saw Kyung9 and Siri like doing some damage. Siri got caught out too many times, but like the Agudo really didn't synergize well with the rest of them, which it seemed like they want to just go and do that damage, but the Agudo doesn't really fit into this.
I think a matter of gameplay, right? Whereby the Agudo was finding a lot of these pushes, but Siri on that channel was consistently being caught up by all the members for the side of Vesakha Esports. One moment we see Javelins jabbing the channel to death. Another moment we see channel getting shot towards the wall by the Unbridled Outburst here. So he didn't really have a best of the game here, especially Siri or the channel in the series at all.
Yeah, again, obviously, Chano going against Lung. It's obviously seems to be a little bit of a Lung pick, right? Obviously, game number 1, we saw that Nongshim RedForce had the Lung, they won. Game number 2, they had the Lung, they win. So clearly the favored matchup here, even though Chano was able to put that kind of aggression in the early game with the Spirit Wolves, didn't seem to be an issue here for Raven, but that's because I feel like Raven is able to just amass so much gold.
Yeah, just too much gold. And the Chano has just really not been able to be, like, it's looked at as a counter to the Loom. The Wolf, the leader pack, it makes sense. But the Raven, I mean, the Loom just has so much versatility in that toolkit, it's very difficult to deal with.
Especially when the Lung is like 3 or 4 items in towards the itemization. You flash in with a 3-1 basic attack combo, immediately deleting any squishy on towards the enemy team, using the ultimate and bail out towards to safety here. That is exactly what Vesakha's Raven did in that game number 2 that punished heavily against Chano on the hands of Siri.
Yeah, Siri did not have the funnest game in that game number 2, but I mean, this is a best of 5. Both teams are now 1-1. Whoever gets this one is obviously going to be a little bit better of a mental state here for either of these two teams, but Nongshim, once again, are falling towards these open series teams.
Yeah, and just struggling on that one. It's just one game. It hasn't been the series yet, so it's not a full panic thing. We knew it was going to go a little bit longer. Vesakha were going to be able to strike back. You saw that in game 1. They had that resolve. They were close, right? But game 2, that's when the execute happened, and they understand that, hey, Nongshim are vulnerable. We can take them down.
It's taking them down through the early game that Blam mentioned just now during the game 2 pick and bans, whereby you can't really compete against them in the slow and steady race here. So you flip the script, you challenge them in places that they are not so familiar with. So this gives Vesakha at least some sort of thinking room to say, hey, game 2, fantastic. How do we formulate a similar draft to game 2 to amp up the tempo and put pressure against Nongshim, to put pressure against especially Siri?
It was all about the early game, right? All about the early game. It was the Lung never actually be able to get and secure those neutral objectives pretty much every moment. I feel like they got majority of them and only Nongshim got 1 or 2 of them in that game number 2. But BP, obviously, is global ban pick. Neither of those teams can now pick that Lung once anymore. So it's now going to start to kind of all come undone. It's like, is Vesakha going to start to shine going further into the series, or is it going to be Nongshim RedForce?
I mean, the pay Byron, that's a lot of expensive, you know, heroes that you just expended here. I mean, you had to have used it. I get it. It makes a lot of sense. But now, how do they react? Because Vesakha, you've gotten a great game out of this one. Now you need to dig deeper, and then your drafts might not be as well synergized moving forward, which is a problem.
Which is a problem because game 1 was really what Nongshim RedForce to set up the trap for Vesakha here, burning majority of their heroes. It's like what? Chano gone, and then you don't have the Yuhuan, there's no Yangjian, there's no like all these picks here. So it's very painful if you are on the Vesakha side here. But coming to the blue side here, you do force out bans like the Arlie on from the side of Nongshim RedForce. That does allow Vesakha to visit things like the Luna, like the Maestro Nui, for example, if they want to go aggressive. Because look at the Liang ban. I am thinking they might go for an assassin pick for Nev.
They might go for the assassin pick here for Nev. I mean, it depends on what comes through after this one, right? Obviously, Nongshim have to think, did they ban out the Maestro Nui? Did they ban out something else? The Agudo here is going to be the ban for the side of Nongshim, really opening up some more of those expensive picks.
I'm not a huge fan of the ban. I mean, the Agudo, it's one maybe that they're looking as more of like a counter. Maybe they look for an Ogren themselves or something like that, kind of putting themselves in that situation. But, you know, again, they're going to open up the door for the Mai here, which is a little bit worrying. Genmyth could potentially fly on this one as well.
So now, this goes back to the same game plan in game number 2. You want to play fast, you want to play aggressive, and what better way of doing that? That's lock into Maestro Nui and trusting in Genmyth. Genmyth was finding all those big targets in game 2. On that Ganemo, it was Siri, it was Illusion, death under all those javelins. So right now, putting him on a Maestro Nui makes a ton of sense for the side of Vesakha.
Makes a ton of sense, but obviously the Hue 1 here getting picked up, obviously can be flexed into the support role, but into the mid lane, obviously having that long range kind of CC is really going to kind of stop the area effect of the Maestro as well, right? But Vesakha, they completely call out here. Obviously, Haku normally goes for the Orgrin as it's one of his trump picks here, but Vesakha's like, you know what? We want this one.
We want this one. We want to amp up the tempo. Make sure that early game is super duper strong. Coming in for the first 3 picks of Vesakha, Maestro, Orgrin, and DRJ, they do one thing, and it is to win the lane, roam, and then apply pressure on towards the map. That tree is exactly what we're looking at. But Haku, though, going on flip side, locking in that Luna pick.
Going for the Luna here is definitely an aggressive pick for the side of Nongshim RedForce. But we have to obviously point out, obviously, DRNG, the man is straight. He's able to get that legal immunity, right? So if Luna gets that mark onto him, if Haku tries to dive in onto the D-Ranger here, he can use that second skill to cleanse that mark off him, and it's completely going to kind of blunder the tempo here of Haku on the Luna.
Yeah, but it's also a way to get to the Mai. I mean, you kind of circumvent the Ogrin, you have options to get there, and now Vesakha needs to be a little bit, we go like a tankier style like Zhangfei Lian Po style to kind of, you know, help with the counter initiation, because once Haku jumps on top of you, you're going to have a bad time.
It's going to be difficult, especially when Haku jumps on towards you for the side, especially for Nev. You don't win the Luna in the mid-game team fights. You win the Luna by targeting her jungle. Make sure that she doesn't have a smooth early game. Remove the Azure Golem, remove the Crimson Golem. Make sure that this Luna is not well farmed.
I mean, that's a good way of contesting it as well. Like, if we see Nev play this Orgrin very aggressive here, he's going to have the Execute, which is going to make it a lot easier to take away that Azure Golem.
And so far, coming into the first 3 picks and first 4 picks for both of these teams, I'm starting to look at Vesakha in a much more advantageous way, especially in their ultimate game department that they excel so well on.
I feel like they're going to draft the Lian Po into this. Like, if they can get another bit of front line here into the support role or even some kind of sustain, then the Sakia may be the call out here. I mean, Sakia, we know that Faye loves to play that pick. When the DRNG comes out, this is a KME combo.
This is a KME combo. Vesakha's been doing their homework here, so this is a lot of aggression coming in for Vesakha here, with Bao on that Charlotte as the late game insurance here. But Nongshim RedForce playing towards their comfort picks here. Lady Zen with the likes of Luna here, so lots of funneling will be happening from the pockets of Illusion going into his bank account of Haku's Luna.
Yeah, if you're looking at Nongshim, I mean, this lineup here, it's got a decent amount of sustain. They have the potential to jump in the back line. You have Mayin and the Luna, of course, but then you have Vesakha on the other hand. They have the Ogrin and Secure. They have a decent amount of sustain themselves. This is going to be an interesting one.
Very interesting game indeed, right? Obviously, the Lady Gen there being able to drop the Destructor Deluge, maybe trying to counter that Conductor of Souls. But you got to really hope here for the side of Vesakha Esports that they're able to kind of just outscale in pace of Nongshim RedForce, get Orgrin online a lot quicker.
Exactly. You funnel the resources in towards the pockets of Nev. Make sure that Nev is this unstoppable raid boss so that you can formulate those fights against Luna in that jungle department. Steal away the buffs. Steal away the small camps. Make sure that this Luna on the hands of Haku does not have a smooth early to mid-game transition for those big team fights.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of big team fights as well, obviously Nev's going to play a big part in terms of getting the anti-heal as well, because obviously they're going to have the Q1 here for the side of Nongshim RedForce. So team fights with Nev, with the Blazing Caves, got to be kind of like it has to happen.
We know the draft. Who are you giving the edge to, though?
Well, for me, at the very least, if we were to look at the early game, though, tempo goes over to Vesakha here if they can find those early game markers here. But if it goes towards the late game, though, I think it's much more of a 50-50 lineup here, especially Siri is on that 4-ball marksman here. But that's all just theory here. We'll leave it to the pros to decide how it exactly goes out. Blam and Holler, you take the stage and you show me how it's done.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Sagi, we will get these crowd going through to game number 3 between Vesakha Esports and Nongshim RedForce. But back to your question, Holler. I'm going to go with Vesakha Esports.
Okay. Just the Ogrin is just a little too much, but it looks like the Mulberry power onto Haku. He's going to be chased down. He actually out-sustains it, but now they're in a bad spot. And Nev is going to be looking to go down. Series He's doing his own work, but Siri gets a little bit low, but Nev has already been killed. He's going to give up first blood, just being very invasive.
Gets first blood, but takes away the Azure Golem here. I mean, did they get what they came for? Absolutely, but obviously, Vesakha Esports were at the behest of that Guardian Spirit, obviously having to do the damage reduction and reduce damage to the enemy team.
Yeah, that was very close, but Kyung-Nai looking to trade the flash away. Kyung-Nai dodges the Kachusin, but Illusion on the prowl. Faye is going to be there as well. Are they able to commit, do any sort of damage? No, it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, no other pickups here for the side of Nongshim, RedForce, and obviously losing that Azure Golem and not being able to contest the enemy's Azure Golem as well is going to be an issue for Haku, right? Obviously, that cooldown reduction, getting to level 4, is not going to hit the same as it would if he had his Azure Golem.
Yeah, it's going to be very different. Haku's been definitely slowed down. This is a huge thing from Vesakha if they're able to continue, but now he gets a little bit serious. Oh, but the turnaround, and they find him. They get 2 members of Nongshim. And it looks like they're going to be very happy with that trade.
That was beautiful. Obviously, we saw Kyung-Nai go in, trying to get the knock up there, but then we saw Jun Young. He was just like, you know what? I know where you're going to go. Boom! Gets the mulberry power, knocks him up, enables his team just to get that clear 2 kills onto the top side of the map.
Oh, that's such a disaster. Trying to force the issue, and then Jun Young, that counter play, making him pay for any sort of assault on that one.
Yeah, any kind of assault, any kind of aggression here, but at the same time we are seeing Haku trying to get the dive onto the back line here. Not still quite having that Azure Golem, he's not quite optimal within this one, so maybe just focus getting the farm up, but once again, Vesakha putting the pressure on.
Oh, putting the pressure on, but the Mulberry Power is going to be a little off the mark on this one, but Haku can't even get to the Azure Golem. He's got to be frustrated. This is a huge issue for Luna.
It's a very huge issue for Luna, but at the same time, Vesakha playing very well here. Looking to use that path of passing just to push away Siri.
Yeah, pushing them away. Nongshim right now on the defensive, down about 1.2. It's only not even 3 minutes into this game. It looks like Vesakha have gotten Nongshim's number thus far.
They've got their number, and they are literally blundering the team of the KME, right? This is the champions of the King's Major Eastern Lane.
Oh, they get the pickoff on a Kyung-Nai. Jun Young with his Mulberry Powers has been on point. Faye is solo as well. And now here come the rest of them. And if he loses the Crimson as well, this could be an absolute disaster of a start. Vesakha forcing it down. Haku is on out of there, and it looks like Vesakha will take away another buff.
This is the problem though, right? Obviously, they are playing very well. They're putting a lot of pressure onto Nongshim, into the enemy jungle here. But to be honest, Gen Myth, he's not quite hitting the same as Jun Young, right? Obviously, the Mulberry Power, beautiful. Whereas those Kachusans, they are going a country mile, not hitting the target.
All right, okay. You're a little harsh on this one. He's doing his best. He's trying to get there, but I mean, he's gotten some kills. He set things up for the rest of them.
Yeah.
But Jun Young, yeah, to your point, he's been on fire.
Absolutely on fire here. But obviously, looking at the gold lead, it's still pretty much neck and neck here into the jungle of both of these 2 teams. But where the disparity starts to show is in that mid and into the farm lane as well as the clash lane.
Yeah, and it looks like, I mean, Haku so far behind, 2.4. Yeah. I mean, only 100K, it doesn't, or 100 gold. It doesn't seem like a lot, but you're a Luna. You want to be outclassing the Ogren. The Ogren definitely takes a little bit more time. He's a little bit slower, and now they're contesting the Azure Golem yet again. It looks like it's been taken away by Nev with another Smite steal.
Yeah, that's 3 Azure Golems, Hall. They're taken away from Haku onto 4, exactly, onto the Luna here. And look at
a Raven, but now Nev over the wall, putting a little bit of pressure onto Nev, but Haku just pushing him away to 4 members. They're going to find Haku, they get the pickup, and they make him pay. How dare you touch Raven?
Yeah, how dare you touch the golden boy. He's there just getting that farm up. Leave him alone. As you can see here, a 4.7k gold lead going over to Vesakha Esports at the territory of the T2s into the mid lane of flat side.
They found him. It looks like Paul, oh my god, barely surviving somehow. Nongshim threw everything at him, and he literally just dashes away, and all that space is given to Raven, who takes the bottom T2.
I think it's very clear that Nongshim didn't throw the kitchen sink, because they didn't get the kill, right? They threw everything but the kitchen sink, but now going into the back line here is just trying to scare away Raven.
Oh, but look at, I mean, they don't have a bottom T2. This is so early in the game. They put so much pressure on Nongshim on the defensive, all 5 members, and they're going to walk into Gen Myth, who throws out the Kachusin, gets on out of there.
Gets on there. Are they going to contest for this Crimson Golem right now between these 2 teams? Obviously, it's a huge contention here for the side of Nongshim RedForce, because these minor objectives have just been slowly bleeding away.
Yeah, slowly bleeding away, but it's because Vesakha, their movements have been great.
Yes.
They've been able to make them pay. They've taken away almost all of the buffs from Haku. He has been starving for any sort of farm in this game.
Yeah, exactly. He needs the attention, but now Haku.
Yeah, Nev is going to be pulled around. That might have been a little too deep, and it looks like he will fall, so they do make him pay. But they take the top T2. Jedmith is going to be killed as well. Now they're looking to go for this one, but they're not able to get any more. They've gotten 3 members thus far. A huge win for Nongshim.
Yeah, one good team fight was all it took there for the side of Nongshim RedForce. You can see
okay, now he flashes forward, finding Raven. With the legal immunity on there, they're going to bounce him around. They're going to do the damage. They get the revenge. The Mulberry power is going to be on point, but that's going to be pretty much it. Nongshim striking back.
Beautiful play there by Kyung9. He used the spike tail as a rebound, used the flash, got the distance, claimed Raven.
Oh man, that was a huge one for Nongshim. I mean, they're still far behind, but they're giving themselves a chance off of that nice team fight there.
Absolutely. There's definitely going to be a bit of an open door here for the side of Nongshim RedForce. Be able to get that team fight, be able to get that T1 down to the bot side of the map, and just know that they can lock this bird back in its cage.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. I mean, Vesakha do not want to be caged off. You're seeing just how well they're playing. They've been very on point. A lot of it has been set up by Jun Young. I mean, he's 3-0-3. I mean, it'd be great if those kills were on, you know, some of the other cores, but I think they're going to be happy with his performance thus far.
Oh, absolutely. He's definitely been a little bit greedy with those kills. Yeah, it would be nice going over to the likes of either the Orgrid or even Maisha Inui here, but no. Vesakha are looking to go for this next objective here, go for the Tyrant, put the pressure on.
Yeah, putting that pressure on Nongshim. All they can do is watch, and they're not able to get anything. Faye is taking a lot of damage. Oh, that Aerostorm does some work on Nev, though. He needs to be careful.
Absolutely needs to be careful. They need to kind of protect the Zakia here as well. Obviously, it is their real need of healing here.
Yeah, definitely need some sort of sustain to continue on if they want to continue with this push here. But Vesakha doing a good job of just shifting gears a bit, right? Let's get our farm. We have a huge lead. Maybe we can catch somebody out just making a rotation.
Make the rotation, make it happen here, but Kyung9 waiting in the wings, right? Like, this is the Stalker. This is what Mayin is meant to do, is just wait for that lonely target.
Oh, Faye in a bad spot, the unending sorrow. He's going to be chased. It looks like they want to go for him. Jedmith going around, but Jedmith gets caught out. The Ocean of Tears is on point, but it looks like they want to go for Siri, who's dancing around. Ball has been killed, and now it looks like Haku is looking to fight. He gets Seer stated, but he does trade his life away, and it looks like they've got Jun Young. Raven is going to be picked off, and now Nev. How does he fight against 3 members? He's gotten a double kill thus far. Nobody wants any action from Nev.
Kyung9, you little minx. You saw him backflipping into the backline of the enemy team there. Like, he really applied the pressure on. Obviously, the damage coming from Illusion onto the Lady Jen. But he dies for the Azure Golem.
Oh, man. He was trying to be a little cheeky on that one to take the Azure and get himself onto this. But Siri is starting to do some serious damage.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the Flowbolt marksman, right? This is something we haven't really covered within this one. But let's look at this instant replay for the side of Nongshim RedForce. Jedmith committed a little bit too over-aggressive there. Obviously, getting caught out, getting CC, getting locked into place. Not really getting the results here, but again, Kyung9 masterfully coming in as they're all low health. Gets the kill onto Jung Young, and then straight onto the back line of Raven.
Yeah, and Raven there. I mean, it looked good for Nev, but then this is the moment where Siri was like actually not hitting his golem at all. He was going all in on a Nev and made him pay. Nev tried to be a little cheeky on that one.
Nev just didn't want to live without his teammates. He was like, how can I be the sole survivor? I have to die.
Probably not great in the long term. I mean, yeah, you want to just stay alive. But I get it. He was a little depressed, and now he had joined them and now he's reincarnated. He's back with his friends.
Exactly. It's now actually no, Jedmith is still waiting to come up, so they must have fallen down within that instant replay there, which is a little bit of a shame for the side of Vesakha Esports. But the Maisha Inui, as we've seen already with the KDA, you're looking at more assists than kills.
Yeah, more assists in that one. But look at the top T2. The net worth is completely shifted in favor of Nongshim. And Vesakha are left wanting at this point, just watching that tower go down.
Yeah, T2 goes down to the top side of the map here. Vesakha Esports has definitely been pushed back to maybe put themselves down a bit, right? Like, trying to humble them is going to be Nongshim RedForce, getting them to take a seat.
Yeah, to do something at this point, because right now Vesakha on the defensive, this is not where they wanted to be. They had a lead, they had an opportunity to really take it to Nongshim, but Nongshim just finding the gaps, good team fights to get themselves back into this one.
Yeah, I mean, Siri here, obviously, 9.6k to Ravens 8.1k. He's definitely going to start to show a bit of a blunder here for the side of the Vesakha Esports. Obviously, using an Arrow Storm, he's going to be able to create the access into the backline and already do a lot of damage into the enemy team before the team fight even happens.
Yeah, that would be huge, especially on Nev, who's been like the main guy on Vesakha, right? If he's able to just get whittled down like he's wearing paper armor, I mean, he's going to have a tough time, and they don't really have many opportunities to find a way to get onto Siri as well.
Yeah, unfortunately not for the side of Vesakha Esports. I mean, they had the clear lead early on, but now it's slowly but surely going into the favor of Nongshim RedForce in terms of the gold lead, in terms of the pressure and dominance they have into the enemy jungle now.
Yeah, and it looks like, look at this moment in the mid lane here. Siri doing just a little bit of work in terms of the zoning, just pushing them out. The Shadow Vanguard is in the bottom lane, so you want to be pushing the mid-top as much as possible.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, just creating that pressure, creating the illusion into the bot side of the map here, whereas you go for the top side here. Nev looking pretty low, has to get out of that T2 territory, gets taken down here by the side of Nongshim Red.
And this is a sad moment for Nev, because in the front, he was in the front, and he was taking everything, and he's like, ha ha ha, I can take everything. But Siri's got that point where he does some serious damage, and Nev has to respect it. He has to play a much safer.
Oh, absolutely. If he wants to maintain his life, then yeah, play safer is going to be the name of the game here for the side of Vesakha Esports. But now, Nongshim are taking no prisoners. They're going for the T3s. They're going for the jugular.
Yeah, they're wrapping around. They find him, and they do a decent amount. They find Raven. That's a huge win for them. Ball flashes away, but he actually walks into the arms of Haku. They're taking the bottom T3. Nev is trying to fight this one out. The Conductor of Souls, but how much damage can he sustain? He's going to go down. The crystal is wide open, and Nongshim will take game number 3.
Game number 3 going over to Nongshim RedForce. After being battered in the early game, they came back with one play. We need to have a look back at that one, right? The instant replays that we're going to be seeing there, the highlights. There's a lot to talk about with this one.
Yeah, just being able to pull that one out, but Nongshim, it shows the resolve, all right, of this team, of just how they're able to bounce back. At the same side, Vesakha just showing how strong they can be, really putting the pressure on to Nongshim.
Yeah, but man, the pressure cannot be stopped. If you stop for that one moment, you give the breathing space for Haku. You saw, at the start of the first few minutes, he had no buffs, and they were just slowly bleeding out the game. But the moment you see Nev die twice, immediately, the game flipped back into an even state, and then Nongshim punish the side of Vesakha so hard that they force a comeback with such ease of repeated team fights at the latest of the game.
Yeah, and that was because Siri had actually gotten that farm, right? Once he hit that moment, you're like, okay, that has no answers. The rest of Vesakha were like, oh wait, we don't have a tank, we don't have anybody, we cannot outrange this guy who's just hitting us from afar.
And it wasn't only that, it's the fact that KIC2025 was actually just diving onto the backline as well, right? Like that one play that I want to see in his highlight is where he uses the rebound of that spike tail to cover the distance onto Raven, onto the backline, was just beautiful.
It was beautiful indeed here, but talking about beautiful, I gotta give props towards Nongshim RedForce. They really survived that early game and formed the potential comeback here. The first one was the 3 kills going in favor for the side of Nongshim after Nev overdosed towards enemy team. And the second one was Nev dying at the 10-minute mark, being overly greedy on that Azure Golem, which resulted a losing team in terms of gold, getting that Shadow Tyrant. This is not what you want to be expecting if you want a clean game coming in from Vesakha.
Yeah, I think going back to this draft, if you saw the fact that the Luna was picked early, you're thinking, this is going to be an all Haku game. Actually, it wasn't. It was all of, a bit of a bait in that sense. It was about Siri on this flowboard.
Yeah, Siri on the flowboard, but also KIC2025 on the Mayin as well, right?
True.
Like, I feel like if they didn't get the setups here of KIC2025, this game would have been a monstrous victory here for the side of Vesakha Esports. But yeah, as you stated, Hauler, is the fact that Vesakha Esports knew what to do with the Luna, right? Completely get rid of that Azure Golem, and she becomes a cannon, a glass minion.
And you see the gold graph here that was being generated by both of these two teams here. Vesakha Esports, for the first about like 8-9 minutes, they were having such a field day. Junyoung and also Nev finding picks across the board, generating super duper high leads for the team. I gotta say, Raven wasn't even there for half those team fights. It was really the support and also the jungle just dashing through Nongshim RedForce. But in the end, if you make mistakes at the 10th minute mark, you will be punished, and it will be punished hard here.
Yeah, I mean, look at that goal graph. You're kind of like any coach is just like, okay, we're going to be losing for quite a bit, but at the 10-minute mark, we'll be able to turn it around. That's the only moment we're able to do it. But the MVP of this one has got to be Kyung9 on that Mayin. He was making some serious impact plays as he was getting to that back line. 6, 3, and 5. That's what you want from a Clash laner.
Great KDA, great damage dealt, but also the damage taken as well, right? Like, he was in the thick of it, and everybody knows. But let's look at these highlights, as you can see here. When the game wasn't going too well for the side of Nongshim RedForce, we saw beautiful plays here by Illusion on the Lady Jen, using that Destructive Deluge very well to counter the Ogre.
And this was the MVP play here coming in for the side of Nongshim. Kyung9 here. He got the first kill onto his Gen Myth here, and immediately collecting the kill onto his Bow. Look how he paths himself towards the backline here, using Death as a bouncing tool, getting into the backline onto his Raven here. And at this point, right, the monstrous lead generated by the side of Vesakha in towards the early game already neutralized due to that dive that Nev did towards top side.
Just completely neutralized here. And then once Haku gets a little bit of space, the rest of the team really supported him, so he got to that moment where he was able to turn it around. That's exactly what you wanted to do. And you're talking about this Nongshim lineup as being a 5-man squad. Everybody is stepping up.
Exactly. You need to step up when one of your members are getting pummeled down. And in that case with Nongshim RedForce, in game number 3, it was Haku's jungle being repeatedly entered and invaded here. But who came out on top? It was the other 4 members here, playing slow and concise, finding that key moment in punishing Nev in those overly aggressive attempts.
Exactly right. A very aggressive attempts here from the side of Nongshim RedForce here. Vesakha, obviously, they did have the potential lead coming through as well. Obviously, the Nev on the Orgrin was a fantastic performance. But before we go into the next game, we're going to take a short break. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We want to see the conclusion of this series.
We're back from the short break, and right now we are back into game number 4 between Nongshim RedForce against Vesakha Esports here. And if you're wondering, what's the current score right now? It is 2-1 in favor of the boys in red.
This is the moment. This is the opportunity. I mean, yeah, they had to fight for it. Vesakha gave them everything in game 3.
That was a challenge.
That was not an easy one. It was looking very bad for Nongshim.
It was indeed. I mean, for a moment there, I thought you was basically saying, here's to the moment. I was like, yes, let's get a karaoke going. We are in the Philippines. It is part of the culture. We need that karaoke.
Yeah, those lyrics are copyrighted. I don't want to take that. I don't want to get in trouble.
We're associated with this now, okay?
Okay.
It's like stealing from a family member. It's okay.
But moving on towards the global ban picks here, we start to see the burnout picks from all the teams here in the past 3 games here. And I gotta say, if we were to look towards the Vesakha side, all 3 games, they're committing really hard over the draft here, which makes me wonder, game 4, what are you going to whip out for a favorable lineup, especially in towards the early game-centric draft?
I mean, looking into this one, I'll answer that one in a second, but it's continuing on with the alternating teams winning, right? We've seen this throughout. I don't know if Nongshim can do enough on this one, but now is the moment. If they want to close out the series, probably like a pay. Just go fast pace, take the fight to them. Like, this is your advantage. This is your moment to really close this team out. Now's the time to whip that one out.
Potentially, right?
Yeah.
If you want to play towards the fast tempo that Vesakha is doing so good at, because last game we saw what exactly happened. It was Vesakha dominating early towards the mid game, up until the 8-minute point, whereby Nev suffered a bit of an issue with that dive and caused a landslide of a lead to tumble in favor back into the pockets of Nongshim RedForce here. So, coming into game number 4, you need to match that early game to allow yourself to have a comfortable environment, especially if you are Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, Nongshim RedForce obviously onto the red side once again, and then Vesakha Esports going onto the blue. I mean, it's been a deliverable good here for the side of Nongshim being onto the red side and getting that victory, but it's going to be Vesakha banning out that Dharma. They do not want Kyung9 to get another playmaking pick into the clash lane.
Exactly. Last game on that Mayin, even though they were behind, it was Kyung9 using the enemy Nev as a bouncing tool to get close towards Raven and executing Raven. It was like, what? A 5,000 goalie, but it was strong due to the fact that Kyung9 came out clutch in those situations.
Huge. Absolutely huge. And him being able to find him. It's been a... Like, Nongshim win if they're able to shut down Raven. If they're able to find ways to find... Again, just be able to take him out. And that has been their MO. Vesakha need to do a better job of keeping it alive. Then they'll have a chance.
They'll have a chance indeed, but what they won't have a chance is playing that Diadea or the Ali once again for the side of Vesakha Esports. So going over to the blue side, obviously we've seen picks like the Lung already been picked up, the Org had already been picked up here for the side of Vesakha Esports. So did they go for another one of Raven's pick like they did last time that was on blue side? Or did they go and take away that Guan Yu?
The Guan Yu pick is smart here because this allows your opponent to go for picks like the Liang, to go for those Princess Liang Frost combo that you will be looking to anticipate here. So pretty smart pickup here for the side of Vesakha here. And to your point, Nongshim RedForce, they're done playing the late game environment. They want to control the pace through the superior map control. They pick up the pay here to really look for dominance in this game number 4.
It's all about pace. It's all about tempo. It's all about that momentum. They felt it after that game 3. If they have an early game lead, it's much easier to play from that position. So they're looking to, again, close out the series here.
Close out the series here. I mean, Faye getting that pick up onto the junk phase. Pretty stonks here for the side of Nongshim RedForce with those cool kids at home. But Vesakha Esports, they go for the second pick here for Raven, going for that late game insurance. It's going to be that lead soon here. But in terms of obviously the pickup, obviously they're trying to use that junk phase to open up the final lane first and catch the new late into the back line.
And to see the first 3 picks coming in from Vesakha, it's actually very teamfight centric, whereby you want to use Jen-Nim, his Yixing, to lock in all the members for the side of Nongshim RedForce, and then force a fight with Balls Razor Cavalry on that Guan Yu. Force it into a pit. It's like, you get pitted down by the board, you fight to your death.
Fight to your death indeed. Obviously fighting on the own terms of here of Vesakha Esports. He's going to be using that Yixing. But now we're getting to the second ban phase. Obviously for the side of Vesakha Esports, we're looking at the jungle. We're looking at the support pick here, and then over to Nongshim. We're looking for the mid. We're looking for that clash lane.
A lot of opportunities, but the Yixing is my biggest worry, right? Because if you get caught in, I mean, Haku, on that pay, you're going to be in a bad spot. You are squishy. You don't want to be in that situation. Plus, you have the Guan Yu that can further shuffle them in with that Razor Cavalry. This is a great combination. They want a team fight. So Nongshim need to figure out ways, again, keep everyone from afar, but space out.
And also remove all the potential counters that will limit this Guan Yu in towards that clash lane here. Picks like the Charlotte here exceptionally well in that 1v1, potentially consider the Fuzi as well as a potential ban to really allow Ball to find those late game or even mid game flanks on this Guan Yu.
It would be key. They can just literally, if they were able to Razor Cavalry into a board, that's a game ender right there, situation. Right? Nongshim does that. That's usually they've done that in KME. This is a combination that they're very familiar with, but execution gonna be key. They still have some picks.
I'm not just a person,
Rosa,
but a
Shadow
bad
Blue
one.
has been picked up by Kyung9 here. So I like this pick. This has been, I think, like, been showing up more, especially in the MKO regions. The MKO teams love to pick this, especially when they want to put the carry focus on towards the clash nature. So this one going on towards Kyung9, who just recently got MVP after their game 2 performances. So it makes a lot of sense.
The monkey here being drafted onto the side of Vesakha Esports is a bit of a funny one, right? Because, I mean, the Nongshim have the Marco Polo already. Marco Polo being a very good counter to the monkey here with the true damage.
Maybe it's not to soak up damage. It's to really provide that bounce house. Play with Gen Mip's board on that Yixing. And then you play a team fight with 3 sides. Board first, then Dream Roam, Razor Cavalry coming in from both sides to really sandwich the enemy team, especially the likes of the Pei onto the hands of Kaku.
While it sounds amazing to get all those wombo combos and stacking everything, who's going to be doing the damage? You have the lady soon, Raven. If Raven gets picked off in this team fight, yeah, they can stun for days, but they don't have any cleanup.
Exactly, that's a big hit right there. And it's going to be a walk-in for that illusion as well, so you best believe that they are trying to funnel every single thing into 3 members here. Kyung9 on that Night Blue, Siri on a Marco Polo, and finally Haku will be the main benefactor of Illusion Sanctification when he hits level 16.
Exactly, it just kind of gives Pei a little bit more of a longer lifeline, right? Obviously you don't be falling up into the mid game, but then if you get that Sanctification, it kind of carries him and scales him into that late game here for the side of Nongshim RedForce. But like you were saying, Holder, in terms of the damage, you're relying on the stacks of the Yixing. If Yixing gets picked up and you're not into the late game, then Raven on the Lady Sun here needs to make sure that he's getting, like, I feel like the key marker would be if he builds the Eternity Blade like 3-4 minutes, right?
Yeah, it's I mean, they need more than one damage dealer to really help support with this one. But going into the Nongshim lineup, for me, it's about this illusion pickup. The Jia in the last one, he hasn't had too much success in the KME, but bringing it out here, I'm assuming that he's actually spent a lot of time to really just kind of help support the team because it was, dare I say, a little lackluster at times.
I have to agree with you, but if you were to look towards the draft of Nongshim RedForce, yes, it looks super good on paper here, but that's if Siri on the Marco Polo and also Faye on that Zhang is able to sustain the laning phase that's being generated. Pressure super duper high that's being set on by Lady Sun and also the monster that's being paired up by the Vesakha dual lane.
Agreed. I mean, going into this one, it's all about that pace, though. I mean, the problem with like a Marco Polo, the Jia, sometimes you don't really have a great early game, so you're playing from behind. But with this tempo that's being provided by Haku on that Pei, you're looking to kind of ensure that you have a good early game.
It makes sense, whereby you want to be playing everything in that early game between 2 things, Haku and also Faye here. But that's for them to find out, that's for them to execute it in towards this game. Will Vesakha bring it into a game 5 equal, or will Nongshim RedForce end this one and bring it into a 3-1 finish, sending them to the upper brackets? Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Saki. As we get into this one, of course, a match point for Nongshim RedForce. They have an opportunity to close out Vesakha. It has not been easy in this series, though.
It hasn't been easy either. I mean, Val here getting a bit of trouble with the 2v1. Yeah, but at the top side of the map, Guan Yu trying to force them away, but at the same time, he may fall and gets taken down.
Yeah,
Pei.
Yeah, but Ball on this one, this is a weird one because he was on the blue side and he was actually on the wrong end. He was on like the more, dare I say, the red one, because he was trying to push them back, but it's only bringing them back back to where he wants to retreat to. Not a great spot for Ball, giving up first blood.
Yeah, Satnav became a little bit dysfunctional there onto the side of Vesakha Esports as Bal there. He took the wrong turn. He was going down the M1. He had to turn all the way back and then got took down there by Fei on the Zhang Fei. But this is going to be a great setup here for the side of Nongshim RedForce, right? Like, this early game is definitely going in their favor into the top side of the map.
It was going to be in favor regardless, but now with that first blood, definitely going to help them on out. Not what you want to see if you're a Vesakha fan, because, again, it's all about just ensuring that you survive that early game. Don't give up early towers and just, you know, just wave clear more than anything else.
Yeah, wave clear more than anything else here for the side of Vesakha Esports right now, because the team fight potential here, obviously damage, not going to quite come through just yet on the side of Nongshim. Siri here, we're going to be looking at obviously going for the likes of this Spark Forge Dagger and the Doomsday before the Marco Polo here on Siri starts to really pack a punch.
Will be definitely packing a punch, and that's going to be a problem here. I think if we're looking at this one, though, Siri, though, can obviously cut, you know, close out games, right? Especially on this Marco Polo, he's going to be able to do that. But Haku right now, it's about getting that farm, getting going, right? And ensuring that you have that space. Dev looking to invade, probably a great idea by him.
Very great idea by the side of Dev, obviously just trying to push away Illusion here, joining his buddies down to the bot side of the map. John Young, sorry, is just going to be checked out here.
And Haku, just most of the farm is going to be given to him. Illusion is still there. Nice little play, Universal Law into Nev, but he just shrugged that off.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good thing, obviously, about the side of Vesakha Esports, right? Obviously, Gem Myth, he's got a great wave clear. Obviously, that's taking liberties is a great skill just to kind of chunk away the lifelines of your minions.
Yeah, it will definitely help, and they're going to need a lot of that wave clear. I mean, Nev, if he's able to just kind of be tanky enough to kind of attract a lot of the attention, the initiations, if you will, they're going to have a much better time, because, again, everything kind of revolves around him. Then you're looking at, like, you know, perfect stuns, because they have stunts for days on Vesakha.
Yeah, it's like Sagi was saying, right? Obviously, they have the perfect execution with the likes of, obviously, the Razor Cavalry, the board, as well as the Dream Roam, but that's three big key components that you may not have in every team fight, right? Like, Nongshim RedForce are more than likely going to have that detail and know that they can't take a team fight on that front.
Yeah, I think Nongshim, if they do a good job of understanding when skills are on cooldown and kind of avoid certain timings, they're going to have a much better time. So it's going to be very key, because all cooldowns that are available to Vesakha, and nobody really wants to fight into that death ball.
Oh, absolutely not, no. Especially with Nev onto the monkey, right? Obviously, if they manage to get series to sort of like level up a little bit faster here, obviously he is blundering here on the gold lead against Raven. So he needs to be
nice Razor Cavalry. They find Haku. The heroic charge is on point as well. They're doing the damage, and with that board, this is that moment. Was Ball able to find it, and he does some serious work, and now Kyung9 is getting a little bit low. Oh, but nice little punishment onto him, but he goes in for that. Dev with the Dream Roam gets that pick off.
Very beautiful pick off there. I mean, it is a sign of the times here for the side of the Vesakha Esports, playing very well into that mid lane. But at the same time, Raven has not been checked just yet. He's just kind of having the time of his life.
Still a bit early, right? I mean, it's only 4 minutes in. They're going to pick up the Tyrant, but this is looking great for Vesakha, right? That's the perfect start that you're looking for. Vesakha even looking to potentially steal on this one. I think it would be very, you know, miraculous if they were able to do it. Not able to do it.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be Nongshim. Yeah, they did their ball this way.
Oh, the Living Savior, but the Dream Roam, he's not able to get away, and Nev is starting to do some serious work on this Mickey.
Yes, Preacher Child being built here for the side of Vesakha's ball as well means that he's kind of engages onto this back line just to get him stunned, locked into place. It's going to be something that Nongshim have to consider when they don't know where Ball is.
They got to be like a little bit aware, right? They just can't be grouped up until you know where Ball is, because he can catch you out, turn the team plate on its head, and this is what happens, and you're down 3-1 now.
3-1 in terms of the kills, and the gold lead is quite exponential at this point of the game, right? 1.6k gold lead is definitely going to kind of bring the flavor that you need, especially onto picks like Monkey here with the Blazing Cape, kind of mitigate any kind of healing that comes through. But we haven't really been seeing that devastating combo of the Isuya as well as the Marco Polo with the damage reduction from Isuya.
Yeah, not yet. I mean, Haku right now still farming in his own jungle, looking to just, you know, taking from the different lanes, right? They're trying to be greedy, letting them get going a little bit faster to kind of catch back up, because Vesakha right now, they've got a sizable lead.
A big sizable lead here from the side of Vesakha Esports right now. But I mean, Haku is just trying to get a little bit of that pressure back into his own ball game here, taking away that the 5 beat.
Yeah, they'll take that one out. And now if we're looking in the mid lane here, Vesakha, again, just changing gears. They want to understand that the Azure Golem is going to be the next target here. Nev is still up in front. It's going to come back to Smite. It looks like Haku will commit it. Does get it.
Haku, actually...
Oh, no, sorry, Nev.
Yeah, Nev gets that one. So taking away the Azure Golem here is definitely a little bit of the same story from last game, right? Like, yes, it's not as straightforward going off from a pay, but still, that's resources your enemy's stealing away from you.
Yeah, taking away everything at this point. Young9 on this one. The Umbrosa's going to be an interesting one. I don't know if we've seen him on the Umbrosa.
I don't think so either.
I don't remember seeing him.
No. Not at all, but I mean, he's definitely... nothing really shining out just yet, right? Obviously, we can potentially see as we get into more sort of like team fights orientated for the side of Vesakha Esports and Nongshim that then we see Young9 just looking for those split pushes, right?
Yeah. And I mean, it looks like they're going to decide to go. The board has been set up. They've got locked into 3. The Fatal Frenzy just keeping them up, but the box is slowing them down. And here comes the Dream Roam. The Unbridled Outburst. Faye looking to turn this around. John Young is a little bit low, but here comes the Razor Cavalry. He's under tower, pushing them around. Siri has to Fever Barrage just to safety, but Faye is getting even low, but Fall has already been killed. Haku now being focused in. It looks like he's going to go down. Nev is doing some serious work, but 4 members down from Vesakha. Nongshim now, it looks like they want to trade. They have 2 members from Nongshim, and they're not able to get Nev at this point.
Not able to get Nev at this point, and they don't have the minion wave crashing through into the turret just yet, so they might just go and trade this T1 for the life of Nev. But a 4-3 trade overall here from the side of Nongshim. RedForce is definitely what they wanted after that early game.
If you wanted to see 2 teams really want this game, this is it, right? And just break that one down, DJ Blam.
Well, I mean, it's rightfully so though, right? This is like not tournament life on the line, but it is the potential that you get taken down into the lower brackets, which is then when your tournament life gets threatened.
Yeah. I mean, like Ball doing some serious work on that one. I mean, he just his ability to just move people around the map does some serious work, and they turn this around. But Nev is tanky enough to deal with these squishies at this stage. So again, Vesakha not the worst, but again, they're just looking to fight at this stage.
Looking to fight, just looking to kind of just get by, which in Honor Kings isn't always going to be the means of a victory in the game. I mean, yes, getting by might be able to kind of just limit the amount of times you die and limit the amount of gold you give over to the enemy team, but it's all about the enemy team brewing up that moment.
Look at how Nev actually has a 2K lead over Haku. Just been completely turned it around. He's 4-0-2, picking up the Tyrants. If there's ever a player that's like, hey, I want this game, Nev is the moment. And they find Graven. They get the pick, but Dream Roll from Nev gets the return kill. Haku's going to be killed as well. They have the Fox, and Siri needs to be a little bit careful. He's going to get gone on. Nev gets the kill. Faye leaping Saviors back to safety. Illusion is there, but he gets pushed under the tower. Ball making moves.
Beautiful. Putting the ball into the back of the net there. It was going to be Ball just pushing Illusion into that T1, getting that kill over here. But now Young9 with a bit of a that'll just tip for tap.
Young9 has to use a Fatal Frenzy just to stay alive. Nev has been such a nuisance. Ball is as well. These guys are balling.
They are balling indeed, right? You have to add another L and an I and an N onto the side of Ball, but he is definitely putting his name on the staple Guan Yu pick.
What a great game thus far, but can they close it out? Again, this is all space for Raven, who has been focused quite a bit. He's died twice already, which is not great, but the rest of Vesakha really picking up the slack.
They are picking up the slack. Neb's on like, what, 604 KDA right now onto the Monkey. Really being the carry and the front line his team needs in this game number 4.
Yeah, what a great game by Nev. I mean, if there's ever a player that's like, hey, I got this game, we're going to go to a game 5, this is the one, because he's created so much havoc for Nongshim. They really don't have any answers.
No answers at all at this moment in time, but I mean, it looked like that for the last game, right, where Nongshim looked like they were pretty much back towards the ropes, but we can't count them out. They have got some kind of level 10-minute mark activation.
Yeah, and it's really come back to Siri, who's been quiet, right? He's stayed alive. He hasn't really done too much on that one. But now the Fatal Frenzy, the heroic charge. Oh, it's pushed around Young9. Doesn't matter how many lives you have, you're going to be killed on that one. The Unbridled Outburst, but they've got the Overlord, and that's going to be huge for them. But now Vesakha with that kill, they did trade away the Overlord, though.
Trade away the Overlord, trade away the Unbridled Outburst, but that was a nice play, though, by the side of Nongshim's Faye, right? Obviously just using the Unbridled Outburst, cancelling out the Dream Roam, and enabling no steal there, but into the top side of the map. Haku doing a lot of damage onto Bal, just making him force away. Where's he going to drop this Vanguard? Obviously into one of these lanes that currently being pushed, or maybe they put it in the top side and just allow Siri just keep farming up.
Yeah, I think you're going to see exactly how the enemy team is moving before you really want to commit it. You can be a little strategic with this as you can place it where you want. But like, let's talk a little bit about Siri. He's actually 500 gold behind Raven, and he's died a single time. But this is the thing where, you know, in the last game, they won because Siri was, again, off the map. He was farming, and he was able to like overcome. But now he's actually behind, not the same situation.
Not the same situation. You can kind of see this going for a little bit more of a playmaking potential, right? Obviously, you get the Frigid Charge being that fourth item onto the automation. Look at the build, that Daybreaker as well. He's looking for damage.
We'll definitely look for damage. It looks like the Shadow Vanguard is going to be in the top lane, so that's going to be the push. But this Kyung9-033, a little underwhelming in that sense, hasn't really been able to kind of pop off because Vesakha is just so tanky, and they're like pushing him in a bad spot, which is just like not been great for him just overall.
Exactly. I mean, there's a lot of CC onto the enemy team, right? Like if you try and dive in with that second skill of the Rosa, you're just going to get stopped into your place, locked down, and she doesn't have the biggest health bar at this moment in time.
Yeah. But it's not about the size. It's about the motion of the ocean. I don't know what that means. But it looks like Nongshim here are going to look to kind of push with the Shadow Vanguard. They're going to put a little bit of pressure on, but it's more than anything else, they want the buffs if they're able to take them out. And it looks like the cooldowns are not on time.
Yeah, I mean, with nothing else onto the Gorge right now, obviously taking away those little camps is definitely going to make Vesakha Esports be like, right, okay, this definitely going for our gold lead here.
Yeah, it's all about that gold lead. I mean, there's a 2K ball looking around, finds the Razor Cavalry. Here's that board, that 1-2 combination, and the old man Illusion is going to be killed. Haku getting thrown around. He's just trying to dash away if he's going to be pounced, but Ball is on the horse. He's looking to cut off the angle of retreat. Haku's looking to go down. No chance to get away from Raven.
No chance in heck for the side of Nongshim Esports. Nongshim RedForce as they get the takedown top side of the map, but it's also going to be Illusion that gets taken down as well. But this is the beauty of Kyung9 onto the Umbrosa, right? If your team's fighting, split push.
Yeah, you got to take advantage of it. I mean, that's the only way you can get by a little bit of space. Yeah, you take the bottom T2, that's going to be great, but I mean, this is the moment where the T3s are now under siege. This is not great. The top T3 going down so quickly. The Umbrella Offer is now going to be used, but at what cost? And now Kyung9 on the back. The Fatal Frenzy trying to go for Raven, but he's in a bad spot. Kyung9 has been killed. Ball, hunting, praying for it. Wants to go for Faye. Not able to find the right angle.
Not able to find the right angle, but obviously the team, the boys are back in red as well. Obviously cleaning out that top side of the map. Making sure they don't lose another high ground trip, but they do lose that T2 into the mid lane here.
Yeah, this mid T3 is now going to be under siege. Vesakha has been in full control with these minions just taking it down. The amount of damage they have, Raven just whittling it down so quickly.
Very quickly here onto the side of the Vesakha Esports. Raven's now online, right? And the good thing about that Lady Sun, that rolling raid, you don't have to be anywhere near the turret, and you can just chip away at that health. And you know for a fact, that health's not going to recover.
Yeah, it's not going to recover whatsoever. And so now they're going to take the Overlord. Nongshim, all hands on deck in terms of the defense. No space, no time. And now with Vanguards looking to come in, it's going to be even tougher.
Even tougher for the side of Nongshim RedForce, definitely here. But to be honest, Vesakha, they've definitely put the pressure on, right? Like they've learned from that last game where they put the pressure on in the early game and just kind of let it just glitter away from them.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing they learned was like, let Nev cook. Yeah. They've got the board, they've gotten him in a bad spot. Kyung9 is still up in front with the Fatal Frenzy, not able to find Gen mid. He gets picked off yet again. The Stampede is going to be there, but it looks like Haku and Kyung9, I mean, Siri's already been killed on this one. All the damage has been taken out. Vesakha making quick work of the entire team. Faye is the last man standing, and it looks like Vesakha off the triple off of Raven will march down mid lane, and Vesakha will even the series, and we're going to yet another game number 5.
Yes, and the Dream Road there, a bit of a flex from Nev. He's just like, you know what, I can take all the damage, you're not going to come back, we're going to get the crystal, we're going to get game 4. We're going to game 5, ladies and gentlemen.
If we're looking at that game, I mean, it just seemed like Vesakha had all of the answers to this test. Nev was on point with that Menki.
Oh, absolutely.
If there was ever a player that was like, I am not losing this game, that was that moment.
That's a scary prospect, though. Like, the fact that Vesakha has taken, once again, Nongshim RedForce, this is an open series team, Vesakha, almost to the full format of this game. This first best of 5 within KIC is just showing that Nongshim definitely have their faults, and these Open Series teams have the right flavor they need to be cup contenders.
And the interesting part coming into the last 3 games that we saw, it was always Vesakha in the lead in the early game. Yes, they did lose the game before this, but it was a 5,000 goal lead amended by the side of Vesakha. Coming into this game, it was Vesakha on the aggressive end. Nev's monkey that you talk about, he was so complete with that pick, and thanks to Ball. Ball had an amazing Guan Yu game, and that really showed why they put that first pick priority on that Guan Yu for him in that clash lane.
That is such a flex, right? The Guan Yu first pick, and to be like, hey, you pick whatever you want. I'm just going to put you out of position. I'm going to play my game. Ball was just really next level on that one. I mean, Nev was as well, but those two right there were like, we're going to a game 5 when the draft had finished.
Peas in a pod. They were two peas in a pod with what they wanted to do with their team draft, but also with the execution as well, right? Obviously, just pushing, pulling, CCing. There's too much damage there, obviously, coming from Raven once he entered the team fight as well. And obviously, Yixing here into the mid lane for Gen Myth with that 2-1-13 as well, setting up those boards perfectly.
And 808 on Nev on this monkey here. So don't be alarmed, that is the standard monkey build. Yes, you have the Pure Sky and also the likes of the Frozen Breath here, a standard monkey build that we've seen throughout the seasons here. And then, gotta give props to all. Bao and Nev play super duper well, but Gen Myth and Junyoung, these are the playmakers as well to really formulate that stage for both Nev and Bao to come in for those team fights. And it goes back to once again our discussion during the pre-game draft. How did they form this wombo combo? They pull it up in front of their faces.
Yeah, they do. Just do whatever they want. I mean, let Nev go. Find somebody who's out of position. Let Kyung9 make some mistakes. It doesn't seem like it was ready to be revealed on the KIC. It didn't seem like he had a great game at all. And once they were down a member, it was pretty much very easy to take the rest of the other 4 members.
Exactly. It was pretty much all she wrote at that point, right? But I mean, look at that damage dealt. You look at Monkey as a hero, you think, they're a tank, you know?
Yeah.
Like, they are just going to tank up some damage. But look at that figure. 90k damage, only behind or ahead of Gen Myth onto the Yixing by around about 7k damage as well. So definitely really the driving force of this side of Vesakha Esports in game number 4.
And this gold chart has been the name of the story for the side of Vesakha Esports. Every single game that they were ahead, it always looked like this. It's always Vesakha winning out the early game, pushing that early game tempo into a landslide of the lead that allows them to win on team fights and then get the crystal. But in game 1, when Nongshim RedForce won that game, it wasn't like this. But MVP, Nev deserves it. That monkey performance, absolutely flawless.
Yeah, 808 right there. I mean, literally spelling out Bob in calculator speak. No? Okay, nobody got that one. But 81,000 damage. He was just really on point, just doing 81,000 damage taken. He was doing everything up front. He was the front liner, always catching people out of guard. If anyone attacks them, he would always dream roam at the perfect moments, and we'll see plenty of them in the highlights here.
Yeah, the highlights here, this feature, Ball setting up the play coming in as the sacrificial lamb, but it does send multiple members towards the mouse and steps off the side of Vesakha here. Even Haku getting the kill onto his Raven, it doesn't matter because Nev is always there.
Nev's always there to make it fair, right? Obviously, to these team fights, doing a lot of damage, not dying once, is definitely the reason why Vesakha Esports got the overwall onto the side of Nongshim RedForce. But that serving into the court there, that T1 takedown onto the side of Nongshim RedForce's illusion was fantastic by Bao.
And this final fight itself, Bao finding the push here, and also, props to Junyoung. Every single Fever Barrage coming in from Seri has been successfully dismantled by the Monzi here on the hands of this Vesakha roller here. But, ladies and gentlemen, that's game 4. We were talking about it. Could Vesakha push a veteran like Nongshim RedForce to game 5 or even multiple games? And you have your answers here. This is exactly what we want to see. We are going to game 5.
How many series have we seen go to a game 5 today? This
is
the third one, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's absolutely insane. You're seeing that, just how close these teams are. Everyone. I mean, open qualifiers are not. Like, the teams are ready.
Yeah.
They're at the KIC for a reason. They are, like, everything, they deserve this spot because it's so close. Being able to take them to the distance that is Nongshim RedForce, who had that on their bingo card?
But the same thing, though, right? Like, if you look at this, all teams that went to the full best of 5, IKL teams.
Oh, BGR.
Yeah.
KAGENDRA. And now
Vesakha.
Vesakha Esports. It's an IKL full BO5, Dave. You made a good point.
Yeah, they're all looking to go into that higher brackets. Obviously, other than KAGENDRA, they did dip down to the lower brackets. So 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
And now, to Holler's point just now, he pointed out, will it be the same thing that happened the previous year? Because game 1 goes over to Nongshim, then game 2, Vesakha, then it repeats, right? So does this game go over to Nongshim based on historical performance? Or it comes down to the one thing, the momentum shift for Vesakha. The boys, the IKL 3rd seed here, they are looking to make that miracle run in Group A.
It all comes back to this draft.
Yes.
Are they able to just kind of outdraft them like they did in the last one? Were they able to do enough? I mean, they were really, like Nongshim, it didn't really seem like they were able to play their game. They had such a great counter draft to the pay. It seemed like they were completely ready. Vesakha are looking again to look very strong and to take the fight to Nongshim and close this series out.
But Nongshim on towards the blue side here, so they still do have some of the potential pickups that they could look for, potentially something like a Maestro for Illusion, or Pay for Haku, or finally the Arlie going in favor for the side of series. These are still potential picks here that Nongshim could really look to focus on if they are on the blue side.
Exactly right. Like, blue side really opens up a lot of opportunities here for the side of Nongshim. But, like, we go back to that point where it's like flittering to and from with who is going to be winning these games. Do Nongshim continue the pattern, or do Vesakha Esports break the code?
You can see the players are just casually talking about the drafts, and they need to find the equilibrium after the 24 bans implemented in towards the global ban pick, and also the banning system with the default 4 bans here. So without further ado, let's go into game number 5's pick and bans here with Nongshim RedForce towards the blue side and Vesakha Esports towards the red side.
This is the moment, right? I mean, which of these two teams really want it? We were talking about how Nongshim are great in late game series, long series, if you will. This is as late as it's going to get, at least for today, with this best of 5, 5th game. I mean, Vesakha, we haven't seen them too many times. I mean, playing in longer series, best of 5s and beyond. But this is a time where they do they have the heroes?
Do they have the heroes? I mean, this is what the game will really start to show here now, right? Obviously, going into the ban phase, we do ban out the Maestro for the side of Nongshim RedForce. Obviously, don't want to give that over to Illusion, but the Luna being taken off here for Neb as well. But still, we've not yet to see a Jin come through. Is that going to be one of the calls here for the side of Vesakha Esports, potentially?
That may potentially be the case here, as Nev is one of the known assassin players here towards the IKL region. So that will be an interesting pickup here if they do go for Nev on that carrier pick here. But coming into the second phase, I mean, the first few bans here, we do see more of these expected bans here. Like we mentioned, the Arlie and also Maestro removed from the poll from the hands of Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, respect and respect. Both of those bans right there. They don't want to let Siri get going. I mean, he was the finals MVP of KME. With the Arlie, just being able to just kind of top deck everything, right? He was able to just kill everything. So this is something that is going to pull it out. And it looks like Nongshim are taking a play out of the playbook of Vesakha. They're going to do the Guan Yu themselves.
Oh, Kyung9 getting the Guan Yu, the good old GY coming through here for the side of Nongshim RedForce. But what is Vesakha's answer going to be here? Do they look to go and maybe try and get that 1v1 matchup locked into place? Or they go for the Dolian here? Maybe, just maybe, we're not going to get the Yang Jian. Maybe we could get the Doing.
Well, no Yang Jian, no Yuan due to game number 1 here. So they are going for the floorborne tank. I love this floorborne tank because it is such a strong counter against Guan Yu. Once Guan Yu wants to come into Razor Cavalry, this floorborne tank immediately breaks your ankles with those multiple knockups with his kids.
Oh, Nongshim going a bit for a bit of fanfare, right?
Like,
they've got the monkey, they've got the Guan Yu. I mean, they're like, hey, you did very well on that pick. Now it's my time to show you how you can do even better.
This is like one of those moments where yeah, don't copy my homework, just, look at it. But this is exactly what Nongshim RedForce is planning for their game number 5 here. Strong engage in the form of the Guan Yu and also the monkey, and the consistent DPS coming in from series Deer and Jib. But Vesakha, they come in prepared. They lock in Genmith on another strong artillery mage. It will be Tua.
Yeah,
in for Vesakha's mid lane.
The long range, the long arm of the law, if you will. Genmith is going to be a sniper on this one. They need to be careful because, Nongshim right now, they're still kind of up in the air in terms of how they want to go in terms of, like the mid laner and as well as the roam. So this Nua could be some serious issues, especially if the Menki Dream roams in. You can kind of creation block him around a bit.
Yep. There's many times I've played Monkey and then the enemy team's picked up that newer, and it has been a bit of a nightmare as well. Yeah. But at the same time, it's in that same kind of respect to the D-Ranger as well, right? Like, obviously, if you're using that push to kind of, like, push him away, try and get that cleanse off of him, then it kind of allow the Flowborn tank to come through and have a bit more of an easier time for the catch. That could be the kind of MO we'd be seeing here for the side of Nongshim RedForce.
It could be. So for the side of Nongshim RedForce, they are lacking a mage and also a roamer here. For the side of Vesakha, we're looking at a clash and farming the double cycling in question here for Vesakha here as we go in towards game number 5. Hero 4 will be a big contention here coming in for both of these two teams.
Yeah, so it was what, like almost 20 heroes being banned for both of them, right?
Mulan!
No, the Mulan first one for the KIC. We get a little bit of flavor here going up for Bal. I mean, Bal's had a interesting performance within this series.
Indeed, he has been having high highs and low lows here, but ending up with a Mulan here, he definitely needs to make this pick work if he wants to generate a proper seeding, a good seeding towards the potential playoff spot that they are looking for in their first KIC run.
Radio. Oh, Princess Frost here. Okay, looking to slow down those big kind of engages here. I mean, this is the thing we were talking about earlier, right? When we saw the Flowborn tank come through, yes, it's already, once he commits into a team fight, he's slow to get out as well. So getting that Princess Frost, that winter is here, is really going to encapsulate him into one spot.
So it is a question whether Nongshim RedForce is able to access the backline or Vesakha Esports. Are they ready to play peel duty to protect Raven and Gemif, these two late game carries here? Because if these two get caught out, Vesakha is done for.
Exactly.
No chance at that point. I mean, if we're looking at this draft here, the Hou Yi is kind of rounding it out. I think that that's going to be somewhat balanced, right? Especially going into this game 5. The Flowborn tank is going to be one to watch. The Mulan is going to be very interesting. The first pick of the KIC. This could be a crazy game number 5.
Absolutely crazy game number 5 here. I mean, what way to finish the day off? Get day number 1, right? Like, we started the day, boom, against KAGENDRA. We have seen, we even hyped these matches up. These two matches in particular. First that match of the day, and then this one, not just because where they're situated chronologically, it's just because this is two new teams facing each other, and Boom and KAGENDRA have been on the same paths, but different paths, but same fates, and it's all coming down to game number 5.
Exactly the case here, Blam. Yeah. And we will be seeing for the last time this screen on today. Nongshim RedForce takes towards the blue side. This is their 5 hero picks, and Vesakha takes over to the red side. As without further ado, let's get into the gorge for game number 5, the final game of KIC2025, day number 1. Boys, take the cast.
This is going to be it. This is for all the marbles in this series. I mean, yes, you can lose twice before you're out of the KIC, but it comes down to this one game. One team is going to be ecstatic that they move on to the upper bracket, continue on, undefeated, quote-unquote, but the other one is going to go down, and it is going to be a very difficult journey for them.
A very difficult journey, but I mean, the prospect that makes me more excited here as well is like, whoever goes through to this one goes up against a potentially blacklist in the upper brackets.
Yeah, nobody really wants to get there. I mean, we haven't gone that far. We don't know if that's going to happen, but it's looking that way, kind of in a sense. But we'll have to see. I mean, the games have still yet to be played, but this is a situation where you want to be in the upper brackets. You do not want to be there. Everything needs to be on the line on this one.
Yeah, you'll be having cold sweats tonight.
Yeah, for sure. I think I'm going to have some cold sweats tonight, if you know what I mean. But we're going to be here on this one. This is going to be close, right? Because I feel like Nongshim have not done a great job early. Vesakha has gotten the better of them, you know, in almost all of the games in the early game.
Yeah, they've definitely played the early game a lot better onto the side of Vesakha, but then into the late game, if it all falls down to one bad team fight, Vesakha try and struggle to get back on the horse again.
Yeah, they need to find some way. It seems like Nev has been this major thorn in their side, has been kind of dictating the pace of the game. It's been so difficult. I mean, didn't even die a single time in game 4.
No, exactly, yeah. Nev was on an absolute streak here. I mean, definitely setting the bar high for Haku, maybe trying not to die here again, but at the same time, Siri, Faye.
Oh, Faye is so low, needs to be careful, but Raven's got that range, doing some work, and this bottom T1 is taking some damage as well, so... Again, it hasn't been great.
Not been great here, but obviously just being saved by Illusion's rotation there, done very well. I think if Illusion was level 4 at that moment in time, I think they probably would have got the kill onto Raven there.
Yeah. I mean, if they were able to get that one, but just, you know, it's still so early. Not everyone is there for level 4.
Yeah.
Dev just wants these minions. And it looks like the Dream Roam is going to be committed. No. He just jumps over the wall. He should be fine.
This is what I mean. You saw that, the Frigid Prison, the slow from this first skill of Princess Frost, really keeping Nev in space because he is literally a moving brick house.
Yeah. I mean, he can get caught out. It's going to be slow rolling for him, so that could be a potential counter. They have a lot of stuns. I mean, almost everyone on the side of Nongshim, if they're able to find him, catch him out in a bad spot.
Catch him out indeed. It's like, if they take Nev, who's going to be the front line here? Really going to be risky for Ball here, but the emergence does come through as well.
Oh, they're looking to go, but Young9 has shown up. They get the Razor Cavalry on it too. But are they able to do the damage? They're not able to find him. And it looks like everybody's limping away. Nongshim not able to convert on that ambush.
Just not enough damage, right? Like, if we had the likes of the Spark Forge Dagger poking away, doing the magical damage onto the side of Vesakha Esports, that could have been a completely different story down to the bot T1. I mean, we've seen it already. Double kill, first blood. A triple kill? That would really put a stop to Vesakha.
Oh, that would have been huge if they were able to do this one. But it's space created because they were very low on life. They actually had to recall back to safety. But now the bottom T1 taking some damage here. Raven has now showed up. Just again, needs to defend.
Yeah, he has to defend because they got about, what, 27 seconds onto the Tyrant and also the turret plating falling here as well. So that T1 could fall even quicker after 4 minutes.
Oh, definitely even quicker here. I mean, Nev, Dream Roam, it's going to look to go. He jumps over the wall. The no catch on this one, but the burning stun arrow from downtown actually hitting Haku, but he's the tankiest of the bunch.
He's the tankiest of the bunch, but it just means it stopped in place for a little moment, right? Gave Vesakha Esports a little bit of breathing room into that mid lane there, try and formulate a potential team fight around these neutral objectives.
Yeah, and it looks like Nev right there still very tanky. This has been the matchup to watch. Nev versus Haku. Haku has not gotten the better of him in certain times. And Haku, just overall, I mean, I think he's been outclassed by Nev more games than not.
Yeah, Nev's actually really surprising me as well, right? Some new blood jungle coming through here on the Honor Kings Esports. A new talent being arised here, but maybe getting the hit. Not quite, but just getting that intel, knowing where the side of Nongshim is going to be hit.
Yeah, it's all about that vision. But it's, you know, opening things up for the Tyrant because it's in that area where people would potentially look to, you know, ambush that Tyrant if they go. But Vesakha taking another big objective here to start this game.
Yeah, giving him over that chain lightning effect as well as obviously extra damage and movement speed here for the side of Vesakha Esports as they try and use that to neutralize that goal lead that they have currently between both of these two teams. But Spark Forge Dagger being built here onto Siri, we're starting to see that kind of like early game power spike for the D-Ranger.
Yeah, this is a pretty big commitment. Looks like they really want this bottom T1 and they will take it. But in the top lane, a little bit of pressure there. Ball was thinking about teleporting, but instead he's just going to continue the split push.
Continue the split push, and at the same time, in the same breath, Young9 looking to try to keep that T1 alive into the mid lane as well.
Look, the winner is here. Nev going over the wall, finding them out, but he's not able to commit. Young9 is wrapping around, potentially looking to go in for this. If this fight were to continue, Haku taking a decent amount of damage, and it looks like Vesakha are going to hold.
Vesakha holding on just for a little moment there. Obviously, Nev was behind the Winter is here, so really not getting encapsulated here.
Oh, nice little Dream Roam onto 2. Raven is getting a little bit low as well as Jun Young. He's going to get back, but Illusion gets the pickoff, gets first blood, and now Nev is joined up and finding Haku. They're trading blow for blow, but they're both very tanky, and they need the rest of them to do the damage, but it looks like they're going to disengage yet again.
That's like the official version of a stalemate, right? Honor Kings is stalemate is when two tanks are just bashing each other. Like, it's not the funniest thing to see, but at the same time, you kind of need that kind of immovable object meets the immovable force as well.
And I think that both of these players, Haku and Nev, are going to be fine with that, right? Yeah. They just want to brawl. They want to be tanky in that sense. It seemed like last time where one had the Menki and, you know, Haku was on the pay, it was in a bad spot. He really couldn't fight 1 versus 1.
No, exactly. 1 versus 1 at this current in time is going to be a bit of an issue for both of these tanks. I mean, they're probably both built the Blazing Sun Cape as well. Yes, I mean, Haku building it a little bit faster than Nev.
Building it faster. It's all about speed at this point, right? I mean, net worth is the same, but it's the slight item advantages that you might get to give yourself an even bigger one into this team fight here. But look at how Nongshim are rotating. They're looking to take, towers, and they're sticking together. But now Ball on the side is looking to go for this one. They get the pushback onto Raven. He's already been killed, and Kyung9 trying to find him, pushing back. They've got 2 on this one, but Siri is getting a little bit low.
Nice.
Nev makes it pay. Faye looks to be the next target. Needs to be careful. Nev doesn't want to commit for this one, but Genmith has been killed on the other end of this one, and now it looks like Nev is all by himself trying to go for Faye. He does trade his life away, but he will die.
He will die. It will be a takedown here. It's a 3-4 trade here for the side of Nongshim. RedForce looking to approach his T2 into the top side of the map here. Haku, once again, playing this monkey very well.
Very well indeed, and that's the biggest thing, right? He's got the level advantage. Nev dying on that one. I mean, Raven dying first in that team fight was the ultimatum in that sense. They should not have probably gone in for this one.
Yeah, exactly right, obviously. You see here on this instant replay, you can see that Haku knows where the team's going to come from. He's just cutting off, buying a lifeline, buying some time for Kyung9 just to push them out of safety of that T1. So very nice play here by Haku, giving the space to the top side of the map to get that tyrannical reign.
Yeah, I mean, Faye wanted to go in that one last time to get that stun, a little cheeky in that sense, but he does die for his sins. But Nev making him pay. I think that they might have gotten away with it had Faye not gone in.
Yeah, like I said, Haku, Kyung9, they're little minxes, you know? Like, they are very cheeky.
Yeah.
They know what they're doing when it comes to these team fights. They know how to just stop the enemy team, get in that crucial angle, and turn in the tide.
Yeah. I mean, it's all about that point, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Kyung9 and Haku, these are the guys. Like, these are the same 2 heroes that really excelled in the last game. So it's continuing on with that momentum. But here, Vesakha looking to go for this one, trying to find at least Haku not able to get any sort of catch.
No catch, not at all at this moment in time, but right now, obviously, Haku just trying to use that bubble just to push and poke and prod the side of Vesakha Esports for now.
Yeah, and look at this Tyrant. It's going to be started. Nongshim looking to push at least Nev away. You got to scare him. You don't want that 50-50. Haku's still there, finding Raven, taking a decent amount of shots with those arrow volleys, but it looks like the Tyrant is going to be their main target here.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't get the kill, but they exhausted the flash from Raven, which means he's not going to be able to get out of a sticky situation if we see Haku or Kyung9.
Verdict on arrow. They find him, and they do the dump, and they find Faye. That's the nice pickup that they were looking for. Siri needs to be a little bit careful. He's a little bit low. He gets picked off as well. Haku dream roams. He tries to get back under the tower. He will be fine. He is tanky. Kyung9 looking to wrap around. He finds Jun Young. He's going to be chased. He wanted to go for Raven, knocks him off. He gets caught on the curb. He's not going to be fine, but Haku going to be picked up. Nev is looking to dive on this one, but he's diving in between the 1 and the 2 in terms of the towers. And Vesakha, I've taken the mid T1 off of this 3-0.
Yeah, they came back with a big boom pow there for the side of Vesakha Esports, getting the takedown onto Haku. I mean, Faye was the catalyst there, right? If you take Faye away, your healing potential gets dwindled.
I mean, but those burning sun arrows, like one of those things where you can't really see all the time. You do get caught out. And I mean, that turned into a disaster in that sense with 3 members down and you're losing the T1.
Yeah, I feel like a bit of road safety needs to be played here on the side of Honor Kings, right? Like, you need to make sure you know where all those kind of potential problems could come through here. There it is.
Arrow connecting again. The Tyrant picked up by Nev. They've done such a great job. The Shadow Tyrant, Vesakha on another level this game.
They are definitely proving themselves to be contenders into this competition. Verdict on arrow once again.
Oh, they find Faye, who was a little bit low, but now he's looking to turn this, and Haku is actually going to be under tower. He's going to be killed, but Ball is going to be killed in turn. Raven is as well. They've got 2 members down, and now Nongshim with a bit of an opening. They don't really have the minions to continue this push.
No, they had the newer, right? They had Genmith there. Oh, the annihilation. If that was just a little bit more to the left there, Faye would have been meeting his maker.
Oh man, I mean, it was like a matrix dodge by the entire Nongshim team. That was so close, and I don't know if they were going to see that one coming, but Genmith almost with another pickoff.
Exactly. Sometimes you just got to take those shots. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Yeah, and I mean, he missed on that one, so I guess. Yeah, but I mean, he's going to be on point with the other ones. I think Genmith has been pretty good with this one. Nev has really set things up, and they've kind of funneled everybody. You have that annihilation with the Burning Sun Arrow, so the combos are real.
They're very real. There's a lot of damage going through, as well as that spectacular stun compared to the distance that happens here. So if Raven situates himself from a very far distance, just like that, but it hits the cleanse for the heroic charge.
Yeah, dodging that one, which is going to be huge. The Burning Sun arrow used yet again. They find him in a bad spot. It's Haku, though, and Nev bouncing him around. Illusion is getting a little bit low as this ball, and here's the Razor Cavalry, and they do get the pickoff. KIC2025 with the play with a heroic charge, knocking back Raven. They get the pickoff. 2 members down from Vesakha.
Vesakha has taken a big L here with a 2-0 trade going over to the side of Nongshim RedForce, but this is back down to KIC2025. He is making the difference in this game number 5.
It's huge, right? That space, that pushback, that control, finding them. You got to be in the perfect spot. Raven wants to be all the way in the back, but if KIC2025 is able to wrap around and get you there, I mean, it's pretty much what you see there. 2 kills for free.
Yeah, what you see is what you get if you're able to get the back line of the side of Vesakha Esports. But even more importantly, that Shadow Overlord coming through for the side of Nongshim RedForce is really going to put a bit of a stop here onto Vesakha. Maybe even open this T1, maybe potentially the T2.
Yeah, back to that slow siege. And looks like the Annihilation will connect. The Burning Sun arrow just barely missing on that one. This mid T1 taking a decent amount of damage, but they're not able to take it down even at the 12-minute mark.
Yeah, 12-minute mark coming through here from the side of these 2 teams, but we have the Vanguard marching through very slowly. But is Nev going to be able to push it away with the ultimate, or will Nongshim RedForce get the bit of a flank here? As you can see, KIC2025 trying to get a flank on.
They find Nev in Dream Realm. They're going to dive under the tower, but Faye is actually going to be the first to fall. Nev is somehow still alive. He's just so tanky. Genmyth is on the backside as well, finding Illusion, who's looking to be just chasing him out. He has to use his passive just to stay alive, but Jun Young is going to be there. Haku's low. He gets picked off. Raven is doing some serious work with the damage. KIC2025 is trying to deal with the minions. The Vanguards are still there, and it looks like the recall is going to happen from Illusion.
Oh, the pressure being put on here with these Vanguards. The takedown of the T3 to the bottom side of the map is really going to put pressure onto the side of Vesakha Esports, right? I mean, there was a bit of a bloodbath going on there in the mid lane, but it was all about creating space for that bottom T3.
If there was ever a moment where 2 teams really wanted it, this is it. I mean, 9-9, the net worth is a bit of a wash. It's 1K, it's nothing at this point. Both of these teams in a must-win situation to continue on in the upper bracket. This is where they want to be, but Vesakha right now, it seems like they have a small edge off of the play again, off of Nev.
Yeah, I feel like Ball on this Mulan's really trying to find a very good way into these team fights, but yet to find success on this pick.
Yeah, yet to find any sort of success here. I mean, it seems like they've gotten their number thus far. Yeah. Nongshim have been playing a very reactive game. It hasn't been the easiest for them, but, you know, they've been picked off. Nev has done such a great job of disrupting this lineup.
Huge job. Nev has definitely kind of been the fork in the road for the team, right? Obviously using that ultimate to just kind of split apart the side of Nongshim, but now maybe he can try and contest this Crimson Gold. He does go over the side of Raven.
Wow, he's able to pick that up. The red buff is going to be huge. I mean, the damage is real. Bottom T2 taken down already. Vesakha in the driver's seat, put the pressure on.
Yeah, I mean, not only does he have the red buff, he has the Tyrant as well, right? He's sitting in the wind. Val looking for a potential access onto the back line. Maybe just try and push these minion waves through to this T2.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, Vesakha still in the enemy jungle. And Nongshim right now, again, playing defensive. The top lane is a bit of a, you know, a mixed bag in that sense. Not able to continue on with that push. But Nongshim, you can feel it. This lead is starting to grow even more slightly in favor of Vesakha.
Yes, it is slowly but surely formulating into Vesakha, but I feel like one strong team fight from Nongshim RedForce turns that all around, because it's not like they got like an 8K goal lead, right?
Yeah, that is very true. But at the same time, Nongshim, who can they find? They need Raven, but Raven has done, like, everybody's been huddling around him, keeping him alive. Everybody's just so tanky. Nev has been that front liner, providing that vision. It's so hard to find the right targets.
It is. I mean, they're definitely going to try and dismantle Nev out of the equation first, and then that opens up Raven, opens up Genmyth, which then really
Burning Sun arrow
gets the damage.
Oh, they find Haku, but they are not able to continue on. KIC2025 is taking a little bit of damage from Ball on the side. Haku's still up in front. Nev has just been this crazy monster. The Annihilation with the damage, but not really too much more.
Yeah, not too much more. With the minion waves crashing through here, we can see the Haku's maybe trying to get the freeze on there, using that football just to push, poke, and prod. Get rid of any means of these minion waves.
The blow farewell onto Jun Young. A little trade for blow, but they find KIC2025, who gets under the tower. He's going to be fine. That was close.
Very close. I mean, he does slow the pace, right? The tempo that KIC2025 was going for definitely got hindered there from that Burning Sun arrow.
Afterglow on Haku, this blue buff has been waiting and queued up for him. They were going to look to just keep it and make sure that he has it, but the Overlord is going to be the big target. Haku might play ball, going to go in. He's not able to get in. The stuns were on point, and now Nongshim on the run. Vesakha, are they able to get some sort of catch? They're not able to really find anything, and it looks like Nongshim get away, but they did lose out on the Overlord.
They lose out on the Overlord, but Vesakha, for all their graces and blows, they get the Overlord here. They haven't quite put... Oh, they're putting down the bot side of the map as well, create the pressure, enable him to get this T2 into the mid lane, just really put Nongshim on a bit of a back foot here. I feel like the wind is slowly being knocked out of Nongshim's sails.
Yeah, this is going to be that time, right? How to Vesakha here, putting the pressure on. The minions, not too much, but they're going to wait for the Vanguards. The Shadow Vanguard is in the bottom lane, so that's going to be the key one. Vesakha have played this one to the T. The winner is here, is going to be on point. They're doing some damage onto Nev, but they're not going to do enough to kill him.
No, enough to kill him, using that Annihilation just to drive him away into that team fight. Obviously, Haku taking a big blow, a big chunk of health away here.
Yeah, a lot of the damage. I mean, just being in there, the Shadow Vanguard is going to be the next big target. Vesakha, on the other hand, look at this one. They're doing some just raw damage on that mid T3.
Yes, exactly. They just need to try and just whittle it away, just get that damage there and really open it up. Get those super minions coming through as well. Make Nongshim's life a little bit harder.
The arrow, that's going to connect. That's going to start things off. But Raven not able to find anymore. Nev was still up in front, but they look like they're doing some damage to Haku. He's just being whittled away. They need to be careful. Vesakha have some serious damage at the 17-minute mark.
Serious damage, but also some serious work to do because Nongshim are offering a really good defense here at these T3 territories, which they do ultimately lose that bot side of the map, but it was a bit of an inevitable with all those Vanguards.
And look at how Kyung9 made his way all the way around the river. He needs that perfect flank. He's trying to set himself up, but the rest of Nongshim are slowly going in. Now they're going to find Kyung9, who's in a bad spot. He's going to be focused in. He's going to try to drive away. He does wheelie to safety.
Wills to safety, but that blazes on arrow.
Oh, the Haku, though. Now he's going to be the next big target on this one. It looks like he found Jun Young. The Annihilation is going to be there. They have the stuns, but they don't really have any sort of control on the rest of them. And it looks like Vesakha, again, poking and prodding, not really being able to find that target.
No, this is where it's going to be kind of like a game of 4D chess, right? Like, if you leave one piece out of place here and you are Nongshim RedForce, I feel like that's game number 5 done for you.
Yeah, it could be just as simple as that, right? One team fight either way. Yes, you have a 5K lead from Vesakha, but this Tyrant here, it's not the end of the world. The biggest one is going to be the Tempest Dragon, but they don't want to give up anything at this point. And Haku will get that steal. The Annihilation is going to be there. Jun Young is a little bit low. Needs to be careful. The Bitter Farewell on, but Faye's in a bad spot. He's getting bounced around as well, and now they're looking to go. They find Faye. They get the pickoff. Haku has to dream roam just to safety. The rest of Vesakha are going to be in the mid lane. They're going to set themselves up for that Tempest Dragon.
I mean, forcing Nongshim back to the base at this point in the game is probably a good call, right? They got like, what, 35 seconds on that Tempest Dragon. They get healthy. They try and come back, but at the same time, T3 into the mid lane gets taken down.
Yeah, taken down for this one. Vesakha, I mean, they had the minions. That's the perfect play. Now it's setting it up. Now they can back off. Take that blue buff on the way to the Tempest Dragon here.
Tempest Dragon now spawning in roughly around about 15 seconds time, right? The Nongshim do have the Tyrants. Obviously the buff going in their favor, but they also lack 2 T3s as well, which is going to be troublesome.
It could not have been any better, right? In terms of this script.
Yes.
Game number 5.
Yes.
For the series, we're going to a Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, first Tempest Dragon of the day as well is going to be a scare for these two teams, but the ultimate game-ending mechanic.
Yeah, this is going to be that moment if they're able to take this. Haku is starting this one out, and it looks like the rest of Vesakha looking to just kind of deal with the minions. That all the lanes will be pushing, so this is going to be a tough one if they want to go for this. But now Vesakha turning this around, they want to start the Tempest.
It's going to be a tough cookie, but Raven building that Sage's Sanctuary, he knows he's going to be the prime target here.
He's going to be the prime target, which, you know, he needs to be in that perfect spot, ensuring that he stays alive. They have a lot of CC if they're able to find him, though.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, right now, we are seeing production playing a little bit of a devil's advocate, right? They are building the tension here, as they should, because the Tempest Dragon is onto the gorge here, being baited currently by Nongshim RedForce.
The Burning Sun Arrow, that's going to be the start. They find Faye. Nev is looking to do that damage with the Annihilation, but Faye is somehow still alive. Nev is taking a lot of damage. Kyung9 looking for the flank, but he's not able to find anything. Sage's Sanctuary onto Siri. Haku is a little bit low. Jun Young is at about half life. They find Illusion. They get the pick, and here we go. It looks like Haku still being bounced around. Nev, it's going to be personal. He wants to go for Haku. He's going to continue on the chase, but Haku has that speed. They're going to look to just end the game. The top T3's been taken out. It's going to be a matter of time if they have the Sage's Sanctuary. Ball is going to be there. Kyung now trying to fight this 1 versus 3, and he's getting whittled down, arrowed, if you will. Raven gets the pick, and Vesakha will win Game 5!
Vesakha Esports, the Open Series team from the IKL, take Nongshim down a notch, the KME champions back-to-back.
Absolute cinema, right? If we were going to see any sort of series go the distance, it's going to be the open qualifier for Vesakha Esports taking it down to Nongshim RedForce in a Game 5.
Beautiful. I mean, that's really kind of disrupted everything we thought was going to happen within KIC in day number 1. It's just day number 1.
Upsets after upsets. You can no longer count out Open Series team because they fought that way from the very bottom all the way to challenge the best of each region here. KME champions here, taken down by Vesakha Esports in the upper bracket in a dream fashion with a Tempest Dragon spawn.
Yes. Like you said, obviously you can't write it any better than that, right?
Yeah.
Last game of the day, Tempest Dragon. Tension is so high because these two teams have never met a single time within Honor of Kings Esports, and now they do, and it's a big upset for Nongshim RedForce.
Huge upset, right? I mean, Vesakha Esports going into this one, and we were talking kind of the tier list. Nongshim, we thought they were kind of high. We thought they were going to have a great chance, but Vesakha were like, not today, my friend.
Throw all the predictions out the window here because Vesakha is here to play, and that was 2 words, absolute cinema.
Yes. Crazy game. I mean, that's exactly where we wanted to end this series, end the day of all things, off of a Tempest Dragon. That was perfect.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been worse. Like, it would have been so anticlimactic if it was the opposite, like a 7-minute game, and that's it. And it was like Nongshim or Vesakha taking the victory. Like, oh, guys, completely. Let's wait for day number 2. But this is just built the tension.
And the storyline was so beautiful coming into this final series here. Out of all the series today, I think this was the most hyped up one. Even though out of the 2 IKL games, it was specified as well against Alpha 7, against Esports. But today, this one, the storyline built in for the side of Vesakha, the underdog story. Everyone thought like after game 1, yeah, it's gonna be 3-0, but the resilience, the early game power here coming in from the IKL Jersey Vesakha Esports, just too darn magical.
Yes. Magical. That's actually the perfect way to put this one. I mean, if we're looking at KDA's Nev, like we got to give props where props are due, right?
Yeah.
The guy completely showed up, made Nongshim, played his game, his style. He was always up in front, just being this nuisance. He was the bane of Nongshim in this one.
Oh, absolutely. Absolute bane there. Obviously, really putting the pressure onto Haku, because obviously we saw Nev on the Monkey previous game. He was the nuisance there again for the side of Nongshim RedForce, but maybe Nev should just change his name to Nuisance.
maybe Nev means nuisance in some languages. We don't even know. I'm not that smart to know that.
But check out the damage dealt here coming in by the double carry here. It's the same thing that we discussed back during the drafting phase. If Kyung9 isn't able to find the double carry, this is exactly what's going to happen. They're going to do so much damage that's going to be hindering your approach in all these objectives, which is what allowed this Lancet goalie to go in favor of Vesakha Esports in Game 5.
I mean, there was one time I was really scared for Vesakha Esports because I noticed before game number 5 happened, Kindo Fu fist bumped Raven. I was like, this is it. If they lose, it's him.
Oh my gosh. Is it the energy that was given to him and he was able to... It actually
it's like Space Jam.
And
he gave him the MVP.
MVP is Raven.
No. I mean, he was able to pick this up. I mean, 237, not the greatest of KDAs, but he was staying alive. His Burning Sun arrows were on point.
Very
the
on
amount
point.
of damage, 181,000 damage. Insane.
Almost 10,000 damage per minute, by the way. And this is absolute insanity coming in from a Hoagie who doesn't really have a lot of room of error in this game here, but let's check out the highlights here. The Burning Sun arrow lands on towards the side of Haku here, and Haku gets bounce house and gives direct access for Nev towards the backside here, but Kyung9, check out his positioning here, sending the members into the enemy team.
constantly doing that, right?
You know
just
that
like constantly putting pressure on, just getting everybody out of position. Just a really well played by Kyungnan.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, you have to, on this one, obviously, yes, Nongshim lost, but Kyungnan played his heart out.
Agreeable. Kyungnan was everywhere, looking for those big plays, but in the end, it's a 5-person effort in honor of Giggs. It's no way one person carried the entire team, which exactly today, in a 5-man lineup, in a team lineup, Vesakha Esports stood tall and they took down Nongshim RedForce.
It did indeed. Nongshim RedForce falling down the greatest red. I mean, they need to change the title. They definitely have something to prove now going down into the lower brackets, right? Like, this is a group that either could potentially get Blacklist knocked down. This could be the group of upset, right? Like, ACT is still in this one as well.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see the rest of this. I mean, this GSL format is great to begin with, but the fact that we have 4 more days of the groups to see games, like, literally all of them are going to go to Game 5.
But hey, that's all our comments here. Let's check out the host, Mara. What does he have to say? An interview. Which player that is worthy for this epic Upper Series? Mara, take it away.
And congratulations to Vesakha Esports. We're here with Raven. Man, that was such a great fight. We went all the way to Game 5. It was back and forth, but there were a lot of times that your opponent, Nongshim, was in the lead. How are you guys able to bounce back, just like what happened in the last one?
I think we are a very resilient team. We are very composed. Despite being down 1-2, I think all of us were quite confident to win the series no matter what, because come for very long and we want to prove that we are a strong team. So we try our best and we succeeded.
And that was very well done. But we have to talk about another great job that you guys did, which was that backdoor in Game 5. Talk us through that moment. Whose decision was that? And what was happening in the comms during that time?
Actually, the comms was very chaotic because it was 20 minutes and everyone was like panicking, but I was the one to say like, hey guys, calm down, like we are in the lead. As long as you guys protect me, like we'll win for sure. And it was 20 minutes and I think the only champion that can quit me was Guan Yu. So I told my teammates to find a Guan Yu, and then if the Guan Yu is seen on the map, we'll win for sure.
That was great leadership, great communication, regardless how chaotic it was. Now moving on to tomorrow. Regardless what, you'll be facing either Blacklist International or ACT, which is a Filipino team. If you were to choose, who would you rather face?
I would rather face ACT.
ACT? Why?
ACT easier than Blacklist.
Oh, you think ACT is easier than Blacklist International?
I think Blacklist is a very strong team. I think everyone here knows that Blacklist can easily be top 8 or even top 4. So we want to go far as well, so hopefully we fight.
ACT. Okay, now, you know, there are a lot of people that's recognizing Vesakha Esports, and they're watching you right now. What would you like to say to all the fans?
Thank you for supporting us, our fans. We'll try our best for this KIC and prove that we are not a weak team.
Thank you so much, Raven. And good luck to the upcoming games. And there you have it with our last match of the day. And now we're going to be talking about tomorrow's schedule a little bit more. So we'll head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you, Mara, and also thank you, Raven, for the fantastic interview that we had just now. He's a very honest man. He's telling you, like, hey, Blacklist is pretty strong, so we'd rather face ACT for a shot towards the top 8 here. But man, today has been a long day. It has been, what, 3 full best of 5s, all with IKL teams.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, 18 games in total. I mean, out of the possible 20, that's exactly what you wanted. Right for a day 1 to start off the KIC, it couldn't have been any better.
They're warming up the casters for the full duration of the event.
Yes.
Well, let's check out the group brackets here. So just now was Group A, featuring Vesakha and Nongshim. RedForce, this is the first series coming in from Group A with Vesakha taking down Nongshim in the 3-2 fashion, advancing to the upper bracket finals. If they win, they go towards a knockout between the winners of Black or ACT. Now, for Nongshim RedForce, if they lose this in the lower bracket, they're out.
They're out. I mean, they will know their fate on Sunday, right? Like, that is going to be the 16th, but obviously tomorrow is where we see the Philippines go against the Philippines. The PKL teams go head-to-head to see who makes into the upper bracket finals and sees who tries to take Vesakha Esports off their phenomenal run so far.
I think at the end of the day, no team is really out of this one. I think that everything is very close, but I mean, Group B here, we just saw HBSC with the fastest series of the day, 3-0 over Elevate. But, you know, I mean, the second one, A7 versus Bigetron, going the distance like all the other series, 3-2 over Alpha 7.
And it's an interesting one, HBSC versus Bigetron by Vitality. It's a rematch of Honor of Kings Nation clash, so it will be, once again, these two teams facing off. Last time we saw, it was a clean game coming in from HBSC. I wonder, will Bigetron by Vitality be able to topple the script and raise team against HBSC? Because so far, in terms of overall performances, HBSC looks super duper dominant in day number 1.
Yes, I mean, we look at the lower bracket as well, just briefly, because obviously I'm very much looking forward to that one, see who comes out of that one for personal reasons here. But look at Group C as well. We do get KAGENDRA going against Boom, and obviously Boom was able to take that 3-2 fashion as well, bringing them into the upper brackets. But we obviously have still that first game of the day as well for Group C, which is going to be APG going against RRQ tomorrow. So we get the final IKL representative there, which is going to be RRQ going against APG. That's going to be a tough game.
There are a lot of good teams still out there. I mean, a lot to see exactly where these teams really stand out. Is the APG, you know, train really for real, continuing on from KNC as well as the MKL?
Yeah.
But RRQ, this is the Phoenix Born Rider, like the qualifier that they went through to get themselves in here. Are they ready to take up APG?
Now, I don't know whether they are ready to take up APG, but if they do fall down to the lower bracket, you have two IKL teams going at it in Group C in the lower bracket if they do lose.
All right, I guarantee in that lower bracket semifinals, an IKL team will win.
We'll see how it goes, right? But let's check out tomorrow's schedule that we will be featuring for the remaining games that have yet to be played. Fortunately, MKL fans, you're in for a treat because Nova and APG will be playing in the second and fourth game here. But to start off today, it will be the rematch of KMW Grand Finals here, Twisted Mind and OG Esports here. And following the series, Loops go against Nova Esports in Group D, the Group of Death.
Yes, and then the following game after that is going to be Blacklist going against ACT. Obviously, PKL going against PKL. The fans here in Manila will love that one. And then the last match of the day is going to be APG going against RRQ, the Phoenix Reborn qualifiers. The Phoenix that was reborn that didn't qualify within the IKL.
Yeah, actually, I'm looking at some of these. I don't want to quote anything, but I'm thinking that we'll see at least one Game 5.
Yes.
I think that it's still going to be potentially there, but there are going to be some pretty close ones in this one.
I feel like it's going to be similar to today, whereby we're going to have like back-to-back like Game 5s. Just looking at the matchups, it's definitely going to be a long and exciting day tomorrow with the featured matchups here. So log in your calendars, set an alarm, don't miss it.
Yeah, I mean, we have to set alarms as well,
Yeah.
right? So we have to be here, we have to get up and actually make the attendance for this event, so you guys should too as well, because it is free entry if you do live locally within Manila as well. So definitely come down and check out this broadcast, check out the huge stage, and obviously the carnival here as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of prizes to be won, activities if you will. They have a lot of cosplayers as well. The players, like the atmosphere has just been electric throughout.
Yes. That's been electrifying, whereby if you want to take picture of the casters, the players, feel free to do so. Just be sure, respect boundaries, and all is
Just get my good side. Get my good side.
Oh.
Which is the left or the right?
You choose. Perspective.
But hey, that's all for today at the Caster's Desk. My name is Sagi, your desk host for the entire event of today. The caster duo to wrap it up the session will be none other than Blam himself and also Holler. But that's all for today. Good night. We will pass it over to Mara to wrap the show up. Goodbye.
And that concludes the opening day of KIC 2025. And that's just a preview of the intensity that has yet to come, as tomorrow, the battle for the throne continues. Witness the intensity of the battles between two Italian powerhouses, and the debut of the back-to-back Kings of Brazil, a Philippine versus Philippine matchup, and a battle for honor to prove one worth to the world. My name is Mara Aquino. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you in the next match. Good night.